a valley nestled at the foot of Buzhou Mountain on the eastern edge of the primordial wilderness. A man crouched among piles of broken stone, clutching a carving knife in his hand, his eyes glinting as sharply as blades. The blade tip swept across the colossal rock, sending stone shavings rattling down. Before long, a statue began to take shape. Robed in imperial garments, its face still indistinct, yet already exuding an aura so oppressive it was hard to breathe. It was as if the figure had one foot treading on the heavenly Tao and the other on all the myriad worlds proud beyond all measure. Stuck here again. Su Ming stared at the statue, his brows twisted into a knot. The heavenly emperor visualization in his mind was crystal clear, but his hands simply could not carve out that elusive spirit. He lowered his head to look at himself. Great Golden Immortal. The corner of his mouth still could not help curling up. 30,000 years. From the moment he transmigrated to now, a full 30,000 years. If the innate beings outside knew that he had reached Great Golden Immortal in just 30,000 years, they would probably be shocked out of their wits. In this era, the Tao ancestor had just finished preaching the Luo Golden Immortals were a dime a dozen, and even quasi-sages were nothing special. Yet climbing to Great Golden Immortal in 30,000 years was still absurd. But the moment he remembered that the first great war between the Wu and the Yao was not many days away, the smile on Su Ming's face disappeared at once. Great Golden Immortal. What the hell was that worth? It was barely enough to survive the Great Tribulation with his tail between his legs. Protect the human race. Dream on. He knew the plot all too well. As one of the first-generation innate humans formed by Youchao, he was painfully aware of what would happen next. Youchao created the human race, accumulated enough merit, and became a saint. But unable to withstand pressure from all sides, she cast aside the humans she had just shaped and left them to fend for themselves. After that abandonment, the first batch of innate humans was left utterly dumbfounded. Danger lurked everywhere in the primordial wilderness. Before these people could even catch a steady breath, they died scattered and broken. Just as they finally began to make some progress, the Yao race set their eyes on them. Eating humans could raise one's cultivation, and human blood and flesh worked wonders for the hulking giants of the Wu race. The Wu and Yao races had been fighting for years with countless casualties. Once they learned that humans had such uses, their eyes all turned bloodshot. Worse still, the human race had just appeared as weak as if it were made of paper. The Yao race did not take them seriously at all. And so the human race, which had struggled to grow to some scale, was struck by an utter catastrophe. Hundreds of millions of human elites were almost completely slaughtered, their bones piled into mountains. A few scattered survivors fled into the primordial wilderness, hiding and scraping by living like dogs. Later, after the Great War between the Wu and the Yao ended, the human race inexplicably became the protagonist of the primordial wilderness. But so what? With no true opponents left, relying on overwhelming numbers and the backing of Hongjun and the Six Saints, the human race barely managed to seize the position of protagonist of heaven and earth. Calling it a pie falling from the sky would not be an exaggeration. But who gets a free lunch in this world? The elites of humanity's first generations had all perished, and no matter how strong its fortune was, it was still needed in the palms of a few saints reduced to marionettes on strings. The protagonist of heaven and earth sounded glorious, yet there was not a single impressive powerhouse to show for it. Even the emperor had to call himself the son of heaven and kowtow before the gods and Buddhas. Pitiful and pathetic. Without enough experts to hold up this protagonist position, it was a building without a foundation, duckweed adrift on water. Where was the root? Put bluntly, it was the great massacre carried out by the Yao race back then. Su Ming understood this clearly. He knew where the disaster was rooted, and since he himself was among the first batch of innate humans, how could he watch the tragedy happen again with his own eyes? He had awakened a divine-grade carving system. As long as he carved statues of the mythological figures from the novels of his past life, he could grow stronger. Without a word, he plunged into the valley beneath Buzhou Mountain and buried his head in carving. Whenever he silently recited the name of a mythological figure, the system would generate a visualization in his mind, and he just had to copy it. But the strange thing was that every mythological figure was easy to carve except the face. He always got stuck there. The eyes especially. Those were the soul of a figure. The stronger the figure, the harder it was to carve. Carving minor characters from novels was smooth enough, but the strength they granted was no different from nothing. He knew that if he could complete a single true god, his strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. But he simply could not carve one. It was maddening. Who should I carve next? Su Ming muttered. A ghost-faced mask suddenly flashed into his mind. Half-grinning, half-smiling, with a crushing aura and long robes drifting, as if it were looking down on all the 9 heavens. Not for immortality, only to wait for you to return in the mortal world. The ruthless female emperor from the novel Ziyi, a mythological figure who always wore a mask. Carving her face should not be so hard, right? Su Ming grinned. He had made up his mind. He vaguely felt that if he could carve a complete mythological figure, enormous benefits would surely follow. Once he decided, he acted. Ming immediately chose a Tinthosin turtle peak in the valley, rose into the air, and silently recited the ruthless female emperor's name. In an instant, an image surfaced in his mind. The ruthless female emperor treading on the mortal world, with both feet looking down upon all the myriad worlds of the universe. The primordial wilderness was never short of mountains. They were everywhere. If a mountain was not around 1,000,000 meters tall, it would be too embarrassed to call itself a mountain. Then Ming moved both hands at once. Divine light tore through the sky, and rubble and boulders came crashing down. After tens of thousands of years of carving, his control over force had reached the extreme of precision. Before long, the rough outline of the ruthless female emperor had emerged. Now came the true test of his skill. Ming soon sank completely into the carving. At that moment, outside the valley, two tall figures were slowly drawing near. Such an ancient aura. It feels especially close to me, as if it came from the same source. Of the pair, the one on the right narrowed his eyes. Astonishment spread across his face, and he sharply turned to his companion Ziyi. Did you sense it? That flash just now had been the moment. Ming erupted with power and hewed out the statue's outline with bold, sweeping strokes. Ziyi's brows knitted tightly. She nodded heavily and stared at the small valley in the distance with a deeply solemn expression. Youchao, that aura just now seemed to come from that small valley. This kind of familiar and ancient aura. I've only felt it once when I was young from a first-generation ancestor. At that moment, Youchao and Ziyi seemed to think of the same thing. They exchanged a glance, their eyes reddening and emotions rising, and spoke together. Could it be that our human race still has a first-generation ancestor alive? The human race had been born into the world for 30,000 years and fought countless brutal battles before barely standing firm. But the first-generation ancestors had almost all perished in battle. Youchao and Ziyi were second-generation humans, and at the moment they had merely reached the heavenly immortal, because the Yao and Wu, the two super races of the primordial wilderness, were at daggers drawn. They worried for the future of the human race, so they had come out to seek some opportunity for their people. I heard the first-generation ancestors say that the foot of Buzhou mountain is the birthplace of our human race, and the place where Holy Mother Nuwa attained sainthood. Youchao's face flushed red, and he trembled with excitement. Could it be that a hidden ancestor of our race really dwells there in seclusion? Ziyi was equally thrilled. It must be. Only a first-generation ancestor could give off such an ancient, familiar bloodline aura. And that presence, it was at least a golden immortal, a terrifyingly powerful existence. Outside the valley, the two figures knelt straight upright. Youchao and Ziyi kept shouting, "We beg to see the human ancestor," until their voices were almost torn. They did not dare to guess at that old ancestor's cultivation level. For the current human race, even having a golden immortal emerge was already enough to burn incense and thank heaven. Thinking any higher was asking for death. They had been in despair when suddenly news emerged that a first-generation ancestor was still alive. The two of them, like drowning people grabbing a lifebuoy, trembled all over. But even after shouting until their voices went hoarse, the tiny valley before them remained dead silent. Not to mention an answer. Even the faint trace of aura that had been there earlier had vanished as if it had never existed. Inside the valley, Ming's hands never stopped. The carving knife spun rapidly between his fingers. He had long cut off all sounds from the outside world. All the shouting and pleading were shut out of his awareness, his ears automatically filtering them away. He was not afraid of anyone forcing their way in. The formation at the valley entrance had been given to him by the system, and it recognized bloodlines. As long as someone carried his Ming blood, the formation would let them in. Strangers trying to break in would meet a wall, even if they were Great Golden Immortals. As for whether quasi-sage or saint-level monsters could break it, he had never tested that either. In any case, this god-forsaken valley was a place where even birds refused to land. For tens of thousands of years, no expert had ever so much as glanced over. Outside the valley, Ziyi's face was pale as ash. Biting her lip, she said, "Youchao, could the ancestor be badly injured? That aura just now, was it perhaps the last trace he released before his final breath failed?" Hearing that, Youchao felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up and immediately nodded right. "Otherwise, this place is not far from our tribe. Not many pass by, but it's not as if no one ever comes. Why would no one have sensed the ancestor's aura until now?" The two exchanged a glance, spoke no more, and charged into the valley. Their steps were too hasty. Neither noticed that at the moment they entered the valley, the air rippled like water. A terrifyingly vast aura flashed past, then vanished in the blink of an eye. The formation rippled lightly. Ming frowned slightly and pulled his mind back from the carving. Seeing that the ones who had entered were two humans, he did not bother paying them any attention. He lowered his head again and set his fingers back on the carving knife. When he had chosen this valley for seclusion, he had never planned to guard against his own kind. It was simply that for all these years no one had ever noticed this barren place, not even a single blade of grass growing. He had just started carving the ruthless female emperor, and he was in the zone. This was the time when his cultivation surged most violently, and he did not want to be interrupted. Apart from the stone statues filling the valley, there was nothing dangerous, so he simply let them wander around. On the other side, the moment Youchao and Ziyi set foot on the valley ground, they felt an overwhelming force pressing down on them from above. Their vision blackened then brightened. The two had already been separated, each landing in a different place. Youchao's mind was still wondering where Ziyi had gone when his eyes widened uncontrollably. His mouth hung open, unable to close, as if he had been struck by lightning. Holy shit! Is this that shabby valley where not even a single blade of grass grows? The sight before him completely shattered every expectation he had. Wherever his gaze fell, colossal statues rose from the earth, towering between heaven and ground. Each one seemed vividly alive, their aura, as if about to burst free from the stone itself. Every stone statue looked like a living person. Some threw back their heads and howled, some lowered their gazes to the ground, some raised their swords to point at the distant skies. The oppressive might spilling from these statues alone was enough to leave Youchao almost unable to breathe. His heart was in utter turmoil, and he felt as though he were about to be crushed. He would stake his very life on it. Though the faces of these statues were indistinct, every single one of them was undoubtedly an invincible being who had once trod upon heaven and earth, trampling across myriad worlds. Ancestor, where exactly are you? Youchao looked around in all directions, shouting at the top of his lungs. He had not entered this valley just to admire statues. He had come to find someone, to seek the first-generation progenitor of the human race. As he lifted his head, the very first thing he saw was the statue closest to him. That figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, treading upon a boundless great Tao beneath his feet, hair flying wildly as he towered between heaven and earth. The moment Youchao saw that statue, a voice boomed into his mind. Laozi is the heavenly emperor. Every opponent in this world Laozi has crushed to dust. Immediately after, fragments of scenes surged into Youchao's mind like a swarm. The vision was so vast and overwhelming that it dragged his entire being into it. Those scenes unfolded before Youchao's eyes as though they had truly happened one after another. He became merely a spectator, watching as the protagonist within the images began from the lowest rung as an ordinary man. With an unyielding spirit that refused to bow and a Laozi is number one under heaven kind of dominance, he crushed everything in his path. The desolate, ancient, sacred body, cursed by the heavens themselves, shattered one seal after another. He cut down saintly sons, struck down great saints, annihilated sacred grounds, established the heavenly court, and flattened one supreme forbidden land after another. Youchao did not know how long had passed before the images in his mind slowly dispersed. Yet Youchao still stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Only after quite a while did he come back to himself, muttering under his breath, "What a damn unyielding heavenly emperor." Relying on nothing but his fists, he shielded his kin and friends, protected the mortal realm, and shattered every opponent under heaven. Only such a figure is worthy of being called the heavenly emperor. Youchao's thoughts turned, and he suddenly recalled the current plight of the human race. Enemies surrounded them on all sides. Each day was a struggle for survival on the edge of the blade. The troubles they faced were even more despairing than those the heavenly emperor had confronted back then, with not a spark of hope in sight. In the vast flooded wilderness, the human race was like a single leaf drifting on the surface of the water. The slightest wave could crash down and wipe the humans away. A mysterious resonance arose between Youchao and that heavenly emperor statue. Laozi is the heavenly emperor. Every opponent in this world Laozi has crushed to dust. Youchao repeated this line over and over, his entire being immersed in that domineering declaration. When would he be able, for the sake of the human race, to topple every great enemy in the flooded wilderness and safeguard humanity's peace for countless millennia? Thoughts churned in Youchao's mind as though he had grasped something. He sat cross-legged before the heavenly emperor statue and instantly sank into a state of enlightenment. In the flooded wilderness, days flowed past like running water. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. On this day, as Youchao remained immersed in enlightenment, 3 resplendent golden characters slowly surfaced within his mind. Tian Di Jing, the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Immediately, line after line of boundlessly grand, true principles concealing ineffable mysteries flowed through his heart. Unawares, the magic power within his body began to circulate along the path of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Before long, a vast and blazing golden divine radiance surged from the crown of his head, piercing straight into the 9th heaven and causing the entire firmament to tremble. Every pore across Youchao's body spewed fountains of golden light. His blood and chi roiled like layer upon layer of cloud seas. The heavenly emperor statue and his body produced a strange resonance, as though something had linked the two. A vast, domineering Holzbum kind of aura spread from the statue, stirring the depths of the void. Then, A violent tsunami-like power crashed down, pouring straight into Youchao's crown. Boom, boom, boom. Golden light rampaged within his body, his blood and chi surging ever more fiercely. Thunderous booms echoed from his bones and meridians like tinta-santang waves pounding against reefs, a sound that made one's scalp tingle, the sheer force suffocating. Bang! It was as if some barrier within his body had shattered. Youchao's cultivation realm began to soar. Early heavenly immortal, mid-heavenly immortal, profound immortal. It did not stop. Early profound immortal, mid-profound immortal. All the way up to profound immortal, great perfection, before that frenzied rise finally came to a reluctant halt. Buzz. He opened his eyes, his pupils were still violently trembling, his emotions on the verge of losing control. Barely more than a month had passed, and he had forced his way from early heavenly immortal up nearly 2 whole great realms. If he had cultivated steadily and honestly, without tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer, he would not even dare to dream of such a rise. More crucially, Youchao remembered clearly in the memories he had seen this Heavenly Emperor Sutra was an unparalleled art that the Heavenly Emperor had refined only after his cultivation reached the absolute pinnacle, using the myriad Taos of all heavens as his furnace. He had never imagined that he who had come merely to seek the progenitor would instead stumble upon such a heaven-defying thing. Though he did not know what level this Heavenly Emperor Sutra corresponded to in the hands of the flooded wilderness Heavenly Emperor, he was nonetheless confident that once he cultivated this art to its peak, it would be inferior to no technique in the flooded wilderness, not even those of the saint level. I came to seek the progenitor, yet instead picked up such a monumental stroke of fortune. Youchao sighed for quite a while, when suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the first-generation progenitor had deliberately released his aura, guiding them here to receive this art? If not for sensing the progenitor's bloodline aura, they would never have noticed this seemingly ordinary shabby valley, let alone stepped into it. It must be so. In that instant, an indescribable yearning welled up in Youchao's heart. To carve such earth-shaking, vividly lifelike statues, and to casually cast out such an unparalleled art, just how powerful must that progenitor himself be? While Shinnong had just awakened on one side, on the other Ming, wholly absorbed in carving the Ruthless Emperor, suddenly trembled all over. What was happening? What had gone wrong? His eyes were filled with shock. He had no time to react. Buzz. A strange, boundlessly vast power crashed in from the void, rampaging through his body. An indescribable power suddenly exploded from within Ming. It was as if something had shattered. He felt light and unbound, as though he had stepped out of some shackle, unconfined by the 3 realms, unbound by the 5 elements. I haven't even finished carving, and I've already become a Great Golden Immortal. Ming lowered his head to look at his own hands. The power within his body had swelled to many times what it used to be, and his mind was still somewhat blank. He was numb. This time he was truly numb. What was going on? Had he been wrong all along? Could fortune really fall from the heavens? The system popped up a notification. Human Youchao has comprehended the Heavenly Emperor Sutra from the Heavenly Emperor statue you carved. As the creator of the statue, you receive a 100-fold power infusion. Youchao has obtained the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. You simultaneously obtain the Heavenly Emperor Sutra and automatically comprehend it to great perfection. Golden characters exploded within Ming's mind, each one radiating golden light, like little suns hanging in the sky. Countless insights surged into his mind, as if they cost nothing at all. He instantly understood the meaning of those words. He understood all of it. His blood and chi transformed into a roaring dragon above his head. He was numb. This time he had truly won to the point of numbness. Youchao had comprehended a statue, yet he had reaped a 100-fold infusion for free, and even conveniently brought the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to full comprehension. If this was not winning to the point of numbness, what was? Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Before he could recover, he suddenly noticed that the visualization image of the Heavenly Emperor in his mind had become extraordinarily clear. It was not merely the kind of clarity where one knew what it looked like only after seeing the picture. He could now within his heart sketch every stroke of the Heavenly Emperor Yifan's face. Even that aura, an invincible presence of, with me here none can contend, he grasped with complete clarity. He had never felt this way before. Previously, when carving visualization images, he had merely followed the picture, cutting stroke by stroke according to what he saw. But now it was different. A powerful surge of confidence welled up in Ming's heart. If he were to resume carving that Heavenly Emperor statue now, he was certain he could chisel out the face and even carve that divine charm into it. This feeling was indescribable, yet undeniably real. He turned his head to glance at the direction of the Heavenly Emperor statue, then at Youchao, thoughts stirring in his heart. Was it because I myself had not fully grasped it before that I couldn't carve the face? If I haven't fully grasped it naturally, I cannot reproduce the original. At this thought, Ming was a little surprised. He had originally carved these statues simply to increase his cultivation. He had never imagined they possessed such a use. They could actually allow others to comprehend the abilities that the statue's true bodies had once possessed. This damned system, to think it didn't tell me. Su Ming felt a toothache coming on. Just who had taught this damned system its bad habit of only speaking half a sentence? These mythical statues he carved did not merely raise cultivation, they also provided such opportunities for enlightenment, yet it had stubbornly kept silent. Every one of those statues represented a protagonist who had slaughtered his way out of some novel world, climbing from the bottom all the way up, ascending atop piles of corpses, each more ruthless than the last. Each of them was the sort who proclaimed, "Laozi is number one under heaven," sweeping across billions of worlds, invincible, without boundary. To rely on a single statue to forge a connection with such figures. Difficult, so difficult it was absurd. Youchao. The corners of Su Ming's mouth lifted. This man was a resounding name in human history, one of the three ancestors of humanity, a generation older than the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man. Worthy indeed of the human ancestor. The second generation of humans with bloodline, so pure it bordered on purple, a pinnacle existence among the human race. His talent was downright monstrous, to the point that he could resonate with the Heavenly Emperor's statue. One must know that among all the statues he had carved, the Heavenly Emperor Yi Fan was also among the top tier. Su Ming curled his lips into a smile, took a single step, and in the next instant was already standing before Youchao. He looked at Youchao Shi with a calm gaze and a gentle smile, saying, "You are the second generation of the human bloodline, aren't you?" His voice was soft and airy. He looked at Youchao Shi with a calm gaze and a gentle smile, saying, "You are the second generation of the human." That smile, that ancient yet friendly aura, and the deep call from the bloodline. Every signal was telling Youchao Shi one thing. The young man before him, looking decades younger, was the first ancestor of the human race. In the primordial world, no one judged age and strength by appearance. It was said that in the demon tribe there existed an ancient monster that had transformed into the appearance of a 7 or 80-year-old child since the dawn of time. Su Ming, who appeared to be just over 20, was the ancestor of the human race. There was nothing strange about it. Su Ming did not rush him, quietly observing Youchao Shi as his expressions changed repeatedly. He understood the impact of his appearance on this young man. He needed some time to recover. Bang! After an unknown duration, Youchao Shi trembled violently and finally knelt before Su Ming with a thud. "I am the leader of the Youchao tribe, a second-generation descendant of a human race." Youchao Shi pays respects to the ancestor and thanks the ancestor for bestowing the law. His voice was hoarse, tinged with tears, and his head lowered, his eyes rimmed with redness. The human race still had the first ancestor alive. The human race was not without support. The human race was no longer a drifting reed without roots. Based on the display of power by the ancestor, just now the future of the human race had hope. "Get up." Su Ming raised his hand to help Youchao Shi up. Casually chatting about the current situation of the human race, Su Ming felt both emotional and sighing. Since its birth, the human race had never had a smooth path, barely seeing a glimmer of hope. From the very beginning, they had been targeted by Hongjun and those top-tier figures. In just a few tens of thousands of years, not only had they survived in such a dire situation, but they had also managed to create a considerable scale. He dared not imagine how much suffering and bloodshed had been involved. The batch of first-generation humans from his era had all perished in their struggle for survival. Among the first batch of human elites created by Nuwa, he was the only one left alive. The more he thought about it, the more determined Su Ming became to change the fate of the human race. The bloodline was connected to the tendons. Those fallen first-generation beings were ultimately brothers who had grown from the same root as him. Su Ming's eyes reddened slightly, feeling a tightness in his heart. In just 30,000 years, the human race had undergone tremendous changes. Yet he did not regret retreating into this small valley to cultivate. What was he back then? Just a newly formed initial-level human immortal. Without these 30,000 years of hard training, he wouldn't even have enough remains to honor those sacrificed brothers. The situation of the human race would not have been any better than it was now. Brothers walk well. I, Su Ming, will bear the future of the human race. As long as I am alive, the human race will not collapse under my watch. Su Ming's gaze gradually hardened, the weight on his shoulders, making even breathing feel heavy. He felt a weight heavier than Mount Tai and deeper than the ocean. The lives of those first-generation humans had exchanged for the current human race's ability to barely stand and catch their breath, leaving the roots of previous generations. Previously, the most pressing issue for the human race was survival, finding a place to settle, and passing on their lineage. But from this moment on, Su Ming had to worry about how to move the human race forward. He needed to raise their strength, allowing the human race to rely on their own fists to stand firm in the primordial world, not to become puppets for any Six Saints or Hongjun. Su Ming already had some thoughts in mind, just waiting for the opportunity to test them later. Just as he was thinking, Youchao suddenly shivered, recalling that Ziyi who had entered with him was still missing. Youchao scratched the back of his head, speaking somewhat hesitantly, like a young boy in front of Su Ming. "Ancestor, I have a companion named Ziyi." Just as he raised his head to ask Su Ming where Ziyi had gone, Su Ming smiled and casually waved his hand, and the scene of Ziyi appeared directly before Youchao's eyes. "The human descendant you mentioned, Ziyi, is him, right?" Su Ming retracted his thoughts, smiling brightly at this younger generation. Ziyi has also encountered an opportunity and will need some time to digest it. As the only remaining first-generation human, it was entirely accurate to say that Youchao was his descendant. In the image, Ziyi was also sitting cross-legged in front of a statue, eyes closed, as if contemplating something. However, the statue before him was not the same as the one Youchao was comprehending. That statue only showed a back view. With his hands behind his back, his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of the heavens, overseeing the endless world. The posture of turning his back to all beings exuded an indescribable sense of solitude and majesty. The momentum was magnificent, vast, and desolate, as if he alone could withstand all threats in the world. Upon seeing that back, Shen was completely stunned. His mind felt as though it had been grasped by a cold and aloof aura. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. "This is the Wusher Emperor from one hand covers the sky." Su Ming whispered, his gaze lingering on the statue for a moment before he recited to himself, "At the end of the immortal path, who will stand as the peak? One glimpse of the Wusher Dao, and it becomes void." This statue was the existence that single-handedly subdued many forbidden zones, turning its back to all beings standing at the end of the immortal path, shouldering all invasions from the outside world. At the end of the immortal path, who will stand as the peak? One glimpse of the Wusher Dao, and it becomes void. Youchao repeatedly chewed on these two lines of poetry, feeling an overwhelming aura surge towards him. So arrogant, so overbearing. He could not imagine what kind of existence could utter such words. This statue was undoubtedly on par with the Emperor of Heaven he was comprehending. Youchao couldn't help but turn to look at Su Ming, feeling even more astonished. What kind of power must this ancestor possess to simultaneously carve the supreme beings of the Emperor of Heaven and the Wusher Emperor? However, he could not fathom these thoughts now, nor did he dare to ask. He could only shift his gaze back to Ziyi, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wondered what kind of defying comprehension Ziyi could derive from the statue of the Wusher Emperor. Seeing that Ziyi was not waking up anytime soon, Youchao sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the mysteries within the Heavenly Emperor scripture. With the ancestor guarding nearby, Youchao could rest assured that nothing would go wrong. Su Ming, while keeping an eye on Ziyi's movements, continued to carve the statue of the fierce female emperor. Occasionally, when he caught sight of Youchao frowning and struggling with a particular part of the Heavenly Emperor scripture, he would casually offer a few pointers. His understanding of the Heavenly Emperor scripture had already reached a level of perfection. Except for the true body of the Heavenly Emperor, there was no one in the world who understood it better than him. Giving pointers to a perfected Youchao was hardly anything remarkable. Yet the words he casually uttered struck Youchao like thunder. Each sentence landed precisely where he was confused. Youchao was even more shocked. He could feel that the ancestor was definitely not cultivating the Heavenly Emperor scripture. Yet, even so, the ancestor could see through at a glance where he was stuck, and with just a casual remark, he hit the nail on the head. His respect for the ancestor's cultivation and realm grew even deeper. In the primordial world, beings at the level of celestial immortals lived long enough, as long as they didn't encounter any calamities. They could last as long as the sun and moon. Time for them was as cheap as cabbage, not worth much at all. Half a month passed in a flash. Before he stepped out into the world seeking opportunities, Youchao would never have dared to dream of encountering such a significant fortune, his strength skyrocketing, as if riding on a mythical. Before he stepped out into the world seeking opportunities, Youchao would never have dared to dream of encountering such a significant fortune, his strength skyrocketing, as if riding on a mythical beast. To understand the cultivation system of the primordial world is arranged as follows: human, immortal, earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, mysterious, immortal, golden, immortal, tai, mysterious, immortal, tai, golden, immortal, great, luo, golden, immortal, saint. Each level was separated by a chasm, and the breakthroughs were exceedingly difficult, with time units starting from tens of thousands of years. Yet within less than 2 months of his emergence, in the blink of an eye, he had jumped from the early stage of Heavenly Immortal to nearly touching the threshold of Golden Immortal, while also obtaining the Heavenly Emperor scripture, a treasured item. What used to be a pitch-black path now had light and a road to walk on. Youchao felt that this life was like things he had never even dared to imagine were now laid out before him. He secretly glanced at Su Ming, who was busy carving the mythical statue, completely covered in stone dust and mist, like a deity emerging from a pile of stones. Youchao muttered to himself, "If this is truly a dream, then let me never wake up." Just as he was thinking, a rumbling wave suddenly pulled him back to reality, shattering the dream. It was not a dream. Ming was engrossed in his carving, his realm also rapidly ascending, interrupted by this wave. He and Youchao turned their heads simultaneously, their lips curling upwards. Ziyi had finally awakened. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, ringing in their ears. The statue of the Ruthless Emperor, towering hundreds of thousands of meters high, suddenly shattered the void, drawing in boundless energy and pouring it into Ziyi's crown. An overwhelming aura that could make one's legs weak, ancient like a relic, surged in like a tsunami. At that moment, the statue of the Ruthless Emperor seemed to come alive, stepping across the heavens, turning its back to all beings, exuding immense power. A pressure slowly emerged from Ziyi, though weak, it was aligned with the path of the Ruthless Emperor. As the energy surged in wildly, that momentum skyrocketed faster than a rocket. Early stage of heavenly immortal, mid stage of heavenly immortal, late stage of heavenly immortal. Just like Youchao, he soared straight to the perfected level of mysterious immortal. Ming was delighted, but he was also pondering. The Ruthless Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor were undoubtedly the top-tier beings among the statues he had carved, existing on the same level. It seems that even the most exquisite divine statues can only elevate a person to this point. These statues lack even the complete divine charm. What they miss is that essence of soul. The two statues previously comprehended by the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan are fundamentally different, not just in quantity. A single character's difference results in a world of disparity. If they had comprehended the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor, the benefits they would have gained would be exponentially greater, representing a qualitative leap. Ming now felt confident. He was nearly able to grasp the divine charm of the Heavenly Emperor. He began to ponder the great commotion that would ensue once he successfully completed the exquisite divine statue. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he mentally charted the course ahead, his gaze turning serious. The benefits I obtained are 100 times what those people have gained. As soon as the words left his mouth, an even more immense and overwhelming power descended from the void, causing the heavens to tremble as it surged directly into Ming's body. The realm he had just stabilized began to soar once again. Early stage, mid stage, late stage of the Great Golden Immortal. It surged all the way to the late stage, and only then did the explosive growth begin to slow, firmly anchoring itself at that level. The magnitude of this enhancement cannot be compared to when Youchao comprehended the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures, yet the overall surge in strength was even more terrifying. The higher one's realm, the more horrific the leap in power with each small step. The gap between the early and mid stages of the Great Luo is even greater than the chasm of the previous major realm. The transition from early to late stage cannot be calculated with normal logic. For ordinary beings in the primordial era, progressing from early to late stage of the Great Luo would take a time frame measured in yuan hui. 1 yuan hui is approximately 12,600 years. Ming couldn't recall the exact details. In any case, in the primordial era, yuan hui was worth many times more than 10,000. Everyone had eternal lives. Who would bother to keep track of that? After all, as long as no disasters of the scale of the Dragonhan calamity occurred, time was the most worthless thing in the primordial era. The Ziyi clan derived the primordial scriptures from the statue of the Primordial Emperor you carved, as the sculptor you are bestowed with 100-fold power. The Ziyi clan gained the primordial scriptures, and you directly obtained the complete version, automatically comprehending the great perfection. Upon waking, the Ziyi clan was taken by Youchao clan, who informed her of what had transpired during this period. Learning that Ming was the only surviving first-generation ancestor of the human race, and that all those statues were sculpted by him, the Ziyi clan looked up at the young-faced, transcendent, and calm man in the sky, her eyes filled with shock. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, the Ziyi clan wouldn't have believed that such a fierce character was hidden within their human race. The ghost-faced statue before Ming was only a few strokes away from completion. Its features were blurred, yet the aura it emitted was as dense as substance. The statue of the Primordial Emperor, which brought her immense benefits and directly elevated her realm several levels, was actually carved by their ancestral forefather. To be able to carve such a creation, how powerful must that ancestor have been? The Ziyi clan's mind. With teary eyes, she knelt down, bowing her forehead to the ground. As a descendant of the second generation of the human race, leader of the Ziyi clan, I bow to the ancestral forefather. Thank you, ancestral forefather, for your grace. Ming slowly came back to his senses, a slight smile curling his lips as he raised his hand with his magic to lift her up, speaking in a neutral tone. Your ability to comprehend the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor at the end of the day is due to your solid foundation and innate talent. Your efforts were not in vain. Having thoroughly digested the entire primordial scriptures and the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures, Ming felt an itch in his heart. He needed to finish the statue of the fierce woman emperor quickly, and then he would try to perfect the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. Having clarified everything that needed to be said, he waved his hand directly. The human race has expanded so much now, and there are many miscellaneous matters. You can return if there's nothing else. This was clearly a dismissal. Youchao and Ziyi exchanged glances, both frozen in place, unsure of how to respond for a moment. At present, the primordial era was chaotic, with killings and fires occurring everywhere. They originally intended to invite the ancestral forefather back to stabilize the situation for the human race. Ming pondered for 2 seconds before adding, "If the human race encounters any major events in the future and you are uncertain, feel free to ask me. Additionally, select some of the most gifted youths from your clan and send them to comprehend the divine statues." This was the first time the war between the witches and the demons was about to explode, and the primordial era was on the verge of upheaval. Even if the human race was weak, they could not escape this. After several millennia in seclusion, with the first generation of humans having perished, he was about to make his appearance. However, Ming did not plan to take over the entire human race. There were too many trivial matters. According to Youchao, during these 30,000 years, troubles outside had come one after another, but fortunately the flora and fauna in the primordial era had flourished, providing ample food. The human race could reproduce, and they clung together tightly. Although many clan members died, while foraging for food outside, they produced even more offspring. Currently, the total population of the human race was nearing 100 million. With 100 million mouths, how many issues would there be daily? Ming waited over and concluded that the most pressing issue for the human race was still the external threats. He did not wish to meddle in the internal minutiae for the time being. Focusing on improving his strength was the right path, while also using the divine statues to cultivate a few more powerful beings to deal with external troubles. In modern terms, this meant focusing solely on military and diplomatic matters. As for internal politics, let the human race continue on its current path. For the primordial era, the time for the human race to emerge was indeed too late. The days they labored to build their own power had almost run out. Relying solely on the little bit of natural development within, how could they contend with the witch and demon races? There was no way. Youchao and Ziyi had originally stood there a bit dazed, completely unaware of how to proceed next. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened. The two of them knelt before Ming, their heads bowing quickly and heavily, repeatedly expressing their gratitude before they finally stood up and turned to leave the valley. In the present human race, there were countless geniuses and powerful figures were piled high. The only thing lacking was time. The time for them to grow and to become stronger. Having reached the pinnacle of the human race, Youchao and Ziyi's minds and schemes were not to be trifled with. They could immediately see that Ming was not concerned about the internal power struggles of the human race. If he truly cared, he wouldn't have remained cooped up in this dilapidated valley. In the current situation, the human race was surrounded by enemies, with danger looming everywhere. What they feared most was that Ming would continue to refuse to emerge. His previous words were essentially a reassurance for the two of them. Major matters could be brought to Ming, and they could select the most talented individuals to comprehend those divine statues. These two issues were now the most critical for the human race. Watching the two of them excitedly rush out of the valley, Ming shook his head. He knew what would happen next in the primordial era, and was even more aware of the terrifying challenges the human race would face. How could he dare to relax? Turning around, he continued to focus on sculpting the fierce woman emperor. He had no plans to abandon this task and rush off to perfect the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. The skills of the fierce woman emperor were not inferior to those of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. Perhaps she could add another immensely powerful potential-laden character to the human race. The vast expanse of the primitive wilderness was shrouded in a gray haze, with the light dimmed to an extreme. Occasionally, enormous, terrifying creatures would sweep across the mountains, while gigantic birds blotted out the sun as they flew overhead. Now and then one could glimpse towering humanoid figures, dozens of thousands of feet tall, striding across the earth. With each step, mountains would crumble into fragments. On the route from the foot of Mount Buzhou to the territory of the human race, Youchao and Ziyi were burning with impatience, eager to leap back to their tribe and announce the good news of having found the ancestor. However, both of them were tense, their muscles taut, taking every step cautiously while their eyes scanned the surroundings incessantly. Even though their strength had surged dramatically, they dared not be the slightest bit careless. Both were acutely aware that in the human race, those at the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm were truly unprecedented powerhouses. Yet in the primitive wilderness, they were merely slightly larger than ants, barely able to safeguard their own lives. Let alone the current state of the primitive wilderness, which had become exponentially more perilous over the past. At present, the situation revolved around Mount Buzhou, with the Wu and Yao clans occupying most of the vast territory in a haphazard fashion. The battles between the two clans were so numerous that they could hardly be counted. The scenes of great shamans clashing with formidable demon beasts could be witnessed every few days. The heavens were torn apart, and the mountains and rivers overturned to sight, as if the world itself were on the brink of destruction. Any one of those beings could easily be a character of at least the Great Golden Immortal level. Sometimes one could even see the tribes of the Wu and Yao clans with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of strong warriors clustered together in fierce combat. Even if the Wu and Yao clans summoned just a few hundred to fight, the scene would be frightening enough. Youchao and Ziyi watched with trembling legs. Any random soldier from the Wu or Yao clans possessed at least the cultivation of a celestial immortal. This was merely a skirmish involving the lowest-ranked members of the two clans. However, if such a skirmish were to occur on human territory, the residual shockwaves could easily kill half the clan, and it could even lead to their extermination. The disparity between the great clans of the primitive wilderness and the small human clans was enough to send chills down one's spine, even just glimpsing a fraction of it. The gap was so vast that it quashed any thoughts of resistance. But upon recalling the pile of statues in the valley, the fear that had just emerged in their hearts was suppressed again. No matter how powerful the Wu or Yao warriors were, they could not shake their resolve to lead the human race to rise. Both understood clearly that as long as they were given enough time to follow ancestor Ming, the human race would eventually carve a bloody path through the myriad clans of the wilderness. Dominating heaven and earth was merely a matter of time. The place where the human race resided was not far from Mount Buzhou. With their current cultivation, the two of them could reach home in 5 days if they exerted themselves. However, the clash between the witch and the demon clans caused such a commotion that it took them a month to finally reach their own doorstep. The valley was astonishingly large, with a diameter of nearly 10 million meters, more than enough to accommodate the current population of the human race. Yet it lacked precious resources, and the spiritual energy within was exceedingly thin. At that time, the human race had just emerged weak as ants desperately in need of a safe haven to thrive. The Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan gazed at the valley from afar, their eyes glimmering with uncontainable joy, wishing they could rush in and announce the discovery of their ancestor. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the valley. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several sparse trees on the desolate mountain range were directly shattered, sending wood chips flying. Immediately after, a piercing call from a giant bird erupted. Crimson flames spread across the sky like a river. A heat wave hit them from hundreds of miles away, making both feel as if they had fallen into a furnace. The smell of charred flesh mixed with the stench of blood, accompanied by the sounds of fierce fighting and shouting among the humans. Damn it! Gather all the human immortals and above. I refuse to believe that as descendants of the mighty Nuwa, we can't deal with these beasts. Kill! 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 The roar laden with murderous intent struck the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan, causing them to freeze. They exchanged glances, their pupils filled with darkness. It was the voice of the Shinnon clan. Currently, those in power within the human race were just the 3 of them. If they left, only the Shinnon clan would remain to hold the fort. The human population was nearing 1 billion, and the miscellaneous affairs piled up like mountains. Ordinary fierce beasts causing a ruckus would never provoke the Shinnon clan to act personally. But the urgency, anger, and the overwhelming presence of flames in that roar, something was amiss. The human race must have stirred up a massive upheaval. Without a moment's hesitation, the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan unleashed their aura and dashed towards the human valley with all their might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sky trembled. The mountain range cracked under the intense heat, large fissures bursting forth, even giant stones turning to lava flowing down like rivers. 100 miles was merely a blink of an eye for 2 perfected Shenxian. In an instant, they arrived above the valley, looking down. A sea of flames. Molten rock. The bones were still stained with blood. The cries and screams of the humans were a chaotic mix. At a glance, it was a scene straight out of hell. 4 fiery red giant birds with wings spread wide covered thousands of miles, darkening the sky. Wrapped in unquenchable flames, they rampaged through the human valley. These were fire cloud sparrows, notorious figures among the demon race, only a tier below the 108 demon gods. Their reputation in the primordial world was resounding. Comparing them to the humans was like contrasting the heavens with the earth. The fiery red eyes of those fire cloud sparrows burned with flames devoid of warmth. With mouths agape, they generated whirlwinds, sucking in hundreds, even thousands of humans, swallowing them like ants. The scene was drenched in blood. Below, the human immortals surged forward in waves. Human immortals and earth immortals rushed from all directions, forming chaotic formations to encircle the 4 fire cloud sparrows. Below, the human immortals surged forward in waves. Human immortals and earth immortals rushed from all directions, forming chaotic formations to encircle the 4 fire cloud sparrows. However, the weakest among the 4 fire cloud sparrows was at the late stage of Tianxian. The strongest human was only at the early stage of Tianxian, a significant gap. The largest one measured nearly 50,000 miles long, its wings blocking out the sky, and Xianxian-level being. The so-called strong humans surrounding it were no more than a tickle to it. It strode through the crowd, swallowing thousands in a single bite. "Ah, beast! Shut your mouth." A tall man clad in animal skin stood before the fire cloud sparrow, his black hair wild, exuding an aura of murderous intent. He led a large group of people desperately trying to block the fire cloud sparrow from devouring others. The person standing before it was from the Shinnong clan, one of the three mightiest beings of the human race. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Tianxian. This level was even higher than the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan when they first comprehended the mythic statue. With his every strike, the heavens trembled. The feathers on the fire cloud sparrow were blown apart in large patches, scattering everywhere. Anyone witnessing this scene would gasp in awe. A mid-stage Tianxian being could inflict such damage, managing to injure a fire cloud sparrow of Xianxian level. No one would believe it if told. But that was as far as it went. The Xianxian fire cloud sparrow continued to rampage through the crowd, stuffing humans into its mouth. No one could stop it. Suddenly the fire cloud sparrow halted. Its bird-like eyes glowing red, coldly fixed on the Shinnong clan member, filled with unabashed disdain. "Ant." It uttered 2 words. In terms of cultivation, it was merely one realm above the Shinnong clan member, but the disdain emanated from its very bones, not directed at an individual, but at the entire race, looking down upon humanity. In the fire cloud sparrow's perception, humans were merely an accidentally discovered source of food that could replenish their primordial spirit and enhance their bloodlines. Just like when humans slaughter pigs or chickens, would they resent pigs for struggling too much? Would they care if an ant bit them? No. "Let's go digest what we've eaten and come back another day," it said to the other 3 fire cloud sparrows, its tone as cold as ice. The implication was that humans were like livestock raised by them, coming and going as they pleased. The other 3 fire cloud sparrows laughed loudly. "Brother Horley, the bloodline of this group of ants is truly rich, fragrant, and weak. We struck it big this time. I'll retreat for a while, and I'm sure to break through to Xianxian. This place is a treasure trove." The 4 fire cloud sparrows laughed and spoke, ready to swagger away in front of the Shinnong clan and the continuous influx of human powerhouses. Humiliation, anger. Their heads felt like they were going to explode, their minds ablaze. The human powerhouses' eyes were bloodshot as they desperately charged forward, wanting to stop them. Yet the disparity was evident. Their derision was backed by strength. No matter how furious they were, it was merely impotent howling. "Ah, fire cloud sparrow. I Shinnong clan hereby declare that I will annihilate your entire clan one day." The Shinnong clan member had completely lost his mind. He shouted, his wild black hair swirling his blood and chi surging like a column of smoke, his eyes nearly bleeding from rage. This hatred was directed at the fire cloud sparrows. It was also directed at himself. He hated himself for being so weak that he couldn't mount even a decent counterattack. At this moment he was not alone. All the human powerhouses capable of unleashing their divine sense to witness this scene had blood-red eyes. They were humans. A race personally crafted by the holy Nuwa. They were not ants. No amount of roaring could change the situation. The 4 fire cloud sparrows bore the reckless onslaught of the human powerhouses, flapping their wings and casually retreating from the valley. Fallen charred bodies continually dropped from the sky, black smoke mingling with the stench of burning flesh. "Die!" 2 furious roars erupted, the murderous intent surging outward like a tsunami, shaking the heavens. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Primordial divine power. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan had blood-red eyes, their anger reaching its peak, an overwhelming force erupting from them, sweeping across 3,000 miles. Both acted simultaneously, unleashing their ultimate abilities. Golden light surged, imperial might rolled, an indescribable terrifying aura descended from the heavens, constricting the entire space. A colossal golden fist materialized, immense beyond measure, slowly grinding through the sky, capable of shattering stars with a glance. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 fire cloud sparrows, who had been laughing wildly, only showed a hint of panic in their eyes before being obliterated into a mist of blood by the golden fist. It was too fast. The power was too fierce. The divine ability was too absolute. In the blink of an eye, the 3 fire cloud sparrows that had been so arrogant and high-flying were left with no bones, their primordial spirits obliterated by that terrifying force. "Who are you? Those who dare to harm my Zhu cloud sparrow clan, do you not fear the demon race obliterating your entire lineage?" The remaining Xianxian-level fire cloud sparrow, Huoli screamed, his voice filled with panic. The power contained within that golden fist, the imperial might capable of crushing everything, frightened him to the point where he couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. At that moment he no longer possessed the earlier demeanor of looking down on humans as ants, thinking himself the ruler of the world. Driven by instinct, Horley desperately flapped his wings and fled. In the next moment, he had already dashed over 100 miles beyond the human residential valley. Just then the hoarse voice of the Ziyi clan, filled with uncontainable murderous intent, exploded in Horley's ear. "I am the human race you referred to as ants. Die." Buzz. The fire cloud sparrow felt a pair of blood-red, death-like eyes fixated on it, almost scaring its soul out of its body. "Even we have to detour around the battlefield. That fleeting remnant soul can hardly stir the waters." "You are right, Youchao. In this wild and untamed land, the more ostentatious one is, the faster one meets their demise. Even if that remnant soul could return to the lair of the fire cloud sparrow, what difference would it make? For instance, if the human race went hunting and was killed by a beast tribe weaker than themselves, would they need to mobilize their entire clan to eliminate that beast tribe? The reasoning is the same. In life and death battles, if you lose, it is simply a matter of skill being inferior. The fire cloud sparrow clan is so vast, how could they possibly stir trouble for the human race over such a minor character at the level of an Xianxian? To go from a small issue to a large one with the entire clan involved is something that can only happen in dreams, not in reality. Unless there is an enormous benefit at stake. But what could the human race possibly possess that would make the colossal fire cloud sparrow envious? Killing those 4 fire cloud sparrows could at least serve as a release of pent-up anger. However, that hatred is already deeply etched into the bones of the human, powerful, unremovable. If it weren't for their insufficient strength, they wouldn't mind exterminating the entire fire cloud sparrow clan and roasting them for a meal. Youchao and Ziyi began to walk towards the human valley. The anger from earlier had been suppressed deep in their hearts. This is how the wilderness is. If one's fists are not strong enough, one must endure blows, be bullied, and even be treated as food. Having lived to this age, they have long understood this principle. If one wishes not to be the meat in someone else's mouth or the ant beneath their feet, the only way out is to elevate the strength of the human race. In the human valley, Shen Nong and a large group of human powerful looked up at the 2 figures in the sky. Those 2 seemed like gods. With a single strike, they killed 4 fire cloud sparrows, their might astonishing. Their pupils tightened suddenly, their bodies stiffened, and their mouths gaped open, unable to utter a word. The 2 individuals before them looked exactly the same as before, yet their aura had completely transformed. They could barely recognize them. Were these 2 wrapped in beast skins, truly of their kind? Could they have transformed from another tribe? At this moment, all the human powerful present were sharing the same thought. After all, it had been less than a year since Youchao and Ziyi left. They left at the early stage of Tianxian and returned as Xianxian. Did they really think cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking? Were they dreaming? Were these 2 outsiders treating them like fools? Thinking of the founding ancestor Su Ming and those mythological statues, a warm surge filled Youchao and Ziyi's hearts. They almost couldn't wait to share this good news with Shen Nong and the others. The 2 stepped down from the sky. Yet what awaited them was not the cheers, applause, or flowers from the human race, nor the adoring gazes. Shen Nong and a group of human powerful were filled with vigilance. In the distant sky, a large group of human powerful was continuously flying over, each one on high alert. These 2 were far stronger than the previous 4 fire cloud sparrows. They dared not let down their guard. "Stop. Tell us who you really are. Pretending to be our leader. What do you intend to do?" Shen Nong's aura surged, muscles tensed, already taking on a life-or-death stance. He secretly ordered the human race to begin retreating. Even if they couldn't win, they had to buy time for their clansmen to escape. The reason the human race had survived until today was precisely because of this tenacity. "You 2. We truly are Youchao and Ziyi." All right, we won't move, please don't attack." Youchao and Ziyi were dumbfounded. Oh, what was this all about? Seeing Shen Nong and a group of human experts about to strike, first the 2 quickly retreated several steps. It wasn't that they were afraid of them. They were just worried about accidentally injuring their own people. To be honest, to them, Shen Nong and those tribal leaders seemed as weak as paper. Seeing the 2 retreat, Shen Nong finally let out a sigh of relief, his voice cold as ice. "Who exactly are you? What do you want by impersonating our human race leader? Is your temper flaring again because you ate too much lava fruit? You can't even recognize us." The 2 were equally speechless and could only honestly accept the questioning from the tribal leaders and human experts, recounting their experiences in detail during this time. If they caused a misunderstanding and a fight broke out, it would be troublesome. After a long while, once Youchao and Ziyi had recounted their experiences in the tribe, without missing a single detail, even those embarrassing incidents that only the 3 of them knew, Shen Nong and the tribal leaders finally believed them. These 2 are indeed the real Youchao and Ziyi. Following that was overwhelming joy. Since they are real, then what they said. The first-generation ancestor of the human race, who has been in seclusion for a long time and whose strength is unfathomable, is truly alive. The mythological statues in the valley are also real. They attained such strength because they received the ancestor's blessing and comprehended the two mythological statues. Most importantly, the last sentence. The ancestor said that some talented individuals from the human race could be selected to go and comprehend those mythological statues. At this moment, all the high-ranking members of the human race, tribal leaders, and experts went wild. No, they were frenzied. This was an enormous opportunity. In this wild world, strength is truth. This is the lifeblood of the human race's resurgence. They no longer wish to experience the feeling of being oppressed and bullied by the fire-cloud sparrows. Brother Youchao, Leader Youchao, in terms of talent, who in the human race can compare to me? Ji. Sister Ziyi, take me with you. You know best my talent and combat strength. Although I am only at the peak of the Earth Immortal, I dare to challenge even the Celestial Immortal. Shut your mouth. I at the peak of Earth Immortal am still not afraid of you. Damn it, you were just born 2,000 years ahead of me. Give me a few hundred years, and what Earth Immortal? I could crush a whole lot of you with a fart. Just a moment ago we were all cursing the external enemies together, and now everyone is at each other's throats. What the hell are you talking about talent for? Get lost. I am 100 times stronger than you. Just as it seemed they were about to roll up their sleeves and fight, Shen Nong stepped forward, his voice booming, suppressing the entire crowd. You want to compare talent? You want to compare combat strength? He surveyed the room, fists clenched tightly. Everyone come here, I'll take you on with just one hand. Instantly no one made a sound. Who among the high-ranking members of the human race didn't know this guy's temperament? Rude, overbearing, and unreasonable. Youchao and Ziyi reached high positions through their intellect, schemes, and foresight. As for Shen Nong, he relied solely on his iron fists, beating his way up. That's why he was left at the main camp while the other two went out to seek opportunities. It seems everyone has a good idea in their hearts my talent is the highest. Shen Nong was satisfied and called out to Youchao and Ziyi. Hurry, take me to see the ancestor. The mythological statue, I comprehended, must be stronger than yours. The two exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. However, they were already used to it. On the way back, they had already discussed a plan. Shen Nong was originally on the first batch of names. Youchao cleared his throat. The ancestor enjoys tranquility and focuses on cultivation. We shouldn't all swarm over and disturb him. On the way, Ziyi and I have discussed it. The high-ranking members of the human race will be divided into 3 batches, each lasting 10 years, with a rotation every 30 years, while the rest stay behind. Additionally, we will select the most talented seedlings from each tribe to send to the Ancestor's Gorge to comprehend the statues. Initially, we will limit the number to 100 and later we will increase it based on the situation. Most importantly, he lowered his voice. It must be kept absolutely confidential. Those selected must be entirely loyal, not a whisper of news must leak. The leaders below nodded repeatedly. This plan had no flaws. A 10-year batch is not too long. They also understood that if the mythological statues were as powerful as Youchao said, leaking that news would spell disaster. Alright, let's do it this way. They'll go back to select people and bring out the best from my tribe. They'll leave too. Damn it, once I comprehend that thing, it'll roast all those fire cloud sparrows. He'll swallow them whole. The tribal leaders cursed as they turned to leave. Half a year passed in a blink. A team quietly formed. 1/3 of the high-ranking members from the tribe along with 100 promising young talents. They claimed to be in seclusion, but in reality, the people had vanished. Led by Youchao and Shen Nong, they slipped out of the human valley under the cover of night, heading straight for the direction of the Buzhou mountain. Ziyi did not leave. She stayed in the tribe, guarding the homeland with those who remained. At the same time, she began to pass down the rudimentary techniques extracted from the Heavenly Emperor scripture and endless scripture, bit by bit. The human race is too weak. Since their birth, they have relied on no one, stumbling along and fighting for survival with their lives. Lacking powerful backing and lineage of cultivation methods, they can only rely on instinct to absorb some spiritual energy from heaven and earth, practicing at a painfully slow pace. The human race's bodies do not lack talent, but what they lack are profound cultivation methods and powerful techniques. From this day forth, the path of the human race took a turn. In the valley of Buzhou mountain. It's done. The laughter shook the clouds away. Ming stood in midair, looking down at the stone statue before him. Towering and majestic, with a long skirt flowing down to the ankles, wearing a ghostly mask. No matter how he looked at it, he was satisfied. This woman fought her way out of the mortal realm with a mere mortal body, defying the heavens to attain the Tao, becoming a great emperor. Yet she looked down upon the matter of becoming an immortal. In his previous life, among the pages of One Hand Covering the Sky, if anyone left the deepest impression on Ming, it was not the protagonist, but this woman. This ruthless female emperor was also the statue he sculpted with the most ease during his time in the valley. Though he still couldn't capture the essence in her eyes when it came to details and craftsmanship, after thoroughly understanding the Heavenly Emperor scripture and endless scripture, He was indeed able to carve out that supreme aura of a great emperor. In the entire valley, this statue stands as the most perfect creation. Moreover, Ming finally understands why the mythological figures he carved always lacked that profound spirit deep within their souls. I wonder if there's anyone among the human race who can truly appreciate this statue. He murmured, if I could comprehend the devouring heaven demon art, or the indestructible heavenly art, and fully master all the techniques of the Ruthless Empress. The Ruthless Empress is the one among all the emperors he knows who possesses the highest talent. She created numerous imperial scriptures, and her secret techniques are countless. Otherwise, how could she with an ordinary body ascend to the peak among the emperors? Ming was quite curious to see what kind of scenery would unfold if one of the human race could truly grasp her techniques. That would mean another unprecedented powerhouse for the human race. Once the statue of the Ruthless Empress was completed, Ming's realm surged upwards, directly reaching the Great Perfected Golden Immortal. It was just a layer of paper away from the legendary Saint. However, the term Saint carries the connotation of saint. The gap between it and the Great Luo is not just a threshold, but a chasm. Taking this step is more difficult than jumping directly from a human immortal to a Great Perfected Golden Immortal. In the vast primordial world, many experts are stuck at this threshold, unable to advance an inch for their entire lives. The realm of Saint is already considered among the top echelons in the current primordial world. Currently, the only ones who can stir this world are Dong Huang Tai Di Jun and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. They are merely saints. If a genius among the human race could comprehend the way of the Ruthless Empress combined with 100-fold enhancement in cultivation, perhaps they could indeed break through. Let it be a forcibly bent melon is not sweet. Ming shook his head, having pondered for a long time, still could not find a suitable candidate among the human race. However, upon a second thought, a glimmer of light returned to his face. I must finish carving the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. Ming murmured, glancing towards the outside of the valley. Shenong was leading a group of human race experts along with a bunch of young prodigies who had yet to even touch the celestial level, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dirt, making their way towards the valley. It was clear that their journey had not been easy. They must have faced countless brushes with death. Ming had been closely observing the situation outside the valley, knowing that the two clans of sorcery and demons were now in a state of irreconcilable conflict, with small skirmishes occurring daily and major battles every few days. Although it hadn't reached the point of full-scale war, it was hardly far off. With the foundation and military strength of the two clans, even localized conflicts would be enough to throw the primordial world into chaos. The primordial world has entered a period of turmoil, no longer as peaceful as it was during Hongjun's 3 teachings. After the calamity of Longhan and the 3 races' great war, too many powerful beings perished in the primordial world at that time, leaving behind territories and resources, but fewer people, making it unnecessary to risk their lives for a fight. But now things are different. After such a long period of peace, the primordial world is once again filled with powerhouses, so much so that there's hardly room to stand. This means that the readily available resources have already been depleted. Without ceasing killing or waging war, one can forget about having resources. The friction between the two clans of sorcery and demons and the various races of the primordial world will not stop just because someone wishes it to. Unless the two clans of sorcery and demons have the ability to break out of the primordial world and carve out territories in the chaos to obtain resources from the outside. But right now that seems utterly unrealistic. Unless the 6 saints achieve Dao along with Hanjun leading the way and negotiate with the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Dong Huang Tai, then there might be some hope. However, that is fundamentally impossible. The 6 saints and Hanjun helping the two clans of sorcery and demons expand. Such good fortune wouldn't even appear in dreams. Moreover, even if there were a possibility, Ming would definitely not allow it to happen. If the sorcery and demon clans wage war, what will happen to this so-called destined protagonist of the human race? Will they just stand by and watch? Tisk thinking too far ahead. What does the sorcery and demon clans fighting to the death have to do with me? When the human race stands up, they'd better kill each other to the last man. Ming shook his head and muttered, then raised his gaze towards Youchao, who was leading the group. The place where the human race resides isn't far from here, but given the current capabilities of the human race, they must have endured a great deal of hardship to make it this far. Ming had considered personally going to bring the young prodigies of the human race to see these mythological. However, after thinking it over repeatedly, he decided against it. Cultivation has never been a smooth path. If things were handed to them so easily, what value would they hold? This journey is inherently a tempering of their Tao heart. If they cannot even overcome this little obstacle, then even standing before the statues would be pointless. The mythological statues he carved represent figures who stand at the pinnacle in stories. Heroes, tyrants, protagonists. Each one is not without extraordinary talent against all odds, stepping on the edge of a blade to climb higher. To resonate with these figures, one must possess talent, willpower, and fortune. Lacking any one of them is unacceptable. Ming glanced around, his gaze settling on Youchao. Sure. That person's face was solemn, hair disheveled with dried blood stains on it, and he bore considerable injuries. Yet this very person had broken through and entered the Golden Immortal realm. Ming nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Let's finish the Heavenly Emperor statue first. He also wanted to see what insights Youchao could grasp from the completed statue of the Heavenly Emperor. At that moment, a voice from outside the valley called out, "Leader of the Youchao tribe, Youchao leads the leaders and prodigies of the human tribes in greeting the ancestor. Greeting the ancestor. Greeting the ancestor. Greeting." A group of people knelt down in unison, their heads touching the ground, sincerely calling out towards the depths of the valley. The resonance of bloodlines that came from deep within the valley was heavy and distant, carrying an indescribable ancient force that made one feel deep respect. The first human ancestor fought with his life to earn this expanse of sky for future generations. Come in, all of you. Ming's voice floated lightly, neither hurried nor slow, echoing out from the valley. As soon as he finished speaking, the formations in the valley slowly dissipated like mist. Paths unfolded beneath everyone's feet, each leading to different statues. Youchao's forehead heavily touched the ground, his eyes filled with gratitude. Looking at the paths beneath his feet, he could already envision that 10 years later, a large number of solidly grounded and unfathomably talented powerhouses would emerge from the human race. The human race's resurgence begins from this moment. The mythological statues in this valley are the foundation that the ancestor has spent tens of thousands of years accumulating for the human race, worth far more than a mere trifle. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. A group of tribal leaders and young prodigies felt a hint of disappointment, having not been able to see what the ancestor looked like. However, that sentiment quickly dispersed, and each of them sincerely bowed and expressed their gratitude. How much you can gain in this valley depends entirely on your own abilities. Comprehending the mythological statues will add to the human race's confidence. After Ming finished speaking, his gaze sharp as a knife fell upon Youchao, his voice neither high nor low. Youchao, come visit me later. Yes, ancestor. Youchao bowed in response, then turned to Shinong and the leaders and young talents of the tribes, carefully instructing, there are many statues left by the ancestor in this valley, each hiding numerous mysteries. Remember, do not be greedy. Choose a statue that resonates most with you, focus on comprehending it, and do not waste time. Understood, understood, Youchao, you have repeated this hundreds of times. Why do you sound like an old woman? Shinong waved his hand dismissively with a stubborn glint in his eyes. After saying this, he strode into the valley, without looking back, his figure disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. However, the hint of disappointment in Shinong's eyes could not be concealed and quickly transformed into determination. The ancestor only called for Youchao and did not summon him, one of the three leaders of the human race. This time he must choose the mightiest statue to comprehend, to catch up with Youchao and Ziyi and to earn the ancestor's regard. The gap between him and those two was growing wider. If he did not push himself, it would soon be too late. Having witnessed the power of Youchao and Ziyi engaging in battle firsthand, this former strongest leader of the human tribes felt an indescribably stifling sensation in his heart. This kid Shinong. Youchao shook his head, well aware of what this competitive fellow was plotting in his heart. However, he also held a bit of hope, hoping that Shinong could comprehend a formidable statue to further bolster the human race's confidence. The human race is currently beset by troubles inside and out. This is not the time for infighting, or else he wouldn't have brought Shinong along. You all go in as well, remember my words. Youchao glanced at the tribal leaders and those prodigies. Youchao, we will meet again in 10 years. See you in 10 years. The tribal leaders, accompanied by the young prodigies, stepped into the mist of the valley with firm determination in their eyes. Everyone understood clearly that this opportunity was something they once dared not even dream of. If they missed it, they would never have the chance to turn their lives around. Work hard, all of you. Youchao stood in place, muttering a sentence before following into the valley. The surrounding space shimmered like rippling water, and he appeared behind Ming. Ming had his back turned to him. Not far from them stood a towering statue that shot up from the ground, an astonishing height of nearly 1,000,000 meters, making one's heart tremble. This statue was quite peculiar. No matter whether you looked from the east, west, south, or north, you could only see a solitary grand silhouette facing away from the world. It was indeed the statue of the Primordial Emperor that Youchao had once comprehended. Youchao, well done. Ming still did not turn around, his tone flat. Though he did not turn, satisfaction was evident in his eyes. He had witnessed every action taken by Youchao just now. Ming was truly satisfied from the depths of his heart. The people brought by Youchao were of pure bloodlines, each one possessing extraordinary talent. What he feared most now was that during a great calamity the humans would turn on each other first. Such trivial matters have been repeated countless times in the history of humanity. Fortunately, this group did not falter. Youchao did not neglect the Tian clan out of fear of being outshone by others. The ancestor is mistaken. Everything is for the sake of the clan, as it should be. Youchao's expression remained calm, and his tone steady, showing no signs of pride. Such is the demeanor of a leader. All right. From today onward you will contemplate the statue of the Primordial Emperor here. It will benefit you. Ming dropped this line, refraining from further talk, and turned with his carving knife towards the mythical statue. With each step he took, the aura around him transformed in Shennong's eyes. At first it was a faint, almost non-existent detachment. Gradually it turned cold, then solitary, becoming a heavy weight that made it hard to breathe. That aura, that spirit, seemed to peel off the statue little by little and attach itself to Ming. In the end, Ming and the statue of the Primordial Emperor seemed to completely merge into one. It was as if he was the primordial, and the primordial was him, inseparable. Youchao's eyes nearly bulged out. He stared at Ming's back, his mouth agape, his throat seemingly blocked, unable to utter a word. He was all too familiar with that kind of momentum. He practiced the Primordial Sutra, how could he not be familiar with it? But comparing the energy within himself to Ming's, one was like a sea of stars while the other was not even sand in the ocean. At most he could be considered a speck of dust. Great perfection. Primordial. Youchao's throat was dry, his voice hoarse, and he struggled to form coherent sentences. He felt something explode in his mind. The longer he practiced, the clearer he understood how profound the Primordial Sutra was. It felt like touching the Tao itself. He could not see the whole picture, and the more he pondered, the smaller he felt. He had never dared to think that he could achieve great perfection in this lifetime. If he could reach that point, he would probably have attained sainthood. But how many days had it been? He had witnessed it firsthand from the ancestor. The vast, suffocating loneliness, that imperial might of only I shall reign supreme, hit him hard. Again and again it struck him, leaving his head buzzing. He stared blankly at Ming's back, as if something had suddenly torn open in his mind, and countless insights from the Primordial Sutra rushed in. At that moment, standing before him was none other than the Primordial Emperor himself. Just as the solitary aura from Ming reached its peak, the carving knife whirled and stone chips floated down like snowflakes. His movements were so light they resembled a dance. Each stroke seemed to carry unexplainable principles of heaven and earth. Youchao truly understood now. The ancestor actively worked on perfecting the statue of the Primordial Emperor. This scene was something he had never dared to imagine. The process of the statue gradually taking shape in his eyes was akin to witnessing how heaven and earth were split apart, how the world emerged from chaos. After the creation of heaven and earth, everything could be seen with open eyes. There was nothing remarkable about it. But the act of splitting heaven and earth was the one and only instance of bringing something forth from nothing, hiding within it countless principles and opportunities. He practiced the Primordial Sutra, and this was like a tailor-made blessing for him. The gratitude he felt towards Ming was almost overwhelming. But there was no time to think further. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and devoted himself to feeling every single motion and breath from Ming, as well as the gradual completion of the statue. Those complex principles, layer upon layer of understanding of the Primordial Sutra, flooded into his mind like a torrent. In less than half a day, his realm, which had been stuck at the great perfection of the Xian immortal stage, suddenly opened up, as if water had flowed smoothly. To think his last breakthrough was just a year ago. In a year's time he had reached the Golden Immortal stage. It was unbelievable, akin to a myth. The process of perfecting the statue of the Primordial Emperor was an immense opportunity for Youchao. Just observing the speed of this breakthrough made that clear. The Golden Immortal realm was thus achieved. An aura of pride, tinged with loneliness, surged uncontrollably from Youchao. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered frantically, like rivers desperately pouring into his body. Moreover, his insights continued to surge, and his realm escalated frighteningly fast. At this moment, on the other side of the valley, Shennong frowned, and immediately turned his gaze towards a direction where clouds and mist churned. He sensed the vast aura that erupted during the breakthrough. Another breakthrough, Youchao, Shennong will catch up to you sooner or later. Shennong, whose nature was strong-willed, murmured to himself for encouragement before shifting his focus back to the black statue not far in front of him. This mythological statue was pitch black, as if wrapped in layers of impenetrable dark mist. Only a pair of eyes could be vaguely seen, blood-red and cold, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. Within those eyes lay an endless madness along with an immeasurable sea of blood. Just one glance sent chills down one's spine, as if that demonic essence would burrow into your mind through your gaze, driving you completely insane. This was no mythological statue, it was clearly a demon god that crawled out from hell. The moment Shinnong saw it, it felt like a giant thunder had exploded in his mind, a voice ringing out thick with a choking blood scent and an insane fervor. One day, when the balance of yin and yang is disrupted, I will dye the heavens red with this demonic blood. Kill, kill, kill. As this voice exploded, Shinnong's blood ignited, burning with a skull. His eyes began to turn red, veins creeping up. A mad thought swirled within him. In his heart, it felt like a mighty voice was desperately roaring. This is it. This statue, this is the perfect thing for me. Yet another voice arose within him. This demon god statue exuded wickedness, radiating great danger. If he could not comprehend it, he would likely go mad, directly losing his soul. But this danger only fueled Shinnong's enthusiasm. He roared from the depths of his heart. If one does not go mad, how can one live? This is the thing. One day when I pierce the heavens, I will dye it crimson with this demonic blood. Ha ha, that's the spirit. Shinnong laughed heartily, his black hair flaring, blood energy surging throughout him. He sat down heavily, ready to contend with the demon god statue. He was wild, he was proud, he was reckless, and he walked a single path to the end. At this moment, it seemed the statue was captivated by his madness. A mass of black mist seeped from the statue, slowly enveloping him. Within the mist, it seemed countless deities and demons were howling and roaring. Above the valley, a layer of dark demonic clouds faintly enveloped the sky, ominously frightening. On the other side, Ming, who was focused on carving the Primordial Emperor, felt a shift in his thoughts, raised his head, and looked through the layer of black mist to see Shinnong inside. Shinnong. Ming was taken aback. He had heard Youchao call this person Shinnong. But wasn't Shinnong supposed to be the one tasting myriad herbs? Wasn't he meant to be merciful and save the suffering? Why was he getting involved with the statue of the demon lord? Could it be that this Shinnong was not the same as that Shinnong? It was not impossible. Back in the primordial times, many among the human race did not even have surnames. The leaders of tribes directly inherited the titles of their predecessors. The demon lord, just hearing that name, one could tell how fierce the demon god was. The lord of 10,000 demons. Ming had carved so many statues, and the demon lord was among the most distinguished, with terrifying combat power. The commotion caused by Shinnong connecting with the statue of the demon lord was even more shocking than that of Youchao and the Ziyi clan. It was as if the celestial phenomena were about to spread across the entire sky. Ming did not wish to attract the powerful beings of the witch and demon clans. With a wave of his hand, the formation in the valley reactivated, firmly locking that mass of demonic intent within. Demon Lord statue. It seems this fellow has a promising future as a sage. Ming smirked slightly, withdrawing his gaze, then focused on refining the statue of the Primordial Emperor to make it even more perfect. What was meant to come would eventually come, it could not be stopped. In the valley, tribe leaders and talented youths continuously found mythological statues that resonated with them, plunging into their insights. Thus the path of humanity quietly shifted. As the saying goes, a butterfly flapping its wings in the eastern hemisphere can stir up a tsunami in the western hemisphere. Originally Zhu, who was supposed to leave peacefully after the dragon-slaying clan, was now left with only the last wisp of remnant soul escaping in a sorry state from the valley where the human race gathered. The primordial world looked unchanged, but behind the scenes it was no longer the same. The Witch and Lich clans clashed every few days, causing mountains and rivers to shatter, with holes appearing everywhere on the ground. With only a wisp of remnant soul left, if placed elsewhere, even a mere earth immortal could crush him. Yet this remnant soul was inexplicably lucky, traversing through several battlefields, crossing mountains and rivers, and somehow making its way back to the lair of the Huyunk. The Huyunk clan was among the top clans in the demon race. Among the 100 and 100 demon god clans, they were the strongest. The clan was guarded by an ancient being at the Great Golden Immortal level, with numerous experts underneath. The rules of the primordial world were simple. Those with the biggest fists had the final say. The weak were prey for the strong, and death was everywhere. By all accounts, Horli was merely a fire cloud sparrow at the Shinxian realm, someone who couldn't even make the rankings in his clan. Even if he died, no one would care about his life. The best outcome for this remnant soul would be to crawl back to its cave and await death. As for the matter of devouring the human race to enhance strength and bloodline, it should end here. Yet heaven seemed determined to defy logic. As soon as Horli's remnant soul stepped into the clan's territory, someone spoke up. Is this the might of an emperor? A gigantic hand suddenly appeared in midair, absurdly large, seizing Horli's remnant soul. Horli was instantly bewildered, his whole body chilled. The overwhelming power left him unable even to think of struggling. He understood clearly that the one who acted was at least a being of the perfected golden immortal level. Even at his peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from such a person. He had fled for tens of millions of miles, and now at his doorstep he still couldn't escape. It is a member of my Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the The remnant soul unexpectedly bears the aura of an emperor. Speak which emperor took action. A young man stood atop the clouds, his countenance stern-clad in a bright red robe, his brows slanted like swords, exuding an air of nobility. He looked down at Horli, his eyes bright as lightning. This person was Huo Wuhan, the son of the clan leader of the Fire Cloud Sparrows. He had originally planned to visit the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan Luya, but halfway, he sensed a faint aura of emperor might emanating from a remnant soul, heading toward the Fire Cloud Sparrow territory, and casually caught it. Horli looked up and recognized who this person was. His remnant soul trembled, hurriedly forming into a phantom and kneeling, his head knocking against the ground. Young master, spare my life. I was confused for a moment and shouldn't have targeted the human race. He had no idea what emperor might meant. He only felt that his actions against the human race had alarmed the Nuwa saint, which was why someone as exalted as Huo Wuhan personally came to capture him for questioning. 30,000 years ago, Nuwa, one of the 5 emperors of the demon race, created the human race, gaining immeasurable merit and becoming a saint. This event shook the entire primordial world. As a demon, Horli could not possibly be unaware. At that time, the human race became the treasure that the entire demon race coveted. However, later on, Yuhua turned a blind eye to humans, allowing the human race to flee everywhere, suffering countless casualties, and the demon race gradually forgot about them. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was no exception. The human race's strength was simply too insignificant. Without Nuwa's protection, the demon race couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Horli had once been one of the scouts sent by the Fire Cloud Sparrows to track the human race. He accidentally discovered that devouring humans could raise his cultivation and bloodline, and since the humans were weak and had no backing, this led him to harbor malicious intentions and begin wantonly slaughtering the human race. Humans. Huo Wuhan suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring at Horli, his voice turning cold. Did you just say it was a human who did this to you? You're quite bold to dare to deceive me. Huo Yuan's anger surged, and with a roar, killing intent exploded forth. The human race was created by Nuwa herself. How could Huo Wuhan, the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrows, not know this? After Nuwa attained the Tao and became a saint, her status subtly equaled that of the 2 demon emperors. At such a critical moment, Horli actually dared to direct blame toward the human race. How could Huo Wuhan not explode in rage? In the demon race, there were numerous clans, and they fought fiercely both openly and secretly. Huo Yuan's first thought was Horli bought off by another clan to stir up trouble, wanting Nuwa to focus on the Fire Cloud Sparrows? His reasoning was not unfounded. The human race had only been born for 30,000 years, been the blink of an eye. How could there be a powerful being of emperor might? Emperor might was pressure at least at the 5 emperor level, or even at the height of a demon emperor. There were hardly a few across the entire primordial world. Huo Wuhan could recognize the emperor might because the Fire Cloud Sparrows resembled the Jinwu, sharing a similar innate fire attribute, and the Jinwu clan held them in high regard. He had a good relationship with the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan Luya, and often since the emperor might left behind by Emperor Jun from Luya, which is how he could distinguish it. Young master, spare my life. Everything I said is the truth. I truly don't know what emperor might means. Horli sensed that the young master was about to strike, and he was so frightened that his soul nearly scattered, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. I want to see which clan is causing trouble from behind the scenes. The killing intent in Huo Yuan's eyes surged. With a wave of his hand, he grasped Horli's remnant soul and swallowed it whole. Horli was nothing in the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. To him, the young master, it was easier to crush an ant than this. Killing him was no effort at all. However, just as he was digesting Horli's memories, a strange and ancient energy surged from the remnant soul, directly flowing into his bloodline. Buzz! Buzz! Huo Yuan's expression changed suddenly. This strange ancient energy actually loosened the bottleneck of his perfected golden immortal level just a little. He had just broken through to the perfected golden immortal level less than 100,000 years ago. Even though he had high talent and pure blood to reach the Tai golden immortal level, he would need a tremendous opportunity, and it would take at least 1,000,000 years or even several million years. This energy, could it be? Huo Wuhan was busy absorbing the fragments of memories left by Horli. The further he looked, the more his expression changed several times. This strange power should be what remained in the remnant soul after the Fire Cloud Sparrow devoured a human. Could devouring humans actually yield such significant benefits? If they were to capture humans on a large scale to consume, it would probably only be a matter of time before the Fire Cloud Sparrows advanced to the demon god level. Just thinking about this made Huo Yuan's expression change, like flipping a book, turning red and then white. Horli's remnant memory could not be fake. The human race was as weak as ants, but the energy hidden within their bloodlines was simply terrifying. But he did not dare to act. No matter how weak humans were, they were still created by Nuwa, representing her face. Wholly a mere low-level minion eating a few humans was merely normal survival of the fittest. Youchao wouldn't even bother to glance at it. However, as the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrows, if he took action himself, it would be tantamount to slapping Youchao's face, and he would definitely be targeted. Not to mention, the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would mobilize. Such immense benefits lay before him. The Fire Cloud Sparrows could neither eat nor dare to eat. Huo Wuhan muttered to himself, his gaze shifting, his fists tightening, and then relaxing, and then tightening, as though he were struggling with himself. After a long while, Huo Yuan's gaze gradually settled. Since the Fire Cloud Sparrows did not dare to provoke Youchao, what about the Demon Emperor Jinwu clan? Those demon emperors wouldn't fear Youchao. Since he couldn't swallow it himself, he would leak this news to the Jinwu clan. This would definitely count as a great gift, and the Fire Cloud Sparrows might even get to sip some soup. With this decision made, Huo Wuhan instantly transformed into a blazing red rainbow, shooting toward the sky. His direction was straight toward the territory of the Jinwu clan in the Heavenly Court, the palace of the 10th Prince Luya. At this moment, the first battle between the witch and demon races had not yet begun. Among the 6 saints aside from Youchao, the other 5 had not yet become saints. However, the news that humans could enhance their bloodlines and strength had already reached the ears of the demon race's high-ups. The chess game of the Primordial World had begun to move in an unpredictable direction. In the valley, Ming was still focused on carving, unaware of the events happening outside. This time, he was carving the statue of the Primordial Emperor, merely adding some details and refining the unfinished spirit. The commotion was not large. Yet despite the small movements, the solitary might of the Primordial Emperor became increasingly intimidating. It felt as if it had taken on a physical form, pressing down so heavily that even heaven trembled. At that moment, the colossal and terrifying statue of the Primordial Emperor emanated an ever-deepening sense of loneliness. The statue seemed on the verge of coming to life, as if it would step across time and space at any moment. It was vividly lifelike. As Ming enhanced the statue of the Primordial Emperor, the power within him was also surging wildly. He had just touched the threshold of the perfected Great Golden Immortal, and now he was stabilizing his footing at a terrifying speed, continuing to surge upward. The statue of the Primordial Emperor was just one final stroke away from completion. Ming gripped the carving knife, his gaze fixed on the statue, his entire being taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. The Emperor might emanating from him pressed down heavily in the valley, making the air feel viscous. The knife fell. Crack. The carving knife that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years broke with a sound. The 2 pieces of the blade fell to the ground, turning to dust in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the statue of the Primordial Emperor was completely finished. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An aura of extreme solitude erupted from the statue, flooding the entire valley like a tidal wave. Below in the valley, Youchao had been watching the carving process the whole time. At this moment, his own aura suddenly surged upward. The bottleneck of the perfected Golden Immortal that had previously been stuck shattered completely. Great Golden Immortal. One major realm after another was crossed in succession. This speed of breakthrough would leave anyone dumbfounded. To witness the statue of the myth come to completion from nothingness, one could imagine how heavy this opportunity was. Buzz. 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 Youchao resonated with the completed statue of the Primordial Emperor. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly, pouring in from the top of his head. The energy within him grew stronger, and with the support of the statue's resonance, it multiplied several times, as if it had boiled over. Ming had no choice but to intervene, suppressing all the anomalies caused by the breakthrough in the valley to prevent them from spreading. Great Golden Immortal. Ming looked at the commotion caused by Youchao, feeling a tremor in his heart. He had previously overestimated the value of the statue of myth, thinking it was about right. But when reality hit him, he realized he had still underestimated it. Youchao had only just been a celestial not long ago. How many years had it been? Celestial, Xuanxian, Golden Immortal. 3 major realms crossed in one breath, directly rushing to Great Golden Immortal. Ming also possessed a system of myth statues, but before he discovered that the statue could allow people to comprehend this function, he had endured for 30,000 years to finally touch the threshold of Great Golden Immortal. The system notification suddenly sounded. Host has completed the perfect myth statue reward. Advanced version of the Chaos Primordial Sutra. Host has completed the perfect myth statue reward. Innate Supreme Treasure Primordial Bell. A series of prompts bombarded Ming, leaving him utterly bewildered. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged explosively, far exceeding the commotion when Youchao first broke through. The spiritual energy almost took on a tangible form, wildly pouring into Ming's body from all directions. The Great Golden Immortal was fully achieved, broken through. The Quasi-Saint realm, attained. I broke through. Ming's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. This revelation struck him so suddenly that he hardly had time to react. He had been pondering that he would need to wait until Shinnong comprehended the statue of the demon lord before he could touch the threshold of breakthrough. Who knew such a grand opportunity would fall upon him ahead of time? Saint. This word represents a complete transcendence from the mundane. Even if one is merely a quasi-saint, just brushing against the realm of saint makes a world of difference compared to before. To put it simply, before reaching quasi-saint, cultivation depended on the absorption, control, and utilization of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, emphasizing quantity. However, once one steps into the threshold of quasi-saint, it is about mastering the laws of heaven and earth, with every action imbued with the might of the cosmos, marking a leap in quality. As the realm broke through the chaos, primordial scripture within Su Ming began to whirl vigorously on its own, like an endless abyss relentlessly devouring chaotic qi from the boundless void. Imperial might poured out as if it cost nothing, while saint might enveloped everything, sweeping across all. A primordial radiance began to swirl around Su Ming, unseen and intangible, as if he stood outside the clouds, completely devoid of any concept of space or time. That transcendent feeling shook the very foundations of heaven and earth, and he stood there, a living embodiment of a divine being descending to the mortal realm. Ding, ding, ding. A dark, massive black bell descended from the heavens, directly hovering at the deepest part of the endless void above Su Ming. How large was this bell? It was boundless in height, stretching billions of zhang, standing tall and continuously exhaling and inhaling boundless chaotic mist, refining it all into primordial energy. This was the innate supreme treasure, the primordial bell. This bell resembled a black abyss capable of swallowing the entire universe, turning all things into their most primitive primordial state. At the moment the primordial bell descended deep above the heads of humanity, in a place invisible to the naked eye, the boundless, formless luck of humanity surged like boiling water, suddenly coalescing together firmly, suppressed by the primordial bell. At that moment, whether it was the leaders of the human tribes in the valley or the common folk in human settlements millions of miles away, everyone felt an invisible force enveloping them. Their spirits felt as if they had been refined countless times in an instant, their minds extraordinarily clear. This was the terrifying effect of the innate supreme treasure, suppressing and consolidating the luck of humanity. From this moment on, the luck of humanity belonged entirely to humanity. As long as Su Ming did not nod in agreement, nearly no means could sever this luck. At this very moment, a true inseparable bond of flesh and blood was formed between Su Ming and the luck of humanity. United in glory, united in suffering. In the original development trajectory of the wild world, such a substantial connection with the luck of humanity would only be achieved after the battle of the witches and demons, when humanity became the nominal protagonists of the world, and with the tacit approval and encouragement of Hongjun Daozu and the six saints, those esteemed emperors of humanity would barely reach such a connection. Moreover, they were the genuine monarchs and emperors in the history of humanity. At this moment in the valley, countless leaders of human tribes and young top talents all awakened from their comprehension. Not a single person was an exception. From the bottom of their hearts, they willingly knelt in the direction of Su Ming. Youchao was the first to kneel, his eyes filled with reverence and fervor as he looked at Su Ming. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Leader of the Youchao tribe, Youchao pays respect to the human emperor." This shout resonated throughout the entire valley, ringing into the heavens and even startling the Tao of heaven. This was not an ordinary roar, it was an awakening of the spirit, a cry from the depths of their bloodline. It was a complete willingness. The contributions of the ancestors of humanity to humankind merited the title of human emperor. Paying respects to the human emperor, countless leaders and prodigies shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. Meanwhile, millions of miles away, and even farther, over 100 million human commoners felt an awakening of spirit, coincidentally stopping their tasks and kneeling in reverent prayer towards the valley. Suddenly, there was a commotion above the clouds as clouds swirled into the shapes of dragons and phoenixes. Those cloud dragons and phoenixes raised their heads and cried out, shaking heaven and earth. The nine-colored light surged like a river, breaching its banks, sweeping across the wild world, flooding every corner. The entire wilderness trembled, and the powerful beings were all astonished. They all released their divine senses to probe, but after searching back and forth, they were baffled as to where the source of this phenomenon lay. This commotion even startled the Tao of heaven. In terms of scale, few extraordinary phenomena in the history of the wild world could compare to this spectacle. If one were to say who was the most shaken, it would undoubtedly be the only two saints present in the wild world at this moment, Hongjun and Yuhua. Outside of chaos, after becoming a saint, Yuhua opened her own small world. Inside, a woman dressed in palace attire slowly opened her eyes. Her face was stunningly beautiful, exuding an uncontainable air of nobility. At the moment she opened her eyes, the saintly might surged into the chaos like a tidal wave. What happened? Nuwa's saintly eyes scanned the entire wild world, especially the places where humanity resided. She looked back and forth several times, but found no abnormalities. Strange. Nuwa murmured softly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Just as the phenomenon appeared, she had been in seclusion, yet she inexplicably felt a tightness in her chest. As a saint of the wild world connected to the Tao of heaven through the primordial purple energy, she would never believe she could feel wrong for no reason. A vague sense of threat lingered in her heart, as if something had emerged from the wild world that could shake her. Yet humanity was still humanity. Humanity was still so weak. As the future matriarch of the wild world holding a portion of humanity's luck, why would she feel threatened? Truly strange. Nuwa murmured to herself, then slowly closed her eyes. She was one of the only two saints in the wild world possessing ample confidence. She believed she could handle any troubles that arose. The key point was that after becoming a saint, Hongjun had clearly stated, she was not allowed to interfere with matters in the wild world, especially concerning the demon clan and humanity. This was also the reason she immediately ran to the chaos to establish a teaching ground after achieving her status. Simultaneously, deep within the chaos, a purple palace floated and sank. Inside sat an old man in a purple robe, his face dark enough to drip water. This old man was Hongjun. Countless titles of honor hung above his head, and in the wild world everyone revered him as the supreme being. Hongjun was calculating the Tao of heaven beneath a broken chaos jade dish, his face growing longer and darker. The trajectory of the Tao of heaven has changed. Humanity. Humanity has only appeared for 30,000 years with no strong figures and little foundation. How could a leader emerge? Hongjun's mind felt somewhat muddled, as he had never considered such a thing. He calculated heaven and earth, but unexpectedly did not foresee that humanity would create such a stir. While it was true that humanity's luck was prosperous, this was still a recent occurrence. Their strength was as fragile as paper and hardly worth paying attention to. But now, phenomena were erupting everywhere, and the trajectory of the Tao of heaven had changed. Humanity had produced a leader. What was worse, he, the founder of the Tao, the first saint holding the chaos jade dish, could not even calculate where this newly emerged leader of humanity was hiding. Strange things, truly strange things. A mere speck of humanity could escape from the palm of my hand. What a joke. Something feels off. With humanity's own capabilities, it's impossible to transcend their fate and evade the Tao of heaven, let alone escape my calculations. Could it be that Nuwa is up to something behind the scenes? Hongjun muttered, continuously calculating the Tao of heaven, while glancing in the direction of Nuwa's palace, his expression growing increasingly grim. Yes, he had considered Nuwa. At this moment in the wild world, the only one who could comprehend the changes in the Tao of heaven, influence the larger picture, and have reasons to meddle, was this demon Saint Nuwa. After all, the current protagonists were the demon clan, while the future protagonists would be humanity, both of which were inextricably linked to Nuwa. If Nuwa did not want to see the demon clan decline day by day, and did not wish for humanity to be held in his grasp with their luck being drained, she would have ample reason to act. However, Hongjun felt uneasy. He knew Nuwa too well. This woman was cold-blooded, ambitious, and desirous, yet fundamentally soft-hearted. When he first made her a named disciple and granted her primordial purple energy, it was precisely because he saw her as someone easy to manipulate. Nuwa, where do you get the courage to betray me? Do you really think that now that you have become a saint I have no means to deal with you? The more he thought, the colder Hongjun's gaze became. His confidence was ample. Everything in the wild world was under his control. Both the witch and demon clans had to listen to him. Those chaotic demon gods were either injured, fleeing, or dead, and the only ones left who could understand his schemes and had the ability to disrupt things were this newly ascended saint. Hongjun made a note of Nuwa in his heart. But now was not the time to deal with her. After all, she was the saint mother of humanity, holding a portion of humanity's luck and a portion of the demon clan's luck, and her words carried weight in both humanity and the demon clan. If Nuwa truly went all out and disrupted the path to sanctification of the three pure ones, preventing them from gaining humanity's recognition, then his plans would fall apart. However, given the current situation, it seemed he needed to make a trip to humanity in advance. If we don't hurry, by the time that human leader grows wings, it will be a great trouble for me to establish the human teaching and preach Tao. Hongjun's gaze penetrated the chaos, landing on the area of Nuwa Palace. When he spoke, his voice was as cold as ice wrapped in a heavy pressure. That voice echoed through the endless void, directly exploding within the Nuwa Palace. The pressure swept over the entire palace like a tidal wave, slowly retreating after a long while. This was a warning to Nuwa. Even if he didn't move against her, she had to understand her limits. Inside the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa's face was pale, devoid of blood. She stared at the empty great hall, her eyes filled with confusion. It wasn't that she was timid or lacking in ability. It was that the pressure came too suddenly. She had not anticipated Hong Jun's move and was completely unprepared. At that moment, all that surged within her was hatred. She was once again suppressed by Hong Jun. After she achieved sainthood, Hong Jun had forced her to abandon the human race, not allowing her to intervene in the matters of the primordial chaos. That time she could endure. But what about this time? What did she do wrong? She had done nothing. The matters of the human race had nothing to do with her. Hong Jun, on the other hand, inexplicably came to blame her. Hong Jun, she gritted her teeth, her voice echoing in the empty palace. I am a saint, not a puppet in your hands nor your dog. She was filled with intense hatred. That hatred was like a seed taking root in her heart and beginning to sprout. Yet she still dared not confront Hong Jun. To reach this step in proving Dao, she was not foolish and could endure enough. Hong Jun's power was evident. He was too strong, leaving one unable to grasp the depths of his strength. Ming certainly had no idea that he had just stepped into the threshold of quasi-sainthood, stirring the only two saints in the primordial world and inadvertently pricking. But as long as there was even a slight opportunity, she would strive to break free from Hong Jun's grasp. No one in the primordial world knew of the disturbances happening in the chaos. Ming certainly had no idea that he had just stepped into the threshold of quasi-sainthood, stirring the only two saints in the primordial world and inadvertently pricking a thorn between them. He looked up at the colossal object above him. What a surprise, he muttered, his voice trembling slightly. It's really... The bell hung above, pitch black in color with intricate patterns that seemed to come alive. The primordial bell. When he finished carving that mythological statue, the reward from the system was this: the Chaos Primordial Sutra, and the primordial bell, a treasure of innate origin. In the primordial world, whether it was a person, an object, or anything else, anything related to the term chaos was not ordinary. Moreover, the system directly turned the primordial bell from virtual to real, placing it in his hands. The innate treasure. These four words represented the highest tier in the primordial realm. Throughout the history of the primordial world, the number of innate treasures could be counted on one hand. After the great calamity of the Wu and Yao, they were left only in the hands of saints and Hong Jun. These innate treasures not only possessed absurd power, but could also suppress destiny. In the world of the primordial, destiny was more important than anything else. In later generations, the six saints fought fiercely over destiny to the point of shattering the primordial world. What about Hong Jun? For the sake of destiny, he was willing to merge with the heavenly Tao. Since the beginning of the heavens and earth, how many years has he plotted? He caused the innate divine demons, the three tribes of Longhin, and the chaos demon gods to perish, leaving the dead dead, the injured injured, and the fleeing fleeing. Now he couldn't afford to care about these matters. Holding the innate treasure in his hand, he whispered, with this thing, the destiny of the human race. His words trailed off, and his gaze darkened. What he first thought of was not that his strength had doubled, nor that the human race recognized him as their emperor, but rather that this treasure in his hand could lock down the destiny of the human race. He was all too aware of the direction the primordial world was heading. He knew precisely how crucial the destiny of the human race was. Hong Jun could merge Tao, and the six saints could attain their positions. Who among them had not benefited from the destiny of the human race? When the two tribes of Wu and Yao fell, the destiny of the human race was divided among the six saints. Once they became the main characters of the heavenly land, those elite figures died or became useless, and the fate of their lineage plummeted. Figures of all sizes in the primordial world, regardless of righteousness or evil, rushed to preach to the human race, stripping away the remaining bits of destiny once more. And the final result: the once great emperor of the human race became an ordinary person. When he saw someone practicing Tao, he had to self-proclaim as son of heaven, respectfully calling out celestial immortal. For a great clan to fall to this level was a joke, a humiliation. To put it bluntly, it was as though the entire human race stumbled while the primordial world feasted. Where was the root? It lay in the fact that the human race did not possess the treasure capable of locking down destiny. Without the ability to hold on to destiny, anyone could come and take a bite. The human race was the destined protagonist. Their destiny was not inferior to that of the Wu and Yao, and naturally, they had a corresponding innate treasure. But that treasure capable of locking destiny, the Kongtong seal, somehow ended up in Hong Jun's hands. Later it was handed over to the leader of the human teaching, Taiching Tianzuan. What does this leader of the human teaching have to do with the human race? He was originally one of the blades that cut the destiny of the human race. Can he be expected to use the Kongtong seal to lock the human race's destiny? Unless the world exploded, the heavens collapsed, and he suddenly grew a conscience. Since the day Ming arrived in the primordial world, aside from desperately carving things to hone his strength, his greatest concern was having no innate treasure to lock the destiny of the human race. He originally only wanted to do his utmost to leave a little more for the human race. But things were different now. With the treasure in hand, his identity as the emperor of the human race was secure. Sanqing. Su Ming squinted, his voice cold as a blade, his gaze filled with a fierce determination. If you three of Sanqing want to prove Dao and Hong Jun wants to merge Dao, I have no objections. But no one should think of using the human race as a stepping stone or a sacrifice. The human race is not anyone's tool. However, right now neither Hong Jun Sanqing nor the Wu and Yao were focusing on the human race. Su Ming would not be foolish enough to push the human race into the limelight. It was more appropriate to find a way to develop quietly and build up strength. He himself was not yet at the point of revealing himself. The human race was too weak and could do nothing at present. Su Ming lowered his head, glancing at Youchao kneeling on the ground, his emperor's aura dissipating completely, his expression returning to its usual calmness. Get up. His tone was flat. As for my current status as the emperor of humanity, let's keep it under wraps for now. Youchao was taken aback upon hearing this. In his opinion, if the human race had an emperor, especially one at the level of a primordial ancestor, shouldn't they flaunt it to build momentum, to prevent those who are short-sighted from causing trouble? But since the ancestor had given such orders, there must be his considerations. He suppressed his doubts and replied, honestly, understood, I will convey this matter, not a word will be leaked. The ancestor could endure for tens of thousands of years, amassing a valley full of mythological statues. This level of patience was not something everyone could match. Perhaps he intended to develop quietly first. Hide away. Further hide away. The more he thought about it, Youchao felt he had grasped the essence. Su Ming nodded. Suddenly his expression tightened, his gaze shifted to the other end of the valley. Over there was the statue of the demon lord. Almost simultaneously, a wave of overwhelming demonic energy surged from afar. Youchao also sensed that overwhelming aura following the ancestor's gaze to look. His hair stood on end. Above the valley, dark clouds loomed. A fierce wind swept up, stones and dirt striking the ground with a crackling sound. The sound of sand and stones scraping together became the only sound that could be heard between heaven and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the valley, a gigantic demonic shadow slowly rose. That figure was absurdly tall, at least 10,000 zhang high, nearly splitting the valley's formation apart. The scene was terrifying. Youchao opened his mouth, struggling to utter a single word. This. He quickly realized. Someone from the human race must have comprehended the mythological statue, causing such a huge disturbance. But this commotion was a bit too much, wasn't it? When the yin and yang are reversed, I will dye the sky with my demonic blood. A voice emanated from the demonic shadow, cold and hard, carrying a hint of rust, shaking the entire valley. Shenong. Youchao muttered, his heart racing. At his realm of Great Golden Immortal, he could see clearly. At this moment, Shenong's divine sense was merging with the demonic shadow, as if immersed in something, and that frenzied will surged outwards, stirring the demonic energy in the sky, creating this scene. The degree of compatibility between Shenong and the demon lord statue was even higher than that between him and Ziyi. What drew more attention was the uncontainable obsession in Shenong's words. It should be known that he was currently in a state of fusion with the demonic shadow, his rationality nearly gone. Yet the iron blood flavor in that voice instantly ignited the fire in the hearts of everyone in the valley. The present circumstances of the human race were bought with the lives, blood, and everything of the first-generation ancestors, aside from the emperor of humanity. If one day the human race were to reach a point of reversal of yin and yang, Shenong would not hesitate to sacrifice his life, even if it meant his demonic blood would soak the sky. When the yin and yang are reversed, I am willing to dye the sky with my blood. In the valley, that group of talented individuals from the human race gazed up at the towering shadow of demonic energy, repeatedly murmuring that phrase, tears sliding down unknowingly. In this world of the primordial, what was the human race worth? Countless geniuses, each more gifted than the last, had bright futures, yet each was willing to risk their lives for the survival of the human race. Just a few days ago, in the incident involving the fire cloud sparrow, the number of powerful individuals from the human race lost was countless. Su Ming quietly observed this scene, remaining silent. Today was the first time he witnessed the desperate spirit of the ancestors of the human race in this chaotic and savage era. Some things within this he still couldn't fully grasp. However, one must say that the reason why the human race ultimately became the protagonists of the heavens is likely not without reason. It is certainly not merely a matter of the primordial world granting them random recognition or sheer luck. After all, that so-called great luck was soon divided among various saints and deities. The luck of the human race has nothing to do with the human race itself. What Su Ming could do was to try to make this process more graceful before the human race became the protagonists of the heavens, minimizing their humiliation and casualties, preserving a group of elites and talents along with a bit of luck. Boom, boom, boom. Blood-red lightning surrounded that colossal demonic shadow, exploding continuously as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into the body of the Shenong clan like a river. At this moment, as the power surged dramatically, the hair of the Shinnong clan gradually changed from black to red, eventually turning completely blood red, wildly swaying in the wind. A stench wafted through the valley, making one feel nauseous. In a daze, the people in the valley seemed to see an endless sea of corpses and blood, with mountains of white bones, and that demonic shadow standing at the center of the blood sea. Terrifying demonic energy swept everywhere. The power of the Shinnong clan soared mid-stage, celestial, immortal, latest stage, celestial, immortal, and great perfection of celestial, immortal. Then, as if there were no bottleneck, it directly broke through to the early stage of profound immortal. Following that were the mid-stage profound immortal, latest stage profound immortal, and great perfection of profound immortal. The speed of this enhancement was frightening. Even Su Ming felt a jolt of fear. It was too fast. So fast that it made one's scalp tingle. When the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan comprehended the mythic statue, they didn't achieve anything this fierce. Moreover, as the power of the Shinnong clan surged, the demonic energy on that shadow grew denser and more ferocious, making people's hearts tremble. It was overwhelmingly grand. Just gazing into those blood-red profound eyes made one feel as if they would be swallowed by the endless sea of blood within. When the Youchao clan and Ziyi clan first comprehended the mythic statue, they barely reached the great perfection of profound immortal. The capabilities of the Shinnong clan were by no means limited to just the great perfection of profound immortal. That layer of bottleneck merely held him back for a brief moment. A frenzied killing intent along with a massive influx of spiritual energy poured down as if it were free, instantly breaking through that barrier. Golden Immortal. Early stage Golden Immortal, mid-stage Golden Immortal. With every step the Shinnong clan took upward, Su Ming's throat felt drier. Isn't this old man's talent just outrageous? Is everything going to be alright like this? Climbing in realms like riding a rocket, will his foundation be unstable? Even Su Ming, who was bound to the system, started to feel anxious for the Shinnong clan. This speed of leveling up is even more exaggerated than his as the true host. Su Ming felt completely numb. Who exactly is the one cheating? Who is the father of the system? That mythic statue was clearly carved by my own hands. At this moment, as Su Ming watched the Shinnong clan's power soar, he was still a bit dazed. The Youchao clan, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg. Thinking back to himself after comprehending the statue and obtaining the primordial scriptures, he had to endure countless deadly battles, and even witness the ancestor perfecting the statue of the primordial emperor, just barely managing to reach the early stage of Great Golden Immortal. Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. The tribal leaders and young geniuses in the valley watched the power of the Shinnong clan rise dramatically, their eyes nearly turning red. Is this the benefit of comprehending the statue? That old man of the Youchao clan wasn't lying. This opportunity is unprecedented since the dawn of time. The gift from the emperor ancestor is truly immense. They had to risk their lives to quickly comprehend a statue. Time waits for no one. 10 years passed in a flash. Fortunately, the power of the Shinnong clan finally stopped, stuck at the mid-stage Golden Immortal. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone present followed suit with a sigh of relief. If he had charged straight to the Great Golden Immortal, that would have truly been terrifying. The Shinnong clan comprehended the mythic statue carved by the host, and as the carver of the statue, the host received a reward of 100-fold power infusion. The Shinnong clan comprehended the Heavenly Demon Sutra, and the host automatically obtained the Heavenly Demon Sutra, also comprehending it to great perfection. With the system notification, all that dissatisfaction in Su Ming's heart vanished. He was overjoyed. Finally it has arrived, otherwise he would have truly cursed it. As soon as the system's voice fell, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Su Ming's body like a dam breaking. Having just entered the Quasi-Saint realm, the power within him began to surge dramatically. Unfortunately, the gap between Quasi-Saint and the realms below is simply vast. The 100-fold reward from the breakthrough of the Shinnong clan did not cause Su Ming's surface power to rise significantly. It only pushed him from the first layer of Quasi-Saint to the second layer. However, in the Quasi-Saint realm, the first layer is a chasm. This is not just idle talk. The further one goes on the path of cultivation, the more absurd the difficulty becomes. At this level, to advance even a tiny bit in realm requires a time investment measured in billions of years. Su Ming's breakthrough of one layer this time was over 1,000 times stronger than the enhancement the Shinnong clan experienced initially. The intricacies involved are not merely due to the quantity of spiritual energy infusion being hundreds of times lower. Just then the scriptures of the Heavenly Demon Sutra surged into Su Ming's mind like a tide. Each character shone darkly, containing inscrutable mysteries. Without much effort, Su Ming comprehended the profound meanings of the Frenzied Demon Sutra completely. Once he fully mastered this technique, the aura surrounding him changed. The original calmness now mingled with a hint of coldness. What is this Heavenly Demon Sutra? It might as well be renamed the Frenzied Demon Sutra. After absorbing all aspects of the Heavenly Demon Sutra, Ming couldn't help but mutter. This technique is precisely what drives cultivators to madness. If one doesn't go insane, they can't survive. The crazier they become, the less they fear death, and the stronger the power they gain, the faster they improve. No wonder the Shinnon clan's comprehension of the demonic statue led to such a rapid increase in power compared to the Ziyi clan and the Chao clan. This is a technique that exchanges life for power. The Shinnon clan's spirit and energy aligned perfectly with the path of the Heavenly Demon Sutra, allowing him to go mad to such an extent. Every time his power escalated, there was a risk of his soul being eroded by the frenzy and falling into complete madness. If the primordial scriptures walk the path of solitude and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra walks the path of grandeur, then the Heavenly Demon Sutra is characterized by a single word: madness, complete madness. Without going mad, one cannot survive. Of course, this does not mean that the Heavenly Emperor Sutra and the primordial scriptures are inferior to the Heavenly Demon Sutra. The former two follow the righteous path, while the Heavenly Demon Sutra takes a more unconventional route. In the early stages, it is incredibly fast to cultivate, but in later stages it is hard to distinguish who is superior. All are creations of top-notch masters. The Heavenly Demon Sutra also has a divine ability called Heavenly Demon Burn. It burns one's own power, spirit, and blood, trading them for 100 times the battle power. Utterly insane. When Ming saw this move, his eyes nearly popped out. At his current level, after burning his spirit and blood, recovering would likely take billions of years, or even longer. If not careful, he might be left with permanent damage to his Tao. Of course, this is only possible because Ming comprehended the Heavenly Demon Sutra to the level of great perfection, allowing for 100-fold power. The Shinnon clan could only manage 5-fold at best, but that is still quite frightening. With the abilities and combat power of the Shinnon clan, now practicing the Heavenly Demon Sutra, once the 5-fold power is unleashed, he would likely dare to grapple with a Great Golden Immortal level powerhouse. What does this concept entail? One must understand that as cultivation progresses, the disparities in combat power become more absurd. At the Great Golden Immortal level, one is already an absolute backbone within a large clan. For example, the Huyang clan, existing for billions of years, and second only to the demon god clans, has only one Great Golden Immortal in command. This realm of Great Golden Immortal is just one step away from Great Golden Immortal. Those who can reach this level in the Primordial World can be counted on one's fingers. Amidst Lich Golden Immortal daring to challenge a Great Golden Immortal. Throughout the entire history of the Primordial World, such occurrences are rare, not to say there are none, but they are absolutely uncommon. As for Ming himself, since entering the Primordial World, he had never genuinely fought with anyone. He wasn't even certain of his own strength. The upper limit of his combat power was also quite vague. However, his intuition told him that he should not be far from the peak. This Heavenly Demon Burn technique seems specially prepared for me. Ming pondered. After using this divine ability, others would find it incredibly difficult to recover, taking an excruciatingly long time. But he is different. He has the mythic statue. Not only can it carve mythic figures from novels for comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth, but it can also heal injuries. Moreover, the best part is that as long as someone comprehends these statues, he can receive 100-fold power infusion, allowing injuries to recover rapidly. This typical wound 1,000 enemies while self-harming 800 mad divine ability suits him perfectly. But I don't exactly look like someone who would recklessly throw away their life in madness, do I? Ming rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless. However, now that the human race had the Chao clan's Great Golden Immortal in command, along with the Shinnon clan and the Ziyi clan, in terms of strength, they were already on par with those great clans in the Primordial World. As long as they did not actively provoke the demon god clans and those formidable powers, they could easily protect themselves. Of course, this does not account for him, the Emperor Ancestor. If he were to be included, the strength is still a bit lacking. I will continue to be cautious. Ming set a tune for himself in his heart. The first battle of the Youchao calamity has yet to begin, and the demon race will not strike at the human race for now. The human race still has ample time to develop. With the mythic statue in hand, given the current speed at which the human race enhances its strength, surpassing the great clans of the Primordial World is merely a matter of time. Even against the demon god clans, it is not impossible to fight. Just as he was thinking, a voice full of reverence came from afar. Shinnon clan, I pay my respects to the Emperor Ancestor. Ming looked down. The Chao clan had already brought over the Shinnon clan, who had just comprehended. The eyes of the Shinnon clan were wide open like copper bells, shining with intensity. What draws the most attention is his gaze, which carries an air of pride and a fierce determination, as if he would not turn back until he crashes into a wall. His naturally slightly raised eyebrows convey a sense of authority, without him needing to raise his voice. Moreover, after practicing the Tianma Sutra, the cold and frenzied aura emanating from Shen Nong makes one feel a chill run down their spine. Su Ming couldn't help but ponder if an equally powerful opponent in the mid-Golden Immortal stage stood before Shen Nong, they would probably lack the courage to even make a move. Well done, Su Ming affirmed to Shen Nong, then added, stay in the valley for now and follow me. His words remained brief. After perfecting the statue of the Primordial Emperor, he directly reaped the benefits. His mind was now focused on one thought, getting started on the second statue as quickly as possible. Following the ancestor. What for? Shen Nong couldn't wrap his head around it. He wanted to keep observing the statue of the Demon Lord and was reluctant to leave. But Youchao understood immediately. This was the ancestor's intention to work on the statue of the Demon Lord. Youchao had personally experienced the benefits, and that feeling was simply exhilarating. He quickly began to blink at Shen Nong, his eyelids nearly cramping from the effort. However, Shen Nong, despite his exceptional talent and fierce combat strength, had a mind as straightforward as an iron rod. With an impatient expression, Shen Nong waved his hand at Youchao, saying, speak if you have something to say. Stop with the gestures. He felt quite frustrated inside, having just touched the threshold of the mid-Golden Immortal stage after comprehending the statue of the Demon Lord. Yet Youchao was already at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. He hadn't even considered how long he had comprehended compared to how long Youchao had. Su Ming, however, smiled, unbothered by the situation, and instead found Shen Nong's straightforwardness. He casually explained, I will be perfecting the mythological statue of the Demon Lord next. You observe below, or perhaps you may gain some insights. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming had already crossed the void, landing before the statue of the Demon Lord, replacing his carving tool with a new one. In his mind, the visualization of the mythological statue of the Demon Lord slowly unfolded. In the visualization, a man in a black robe stood alone, head held high, gazing at the sky, emanating an aura of pride that pierced to the bone. Su Ming began to fixate on that image, gradually seeking the feeling. An air of solitude, coldness, and near madness. Within him, the Tianma Sutra began to move on its own. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. Dark clouds swiftly filled the heavens, and a black wind whipped up, slapping sand and stones against faces. Su Ming's black hair, starting from the tips, was gradually consumed by a crimson hue. The suffocating stench of blood, along with a maddening aura that sent chills down one's spine, exploded in the valley, threatening to turn the entire area into a ravenous demon den. Boom! The statue of the Demon Lord, which had just resonated with Shen Nong, suddenly trembled violently. Its colossal body, thousands of zhang tall, shook as if it had gone mad. The demonic clouds surged, splitting the sky open, and the void became a chaotic mess. That statue seemed to come to life. Blood-red light ignited in its eyes, and demonic intent surged upward like a rising tide, as if it intended to tear apart the heavens and obliterate this decaying world. This scene was 100 million times more terrifying than when Shen Nong resonated with the statue of the Demon Lord. Su Ming's hair had completely turned blood-red. He stood there as if the Demon Lord himself had arrived. The overwhelming demonic power radiated from him, colliding with the statue, echoing each other, layering the demonic intent and causing it to soar. Had Su Ming not deliberately contained this madness within the valley with his current quasi-saint level cultivation, this demonic power could have shattered the heavens and burst into the 33 heavens, turning the entire heavenly court. No, it should still be called the Supreme Demon Court, upside down. Youchao's eyelids twitched several times, his murmurs barely audible. The ancestor's strength has increased by more than just a little bit. It had only been a little over 5 years since he had perfected the statue of the Primordial Emperor. In the world of the Primordial, 5 years was akin to a blink of an eye. Yet the aura emanating from the ancestor clearly indicated he had grown stronger. Youchao, with insufficient cultivation, couldn't discern the ancestor's current realm or how much stronger he had become. All he knew was that he was strong, exceptionally strong, outrageously strong. So strong that he was almost losing the qualification to look up. But a question arose. Hadn't the ancestor perfected the Wushu Sutra to the great perfection? Why was the demonic intent emanating from him now even more intense, crazier, and wilder than Shen Nong, who had comprehended the statue of the Demon Lord? Youchao stared at Su Ming, increasingly feeling that this ancestor was simply an unsolvable riddle. Could a single person truly walk both paths of humanity and demon and achieve such heights? He ruminated endlessly in his mind, unable to comprehend. The ancestor is too strong, too strong. Shen Nong's eyes widened, and the voice that squeezed out was dry and hoarse. He felt as if he were nailed to the ground, unable to move. This power was something he had never seen or felt. So it turns out humanity could be this powerful. To be able to upheave the heavens with a mere gesture. Su Ming's demonic intent seemed to open a door before him. A door he had never seen before, leading to the highest tier of strength. When will I be able to reach such a level? Shen Nong unconsciously murmured. He was still in a daze when Youchao snapped back to reality. This old fool had such a grand opportunity before him, yet he still had the mind to get lost in thought. Wasting time. Without a second thought, Youchao raised his foot and kicked Shen Nong's backside. Shen Nong was sent flying like a meteor straight towards the statue of the demon lord. Always complaining that I'm dragging my feet. Youchao felt the force transmitted back from his foot, a smirk creeping onto his lips, tinged with a sense of revenge. That old brat was usually too arrogant, domineering, immensely talented, and had rapid advancements in strength. If he didn't take this chance to give him a kick now, he might never get another opportunity. Hiss. Shen Nong crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The fiery pain on his backside made him hiss in surprise. Youchao's kick was clearly without restraint, a blatant act of revenge. Shen Nong yelled furiously, "Damn it, Youchao, you bastard, just wait." Despite cursing and making a scene, he understood that this opportunity was rare and would truly be lost. He immediately sat cross-legged, fully concentrating on the Tianma Sutra, without holding back. The overwhelming demonic intent surged from him, merging with Su Ming and the demonic intent of the statue. Even the sliver of demonic intent he released with all his might was less than 1/10th of Su Ming's. Who was Su Ming? A fierce character who had perfected the Tianma Sutra to great perfection with a realm that was 2 tiers above the Quasi-Saint level. Compared to Shen Nong, they were worlds apart. Even if he merely brushed against a fraction of Su Ming's demonic intent, it was an immense boon for Shen Nong. Let alone the fact that the statue of the demon lord was still resonating with Su Ming, causing the demonic intent to rise exponentially. As Shen Nong's demonic intent collided with Su Ming's, an image exploded before his eyes. A towering demonic deity, grasping a world-covering divine map, charging upward against the heavens, slaughtering the sky. The scene left him speechless. Above, the demonic energy roiled like boiling water, and the dark winds. The Tianma intent from Su Ming intertwined with the demonic intent of the statue, dragging the entire valley into the depths of hell. He could vaguely see the terrifying shadow of a demonic deity, swaying inside the sheer spectacle enough to weaken his knees at just a glance. Yet to Shen Nong this was a feast laid out by the heavens, incredibly enticing. The insights from the Tianma Sutra poured into him like a tsunami, wave after wave, filling his mind. In no time he had solidified the threshold of the mid-golden immortal stage, which he had just barely touched. Moreover, the insights kept pouring in, and his realm surged upward rapidly. Within just a few hours, he had already grasped the doorway to the late golden immortal stage. Breaking through a realm in just a couple of hours felt as natural as eating and drinking. Shen Nong was nearly bouncing with joy. He had finally tasted the thrill of such rapid advancement, akin to soaring in a rocket. At this moment, Su Ming, who had been closing his eyes in deliberation, finally opened them. The blood-red gleam in his eyes darted across the sky like lightning. His hair exploded in the wind, the air thick with the scent of blood. Su Ming finally made his move. The carving knife glinted with a layer of blood light as it sliced through the air. This strike was akin to the creation of the heavens and earth. Dominance, truly domineering, the essence of madness to the bone. Stone chips rained down. Unlike the statue of the Primordial Emperor, which emphasized artistry and technique. But the Demon Lord was different, reflecting the personalities of the Demon Lord and the Primordial Emperor. One was as solitary as a ghost, while the other was overwhelmingly dominant. One was a dreamlike myth, while the other simply sought to cut down anyone in sight. Two statues, two distinct spirits, altogether different. To carve the Demon Lord, one word sufficed: dominance. The face of the Demon Lord gradually emerged, resembling one that had been chiseled by knives and axes, exuding an innate defiance. The most terrifying aspect was those blood-red eyes filled with the ferocity to annihilate the heavens and earth, sending chills down one's spine. Shen Nong gazed at the scars as if he had witnessed firsthand how the Demon Lord had crawled from an ant to the pinnacle. Each step was etched upon the blade. This kind of harvest is worth more than any technique. His ascent in realms was no longer merely fast. If Su Ming were here, he would surely exclaim, "This is more intense than riding a rocket." Having only just stabilized at the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm, he found himself at the peak of that stage without catching his breath. And then, a bottleneck. Non-existent. He directly stepped into the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Youchao stood by observing. If someone were to ask him which is easier, cultivating or eating and drinking, he would certainly reply cultivating is much simpler. Eating requires chewing and drinking requires swallowing. Cultivating, simply sitting cross-legged and taking a nap, is all it takes. He was already numb to it. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. People can really drive you mad. He considered his own cultivation speed quite monstrous, yet beside him stood someone even more outrageous. What a joke. Thus Youchao decided to leave first and return to the human race. Of course, this was not out of spite. Primarily, he felt that although being here allowed him to comprehend the statue of the Primordial Emperor and gain strength, and insight further improvement would be limited. The overall benefits for the human race were just so-so. He was not considering himself. He was thinking about the human race. After the ancestor finished the statue of the demon lord, the next should be the statue of the celestial emperor, right? If the human race could have another Great Golden Immortal to stabilize them, their confidence would be entirely different. So Youchao made up his mind to return and replace the Ziyi clan. Now that the primordial chaos was in such disarray, having a Great Golden Immortal oversee the human race was surely more secure than the Ziyi clan. Human Emperor, I am leaving. After speaking, Youchao respectfully bowed to Ming and turned to leave. Ming was still carving as if he had heard something. The valley's formation automatically opened a path. Youchao was more certain than ever. He and the ancestor were on the same wavelength. Just as he stepped out of the valley, at the same moment, two streaks of fiery rainbow light shot out from the palace of the demon court prince in the high heavens. Back in the valley, Ming continued his carving. Shinong was still immersed in the exhilarating rush of rapidly advancing in realms. Occasionally, a tribal leader or young prodigy would connect with the mythical statue, causing a surge of power. Those watching were seeing red with envy. The entire strength of the human race was skyrocketing. This valley seemed like a different world compared to the bloodshed outside. Outside, chaos reigned while inside ascension was taking place. Above the human race, danger was gradually descending, yet no one had noticed. Time passed quickly in the primordial chaos, and in the blink of an eye another year had gone by. In the human race's settlement, 6 years felt like the blink of an eye. However, for those powerful beings it was nothing. Relying on their ability to survive and thrive, the human population had surged past 100 million. The valley was small, the land was limited, and resources were dwindling, unable to sustain the explosive growth of the population and the rapid rise in strength. Some tribes began to move out, seeking new places to settle beyond the valley. However, the humans that ventured out were not particularly strong, undisturbing the warring shaman and demon tribes. Life was relatively stable within the human race, each going about their own duties. Within the tribes, some went hunting, some devoted themselves to cultivation, and others took turns patrolling and guarding. Everything was arranged meticulously. Rustle, rustle. In the forest, a dozen men emerged. They were bare-chested, wearing only animal skins around their waists, shouldering an enormous and fearsome tiger beast. Within the tribe, some went hunting, some devoted themselves to cultivation, and others took turns patrolling and guarding. Everything was arranged. The strongest among them was only at the celestial level, while most were at the human or earth levels. In the past, the human race, being physically weak, would face annihilation if they encountered such beasts. However, 6 years ago, the higher-ups of the human race passed down cultivation methods. Since then, the strength of the human race had surged, with celestial-level experts emerging one after another. Each tribe had gained the ability to protect themselves. Hunting beasts and preserving their lives left them with no worries. Cheers erupted continuously within the tribe. The crowd surrounded these individuals like heroes, celebrating their bountiful return. No one looked up. Above, 2 streaks of golden-red light descended. Before long, 2 men dressed in golden-red robes hovered in midair. Their noble aura was striking, their gazes sharp as knives fixed upon the humans below. The heir of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan Huowuhan and the 10th prince of the Golden Crow clan Luya, who was born at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. Luya glanced at the crowd below, frowning, his eyes filled with indifference. He was born a golden immortal powerhouse. Now he had grown into a Great Golden Immortal. In his eyes, these humans created by the goddess Niwa were ridiculously weak. In a tribe of nearly 1 million, the strongest was merely at the celestial level. The weaker ones hadn't even touched the threshold of celestial status, and there were many elderly, weak, and sickly. The weakest ethnic groups among the demon race were born at the human level. How could such a pitifully weak group survive amidst the rampant beasts and dangers of the primordial chaos? Luya felt that the creation of such beings by Niwa was an indelible shame on the demon race. Wuhan, is this what you were referring to? Consuming them can enhance cultivation and bloodline. Luya frowned, his face filled with impatience. He referred to the humans as the human ape tribe. In his eyes, this group of individuals was nothing more than naked wild monkeys whose fur had barely shed. In the world of primordial chaos, they barely qualified to be food. Could these ant-like beings help him, a Great Golden Immortal, enhance his strength, let alone his noble Golden Crow bloodline? What a joke! He was the offspring of the demon emperor Dijuan and the goddess Shiha, a divine beast born from the sun star, with bloodline purity beyond compare. In the entire primordial chaos, treasures that could slightly enhance his bloodline could be counted on one hand, and they were all in the hands of powerful figures. Huowuhan stood obediently behind Luya. Hearing the 10th prince's doubts, he wasted no time and reached out to grab. His hand instantly covered half the sky, casting a shadow over the 100-mile radius. His palms slowly descended, a terrifying aura pressing down, making it nearly impossible for the humans below to breathe. Their eyes were filled with fear, as if their souls were about to flee. Yet the pressure was so overwhelming that they couldn't even scream, let alone resist. Huo Wuhan was at the mid-level of the Golden Immortal realm, while this group of humans barely reached the Earth level. To him, they were no different than ants. The dozen or so sturdy men carrying the beast corpses were directly lifted into the air. Huo Wuhan inhaled gently and 5 of the strong men shrank dramatically, flying directly into his mouth. Still the same flavor. Huo Yuan's face revealed a look of enjoyment, and his aura surged. In this world there was no such thing as cruelty. The strong dictated everything, the weak at the bottom were merely food, and nothing more. Huo Wuhan turned to Luya, pointing at the remaining strong men, smiling, as he said, "10th Prince, would you like to try? The taste is good and beneficial for cultivation." Below, the tribespeople's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bursting in their eyes. They longed to rush up and fight these 2 foreign beings. Sadly, that oppressive force prevented them from even moving. Most of them hadn't reached the celestial level. Under the thick aura of spiritual energy in the primordial chaos, they couldn't even take flight. Want to fight against a being that consumes people? They weren't even qualified for that. Alright, I will give it a try. Luya sensed Huo Yuan's aura spike, dramatically drawing closer to a breakthrough into the Great Golden Immortal realm. A hint of interest first appeared in his cold and proud eyes. He opened his mouth to inhale. A gust of wind swept past, and dark light flashed. When the light returned, the remaining nearly 10 strong men had vanished. The human race below stared wide-eyed, close to bursting, yet still unable to do anything. Luya slowly closed his eyes. A powerful and pure strange energy flowed continuously within his body, cleansing him. The bottleneck that had trapped him at the mid-level of the Great Golden Immortal realm loosened slightly. Huo Wuhan, seeing Lu Ya's expression, slowly curled his lips into a smile. This was the reaction he desired. Lu Ya's current demeanor was almost identical to when he first learned about that matter. He was accurate. Lu Ya, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow clan, was inherently ambitious, yet had never found the right opportunity until now. And this batch of humans was the best leverage. Huo Wuhan, I will remember this. Lu Ya rarely showed a smile, patting Huo Yuan's shoulder. I will never shortchange those who contribute. This batch of humans will certainly have a share for your Firecloud Sparrow clan. As for Niwa, Lu Ya hadn't given it much thought. He had heard many complaints from his father and Uncle Tai. They said that Niwa and Fux's influence in the demon race was growing stronger, and his father had long been displeased. The human race was hiding such great benefits while Niwa acted as if she didn't care. As long as he could first encapsulate the human race and report the secret of their bloodlines, his father would most likely support him. It was a perfect opportunity to suppress Niwa's momentum. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if something went wrong, he could always release the remaining humans. Would Niwa dare to harm him, the son of the demon emperor? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan's face instantly filled with joy, clasping his fists. Congratulations, 10th prince, for securing this piece of fat meat. The two of them exchanged words, never once consulting the human race's opinion. The weak are merely food. How could they have the right to speak? Lu Ya turned his head, his gaze falling upon the tribe. The fierce light in his eyes was like that of a predator fixated on its prey. He slowly raised his arm, palm open, instantly covering a range of nearly 1,000 miles. The sky darkened and a giant hand engulfed in golden flames overshadowed the entire land. This flame was no ordinary fire, it was the Golden Crow flame. He wanted to capture the entire tribe in one go, leaving none behind, first refining his own bloodline to its utmost limit. Below, the tribe was filled with a cacophony of screams and cries, creating chaos. But that giant hand pressed down, and no matter how they ran or hit, it was all in vain. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the territory of the human race. Stop right there. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The roar hit the ground, immediately followed by a terrifying sense of oppression. This momentum was beyond description, and as soon as it emerged, the entire sky was locked in place. The trees stopped swaying, the wind ceased to blow, and the roars of all the ferocious beasts fell silent in an instant. It was as if an emperor had awakened from a long slumber, glancing over his territory, demanding everything to bow down. Buzz, boom. As this momentum exploded, a blinding golden giant fist enveloped the entire sky. The space beneath that fist shattered into pieces, with chaotic currents surging outward like a frenzy. Perhaps it was aptly named Heavenly Emperor Fist. Once the Heavenly Emperor took action, no rules mattered. Time, space, and causality all had to kneel. The majestic imperial might spread across the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, that overwhelming golden fist shadow pierced through the barriers of time and space, smashing down heavily on the giant hand conjured by Lu Ya. At this moment, the world fell into an absolute silence. It felt as though the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor had fought a battle across countless years. The terrifying imperial might crushed the land within 1,000 miles into ruins. Lu Ya did not exert his full strength this time. That flaming giant hand was directly obliterated. The remaining half of the golden fist did not stop where it slammed towards Lu Ya's face. The killing intent pounced like a mad dog, as if determined to grind Lu Ya and Huo Wuhan into dust. The already desperate human tribes below suddenly erupted in frenzied cheers. Lu Ya squinted, the golden flames in his eyes flickering. He had lived for so long, and no one had ever dared to scold him to his face. A mere broken monkey, a trifling golden immortal, thought he could speak to him like this. Even Youchao would not dare to act this way. This was a slap in the face to the Demon Emperor's son, a humiliation to the Demon Emperor, and a kick to the entire demon race's pride. "You insolent monkey!" Huo Wuhan shouted loudly, seizing this opportunity to charge forward. He could not miss such an obvious chance to ingratiate himself, letting the Demon Emperor's son take action personally. Where would he put his face? He took a big step forward, casually waving his hand, and a torrent of flames surged forth. The aura remaining on that golden fist was only at the mid-level of the golden immortal realm, its foundation not very stable, clearly just having broken through not long ago. Moreover, after competing with Lu Ya, he had consumed more than half of his energy, so Huo Wuhan didn't take it seriously. But as soon as the fist made contact, Huo Wuhan's expression changed. A barbaric and perverse force slammed directly into his face, instantly extinguishing the flames he had unleashed. But it was already too late. He had been too careless. The golden fist had already smashed right in front of his face, leaving him no time to cast any spells. Lu Ya's brows furrowed tighter. He truly did not expect Huo Wuhan to be so incompetent. The Ziyi clan would never allow that monkey to touch even a single hair of the golden crow. Buzz! A golden light exploded in Lu Ya's eyes, piercing and painful to behold. A tremendous force suddenly pressed down from the void, crashing down like a mountain, directly crushing the three heavenly emperor fists. "Two flat-haired beasts, do you think my human race has no one left?" Ziyi's face was ashen as he flew out from the human gathering place, standing between Lu Ya and Huo Wuhan, blocking the tribes behind him securely. The aura around him exploded as if the sky were collapsing, golden light rippling outward in waves. To be honest, while this aura looked terrifying, it was also just that he had been startled awake from seclusion by Lu Ya's commotion. Having just broken through to mid-golden immortal, his foundation was still unsteady. Though he hadn't gone to the ancestral valley to comprehend the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, relying on the insights from the Heavenly Emperor scripture and his past accumulation of understanding, he nonetheless managed to break through this hurdle. This level of breakthrough, compared to the likes of the Youchao clan and the Shinnong clan, was slightly lacking, but still impressive. Behind him, powerful figures were flying up from all directions of the human gathering place. As those figures stood together, their momentum twisted into a single thread, changing the color of the sky. In just 6 years, nearly 100 celestial beings had gathered, and the ones below were even more numerous, piling up like ants, at least 1,000. Moreover, in those large tribes of the human gathering place, people were continuously awakening and recovering. This scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle with fear. If any great being knew of the current changes in the human race, their eyes would pop out. In just 6 years to produce so many celestial beings, was this a production line? 6 years ago, the human race had only 3 celestial-level powerhouses, Shinnong, Ziyi, and Youchao. In this short span of 6 years, having gained that profound knowledge, the human race had exploded in growth. This clearly demonstrated how thick the foundation of the human race was. This was still under the condition that the first generation of the human race had mostly perished, leaving only the second and third generations. Though bloodlines are not the sole measure of talent, they are indeed one of the easiest foundations to pass down. Previously, it was because Han Jun was covertly suppressing them that the human race could not embark on a proper path of cultivation. Now, with the Youchao clan and Ziyi clan combining the Heavenly Emperor scripture and the Wuxia scripture, the human race naturally had turned the tide. 6 years, and this was only the beginning. Lu Ya looked at the endless stream of powerful figures emerging from the human race, his expression dark enough to drip water. He was neither afraid nor shocked. What angered him was that these mere apes dared to resist him, the prince of the demon race. In his eyes, the human race should obediently kneel and let him, the son of the demon emperor, swallow them whole. Presumptuous. A mere ape race dares to defy the 10th prince. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Huo Yuan's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, feeling embarrassed. He roared and was the first to charge out. 10th prince, these small fish don't require you to take action. I can handle them for you. Buzz. The sky began to tremble and a terrifying heat wave rolled. A fire cloud sparrow spread its wings, covering thousands of miles. It shrieked, its entire body emanating golden red flames, as if it were going to roast the very space itself. Its wings blocked out the entire sky, leaving only a shadow on the ground. All that could be seen were its bird-like eyes, grim, cold, and filled with killing intent. Ape, you must pay for your words. Huo Yuan's voice boomed like thunder. The golden bird's eyes locked on Ziyi. 2 beams of golden light shot out, tearing the space apart, directly charging at him. The aura of the perfected Golden Immortal descended, like an overwhelming pressure, just a layer away from the Great Golden Immortal. Many of the human tribes below trembled under this overwhelming pressure, with some collapsing directly under it, losing their breath. Ziyi frowned. He knew clearly. This battle could not be prolonged, it had to be resolved quickly. There were too many people. Regardless of victory or defeat, if it dragged on too long, a large number of the human race would die. So what if he is a perfected Golden Immortal? Since I am the Heavenly Emperor, I must sweep away all enemies and protect the human race. Ziyi clenched his fists, killing intent radiating outward. When he raised his head, his eyes had already turned golden, the might of the Heavenly Emperor unfurling his black hair, whipped by the wind. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Roaring loudly, Ziyi took a big step forward and slammed out a punch. As a Heavenly Emperor, one must have the determination to go all the way to the end. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist was the signature technique of the Heavenly Emperor in his youth. Those who had faced it had all fallen, there were no exceptions. Now Ziyi used it at just the right moment. In that instant, Ziyi seemed to transform into an emperor standing in endless darkness. As he thrust his fist forward, the Six Paths Reincarnation began to rotate with a thunderous roar. This was the first time he struck with all his strength since inheriting the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor, clashing Hedon. It was a death blow. Everything he had was poured into it. It was either your death or mine. The might of the Heavenly Emperor soared into the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. The Six Paths Reincarnation spun, as if to crush all things in the world. Huo Yuan's golden red feathers exploded all at once. A glimmer of fear flashed through his bird-like eyes, and he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Because of Ziyi's punch, he actually caught a whiff of the scent of death. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he had to acknowledge. How could a mere mid-golden immortal make him feel such a life-threatening danger? But he had no time to think further, and immediately unleashed his most powerful innate divine ability. Fire Cloud Hell. This was the ultimate technique of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. The Fire Cloud Sparrow was a major clan of the demon race, second only to the demon god clan. This divine ability was renowned throughout the vast wilderness. A hellish phantom engulfed in fierce flames descended from the sky, the pressure feeling as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, a pitch-black fist shadow pierced through heaven and earth, violently smashing through that cloud of fire. It was an overwhelming force, purely crushing. Ziyi's punch condensed all his energy and spirit. He may have been 2 minor realms below, but the result was Golden Immortal perfected. Huo Wuhan could not even put up a defense. Puff! The fire cloud hell shattered completely. Every feather on Huo Yuan's body ruptured, blood dripping from the tips of his feathers. He howled, his voice filled with disbelief. Impossible. But Ziyi did not give him time to process the shock. I'd rather stand and live than kneel and die. As he roared, Ziyi's towering figure had already stood atop Huo Yuan's head. The Six Paths Reincarnation spun beneath his feet, like a grinding wheel meant to crush all living beings. The might of the Heavenly Emperor unfurled, causing the void in all directions to tremble. The light between heaven and earth seemed to have been drawn away, all converging on his Ziyi. He became the sole existence in this world. Die. The blood energy surged like waves, the power of reincarnation devouring everything, and the might of the Heavenly Emperor condensed into a single point. With that punch unleashed, the heavens collapsed, and the world was plunged into darkness. At least that's how Huo Wuhan saw it. All that remained in his eyes was that darkening, ever-approaching fist. That fist wrapped in the aura of death became the last image of his life. Huo Wuhan was afraid. He unleashed the hidden cards he had kept for so long, his hands frantically casting various divine abilities while he shouted, I am the young master of the Huoyang clan. How dare a mere member of the ape tribe move against me? Your entire clan must perish. Those divine abilities felt as fragile as paper before the Six Paths of Reincarnation fist. The Ziyi clan laughed, their smile cold enough to freeze. Your life as a member of the Huoyang clan is precious, but what about the countless lives of my human race that your clan has treated as food? Blood debts, blood repayment. Killing a young master today means nothing. One day I will uproot your entire Huoyang clan. Die. With a rumble, the fist crushed through the heavens, shattering the sky. Huo Yuan's massive bird head exploded, golden red feathers and blood flying everywhere. The headless massive body crashed down, collapsing a small hill. Before coming here, Huo Wuhan could never have dreamed that he would die at the hands of a human whom he had never even glanced at. But the truth was laid bare before him. Ziyi stood amidst the sky filled with feathers and blood, tilting his head back to howl. The breath that had been lodged in his chest was finally expelled. Refreshing. Completely refreshing. Since when could the human race face invading enemies like this? Without a word, they simply struck them down. This all relied on the strength of the fist. The roars of the human race erupted from below in waves shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless people cried inconsolably, some kneeling on the ground pounding their fists against the ground, while others embraced one another wailing. The human race no longer had to live with their tails between their legs. Luya stood in place, dazed for a moment. Huo Wuhan was gone just like that. So fast. Huo Wuhan was crushed to death before he even had a chance to intervene. He never considered that Huo Wuhan would be toppled in just 2 moves. Who truly was the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal? Luya regained his composure and glanced at the leaping and howling Ziyi, then swept his gaze over the excited shouting ape clan members, his expression dark as a pot bottom. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. With Huo Yuan's death, it was a slap in the face to the 10th prince of his demon clan. Even if Ziyi displayed a ruthless move to Luya, the ape clan was still nothing more than ants beneath his feet. Still the same flavor. Huo Yuan's face revealed a look of enjoyment, and his aura surged slightly. In Luya's eye, Luya drooped his eyelids, adopting an air of superiority, speaking in a commanding tone. Ape, if you kneel and beg for mercy, now you might save your clan from annihilation. In the demon clan, even a great Golden Immortal would not dare to speak to him so defiantly. But the retort came back even more fiercely. Beast, if you kneel now, perhaps you can die a quicker death. As soon as the words fell, Youchao stepped beside Ziyi. Youchao's expression was impassive, staring at Luya, his whole being radiating an imperial pressure, resembling a deity overlooking all beings. He had seen what was happening here from miles away, with his spiritual sense of fire burning in his heart. To be honest, Ziyi killing the young master of the Huiyang clan was indeed a bit impulsive. The human race was just starting out. They shouldn't be making enemies everywhere, especially not with such a major demon clan. But given the current strength of the human race, this threat was not too dire. The Huiyang clan was not a demon god race, nor did they have a quasi-saint to oversee them. Youchao was confident that the human race would soon produce their own great Golden Immortal. The problem was that time had to be bought. You are the 10th prince of the Huiyang clan. Then you should die too. Once the words were spoken, Youchao's eyes erupted with killing intent as he took a step forward and threw a punch. Primordial divine ability Yuan. The Imperial might rolled out, creating a primordial space that blocked everything from peering in. With this thought, Youchao had already developed a killing intent towards this so-called 10th prince. The feud with the Huiyang clan had been sealed. The human race was currently growing rapidly. The longer they could delay the war, the stronger they would become. Ape, you are seeking death. Luya roared in anger. What did he say about the 10th prince of the Huiyang clan? Nonsense. He was the son of the demon emperor, the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan. The entire demon race had to address him as your highness. Did Youchao do this on purpose to slap him in the face? This thought was actually unfair to the wild man. Youchao didn't even recognize what a demon clan prince was. Even though he was now a Great Golden Immortal standing on the stage of the Primordial World, what was the status of the human race before? At the very bottom of the food chain. Youchao had only taken 6 years to advance from a scattered immortal to a Great Golden Immortal. It was fast, as if he had been granted special powers. In 6 years he had enough time to break through realms, but not enough to fill in his knowledge. Those most basic pieces of primordial knowledge, like what the 3 words 10th prince meant, no one among the human race had told him. In the eyes of the human race, the pinnacle was just the Huiyang kind of clan. That was the most elite predator they had ever encountered. As for the demon emperor's son, what was that? No one ever spoke of these matters to the human race. Who would share such upper circle information with a bunch of food? Moreover, when their bellies weren't full, who had the leisure to inquire about these things? Even the human race's revered goddess Nuwa, whose true form was a demon clan member, they still hadn't figured that out. Luya was unaware of any of this. He was born at the pinnacle of heaven and earth, unable to see how the ants at the bottom lived. He had no interest in pondering what was in the ants' minds. From the beginning, the two sides were destined to never understand each other. They weren't even the same species. You wild man. Luya trembled with rage, murderous intent burning fiercely. He wished he could tear apart and devour this ape who dared to offend him. But he had to admit, this wild man's combat power was absurdly strong, simply not of this world. As soon as Youchao moved, the Imperial might press down. It was like an emperor overlooking all realms, exuding overwhelming dominance, seemingly pushing through the 3,000 worlds. This imposing aura Luya had only seen in his father and uncle Don Wangtai. However, Luya's cultivation level was also evident. He was 1 level higher than Youchao in the mid-stage of the Great Golden Immortal, and his bloodline was that of a purebred Jinwu divine beast, far surpassing Huo Wuhan, that waste in combat power. He certainly wouldn't be like Huo Wuhan, who was killed by Youchao in an instant despite being of a higher level. Buzz. Luya's hair stood on end, his body enveloped in Jinwu divine fire, resembling a fiery deity descending upon the world. With every punch and kick the heavens trembled, the space collapsed, and his power reached an inconceivable. Youchao resonated with the statue of the Primordial Emperor, witnessing through the fluctuations the entire journey from cultivation to enlightenment. Compared to Luya, he was even more domineering and unreasonable. Huh? Youchao roared, his aura almost ripping the heavens apart. His gaze was sharp enough to pierce through everything, and each move he made carried an irresistible brute force. Across from him stood Luya, who was at a higher realm. But he was unafraid. The blood and energy coursing through him surged like smoke, his physical body incredibly strong, making it hard to believe. The two fists collided, heeding no sign of yielding as they crashed together. Each collision exploded in the heavens, scattering energy, twisting the surrounding space into spirals, with chaotic currents pouring out from the cracks. The celestial-level human race outside, attempting to use their spiritual sense to peek inside the battle, found their divine senses shattered upon touching that chaotic spatial domain. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. The intensity of this battle had soared directly to the level of a peak Great Golden Immortal confrontation. The divine ability left by the Primordial Emperor, Yuan, formed a barrier space that isolated this group from the outside world. But now, under the clashing of the two, the space continually shattered and reformed. Teetering, occasionally leaking a wisp of energy, it directly flattened mountains and rivers. To prevent this energy from affecting the human race's tribe, Ziyi had to intervene to block the escaping waves. The battle within the Yuan space had reached the most perilous stage. Youchao fought increasingly fiercely, blood energy surging, his imperial might pressing from all directions. His moves became broader and more enjoyable, flowing with increasing fluidity. But Luya was growing more and more alarmed, feeling something was off. This fellow's combat experience was appallingly poor, and his use of power was quite clumsy. Right now he was merely treating himself. This fellow's combat experience was appallingly poor, and his use of power was quite clumsy. Right now he was merely treating himself as a, hence he had no combat experience of any high-end level. Rationality told Luya that this was impossible. The common knowledge of the primordial world was clear, who could leap from the celestial realm to the Great Golden Immortal in an instant. Yet a voice in his heart kept repeating, this is real. If it weren't true, how could this wild man grow stronger and manage his power with increasing proficiency? From being pressed down at the start to now achieving a stalemate, he was now turning the tables and pressing Luya. What was even more alarming was that this wild man was not only fighting him, but also had to maintain the precarious Yuan space, preventing the power from leaking and drawing external attention. Managing two things at once, he was simply disregarding Luya. Buffed. Faced with Youchao's increasingly ferocious assault, Luya's mouth bled a trickle of golden blood. He couldn't hold on any longer. Luya was truly panicking now. What had started as an easygoing mindset had transformed into a real sense of life and death crisis. What kind of monster was this before him? His combat power was continuously rising as if there were no limits at all. No, it should be said that he is the demon. This guy is the son of the demon emperor. Youchao sure was hitting hard, feeling comfortable all over, his momentum reaching its peak. The Imperial might pressed down like a tidal wave, blood energy surging like smoke rising into the sky. He suddenly struck out with a fist unstoppable by anyone. Puff! Luya stubbornly withstood a punch from Youchao sure. His right arm exploded on the spot, leaving only a golden bone connected. At that moment, Youchao sure with fierce momentum threw out a second punch. This punch landed squarely on Luya's exposed chest. Bang, puff! The fist directly pierced through him. Luya hung limply on Youchao sure's arm, the blood of the golden crow flowing down his opponent's arm. Blinded by rage. No. Youchao sure's eyes were as cold as ice, murderous intent erupting. In a life-and-death struggle, there was no time to go crazy and shout. His other hand clenched into a fist aimed at Luya's head and smashed down hard. At the critical moment, Luya did not throw out any big moves like Huowuan. At this stage of the fight, those things were of no use, only making the opponent fight more fiercely. His eyes were cold, and he let out a sharp, long howl, opening his mouth to spray Golden Crow Divine Fire at Youchao sure's face. Golden Crow Divine Fire, a top-tier flame, said to be on par with the 9 mysterious True Fire and Chaos True Flame, was terrifying when ignited. At such close range, it burned away a patch of Youchao sure's floating hair. With the two of them so close, life and death were a matter of the blink of an eye. It must be said that Luya's ability to survive later among the Golden Crow clan, even becoming a Buddha in Buddhism, indeed showed his caliber. As the 10th prince of the demon clan, he did not shrink back and wait for death because of his noble status. This move clearly indicated a mutual destruction stance, forcing Youchao sure to defend. Taking advantage of Youchao sure's moment of defense, Luya directly revealed his true form as the three-legged golden crow, breaking free from his opponent's arm. Following closely, Luya flapped his wings, setting the golden crow divine fire ablaze, roaring towards the spatial barrier. Clearly he intended to escape. Seeing this, Youchao burst into loud laughter. He pursued and struck fiercely, his attacks grand and sweeping. Blood energy surged, filling the sky as he resembled a blood-colored dragon battling the three-legged golden crow. In the sky, golden crow feathers floated everywhere, golden blood splattering on the ground. Haha, so it turns out it's a mutated fire cloud sparrow with 3 legs. 3 legs, and you think you can step on the heads of the human race? Where's that arrogance from before? Youchao mocked Luya verbally, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. The moves were fierce and violent, filled with killing intent, leaving no chance for the opponent to catch their breath. Luya was close to exploding with anger. His chest was full of rage, yet he had no way to vent it. The overwhelming pressure from Youchao kept him pinned down. He couldn't even focus to catch his breath. This battle lasted a full 3 days and nights. At the very last moment, when the scene was at its most chaotic, even the Ziyi clan could not clearly see what was happening. Until the night of the 3rd day finally fell. The imperial might that engulfed the world slowly dissipated. As the light faded, Ziyi finally saw clearly. Youchao was covered in wounds, blood flowing down his arm, yet he held a 3-legged golden crow in one hand, raising it high above his head like a mountain. He stood against the heavens, his back straight as an arrow. In that moment, it seemed to truly fulfill the saying, "Who stands as the peak at the end of the immortal path upon encountering the void of the eternal Tao?" The light in the eyes of the 3-legged golden crow had extinguished. It was completely dead. For the first time, Youchao truly revealed his prowess. Ziyi had been waiting anxiously nearby, unable to intervene. At that moment, she hurriedly flew over. "Youchao, how are you? Are you okay?" Youchao turned his head, stared at her for a moment, pondered, and finally spoke. "It hurts." "Ziyi, who asked you that?" In the face of such a great crisis for the human race, everyone was on edge, and she truly did not realize this guy was so infuriating. Not inferior to the Shinon clan. Half a month later, Ziyi tossed all her work onto Youchao, carrying a half-roasted 3-legged golden crow. Its golden feathers had long been plucked clean, heading towards the ancestral valley. The human race has encountered many things, but has never seen a fire cloud sparrow, let alone this mutated 3-legged one. This thing is definitely top-tier material. It has to be brought back to the ancestors for a taste. All 3 legs are intact, not a single one missing. Time rewinds back to half a month ago, the moment Luya was slain by Youchao. In the vast skies, amidst the boundless void, a shocking thunderclap suddenly erupted. The heavenly Tao was sounding the alarm. Luya, the 10th prince of the demon clan, was too heavy a burden in the great calamity of the witch and demon. The fuse of the second witch-demon war was the simultaneous emergence of 10 suns, with Ho-E shooting down 9 golden crows in one breath. Luya narrowly escaped back to tell Dijun and Tai about this. Just this one sentence ignited the already uncontrollable fury in the two. The vengeance for the 2 clans were already evenly matched, both sides holding back. Dijun and Tai were not mindless, and with the 6 saints watching, whoever struck first would suffer. But Luya's death shattered everything. Without that knife, the trajectory of the primordial world could have been complete. With Luya's death, the heavenly Tao lowered this thunderbolt. Above the demon court, that seat known as the most precious throne in the entire primordial world was occupied by a man in a golden imperial robe. He suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest and slowly opened his eyes. He is now the most weighty grandmaster in the primordial world, the supreme deity born from the sun star. 3-legged golden crow, Dijun, the ruler of the demon clan. In the Lingshao palace, that existence who could easily determine the life and death of countless beings suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. It felt as if an invisible hand grasped his heart. What is happening? The voice was heavy, carrying a terrifying oppressive force. In the spacious hall, it echoed back and forth, buzzing. At his level, his spirit was faintly connected with the heavenly Tao, his thoughts clear, just a step away from comprehending the Tao. This sudden and unreasonable feeling could not possibly be unfounded. In the entire primordial world, few things could disturb his peace of mind. Dijun furrowed his brows, pondering for a long time, yet could not figure out what major events had occurred recently in the primordial world. The small frictions between the witch clan and the demon clan had not ceased, but those were merely disturbances from the lower levels, hardly alarming him. After mulling over it, he finally realized the problem might lie within his own people, perhaps even within the demon court. Come. As soon as the voice fell, a dozen powerful auras suddenly erupted in the dead silence of the Lingshao palace, all at the level of the Great Golden Immortal. The space twisted as 9 burly figures knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects to the demon emperor." The Golden Crow Guards. These were the elite guards that Dijun had carefully selected from the demon clan, specially created for the Golden Crow clan, essentially the imperial army of the demon court. Though not many in number, each one was a fierce character who had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the weakest being a Great Golden Immortal. The Golden Crow Guards were also his trump card to firmly grasp this ridiculously chaotic demon clan. Go investigate if there is anything unusual in the demon court recently. Dijun ordered coldly, then closed his eyelids. He had absolute confidence in this team he personally crafted. Any minor disturbance in the demon clan could not escape their eyes. Investigating his own stronghold. It couldn't be simpler. Understood. The 9 Golden Crow Guards responded, their figures vanishing in the hall in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the rumbling great wheel of the Primordial World veered sharply off course. Meanwhile, in the chaotic depths of the chaos, Hong Jun suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation, his face filled with disbelief. Perhaps the entire Primordial World still barely maintained a facade of calm, but only he, the Tao ancestor, knew what earth-shattering event had just occurred. How could this be? Hong Jun blurted out, his face filled with incredulity. With his heart as steady as a rock, he could not digest what he had just captured from the heavenly secrets. Since Youchao became a saint by creating humanity, he had taken the path of merging with the Tao through the creation jade plate, and his primordial spirit had already fused with the elusive heavenly Tao. Therefore, when the heavenly Tao underwent such a major change, he naturally sensed it. The human race. That Youchao sure killed Luya. In just 30,000 years, a Great Golden Immortal emerged from the human race. And the combat power was so fierce that even the divine beast Golden Crow was not spared. Would Luya's death cause the Witch Clan and Demon Clan to shift their focus elsewhere? Hong Jun's mind was a bit chaotic. This leap was too great, once again shattering his predictions about the human race. He clearly remembered that the first generation of ancestors of the human race was basically dead, and the remaining were all second-generation humans with greatly diluted bloodlines. How could the second generation accomplish what the first generation could not? What caught Hong Jun off guard even more was that not long ago a leader had just emerged from the human race, breaking the state of merging with the Tao, and exceptionally reminded his eldest disciple Laozi that the opportunity for enlightenment was in the primordial world, urging him to find it on his own. Though not explicitly stated to be about the human race, it was nearly the same. Based on Laozi's talents and Tao achievements, he was likely nearing the human race's territory at this time. But this was the most critical point. The guidance he left in the primordial purple energy, along with his interference in the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, was planned for Laozi to establish a human teaching to educate the human race, to divert the human race's fortune, to gather a large amount of merit, and to extract the one part of creation merit from his primordial spirit to attain the Tao and become a saint. But this plan had one prerequisite: the human race had to need education and still be in a barbaric and uncivilized stage. But now, the human race not only had its own leader, but even a Great Golden Immortal level powerhouse. Still need education. Or rather, what methods should Laozi use to educate them, so that the human race would accept it? This was a major problem. What exactly has happened in the primordial world? Hong Jun's expression darkened as he cast his gaze towards the direction of Youchao Palace. Indeed, he deeply suspected that Youchao was meddling behind the scenes once again. Otherwise, how could this happen? How could the human race dare to kill the son of Dijun? Without the intervention of the saints, how could the human race produce a Great Golden Immortal in 30,000 years? Had it really been hidden under his very nose for so long? All signs pointed to Youchao. In this current primordial world, only Youchao possessed such ability. If it truly is Youchao interfering. Hong Jun's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. This implied a terrifying possibility. Youchao had been secretly nurturing the human race for 30,000 years without his knowledge. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conjure a Great Golden Immortal out of thin air. This further indicated that at the moment Youchao attained sainthood, she had already harbored rebellious thoughts. However, at this moment Hong Jun could do nothing but warn Youchao a few times. He was in a state of merging with the Tao and could not reveal the changes in the heavenly path, otherwise all his hard work over the past few tens of thousands of years would be in vain. Youchao, if I fail in my pursuit of the Tao, I will make you pay a price you cannot bear. Hong Jun's voice was hoarse, his expression so grim it seemed like water could drip from it. After years of meticulous planning, every link was about to fall into place, yet a mishap occurred at this critical moment. Now he could only take one step at a time, placing all his hopes on Laozi. Laozi was transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit, inherently carrying the merit of creation with boundless fortune. Furthermore, he was a peak quasi-saint powerhouse. How much effort would it take to deal with a mere human girl? This time, however, Hong Jun was more cautious. He released his divine sense, without concealment, locking onto Youchao directly. He wanted Youchao to clearly see. This time she should not even think about pulling tricks under his nose. As long as he successfully merged with the Tao, no matter how displeased Youchao was, what could she do to him? As for the feelings of the Youchao saint who was being monitored and kept under house arrest in Youchao Palace at this moment. That was better left unmentioned. Not far from Buzhou Mountain in an inconspicuous little valley, the Ziyi clan member was carrying half-cooked bird meat striding towards the ancestral valley. His cultivation had reached the mid-level of Golden Immortal, so coming to the valley alone wasn't particularly difficult. Perhaps due to his insights from the Heavenly Emperor's statue, the valley's array sensed his approach and automatically opened a path. Outside the valley the wind was calm. Yet upon entering the valley the scene changed drastically. Demonic intent surged like crashing waves. The demon lord was inherently domineering and unruly. The process of perfecting the statue was of course earth-shattering. As Ziyi entered, he hadn't even had a chance to comprehend the statue of heaven and earth before he was left dumbfounded by the spectacle before him, standing frozen in place. A demonic silhouette towered high unseen at the top, standing in the center of the valley. Its body pierced the endless void surrounded by a vast ocean of demonic energy that surged and roared without end. Ziyi looked up at the rolling phantoms within the boundless demonic clouds, feeling like a drifting leaf ready to be swallowed by the colossal waves at any moment. However, myriad paths converged to the same destination. Although he was not practicing the Heavenly Demon Sutra, such a grand scene was enough for him to draw parallels and glean useful Tao insights. Having just broken through to the mid-level of Golden Immortal, he was now thoroughly stabilized. Below the statue of the Demon Lord sat the Shinnong clan member, whose cultivation had reached a frightening peak of Golden Immortal. Moreover, he was continuing to surge forward at an astonishing pace. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens suddenly began to churn. The already overwhelming demonic intent became even more tumultuous. The aura of destruction ran rampant, with countless images of demonic gods appearing in the clouds, roaring with twisted faces as if they wished to tear the world apart. Suddenly, a streak of blood-red light emerged from the demonic clouds, rapidly expanding. When it reached its peak, it resembled two blood-red suns hanging in the endless void. Upon closer inspection, those were the eyes of the Demon Lord. In those eyes there was nothing but the essence of destruction. Suddenly, a booming demonic voice erupted, resounding in all directions, penetrating the endless void. The statue of the Demon Lord had finally taken shape. The phrase, "When the yin and yang are in disarray, may my demonic blood stain the heavens," also came to life. In that same moment, Ming opened his eyes. His pupils burned with a ferocity that could annihilate the heavens and earth, a madness that seemed more than human. With the completion of the Demon Lord's statue, his realm directly soared to the peak of the Quasi-Saint third layer, essentially the ceiling of the initial stage of Quasi-Saint. His strength had risen substantially. Buzz. At the moment the demonic voice erupted, the calm that had previously enveloped Shinnong shattered. Tai Golden Immortal. He had succeeded. The second Tai Golden Immortal of the human race emerged just like that. Yet this was not the end. Shinnong had observed the entire process of the Demon Lord's statue being perfected. The accumulated foundation burst forth at this moment. Was the transition from Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal difficult? For 99% of beings in the Primordial World, it was exceedingly arduous. Based on the population of primordial beings, achieving Tai Golden Immortal would require counting in millions of years. But if you were to ask Ziyi now, he would tell you, it's not hard at all, really not hard. Did you not see? Shinnong had only been in the Ancestral Valley for less than 10 years, and had already surged to Tai Golden Immortal. Moreover, the process was astonishingly simple. It was just a single buzz, and the bottleneck shattered. Then torrents of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flooded into Shinnong from above. Having personally witnessed the breakthrough of Youchao to Tai Golden Immortal and experienced such a transformative breakthrough himself, Ziyi found no shock in Shinnong's effortless advancement. Having personally witnessed the breakthrough of Youchao to Tai Golden Immortal and experienced such a transformative breakthrough himself, so watching Shinnong's realm soar like a roller coaster, Ziyi was indeed surprised, but merely clicked his tongue and expressed his amazement. The foundation of the human race grew thicker once more. Shinnong's breakthrough showed no signs of stopping. Tai Golden Immortal initial stage. Mid-stage. He surged all the way to the peak of the late stage before finally coming to a halt. For ordinary primordial beings, crossing these three minor realms could take millions or even billions of years. But what about for Shinnong? Including the original 6 years, he had only taken 11 years in total. Ming watched Shinnong's realm surge and was no longer surprised. If the Shinnong practicing the Heavenly Demon Sutra had only reached the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal and stopped falling short of Youchao, he would have found that strange. This was inherently a perverse and wicked technique. The terrifying and grand phenomena began to recede and calm down as Shinnong's breakthrough ceased. At that moment, a notification from the system rang in Ming's ears. Congratulations, host, for perfectly sculpting the statue of the Demon Lord. Reward upgraded version of the Chaos Demon Sutra. Congratulations host for completing the myth-level sculpture of the Demon Lord. Reward innate treasure, demon and god map. Shenong comprehended from the Demon Lord statue. Host gains 100-fold power infusion. Su Ming's lips curled upwards. Finally what was meant to come had arrived. Buzz, the heavens trembled. The previously dissipated phenomena surged forth once more as black mist seemed to come alive, descending like an overwhelming wave. All the spiritual energy in the world seemed to be pulled by something twisting into a colossal vortex that poured into Su Ming's body. For these past few years, he had been refining the statue of the Demon Lord. During this time, the leaders of the human tribes, the outstanding youths, came one after another to comprehend the statue. With each person comprehending, he was infused with power 100 times over. Piece by piece, it had driven him to the peak of the Quasi-Saint third layer. The cultivation system of Quasi-Saints was different from before. Previously, within a major realm, there were subdivisions. Now there were 12 layers, with every 3 layers counting as a tier. The 3 layers represented the peak of the initial stage. The 4 layers represented the mid-stage. The problem was the Quasi-Saint realm was exceptionally peculiar. A small breakthrough could elevate one's strength, as if breaking through a major realm previously. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th layer was a gap that was hard to articulate. The commotion and phenomena during the breakthrough were even more exaggerated. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like mad towards this direction, nearly overturning the entire sky. The demonic phenomena enveloped everything, with demons dancing wildly, a terrifying scene. Moreover, Su Ming was no ordinary Quasi-Saint. He was the first generation of the human race that remained the human sovereign. He bore the luck of the entire human race, protected by heaven and earth with endless blessings beneath his feet. Additionally, during this time, the talents and leaders of the human tribes comprehended the methods from the statue, each one fiercer than the last. They were all top-tier individuals. The 2 most formidable techniques were the upgraded version of the Chaos Wuxia Sutra and the modified Chaos Heavenly Demon Sutra. With so many factors converging, the commotion from Su Ming's breakthrough into the 4th layer of Quasi-Saint was magnified beyond comprehension. It could even be compared to breakthroughs of late Quasi-Saints. The entire universe trembled. The laws were in disarray. Deep within the void, something was exploding. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared from unseen places. Immediately afterward, a massive demon and god diagram descended from the heavens. Black and white energies intertwined, slowly landing at Su Ming's feet. Standing atop the diagram, his figure appeared exceptionally tall, like a ruler standing on the heads of the gods. In that moment, the aura stirred countless powerful beings. They awakened from their long slumber, their divine senses sweeping across the land, eager to discover which old acquaintance had broken through their bottleneck and was worthy of their congratulations. Su Ming opened his eyes and waved his hand. The barrier formation he had set up during the Great Golden Immortal period was now reinforced and completed with the power of a Quasi-Saint. He did not wish to expose himself, nor did he want anyone to discover the mythological statues hidden in this valley. He understood clearly that these statues were the foundation of the entire human race's rise. Yet the current human race lacked the strength to protect this heritage. Therefore, this valley must not attract it. The formation he had established during his Great Golden Immortal period was already capable of blocking the probing of Quasi-Saints, not to mention now. Indeed, countless divine senses traced the heavenly phenomena to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. After sweeping the area and finding nothing, they withdrew their senses. This new powerhouse seemed unwilling to show themselves, and they would not be impolite enough to dig deeper. No one wished to offend a top-tier figure who was at least in the late Quasi-Saint stage for no reason. For Shenong and Ziyi, the impact of this scene was simply indescribable. Especially when the formation was penetrated, the human leaders and prodigies within the valley widened their eyes, their hearts nearly leaping out. The human emperor ancestor was powerful beyond their wildest imagination. The gap was so vast it was like an ant looking up at the sky. When Shenong had just broken through to the late Great Golden Immortal stage, he felt a bit smug, but now that pride was shattered. He froze, and Ziyi, standing nearby, was not much better off. The 2 of them were currently the strongest combatants of the human race. Yet standing before this ancestor, they felt inferior to mere ants. Not to mention the terrifying divine senses that had just swept past the valley. Oh, any one of them could easily crush them, even erase the entire human race from the primordial chaos. With the breakthrough complete, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. The overwhelming heavenly phenomena vanished. He felt the vast power within him nearly overflowing, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Mid-Quasi-Saint, he was not far from the true pinnacle of the primordial world. While other matters were uncertain, possessing 2 innate supreme treasures was more than sufficient for self-preservation. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened. He saw a half-roasted chicken on Ziyi's shoulder. No, it was a roasted giant bird. Crucially, how did this giant bird have 3 golden bird feet? This creature must have been an ordinary giant bird of the primordial chaos with a mutated bloodline that caused it to grow an extra leg. I asked what's going on with that thing on your shoulder. Before Ziyi could respond, Shinnong kicked him in the backside. His tone impatient. Ziyi, the ancestor asked you a question. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? With Shinnong's late Great Golden Immortal cultivation, dealing with Ziyi was like child's play. Whether this kick was revenge for the earlier one from Youchao, no one knew. Ziyi jolted awake, glaring fiercely at Shinnong, then quickly turned to report to the ancestor. In response to the ancestor, it was Youchao who asked me to bring it back. This guy is the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan with a mutated bloodline that gave him 3 legs. He and another golden immortal Fire Cloud Sparrow came to invade our human race, and were taken down by me and Youchao. Youchao and I discussed it. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is a major demon clan with a Deluo Golden Immortal backing them. Killing their 10th prince is no small matter, so I thought I should inform you. By the way, this 3-legged Fire Cloud Sparrow has excellent meat packed with energy. Once it's roasted, the skin is crispy and the meat tender. I specifically brought it back for you to taste. In fact, he and Youchao had privately agreed that killing the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrows was not a big deal. Even if the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan discovered it, as long as the entire clan did not come seeking vengeance, it would not pose much of a threat to the human race. Moreover, they had handled the battlefield efficiently, leaving minimal chances of exposure. But upon hearing this, Su Ming gasped a single phrase, echoing repeatedly in his mind, 10th prince. My goodness, how many dare to call themselves the 10th prince in the primordial world? And how many of those 10th princes are avian and have 3 legs? Heavens! Su Ming slapped his forehead, still holding onto a sliver of hope, and stared at Ziyi, asking, does this mutated Fire Cloud Sparrow have golden feathers? Is its beak particularly long? His tone was uncertain. Ziyi gave a firm affirmative answer to the ancestor, making Su Ming's heart sink. That's right, ancestor. This mutated Fire Cloud Sparrow was incredibly arrogant, directly calling our human race Monkey Clan and demanding that Youchao and I kneel to apologize, claiming it could spare the human race from extinction. Its arrogance was as if it were the prince of the entire demon race. Ziyi's eyes were filled with disdain as he raised his chin and said proudly, what 10th prince? What does a mutated bloodline matter? In front of the weapons you provided, it's just an ant easily chopped up by Youchao, and the entire human race feasted on it. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. What seems like a demon prince? This was the genuine 10th prince of the demon race. And if he guessed correctly, this was the same one who would later be known as the last Golden Crow 10th Prince Luya, the Great Sun Buddha of Buddhism. That not fully grown Great Sun Buddha was directly roasted by Ziyi over a fire. Su Ming looked up at the roasted 3-legged golden crow on Ziyi's shoulder, feeling utterly undone. He wasn't afraid. With his current abilities, if he was determined to flee, neither Dijun nor Tai could stop him. But heavens, it was as if they were playing a joke on him. Su Ming had initially thought that during the turmoil between the witch and the demon races with the First War just concluded, the human race could quietly develop while keeping a low profile. But now Luya had been killed. This incident stirred up a situation that no one could predict. Golden crows were already rare. In the entire demon court, there were only 3 adult golden crows, Dijun, Tai, and Shihi. The 10 small golden crows were treated with utmost care, as if they were fragile treasures. The fact that these little ones dared to hang in the sky, simultaneously causing the witch race to scream, showed just how arrogant they were in their daily lives. The last time all 9 golden crows perished, it had directly triggered the Second Witch Demon War. With Luya's death, the primordial world was likely to tremble. The gap between the human and demon races was so vast, it could not be measured by numbers. Ziyi, seeing the ancestor staring at the roasted meat on his shoulder, brightened and approached, saying, Ancestor, this is only half cooked. I'll roast it to perfection right now for you to taste. Go ahead and do it. At this point, it was too late to say anything. Su Ming sighed in his heart and waved his hand. Golden crow meat was indeed worth tasting. His pupils constricted. In the 33 heavens, golden flames surged like boiling water, filling the sky with a fiery red light that stretched across. His pupils constricted. In the 33 heavens, golden flames surged like boiling water, filling the sky with a fiery red light that stretched across billions of miles. Who killed my son Luya? A sharp scream erupted from the demon court, echoing throughout the primordial chaos. 2 enormous wings burning with blazing fire spread out from deep within the demon court. Those wings were so large they seemed capable of enveloping the entire primordial world. A terrifying imperial majesty spread across the land, causing the entire primordial chaos to tremble. Immediately after, a golden bird's head emerged from the demon court, as large as a fiery red star. Those eyes, like fiery celestial bodies, looked down upon the primordial land, filled with unquenchable rage. The golden gaze swept across the ground like solid pillars of flame. Mountains collapsed, vast wetlands dried up, and flames splattered everywhere. This scene resembled the end of the world. The entire primordial chaos was stunned. For the human race, having only existed for 30,000 years, they had never witnessed such a sight. The impact was unimaginable. Hidden within the primordial world was such a ferocious beast. Ziyi, who was just about to roast meat, stood there dumbfounded. He froze in place, his eyes fixed on the feet of the world-destroying giant bird. That giant bird had 3 golden claws. This thing was just the mutated fire cloud sparrow enlarged. Ziyi turned his neck, stiffly staring at the ancestor. His eyes were full of pleading, desperate to hear a response that would reassure him. Ming pondered for a moment, landed, and patted Ziyi's shoulder. Congratulations, you have become the first in the primordial world to taste golden crow meat. Looking across the entire primordial world, Dijun was the most powerful. Hongjun was the strongest and most famous. But Dijun was different. He was the emperor of the demon race, ruling over the largest and most populous group in the current primordial world. With a plethora of powerful subordinates and fortune on his side, he could command the winds. His son had been killed. The news spread, shaking the primordial chaos. Which blind fool, emboldened by the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, would dare to strike at the 10th prince of the demon race? Wasn't that blatantly slapping the face of the demon race at its peak? A brazen challenge. Dijun's fury burned hot, and he issued a death order. The entire demon race was to mobilize and hunt down the culprit. No matter who it was, their background or their cultivation level, there would be no mercy, annihilation of their clan. With a single command, the entire demon race operated like a massive machine. A flood of powerful demons surged out, scouring every inch of land, leaving no stone unturned. The scale of the demon race's mobilization was too great and too frenzied. The myriad races of the primordial chaos shrank into a tight ball, each retreating their influence, fearing they might cross paths with the demon race and be wiped out. Even the overt and covert conflicts and battles between the demon and witch races had considerably lessened, with territories pulling back. Due to Lu Ya's death, the primordial world, which had originally been tumultuous and unceasing, strangely quieted for several days. Night deepened. A fire was lit in the valley, and a giant bird was being roasted to a golden shiny color, with oil droplets sizzling in the fire and the aroma wafting far away. By the campfire, Ming was voraciously eating, with grease covering his mouth. In this vast world, nothing mattered more than filling his stomach. He had been running in the wild for so many years, solely focused on cultivation and trying every means to pull the human race out of the mire, and he had never enjoyed such simple pleasures. So tender, truly tender. The mutated bloodline fire cloud sparrow is simply extraordinary, Ming praised while chewing. Across from him, the Ziyi clan and the Youchao clan looked pale with fear. Ming's teasing words left the two clansmen in an awkward position, unable to sit or stand, feeling uncomfortable all over. Indeed, the Youchao clan had heard that they had caused a major disaster and rushed over from afar to confess to their ancestor. Beside them, the Shinnon clan, who had been devouring their food, continuously nodded. It's really good. After eating, I feel warm all over and my physique has become stronger. Ziyi clan and Youchao clan shot him fierce glares, wishing they could join forces to beat him up. At such a time, how could they still have the heart to eat the meat of the golden crow? Having eaten and drunk, it's time to get to work. Ming finally stood up and wiped his mouth. The three of them fixed their gazes on him and spoke in unison. Please command us, human emperor. We would not shun any task, even if it involves fire and water. After the order from Emperor Jun was issued, the human emperor ancestor had remained silent and had not given any instructions. The three ancestors were clear about this. With Lu Ya captured by the human race, even if they tried to cover it up afterwards, it would be hard to avoid leaving traces. Given the abilities of the demon race, if they were determined to investigate, it would only be a matter of time before they traced it back to the human race. But what foundation does the human race have now? Compared to the demon race, they were practically insignificant. What is the demon race? It is a collective term for all beings in the wild. Figures like Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were incredibly powerful, having gathered all the top clans under their command since the beginning of creation. Among them were even ancient monsters who had survived since the age of gods and demons. As for the human race, they had only been around for 30,000 years at most. Not counting Ming, there were only two at the Great Golden Immortal level. If their secret were exposed, it would surely lead to the extinction of their race. The Youchao clan, Ziyi clan, and the Shinnon clan, who had comprehended the Heavenly Demon Sutra, were all anxious. Their own deaths were one thing, but if they dragged their entire race down with them, that would truly be a cause for unrest. Everyone relax, eat, and drink as you will. Ming smiled and waved his hand casually. Just manage the human race as you have in the past. I will go and return shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming's silhouette dissipated, leaving no trace in the valley. The vastness of the wild was boundless, and no one knew where the end lay. After the calamity of Longhen, the Wu and Yao races fought fiercely, expanding their territories. The Wuzhong Mountains served as a boundary with the demon race occupying the eastern side, and the Wu race entrenched in the north. At this moment, Su Ming stood high in the sky within the territory of the Wu race. Not far to the north lay the North Sea, one of the four great seas of the wild, known as a forbidden zone. The Kuanping and the ancient beast clan were nestled there. Although it seemed Su Ming stood on the clouds, his true form was hidden in the endless void, casting only an illusion over the Wu clan's territory. He lowered his gaze, coldly scanning below. The area was filled with towering great witches, each measuring at least 1,000,000 feet tall, resembling humans, but causing the ground to tremble with their every step. A truly shocking sight. Su Ming certainly could not wait for the human race to be exposed by the demon race. The human race could not withstand even a single strike from the demon race. He pondered repeatedly, and the only way out was to divert the calamity. In the wild, only the Wu race was unafraid of the demon race and capable of confronting them head-on. Of course, this tactic carried significant risk, but Su Ming had no other options left. To be honest, he held no good feelings toward the Wu race. The only one he admired was Hutu, who transformed into reincarnation and possessed great compassion. Thus, in Su Ming's heart, a massive net to shift the blame onto the Wu race had quietly been laid out. Back in the wild, the Wu and human races had intermarried quite lively, producing hybrids known as Wu people, resulting in a very close relationship. The Wu race had even shared some of their fortune with the human race to taste the sweetness of it. However, the 12 ancestors of Wu who held power feared that the human race's momentum would overshadow them. When the demon race slaughtered the human race, they stood idly by, watching the human race suffer countless casualties, leading to the collapse of the entire clan. Of course, the demon race took this opportunity to refine the slaughter Wu sword, which later caused trouble for the Wu race. Thus, now that Su Ming was the human emperor, he felt no psychological burden in dealing with the Wu race. His gaze swept over the core territory of the Wu race, focusing on the tribe of the fire ancestor Wu Zhurong. The people of Zhurong were known for their explosive tempers, and their reputation for slaughter spread throughout the wild. They were the most suitable target for igniting conflict. The Wu race was divided into 12 large tribes, all created using the blood of the ancestral witches. Below them were smaller tribes formed from the blood of great witches, all linked together by a bloodline chain. Su Ming had not lost his mind to rush directly into the ancestral witch tribes to fight. A single ancestral witch tribe could withstand nearly 10 demon god clans without issue, and there were countless great witches inside, many of whom were strong enough to match a Quasi-Saint. Moreover, right at the center of the 12 ancestral witch tribes stood the Panga Hall, where the ancestral witches resided, the pinnacle of power within the Wu race. Those were 12 Quasi-Saint level powerhouses, each possessing several treasures, making it impossible for Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to raise their heads in their presence. Su Ming did not wish to confront these fearless lunatics head-on. He only wanted to capture a few great witches and obtain some of their blood. Therefore, he needed to strike swiftly and decisively, then flee. Time was slipping by. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Su Ming squatted high above the Wu race like a tiger waiting for its prime prey, holding his breath and watching below, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. After another half-month, the sky had turned dark. Su Ming, who had been tense all this time, felt a twitch in his eyelid. Below, 3 great witches from the Zhurong tribe emerged. Each stood over 10 million feet tall, their skin tinged with a faint red hue, hair flowing like mountain ridges, creating a frightening appearance. Their eyes were as large as stars, and as they walked, their heavy red hair whipped through the air with a loud boom. The 3 great witches did not head toward the wild, but rather moved toward the North Sea. The opportunity has arrived. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he silently followed behind them. Listening to their conversation, Su Ming understood. They were heading to the North Sea to hunt ancient beasts, not in a hurry to return, so he was not in a rush either. The 3 great witches were not exceptionally powerful. The strongest among them was at most at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal level, having just brushed the threshold of Quasi-Saint. Su Ming calculated this clearly in his mind. With his current abilities, killing these 3 great witches would be as easy as stepping on ants. However, he sought speed and could not afford to delay. If he stalled, the Quasi-Saint level great witches, or even the 12 ancestors, would catch on to the scent. At that point, once his identity was exposed, he would be finished. He could not bear the consequences of such an outcome. He saw the 3 great witches sink into the sea at least 10 billion miles away from the core territory of the Wu race. 10 billion miles, the 12 ancestors would arrive at full speed in no more than a minute. If Emperor Jiang or Zhu Jiuyin intervenes, it would likely be even faster. Just hold on a bit longer. Su Ming calculated in his heart, his eyes glued to the 3 great witches, his killing intent reaching its peak. As for whether it was too cruel to strike against 3 great witches with whom he had no prior friendship, this thought barely surfaced before he snuffed it out. Now all that occupied his mind was the survival of the human race. As the human emperor, he had to ensure the human race established a firm foothold among the myriad races of the wild. Sitting in this position left no room for softness. This was the rule he adhered to. The interests of the clan outweighed his own life. From the moment he became the human emperor, he had tossed all hesitation aside. For the sake of the human race, even if rivers of blood flowed and mountains of corpses piled up, he would not bat an eye. In this world the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Where is the mercy? Yet at this moment Su Ming found he could wait no longer. Just as the three great witches had submerged into the sea with the water reaching their thighs, a massive ancient beast emerged before them. It resembled an octopus from later generations, its body terrifyingly large, countless tentacles tightly wrapped around a large island. Its two eyes were as black as bottomless pits. Its cultivation was at least at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal level. Such a creature, given its size, was likely an ancient monster that had survived since before the calamity of Longhan. However, upon catching sight of the three great witches, its instinctive reaction was one of terror. Its tentacles rose like human legs, frantically diving into the depths of the sea in an attempt to flee. The three great witches laughed upon seeing the octopus, immediately surrounding it with 6 massive hands, grabbing its tentacles and tearing them apart. Black blood sprayed out, turning the blue sea surface pitch black. In no time, the octopus at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal level was torn to pieces and slung over their shoulders. The surrounding sea was as calm as if nothing had happened. Such a huge commotion had not attracted any ancient beasts. The terror of the Wu race in the North Sea, this place was known as a forbidden zone in the wild, and they killed without hesitation. Seeing the three great witches preparing to return, a cold light exploded in Su Ming's eyes, striking like lightning through the void. He could wait no longer. The killing move had long been circulating within him, and at this moment it erupted. Chaos Heavenly Emperor Fist. The boxing technique from the Heavenly Emperor Classic had leveled up once. As the fist wind began to rise, chaotic mist enveloped the entire sea surface. The heavens were pressed downwards, and the vast imperial might spread in all directions. A golden giant fist crossed millions of miles of void, striking down like lightning. Boom! Blood mist exploded. The great witch standing at the front, the strongest among them, had the upper half of his body vaporized into blood mist. Only 2 legs remained like 2 massive pillars standing in the sea. Blood quickly stained the area within 1,000,000 miles. The blood of the fire great witch was scalding hot, causing the sea to boil and steam to rise into the sky. The other 2 great witches were also thrown back, their bodies darkening the sky. Their witch bodies were covered in cracks, and blood flowed down like waterfalls. The 3 great witches at the peak of the Great Golden Immortal level were nearly annihilated. This scene would leave anyone stunned. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In a flash, a mighty being from the North Sea had already sensed the movement. Su Ming knew well that this punch would not kill them all. He did not stop at all, stepping down with 1 foot. His foot transformed into a colossal presence, directly crushing the 2 dazed great witches beneath him like stepping on ants. With a wave of his hand, the essence blood of the 3 great witches was drawn out, coalescing into a blood sphere the size of a soccer ball. Su Ming barely glanced at it before turning and diving into the endless void, making his escape. He had already simulated this entire process countless times in his mind. It flowed like a river, leaving no gaps. But this was his first time acting in the Primordial World. He had underestimated the abilities of the 12 ancestor witches. During the time it took for him to strike twice, the ancestor witch hall had already been alerted. Boom! A muffled sound erupted from the Pango Hall. Who killed my witch clan's great witches? Die! An ancestor witch stepped out from the Pango Hall, towering incomprehensibly high. With skin of a bluish gray and a pair of wings sprouting from his back, he stepped into the void. The space ancestor witch Dijiang. He was the foremost among the 12 ancestor witches. A saying from the Chaos era goes, time is revered, space is king. The strength of the space laws need not be elaborated. Su Ming had already slipped into the void, escaping countless miles away. But suddenly his heart skipped a beat, a sense of crisis stabbing into him like a knife. Almost instinctively he wrapped himself in chaos mist and turned to punch back. Chaos Heavenly Emperor's Fist. As his fist struck out, the void shattered instantly. The rules of space were thrown into disarray, chaos reigning supreme. How can he even catch up? The 12 ancestor witches are too outrageous. Su Ming gritted his teeth and cursed internally. If he were to be entangled by Dijiang, he would soon be surrounded by the 12 ancestor witches. That scene would force even the already enlightened Saint Youchao to take a detour. The void resembled a shattered mirror, fragments surging and crashing in all directions. The howling turbulence created a commotion so immense that, let alone ordinary cultivators, even a Great Golden Immortal falling into it would be torn to shreds. Even a Quasi-Saint-level powerhouse entering this place would still be lost, unable to sense the orientation of the Primordial World. But Dijiang was different. He was the pinnacle of combat strength among the ancestor witches, and with his peak quasi-emperor cultivation, not to mention his mastery of the highest space laws, this chaotic void appeared as a mere tool to him. In a space that was clearly in utter disarray, he could easily manipulate it. "You damn thief, leave your life." Di Jiang's roar reverberated, piercing through layer upon layer of spatial cracks, carrying the taste of annihilation and causing one's eardrums to ache. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A massive hand extended from the void, vast beyond measure, nearly filling the entirety of the chaotic spacetime. The aura of the ancestor which enveloped everything, accurately grasping towards Su Ming. No matter how he dodged or evaded, that hand remained firmly behind him. Su Ming did not want to waste time with him. His figure leapt through the endless void, changing coordinates repeatedly, but that ancestor witch's massive hand seemed to have a tracking device attached to him, and he could not shake it off. With the enhancement of the laws of space, the chaotic spacetime felt non-existent to that great hand. A distance of millions of miles was crossed in the blink of an eye. Madman. Su Ming cursed, inwardly feeling furious at the relentless pursuit. Did he really need to chase him down for killing 3 great witches? The witch clan was vast and powerful. What was the loss of 3 great witches? Was it necessary to pursue him so relentlessly? However, at this moment, Su Ming began to understand. How could the witch clan rely solely on their own strength to become the overlords of heaven and earth, and even contend with the demon clan that encompassed countless ancient races? Even Hongjun and the 6 saints did not dare to provoke them. Just one word: unity. When a clan member encounters trouble, none shall be abandoned. Even the 3 great witches who had already died could stir the Pango Hall, prompting a top authority like Di Jiang to personally pursue them. What about the demon clan? If 3 great Luo Golden Immortals died, would the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai act like this? Don't even think about it. But then again, every rising clan surely has its own strengths. The greatest strength of the demon clan lies in its inclusivity, able to accommodate any race, including the once dominant dragon clan, Phoenix clan, and Qilin clan. Though those 3 clans never acknowledged themselves as part of the demon clan, Su Ming felt a mix of emotions. He even held a bit of admiration for the unity of the witch clan. But if he needed to act against the witch clan again for the benefit of the human race, he would not hesitate for a moment. Buzz! A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and waved, causing the heavens to shatter. A surge of divine demonic energy erupted from the supreme treasure, the divine demonic map, directly slicing through the void. The power of the innate supreme treasure under Su Ming's level of cultivation began to shake the entire spacetime. In the blink of an eye, the space within millions of miles trembled, collapsing into a void. A true void. Those millions of laws were all shattered, obliterated completely. In the face of the power that annihilated Di Jiang's massive hand, no matter how tough the ancestor witch's body was, it was still cut with ghastly wounds. The blood of the ancestor witch splattered everywhere, some places nearly severed. This time Di Jiang did not dare to be too arrogant. Across millions of miles of spacetime he acted. The facts were evident. The one who had killed the great witches had the ability to hurt him. Although the ancestor witch's body was incredibly formidable, repairing it was slow and laborious. "Bastard, don't let me find out who you are." Di Jiang roared, his voice shaking the heavens, filled with murderous intent. But his great hand gradually retreated from the spacetime. Knowing he could not catch up, there was no need to waste effort. Finally gone, that thing was truly troublesome. With Di Jiang's withdrawal, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that the ancestor witch was stronger than he had imagined. Killing a great witch near the witch clan's nest was akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. One misstep could lead to the demise of the human race. The ancestor witches were indeed characters notorious enough to leave a mark in the primordial world. From start to finish, he did not dare to let out even a hint of his presence. Even using the divine demonic map was merely to shake the space-time, indirectly slicing at Di Jiang's hand through the shattered spatial power, fearful of leaving any trace. However, it never hurts to be cautious. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, this map cannot be used again. Su Ming muttered inwardly. While the ancestor witches lacked a primordial spirit, their means were not lacking. Just from this encounter one could see a glimpse. He believed his plan was meticulous, but who knew if Di Jiang had a way to sense the aura of the divine demonic map. As it turned out, he almost flipped the situation. Su Ming calculated the lessons from this confrontation, but the direction of his flight was not towards the valley, but rather to the east of Mount Buzhou, the heartland of the demon clan. At this moment, the primordial world was in an uproar. Just as one wave had not subsided, another wave rolled. The matter of the demon emperor Di Jun's intervention was not over yet, and the incident of the demon clan's 10th prince being killed had not settled, while the witch clan was again raising a great wave. A powerful being had dared to sneak up near the witch clan's lair right under the Pango Hall's watchful eye and killed 3 great witches. How insane must one be to pull this off? It was akin to defecating on the face of the witch clan. All the strong beings and clans in the entire primordial world deemed the perpetrator to be a reckless madman. That was the Witch clan, infamous for their brutality and dominance. They have always bullied others. Oh, when has anyone dared to provoke the Witch clan like this? Why did the Demon clan manage to expand so rapidly? Numerous ancient clans led by innate gods and demons flocked to join the Demon clan. Wasn't it because the Witch clan was too tyrannical, constantly bullying others, that they could no longer endure and went under the banner of the Demon clan? After all, it is easier to find shade under a big tree. But even so, the Demon clan would not dare to slap the Witch clan in the face like this. The territory of the Witch clan is not something just anyone can recklessly invade. The Pango Hall stood there with the 12 ancestor witches stationed at the center, and great witches scurrying about. Any one of them was a powerful figure. Even those 3 esteemed figures from the Taoist sect would have to bow their heads and tuck their tails when they arrived here, not daring to breathe loudly. Yet there was someone who not only intruded but also managed to escape. What was most infuriating was that the space ancestor Witch Jiang, the true authority of the Witch clan, personally took action, yet still could not capture him. Rumor has it that he was even injured by that madman. Once this news spread, the entire primordial world erupted. The 2 clans had already extended their hands throughout the primordial realm, each dominating their own territory, who would not make way for them. Yet unexpectedly, they were continually slapped in the face and could not even figure out who had done it. The Pango Hall issued a statement. The dignity of the Witch clan is not something that just anyone can touch. Whoever harmed a member of the Witch clan shall pay with their life. There are no exceptions, no negotiations. The entire Witch clan mobilized, launching an overwhelming search. Countless great witches surged out from their stations, traversing the lands. At this moment, the eastern part of the primordial world was in chaos. The northern part of the primordial world was also in turmoil. The entire primordial world was completely in disarray. The 2 clans could no longer fight over territory, all turning their sights towards the one who dared to challenge the authority of the overlords. Ming had already arrived near the heartland of the Demon clan. He had also heard that the entire primordial world had gone mad. Touching his nose, he let out a bitter laugh. I've offended both overlords at once. Among all the traversers in the primordial world, I must be unique. The great witches were killed by him. The flesh of the golden crow, yes, it did taste good, but he could not be entirely blamed for it. He never intended to create such a commotion. He was simply forced into a corner with no other choice. Shaking his head to rid himself of distractions, Ming refocused his thoughts on the present. He raised his eyes towards the region a million miles ahead, where a major ancient clan of the Fire Cloud Sparrow. He had already inquired about the entire situation from the 3 members of the nesting clan. From the very beginning, the human race had not provoked. It was the Fire Cloud Sparrow that had actively attacked, devouring numerous clan members. Why were Youchao and Ziyi so furious? Why did they disregard everything to behead the young master of the Fire Lark? Because the anger in their hearts had accumulated for far too long, and they could no longer contain it. Ming never blamed them for being short-sighted. He had wandered around the Demon clan's territory for more than half a month, and finally found the old nest of the Fire Lark in the vast demon domain. The Fire Lark is considered a major clan among the demon races, but it is far from being a top-tier one. There are many clans similar to it, unlike the ancestral witch tribe, which is easier to locate. The strong are respected, the weak are preyed upon. Ming's expression darkened. The phrase he remembered most from Youchao's words was these 8 characters. The Fire Lark's attitude towards the human race perfectly embodies these 8 characters. Heavenly Demon Devour. His eyes darkened, engulfed by demonic energy, shrouded in darkness as cold as the abyss. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of blood in his palm, a manifestation of the great witch's essence, blood. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. In the Heavenly Demon scripture, there is a sinister ability known as Heavenly Demon Devour. It specializes in consuming the essence blood of others, allowing one to use the opponent's divine abilities for a short time. This is why Ming dared to infiltrate the ancestral nest of the Witch clan and even kill that great witch. He had no other intention than to stir the waters, making the Demon clan too distracted to focus on him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy around Ming surged violently, and his aura suddenly transformed. Flames erupted around him, every strand of hair glowing red, resembling a floating flame. Even his skin took on a faint red hue. After consuming those 3 spheres of essence blood, his aura soared directly to the level of the great witch of the Fire tribe, reaching the peak of the early stage of Quasi-Saint. Of course, it only looked that way. In Ming's eyes, the demonic energy still burned with intense flames as he stepped into the territory of the Fire Lark. This place was exceedingly vast, with hundreds of millions of Fire Larks nesting here. Occasionally, gigantic birds flew by, blocking out the sun, all of which were at the level of Great Golden Immortals. Deeper within the mountains, occasional terrifying auras emerged, waves of heat rolling in. The weak are preyed upon. Su Ming murmured this phrase, and his form suddenly swelled to a height of 100,000 feet. Flames blazed upwards, and with a wave of his hand, endless fire laws surged forth. Darkness instantly enveloped the old nest of the fire lark. Raging flames poured into the territory of the fire lark like a flood. The true fire of Zhu Rong was no less than the divine fire of the golden crow. It burned everything, nothing was beyond its reach. In just a moment the fire raged wildly in the territory of the fire lark. The ground was scorched to vacuum and thousands of fire larks were engulfed in flames. These fire attribute birds screamed in agony within the flames they were most adept at. In the blink of an eye the cries echoed everywhere filled with terrified shouts. The true fire of Zhu Rong continued to spread like crazy. Those fire lark experts who were disturbed tried to take flight, but Su Ming simply slapped them down, turning them into mush. This was a massacre, a catastrophic disaster. Buzz, Su Ming raised his massive foot and stomped down, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Countless fire larks were crushed into pulp. This is how the primitive world operates. The weak are preyed upon, and the strong make the rules. At this moment this principle was laid bare. At this moment a furious roar erupted from deep within the fire lark's old nest. Zhu Rong, great witch, you have some nerve. How dare you invade my fire lark's territory? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying power awakened from beneath the ground. The ancestors of the fire lark moved. 5 great fire larks at the level of Great Golden Immortals rushed out from the mountains. Their forms were intimidating, with wings spread wide blocking out the sun and their eyes resembling stars. 3 were in the early stage of Great Luo, 1 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the late stage. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying aura emerging from deeper within the mountains that belonged to a Great Golden Immortal at the peak stage, nearly stepping into the Quasi-Saint realm. They didn't flee but charged directly at Su Ming. Flames roared, and killing intent soared sky-high. The territory of the fire lark was vast and boundless, spanning millions of miles, now buzzing with activity as the protective clan formation unfolded in layers radiating light into the sky. In theory, with 6 Great Golden Immortals stationed, and a half-step Quasi-Saint peak among them, plus an ancestral formation that had been passed down for many years, it should be no problem to withstand a Quasi-Saint for a while. This amount of time should be sufficient to alert the demon court. Those demon god clans nearby would surely send Quasi-Saints to assist. Because of this confidence, the fire larks did not flee in the face of the Zhu Rong Great Witch, who had the saint title. However, at this moment a cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Using the same trick again, he slapped down and flames surged. The difference this time was that a wisp of demonic energy mixed in with the flames. This wisp of demonic energy was extraordinary. It came from the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, and the heavenly demon scripture had been practiced to perfection. The power of this slap was on an entirely different level compared to an ordinary Great Witch at the first level of Quasi-Saint. The 5 Great Golden Immortals, relying on the defense provided by the clan's grand formation, were directly turned to ashes. Even the formation itself was creaking and cracking under the overwhelming force, and it looked like it was about to collapse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. 5 Great Golden Immortals, just like that, ceased to exist. The fire larks who had just ignited hope suddenly felt as if they had been smashed from the sky into the ground, with nothing left but despair in their eyes. Even the Great Luo ancestors were killed in an instant. From the other side of the mountain a streak of rainbow light shot out, carrying a significant aura. But it was not directed at Su Ming, who rather it was fleeing in the opposite direction. This fire lark ancestor intended to escape. For him, there was no other option left but to run. Trying to escape. Su Ming reached out, and his hand loomed large, as if the entire world was grasped in his palm. No matter how far the fire lark ancestor flew, even billions of miles, he could not escape the reach of that hand, transforming Mount Sumeru into a mustard seed. Law of divine powers. You are definitely not the Zhu Rong Great Witch. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to annihilate my fire lark? The fire lark ancestor roared, his voice filled with despair, seeking an answer. But the weak are not qualified to know the answer. Su Ming's gaze was as cold as ice. The demonic energy surged, and his hands slowly clenched. Ziyi, the Great Golden Immortal ancestor, was crushed into fine dust. Before his primordial spirit could escape, it was engulfed by the true fire of Zhu Rong, reduced to ash. At this moment, the entire fire lark clan was utterly shattered. The true fire of Zhu Rong spread across the land, burning wildly for millions of miles. The remaining fire larks, at best Golden Immortals, were as defenseless as ordinary mortals before this raging inferno. The fire lark clan was annihilated. Millions of fire larks, not a single one escaped. The protective clan formation still stood firm, but Su Ming's figure had already vanished. Such a huge commotion could not go unnoticed by the demon court in the 33 heavens. When the Quasi-Saint demons sent by the demon court arrived, the territory of the Firelark clan was nothing but ruins. Broken walls and bricks, the smoke had yet to dissipate. The once dominant Firelark clan could not even be found, not a single feather left. The Quasi-Saints searched the entire clan territory, not a single living creature was seen. For the demon clan, this news was more devastating than a catastrophic event. The entire demon court was in an uproar. Since the time of the Dragon Han calamity, when Emperor Jun and Tai Yi joined forces to establish the demon clan, sweeping through the wasteland, recruiting various clans, seizing resources, and claiming territory. As they pushed through, when had they ever suffered such a blow? Now just a step away from the core circle of the demon court, a major clan on the verge of becoming a demon god clan was wiped out. And it was done right under the eyes of countless major clans. If this were to be mentioned before, no one would have taken it seriously. The demon court was annihilated. Who would dare? Who has the capability? But the facts were right in front of them. Coincidentally, the 10th son of the demon clan had just been killed a few days ago. All the powerful beings in the wasteland began to connect the dots. Was there someone specifically targeting the demon clan? A chain trap. The news spread across the wasteland like it had grown wings. The various factions, already on edge, found it even harder to sleep. No one knew how the demon clan, having suffered 2 heavy slaps in succession, would go mad. On the second day of the Firelark's annihilation, while the entire wasteland held its breath, a powerful figure within the core circle of the demon clan let slip a revelation. In the old nest of the Firelark, the essence blood of the Great Witch of the Witch clan was found. Moreover, a faint aura of struggle between the Great Witch of the Witch clan and the ancestor of the Firelark remained at the scene. The words from the demon court were scarce fragmented. Yet just these scraps left the entire wasteland in shock. The Great Witch of the Witch clan stormed into the territory of a major demon clan and slaughtered them. Have they gone mad? What else could it be? Otherwise, who could possibly understand what the Witch clan was after? It was completely incomprehensible. In that moment, the leaders of the major demon clans scattered throughout the wasteland seemed to have received a signal from the demon court, one by one flying out of their nests, heading towards the demon court. A storm was brewing, the clouds darkening, and the mountain rain was about to descend. Various speculations surged like a tide across the wasteland. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards the demon court, that massive structure where dark clouds rolled and thunder cracked. The commotion the demon clan stirred up was so immense that no one could deceive themselves. It was clear that they had received some critical news, otherwise it would be impossible to create such a scene. Although they had clashed with the Witch clan numerous times before, they had never seen them so serious. In this wasteland, who else could provoke such a great disturbance in the demon clan? There was no escaping it. All the powerful beings thought of the same name, the Witch clan. Only the Witch clan was worth the demon clan's effort to stir up such chaos. The Witch clan was not to be underestimated either. Like the demon clan, they were also titans in the wasteland. Facing the movements of the demon clan and the whispers that leaked out, they dared not be careless. Setting aside the matter of killing 3 great witches, all the Quasi-Saint great witches from various ancestral witch tribes were summoned to the Panga Hall. The display was one of hard confrontation. Not a single step back. They directly summoned millions of great witches and gathered at the junction of the territories of the witch and demon clans, ready to clash. Those great shaman warriors, each possessing a physique that could support the heavens, roared like thunder, causing winds to whip up with every breath they took, shaking the entire primordial world. The Wu clan was warning the group of demon clan members who were closing their doors for a meeting. Do not make impulsive decisions. The Wu clan is unafraid and will not retreat an inch. If the demon clan truly dared to act recklessly and make any decisions against the Wu clan, they would have to weigh the consequences themselves. The various clans and those with divine powers in the primordial world were all trembling in fear. Many of those present had experienced the great calamity of the Dragon Han 3 clans. That battle which nearly shattered the heavens and earth felt like it had happened just yesterday, leaving chills coursing through their bones. Countless clans and powerful beings were caught in that battle, turned to ashes without even leaving a name behind. Yet the current Wu and demon clans were even fiercer than the Dragon Han 3 clans back then. If they truly went to war, it would certainly be more terrifying than the Dragon Han calamity, turning the primordial world into utter chaos. But even in fear, what could they do? In the presence of these 2 giants, they were merely a swarm of ants. Their thoughts and opinions would not even warrant a glance from the Wu clan or the demon clan. While the millions of great shamans of the Wu clan were training, countless heavy gazes were focused below, and the demon court finally made its move. 108 demon gods stepped forth from the demon court. Their bodies towered like mountains, heads held high against the sun and moon, with eyes shining like stars. Black clouds covered the sky, and countless elite demon warriors were summoned to the border between the Wu and demon clans, facing the Wu army and preparing for battle. Just the sight of this standoff was terrifying beyond measure. Various ominous signs began to emerge throughout the primordial world. The black clouds churned, and the murderous aura twisted into blood-red gales howling between the two armies. The heavens were being crushed inch by that overwhelming aura. Mountains and rivers spanning billions of miles were flattened in the blink of an eye, and the earth was shattered beyond recognition. One event after another felt like the arrival of an apocalyptic war. The entire primordial world was thrown into chaos. Countless powerful beings, frightened by the shadow left by the Dragon Han calamity, retreated to their caves or fled to distant corners of the primordial world, hoping to escape this impending disaster. The ordinary beings of the primordial world were so terrified that they did not dare to breathe, trembling all over. Su Ming swayed back to the valley. Outside, the world was in turmoil, but he remained unaffected, as if nothing were amiss. The golden crow on the wooden rack was still roasting its skin crisp and shiny. Half a month passed, and the aroma still lingered. He tore off a piece of meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed heartily. This thing tastes really good. Wasting food would bring down divine retribution. Such a good thing should not be wasted. Su Ming was in a very good mood. The Chao clan, Ziyi clan, and Shinnong clan had long been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing Su Ming return, they hurriedly surrounded him, their words caught in their throats, wanting to ask, but not daring to do so. The ancestor was eating with grease all over his mouth, cheeks bulging, and they did not dare to interrupt. Yet the impatience on their faces was evident. The battlefield was just a few steps away from Buzhou Mountain. Although the three of them lacked strength, they could still hear the news. The 10th son of the demon clan was killed. How would this matter conclude? If word reached the demon emperor, the vast demon army outside would turn back, and there wouldn't be a scrap left of the human race. There wouldn't even be a chance to escape. Even if they went unnoticed, the aftermath of the two clans' conflict would be enough to drown the human race. It would be over, completely over. Just as the human race was beginning to show signs of improvement, the three of them had just ignited their fighting spirit, when reality doused them with a bucket of cold water, leaving them utterly chilled. At this moment, they were at a loss, staring at Su Ming with eyes full of hope. Youchao's thoughts turned, and he suddenly recalled the current plight of the human race. Enemies surrounded them on all sides. Each day was a struggle. Why are you surrounding me? Just focus on your cultivation, eat, drink, and enjoy the show. This was said lightly with no underlying message. But for these three, Su Ming's words were like a calming pill. The ancestor's strength was unfathomable, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of what was happening outside. Upon further thought, it was clear that not long after the ancestor left, the Wu and demon clans stirred up such a commotion. The three had an inkling. The matters on the Wu clan side were most likely connected to the ancestor. The ancestor would not harm the human race. Everything was definitely under control. Ziyi clan, come with me. Su Ming turned and flew towards the statue of the heavenly emperor. His expression was calm and unperturbed, as if the events outside had nothing to do with him. As he left behind a few golden crow feathers. Those feathers were stained with the blood of the great shaman Zhu Rong. What would Dijun think upon seeing this? What actions would he take? What events would unfold? What does it have to do with Su Ming? He couldn't intervene, could he? He just wanted to stir the waters, allowing the human race to develop in peace. Su Ming was clear in his heart that even if the Wu and demon clans truly clashed, they would not ignite the flames of war upon the human race. The human race was tied to great fortune, the destined protagonists of the future primordial world chosen by the heavens. According to the previous trajectory of the primordial world, if Buzhou Mountain were caught up in the fray, the human race would still be as weak as chicks and would have been extinguished long ago. However, upon reaching this point, Su Ming secretly sighed. He appeared calm on the outside, but inside the tension was palpable. The first battle between the Wu and demon clans had been advanced, which was not the outcome he wished to see. According to the original script, this war should have happened only after he, the transmigrator, had stirred things up. But now with his arrival, it had been directly brought forward. After this fight, both the Wu and demon sides would understand that the other was not a fish in the same water, only one could survive. With both sides possessing similar strengths, they couldn't kill each other, so they would have to frantically pile on their combat power, using all sorts of underhanded tricks. The great array of the heavenly stars and the 12 heavenly gods killing formation were all created under pressure from the opposing side. After the battle, both clans would still have their sights set on the human race, employing different methods. The upper echelons of the demon clan would eventually discover that items refined using human blood could severely wound the Wu clan. The human race was indeed stronger than before, but in the grand scheme of the primordial world, this strength was barely enough to fill the gaps. This time he was able to divert disaster elsewhere solely, because as a transmigrator he knew the secrets of the Wu and demon clans, utilizing the information asymmetry to deceive them. But the gap in hard power was evident, as great as a mountain. The next time the demon clan took notice of the human race, it would not be a coincidence, it would be driven by interests. Interests like floods could not be held back by any clever tricks. Ultimately, it still boiled down to not having enough strength. If the human race could now present 1,000 great Luo Golden Immortals and 100 Quasi-Saints, Ming looked towards the distant standoff between the millions of armies of the Wu and Demon clans, feeling the pressure increase. He exhaled softly, murmuring, "I need to put in more effort." He walked up to the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, looking up at the imposing stone figure. He took out his carving knife, shaking off all the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and his gaze returned to its previous calmness. Without the strength to stand on equal footing with others, playing any tricks would be useless. When the Heavenly Emperor had not yet become a great emperor facing the dark chaos, even if he wanted to protect the world, he could only brace himself and charge forward, a mantis trying to stop a chariot seeking death. Ultimately, only strength is the hard truth. Ming aligned his mindset with the Heavenly Emperor and began to operate the Heavenly Emperor scriptures. In an instant, an overwhelming aura that could crush the heavens and earth exploded from him, sweeping across all directions and resonating directly with the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. As Ziyi clan reached the base of the statue, he was shaken by the aura emanating from Ming, causing his whole body to tremble. His mind buzzed, and he instantly understood. This was the sensation the Shinnong clan and the Chao clan felt when they saw the ancestor. Immediately afterward, a flood of insights surged into his mind like a tide. Ziyi clan's understanding of the Heavenly Emperor scriptures soared, and his realm began to rise swiftly. Having just entered the mid-Golden Immortal stage a few days prior, his foundation was not yet solid. But at this moment, under the impact of those rushing insights, his realm stabilized in an instant. Then he began to soar upward. In the blink of an eye, his mid-Golden Immortal cultivation reached its peak, and he started to push towards the later stage. The aura radiating from him was imbued with the imposing pressure of the Heavenly Emperor, churning relentlessly, as if it were trying to merge with Ming's and the statue of the Heavenly Emperor's essence. At his current level, he was leagues behind Ming and the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if he could only grasp a trace of that realm's might, it would be an immense boon for him. Buzz, a muffled sound echoed. Ziyi clan's realm exploded open. He advanced from mid-Golden Immortal to latest stage without any pause. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged in like mad, twisting into a massive funnel above his head, pouring into his brow. He had reached the late Golden Immortal stage. What was even more outrageous was that as he broke through, his insights into the late Golden Immortal stage had already stabilized and continued to surge upward. Having just broken through to the late Golden Immortal stage, his understanding had already far surpassed what this realm entailed. Ming was there perfecting the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. This opportunity was immense. The speed of his strength's breakthrough could no longer keep up with the speed of his insight skyrocketing. Ziyi clan forgot everything, immersing himself in this earth-shattering opportunity, sinking deeply. At this moment, Ming's brewing aura reached its peak. He slowly raised his hand and made a move. Stone chips began to fall. The statue of the Heavenly Emperor seemed to be infused with a soul by this strike, becoming a little more complete. From a distance, it appeared as if a true Heavenly Emperor was about to emerge from the statue, ready to restore order to this chaotic world and bring tranquility to the realm. This thing one can't help but envy. From afar, Shinnong clan gazed intently, feeling deeply moved. He had tasted the exhilarating sensation of soaring insights and knew just how delightful it was. Chao clan ignored him, flying directly to the statue of the Primordial Emperor. While comprehending that mythical statue, he also felt the process of the human race's ancestor perfecting the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. All paths ultimately converge into one. Although the celestial statues were not his path, having something to observe and reference was far more effective than blindly practicing alone. This crisis placed immense pressure on the Youchao clan. He recalled the shock upon realizing that the golden-haired bird was the 10th prince of the demon race, a feeling of despair and confusion engulfing him. The human race might be exterminated due to his momentary negligence. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak. Lacking strength meant lacking the right to speak, and he didn't even know if he would survive until tomorrow. The Youchao clan's desire for power burned even brighter. Meanwhile, the Shinnong clan also began to cultivate. Enhancing strength became the most pressing matter for the human race. Everyone in the valley was madly comprehending and practicing. Numerous prodigies of the human race reached breakthroughs through insights gained from the mythological statues. Time passed by just like that. When the 10-year period ended, the Youchao and Shinnong clans would awaken, return to the human valley, and select new prodigies to lead their forces into this place. In the meantime, a large number of humans comprehended the mythological statues and acquired countless methods of cultivation. This clan was no longer as lacking as before, even in the most basic techniques. Countless texts were inscribed onto jade tablets and stored categorically. The Youchao clan built a grand hall of inheritance specifically for this purpose, allowing talented human disciples to choose suitable methods for themselves. Even those who could not physically reach the ancestral valley to comprehend the statues could find the most suitable techniques in the inheritance hall. Some individuals who initially had mediocre talent skyrocketed in their cultivation realms simply because they chose the right path in the inheritance hall. Such changes alerted the higher-ups of the human race, granting them spots to enter the ancestral valley and comprehend the statues. Countless prodigies of the human race overturned their fates during this great opportunity for their clan, ultimately becoming pillars of strength and top-tier powerhouses. While the human race was charging forward madly, the outside wilderness world was also tumultuous, with dark currents swirling. The armies of the witch and demon races faced off against each other for 100 years. The powerful demons entrenched in the Supreme Demon Court finally reached a consensus. The order from Emperor Jun was issued from the Demon Court, spreading throughout the entire wilderness. The Great Witch under the Ancestor, which Zhu Rong killed the demon prince Luya. This incident was witnessed by the Firecloud Sparrow clan, and fearing exposure, that Great Witch exterminated the entire Firecloud Sparrow clan. With irrefutable evidence, there was no escape. The Demon Court demanded an apology from the Witch clan, insisting that Zhu Rong personally kneel at the Demon Court to admit fault and compensate for the damages caused to the demon race. Once this order was released, the entire wilderness erupted. Those high-ranking powers were all terrified. Was the demon race not outright forcing the Witch clan to fight for their lives? The Witch clan had always considered themselves the true descendants of Pangu, the rightful heirs of the wilderness, so how could they agree to such conditions? As expected, the moment the order reached the Witch clan, they flatly rejected it. Let alone the great witches of the Witch clan, whose tempers were like powder kegs. They exploded with rage on the spot. They believed the demon's demand was not an apology, but a blatant humiliation, a spitting in the face of the Witch clan. In their view, this was not just an insult to the Witch clan, but a slap in the face of the Great Pangu. Fanatics who simply would not reason. The Great Pangu was the only faith of the Witch clan who self-proclaimed to be Pangu's sole orthodox heirs in the wilderness. Anyone who dared to insult the Witch clan was insulting the Great Pangu. It mattered not whether the evidence was sufficient or if they were in the right. Cursing the Witch clan was a great act of rebellion, trampling upon the spine of the Great Pangu. The Witch clan was furious, their tempers flaring. 100 great witches banded together and stormed into the Pangu Hall, pressuring the Ancestor, which to issue an immediate order to declare war on the demon race, insisting that the demon race must be exterminated. What the 12 Ancestor witches were thinking, whether they were willing to fight this battle faced with such a colossal wave of public opinion, they had no choice but to nod in agreement. The order from the Pangu Hall was swiftly issued. The millions of witch clans at the border with the demon race had been stifled for too long. Upon receiving the order, they erupted with an overwhelming offensive. Millions of great witches roared in unison, their battle aura soaring into the heavens, crashing into the demon territory like a raging flood. These beings were terrifyingly large. Each step they took flattened mountains beneath their feet. Great witches at the level of the Luo had grown to heights of millions of zhang, their heads nearly touching the sun, their feet treading upon mountains, wielding witch artifacts that could crush vast landscapes with a single swing. With millions of such monsters charging forward, the scene was beyond description. At that moment, the prominent figures throughout the wilderness were left dumbfounded. Those top-tier powerhouses who usually looked down upon others were left speechless, their eyes nearly popping out, shaken by the witch clan's unreasonable might. With millions of such monsters charging forward, the scene was beyond description. At that moment, the prominent figures throughout the wilderness were left dumbfounded. On an elephant, let alone the fact that the witch clan was certainly not made up of mere insects. Among this vast army, there were at least over 100 great witches at the Croissant level and several thousand at the Great Golden Immortal level, with countless others possessing lower combat strength. When this force descended, even saints would feel apprehensive, not to mention those great powers who had yet to attain sainthood. They were directly stunned, some even feeling a chill run down their spines. Who could withstand the witch clan with such momentum? No wonder they disregarded the face of even the Tao Ancestor, boldly declaring themselves the rightful heirs of the wilderness. However, the demon race had long anticipated such a move from the witch clan, who in the wilderness did not know the explosive tempers and straightforward nature of the witch clan. After Emperor Jun issued the order for the witch clan to apologize, he never expected them to truly bow down. He had already quietly laid out the necessary arrangements. The demand for the witch clan to apologize was essentially a psychological warning to all within the demon race. Prepare for war with the witch clan. After all, the factions within the demon race were far too diverse, lacking the unity of the witch clan. Simply avenging a slain prince or a wiped-out clan was not enough to rally all demon factions to fight the witch clan. There had been discussions among great powers in the wilderness who noted that although the demon race boasted the title of 365 demon god clans, the underlying factions were numerous and fundamentally chaotic. Many clans' attitudes were simply to gather when there were benefits and to disperse when there were none. Only due to the relentless expansion pressure from the Witch clan did they gather under the banner of Emperor Jun and Tai. Many believed that the demon race could not truly unite as one, failing to genuinely unite their hearts. In essence, they were just a collection of clans fighting over scraps. This group had a faint sense of identity with being demons. When faced with a tough opponent, they could easily crumble under sustained pressure. But now it was different. The Witch clan's refusal to apologize and their proactive attack provided the demon race's immense army with a legitimate reason to fight with all their might. In the next moment, 365 demon gods stepped out from the demon court, soaring into the sky, their bodies instantly expanding to millions of zhong, revealing their true forms, colliding with the great witches of the Witch clan. Hundreds of quasi-saint-level demon gods and great witches became embroiled in battle. The million-strong army was bloodthirsty, staining the entire heavens and earth red. The heavens collapsed. The earth shattered. The entire wilderness resembled a ceramic pot smashed with a hammer, with fragments scattered everywhere. Millions of miles of terrain were turned to charcoal, the air suffused with the scent of blood. Those small clans hiding in the corners did not even have time to scream before being drawn into this storm, crushed to dust. Exterminated, extinct, wiped out. There were more than could be counted. This scene was similar to the bloodshed of the three clans during the Longhan era. The mountain of corpses from that time was no different from today. But for the Witch and Demon clans, this battle had just begun to heat up. Millions of troops were continuously sent to the front lines. The momentum was more terrifying than a swarm of locusts. The sky was shattered. The earth was torn apart. The sun and moon seemed to vanish, and the entire world felt as if it was coming to an end. Those ancient beings hiding deep within the wilderness felt their limbs grow cold. A few who had experienced the three-clan war recalled that scene, causing goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. The three pure ones, the Western Jin and Zhuanti, and the already ascended Nuwa who resided in chaos, were all stunned. They had to reconsider. How substantial were the Witch and Demon races? Did these two races truly possess such weight that even saints could not suppress them? Would the Witch and Demon races willingly kneel at the feet of the saints? Could the exalted position of the saints remain stable before these two colossal entities? These quasi-saints continuously questioned themselves in their hearts. As the Witch and Demon races fought increasingly ferociously, the expressions of those great powers became graver. Ming, who had been engraving things in his cave, was awakened by the apocalyptic commotion outside. He looked up and was left dumbstruck. Millions of people were slaughtering one another. The battlefield spanned millions of miles through time and space. The earth was turned into a sieve. Words like magnificent, spectacular, and tragic were utterly meaningless in the face of such a scene. Fortunately, Mount Buzhou still stood firm. As long as this pillar holding up the heavens remained unbroken, the human race could stay near Mount Buzhou, shielded by the mountain's aura, and with enough luck, they were not greatly affected. Had they been in another location, even if the human race's strength multiplied, being drawn into this conflict would have resulted in half of their numbers perishing. In the valley, the three human leaders were also awakened by the commotion. They stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. They silently calculated in their minds. Though the strength of the human race was rapidly increasing, could they truly win if they fought against the Witch or Demon races? After their calculations, they felt numb. Ming murmured, "This is only the first battle." He did not see himself as the director of this grand play. All he thought about was how the human race would survive moving forward. He remembered clearly. Currently, the combat strength of the Witch and Demon races had not yet reached its peak. When they truly reached their peak, they were said to be capable of overpowering even the sages. During the second war between the Witches and the Demons, the two races stood at their zenith. But after reaching the pinnacle, it was a continuous slide downwards with no pause in between. What Ming wanted to do was to carve a path for the human race, leading them to ascend. This matter cannot bypass the grand trends of the primordial world. Sooner or later, they would collide with the Witch and Demon races. The road is long, and there is still a distance to cover. The human race desires to rise, and they are very eager. Suddenly, Ming frowned, his gaze piercing through the void, looking deep into the endless expanse of time and space. At the same time, several terrifying auras turned towards that direction. In the depths of the primordial space, 12 gigantic phantoms flickered in and out of visibility, radiating a destructive aura, colliding with each other, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Facing them stood two sovereigns engulfed in golden flames. One of them had a chaotic-colored giant bell atop his head, inscribed with the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, along with all living beings, its bell tolling with a resonant sound. It was the eastern sovereign of the demon race, Tai. The other, without a need for further guessing, was the #1 leader of the demon race Dijuan. Daijin's gaze was as cold as ice shards, his imperial might suffocating. One hand held the tortoise-shell map of the river diagram, while the other raised the demon banner, standing atop the universe with the sun and moon above. The grandeur of the primordial overlord was fully displayed. Behind these two sovereigns stood nearly 10 powerful beings. The demon master Kuanping, Emperor Fuxi, Emperor Gaochen, and Emperor Ziyi, masters of the 5 imperial levels of the demon court. Each of these individuals stood at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, and when colliding with the 12 ancestral witches, none of them felt fear. Even though separated by countless time and space, the momentum of these top figures clashing in the primordial world twisted the space into a mess, directly flattening mountains and rivers for billions of miles. There was no unnecessary chatter. Everything that could be said had already been said. One word: fight. The 12 ancestral witches charged forward, colliding directly with Tai, Dijuan, Kuanping, and the others. In that moment, the entire primordial world felt as though it were shrouded in a black veil. All living beings felt as if they could not catch their breath, as if the apocalypse was upon them. With so many great figures taking action simultaneously, the primordial world had never witnessed such a spectacle from its creation to the present. Even the Lich Catastrophe paled in comparison. The heavens trembled with a booming sound. The universe shattered and the sun and moon dimmed. Mount Buzhou trembled incessantly, exuding dark light, barely stabilizing the heavens of the primordial world. However, at that moment, Ming, along with the few great beings of the 3 pure ones, and all the powerful beings capable of communicating with souls, faintly heard. Mount Buzhou was crying. The heavens trembled with a booming sound. The universe shattered and the sun and moon dimmed. Mount Buzhou trembled incessantly, exuding dark light, barely Mount Buzhou was the backbone left by the great Pangu, a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. If it truly fell, it would be a world-shattering event. Standing atop the primordial world, they knew far too many things that the beings below would never grasp in their lifetimes. Mount Buzhou was the largest passage connecting the primordial world and the chaos. The chaotic energy flowed along this mountain, transforming into innate spiritual energy, nourishing the entire primordial world, sustaining all beings to practice and grow stronger. The primordial world could withstand round after round of great calamities and continuously produce fierce characters of the innate god and demon level, all relying on this unending source of spiritual energy. If this mountain were to break, the consequences would not be simple. The structure of the primordial world would be completely locked down, and it would be nearly impossible to produce entities like the witch and demon races again. At the top of the heavens, the 12 ancestral witches were engaged in a furious battle with Dijuan and Tai. It was as if they had completely ignored Mount Buzhou's wailing and continued to clash fiercely. These two races were originally the pinnacle of the primordial world. If Mount Buzhou collapsed, it would have no impact on them. Instead, it would solidify their positions even further. If anyone wanted to climb up to challenge them, dream on. Ming squinted, staring for a long time. The war between the witches and demons, the collision with the mountain. Behind this matter, it cannot be as simple as the myths say. Not being in the game, one cannot see clearly what chess pieces are being played on the board. Looking at it now, that collision with the mountain hides a lot of intentions. Perhaps they did not want later arrivals to threaten the witch race's dominant position. This is not just about killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, it directly blocks the path of cultivation. Without innate spiritual energy, no matter how talented one is, there will be no place to exert oneself. It is like a top chef without fire, a pot, or even ingredients. No matter how good the skills are, one can only stare blankly. Suddenly a thought emerged in Ming's mind. None of the mythological figures in the primordial world were easy to deal with. Upon a second thought, it made sense. This place was like a jungle where the weak are prey to the strong, Darwinism pushed to the extreme. Only the strong survive, while the weak perish. With such a large base, those who could climb to the peak of the primordial world must possess talent, good foundations, intelligence, perseverance, and means. None of these could be lacking. If any were missing, they would have been swallowed by this world long ago. However, Ming's lips curled into a smirk, a cold laugh escaping. At this moment, there are some who do not wish to see Mount Buzhou fall. Right now, its collapse would not be a good thing for the human race, which is still striving to rise. But there are some who do not want to see this mountain fall even more than he does. The war between the witches and demons caused the entire primordial world to tremble. The casualties of the two races piled up like mountains, with the fallen Quasi-Saints and great witches and demons adding up to more than double digits. Countless smaller clans were swept up and directly exterminated. Mountains and rivers shattered, the sky turned pitch black. The world was drenched in the color of blood, and the smoke of battle made it impossible for one to open their eyes. At that moment, a wave of purple energy suddenly surged from the void. It spread across 30 million miles, exuding an air of nobility. The flames of war seemed to have been suppressed by something. The old monsters hiding in the shadows felt a tightening in their hearts, and all turned to look. Deep in the flow of time and space, a figure in a purple robe suddenly emerged. It was positioned precisely where the 12 ancestral witches clashed with Dijuan and Tai, neither off nor on the mark. Buzz, as the old man appeared, the entire expanse of time and space froze. The attacks hurled by both sides simply vanished silently. The scene was explosive. The killing moves unleashed by dozens of top experts of the primordial world were neutralized without even a finger being lifted by the opponent. Dao Ancestor. The hearts of those great beings tightened, and they instantly reacted. One by one they broke through the void and bowed in unison. To respect him? Not quite. The key is that no one wanted to watch as Mount Buzhou collapsed. If the innate spiritual energy dissipated, who knows what would happen next? It is possible that the path to becoming a saint would be directly severed. After Hongjun and Youchao had just attained their paths, they had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Who would be willing to extinguish that hope now? As for what happens after becoming a saint, whether the primordial world shatters or not, it is of no concern to them. At worst, they could enter the chaos and establish a new dojo with as much innate spiritual energy as they need. Standing among the crowd, Ming had a smirk on his face, his eyes filled with coldness. Only when he reached the quasi-saint level did he truly see through it. All talk of righteousness and the common people was mere nonsense. Interests are the true way to power. We bow to the Dao Ancestor. Those gods bowed their heads and clasped their hands in salute. The 12 ancestral witches and Dijuan and Tai, no matter how proud they were, had to rein in their arrogance at this moment. After the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjuan's name held weight. He was the leader revered by all in the primordial world, not just the ancestor of the Dao sect. The war between the witches and demons has led to the decline of the primordial world, the suffering of the common people, and the impending collapse of heaven and earth. Hongjun's face held no expression, his voice as cold as if freshly pulled from an ice cellar. The demon race governs the heavens while the witch race governs the earth. For billions of years you are not allowed to strike again. This was not mediation, it was clearly using the identity of the Dao Ancestor to pressure both races to bow their heads. But ultimately Hongjun was the one who most wanted to see Mount Buzhou collapse. As long as the traces of Pangu remained in this world, he would never find peace. However, at this moment the mountain must not fall. At least it must not collapse before he thoroughly attains the Dao. If Mount Buzhou collapses, the heavenly path will be thrown into chaos, the laws will hide, and the primordial world will become a complete mess. The fortune will collapse along with it. If the fortune collapses, how can he attain the Dao? Mount Buzhou will eventually fall. The witch and demon races will also eventually perish. But not now. At this moment the surrounding great beings also spoke up. Emperor Jiang, Emperor Dijuan, it is time to cease hostilities. For the sake of the billions of beings in the primordial world, a ceasefire is a great merit. Heaven and earth will remember the good of your two races. The three pure ones, Jane Juni Mingi and Dong Wangong, all the great figures spoke up surrounding the 12 ancestral witches and Dijuan and Tai, urging them to calm down. Ming watched the scene, goosebumps rising all over his body. These people claimed to act for the greater good of the primordial world, for the billions of living beings, but in reality, they were all calculating for themselves. It was truly disgusting. They are all hypocrites. Ming spat. What bothered him the most was that when humanity truly stood up, they would inevitably have to deal with this group of people. It was a headache. It was infuriating. But at this moment, he seemed to forget that the battle that nearly shattered the primordial world was ignited by his own hand. It has nothing to do with me. I am seeking a path for the human race. If you want to find trouble, go find the witch and demon races, don't pin it on me. Ming muttered, then looked up. With so many colossal figures approaching, the 12 ancestral witches still showed little expression. They stood in the flow of time and space, their enormous forms intimidating, and without saying a word they fixed their gaze on Dijuan and Tai, making their intentions clear. You speak first. After all, this battle was not initiated by the witch race. Moreover, the witch race had never backed down. Even if they understood that the strength of both the witch and demon races was roughly equal, and that continuing to fight would yield no benefits, they would never take a step back. Otherwise, with the witch race's temper, could the great witches below spare them? Dijuan and Tai's expressions darkened completely. They turned to look at Fushi, who merely shook his head slightly. They were waiting for Youchao. But Youchao had not yet arrived, and even her brother Fushi could not be contacted. If Youchao were to come with a sage backing them, they would dare to speak boldly. In front of Hongjun and those old monsters, they could also negotiate for more benefits for the demon race. Only they themselves knew that the situation within the demon race was actually quite chaotic. If it were not for this, Dijuan and Tai would not have summoned all the great demons and demon gods to the demon court, discussing matters for hundreds of years. They would have directly led their people to attack. The mere act of dealing with the Witch clan has already stirred significant dissent within the Demon clan. Without Nuwa's support, they can hardly stand against Hongjun and those powerful beings. A bunch of old foxes. Jun suppressed the fire in his chest, enduring the suffocating pressure, and raised his head to curse Hongjun and those powerful beings. Then with a flick of his sleeve he turned to leave with the demon emperors heading back to the demon court. At their level, everyone knows what they want to do. Wise individuals do not require unnecessary words. Yet Jun has already made up his mind. It was the Witch clan that killed his son Luya. It was the Witch clan that exterminated the entire Hua Yun-Kei family. But now he could do nothing. All he could do was vent his anger with a curse, and that was all. If they were to oppose now, they might end up being dealt with by that group of powerful beings alongside Hongjun. Moreover, with the Witch clan lurking, the already fragmented Demon clan would not withstand the pressure. Dao Ancestor, esteemed friends, we shall take our leave for now. Ancestor Wu Dijiang cupped his hands towards Hongjun, and the other Ancestor was followed suit, turning to leave. To be honest, he was quite clear in his heart. This battle could not be fought. The Demon clan must be dealt with, but now is not the right time. The strengths of both sides are too evenly matched, neither can overpower the other. If they push too hard, the resistance from the Demon clan will only become fiercer, uniting internally, which would not benefit the Witch clan at all. A hard fight would only lead to needless casualties. After the battle, he also figured out just how much of a threat the Demon clan posed to the Witch clan. If they wanted to unify the Honghuang world, the Demon clan stood as the greatest obstacle in their path. Sooner or later they would have to take the risk to annihilate them. Hongjun remained expressionless, nodding slightly. Without saying a word, he swayed and vanished into the void. The objectives that needed to be achieved had been met, and there was no need to linger any longer. Once the great battle dispersed, those towering figures lost interest and gradually drifted apart. Subsequently, the top figures of Honghuang held discussions, issuing decree after decree, causing both the Witch and Demon clans to cease their hostilities, and the sounds of battle gradually faded. Thanks to this battle, the landscape of Honghuang temporarily stabilized. However, the enmity between the Witch and Demon clans had solidified completely. With the major conflict halted, minor skirmishes and interclan battles had never ceased, leaving the ground littered with chaos. The notion that the Demon clan governs the heavens, while the Witch clan governs the earth, was merely a verbal convention. No one took it seriously. As long as there were no significant disturbances threatening the foundations of Honghuang, the true powerful beings would hardly pay attention. In Honghuang, time holds little value. A blink of an eye marked the passage of 10,000 years. In the valley, Ming continued to carve new divine statues with his chisel. The human clan's Chao Shi has broken through to the third level of Quasi Saint, comprehending the supreme divine art Wushi Jing. The host gains 100-fold enhancement chaos divine art Yuan. The human clan's Xian Du has comprehended the Lu God technique from the statue of the Lu God breaking through to the human clan's Xian Du has comprehended the Lu God technique from the statue of the Lu God breaking through to the pinnacle of the Great Golden Immortal, and the host gains 100-fold enhancement acquiring the Chaos Lu God technique. The human clan's Shinong has comprehended the supreme mysteries of the Heavenly Demon Scripture, and the host gains 100-fold enhancement breaking through the Chaos Heavenly Demon Scripture and understanding the true body of the Hongmeng Divine Demon. For 10,000 years, the system notifications ringing in his ears have long since numbed Ming. To Honghuang, 10,000 years is merely the blink of an eye. But for the human clan, this was an earth-shattering explosion. The second and third generations of human bloodline elites, with the support of those divine statues, each broke through to realms they had never dared to imagine. There were 3 at the Quasi Saint level, Chao Shi, Shinong, and Ziyi. At the Great Golden Immortal level there were at least several hundred. Counting further down, the numbers were simply incalculable. The population of the human clan was even more terrifying. The explosive reproductive ability surged to billions. Their territory had long since expanded beyond the bounds of the Buzhou mountain. As for Ming himself, he looked down at his own realm, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Looking up at the hazy Honghuang sky, the power within him felt like it was about to explode. Ming squinted his eyes, and the horizon seemed to tremble under his gaze. Quasi Saint level 11. Indeed, it took him just 10,000 years. The human clan's frantic breakthroughs, along with the 100-fold enhancement brought by the divine statues, propelled him to this level. In 10,000 years, how many Yuan meetings had those old monsters in Honghuang endured to reach their positions? He had accomplished it. The Quasi Saint realm is a threshold. If you can't cross it, you'll be stuck forever. But Ming was confident that he could face any powerful being from Honghuang Heiden. Even if he encountered the pinnacle figures of the Quasi Saint realm, he felt assured of victory, even crushing them. The talented individuals of the human clan, each time they comprehend a divine statue, can acquire a lineage. Yet for Su Ming, he could receive 100-fold feedback and directly attain perfection with these lineages. After 10,000 years, how many lineages had he accumulated? He couldn't even count them. Back in the day, the Heavenly Emperor forged a volume of the Heavenly Emperor scripture, using 10,000 laws as a furnace, attaining sagehood with that scripture and surpassing all emperors in combat prowess throughout history. Now Su Ming was at the Croissant level 11 with lineages exceeding 10,000. Moreover, each one was created by those powerful beings of Hongwang during their peak periods, and after he perfected the divine statues, they were elevated to even higher levels. His body at present was akin to a furnace. Inside it burned hundreds of millions of chaos lineages. Every moment his body, soul, and will were frantically refining the essence within these lineages. This process had only just begun, but his combat power had already surged to a level so absurd that even he found it hard to believe. Am I flying too high, eh? Su Ming muttered to himself. A thought unexpectedly popped into his mind. He felt as though he could spar with Youchao, the one who attained sagehood through merit. Yes, the mother of humanity that exalted existence. No, it must be an illusion, a grand illusion. Calm down, calm down. The human clan is not strong enough. Focusing on development is the right path. I still have a long way to go. Pressing down his restless thoughts, Su Ming resolved to continue to bide his time. What he did not know was that during his seclusion, a familiar entity he had often spoken of, but had never seen, was leisurely stepping into the territory of the human clan. With a decade of expansion thanks to the terrifying birth rate of the human clan, the population surged outward. The space between Su Ming's valley and the original human settlement had long since been filled. The entire territory of the human clan formed a gigantic ring around Su Ming's valley. The newcomer was a gaunt old man dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, walking leisurely, as if strolling in his own backyard. This man was none other than Hongjun's greatest disciple, the chief among the three pure ones manifested from Pangus' primordial spirit, Laozi. After the battle between the witch and demon clans, Laozi's desire for sagehood intensified, making it hard for him to sit still. He was a top figure in Hongwang, clearly aware that another battle between the witch and demon clans was inevitable. Buzhou Mountain would eventually collapse. There were not many days left for Hongwang to accommodate their paths to sagehood. Though anxious, he could not find the breakthrough he sought during his seclusion. Laozi simply left Kunlun, exchanged greetings with his two disciples, and wandered around Hongwang for over 10,000 years. When he finally plunged into the territory of the human clan, he felt a jolt throughout his body. It was inexplicable, but it felt like a sharp tug within his heart. The cold light flashed in his murky old eyes, and he began to calculate. At this stage his soul and the Tao were intertwined. He wouldn't feel anxious for no reason. It was inexplicable, but it felt like a sharp tug within his heart. The cold light flashed in his murky old eyes, and he began. Could it be that these beings who enabled Youchao to attain sagehood were related to his own path to enlightenment? Laozi, without any airs, disguised himself as an ordinary old man of the human clan, strolling around their territory, observing closely. His disguise was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary elder of the human clan, and he did not delve deep into their ranks, so no one noticed any flaws. While wandering, he conversed with a few human clan members and scrutinized everything, growing increasingly astonished. These people have already become dragons lurking at the edge of the abyss. It's only a matter of time before they soar. Laozi reached a firm conclusion. The human clan is not simple. They are enveloped by a great fortune. After wandering for a while despite not encountering many experts, the things he personally witnessed convinced him that the human clan was the path to his enlightenment. Laozi continued to roam, the tremors within his heart growing stronger. These people possess great fortune, and their merits are vast. Children only spend a year in their mother's wombs before being born, and they come out with immense strength, able to contend with fierce beasts. At 30 they are considered adults, and they can actually cultivate to the human immortal realm. Earth immortals are everywhere, and there are quite a few heavenly immortals as well. One incident after another nearly upended Laozi's understanding. It must be noted that for other clans in Hongwang, children must remain in their mother's wombs for thousands or even tens of thousands of years before emerging strong. But the human clan, while initially weak, grows rapidly, reaching human immortal status in 30 years. At this moment, Laozi seemed to catch a glimpse of a fierce clan capable of rivaling the three clans of the Dragon and Han, and the two clans of Witch and Demon slowly emerging. At this point, Laozi furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "No wonder my junior sister Youchao could achieve sagehood through great merit, yet after becoming a sage, she strangely abandoned these people. Back then I had my suspicions. Now it seems this matter is likely connected to my master Hongjun. The opportunity for my enlightenment also lies with the human clan. My Tao is achieved." The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The clan before him had only existed for a few tens of thousands of years, yet their strength was incredibly weak, yet their future was bright. This is simply the best stepping stone for my enlightenment. For this opportunity, he planned to establish a sect, and he had already thought of a name, Human Teachings. With the Human Teachings, he would seize the fortune of the human clan and pave the way for his sagehood. But before that, he must first make the human clan revere him, solidifying this foundation. If founding a sect that could siphon off fate, he would have long since set up the Wu cult or the Yao cult. Why expend effort hunting for some rare opportunity to attain the Tao? Precisely because the human race was weak and had endured so much suffering, they were the easiest target. He stood at the threshold of quasi-saint great perfection of the 12th heavens, making a people that had only existed for tens of thousands of years bow before him would cost him nothing. Even if he had chosen to found his sect among a clan born eons ago and guarded by the Great Golden Immortals, they would beat drums to welcome him, let alone the humans. So he acted. The old man casually selected a hill, and when his voice rose, it carried over 1,000,000 li of human territory. I am the head of Pangu Zhengzong, a chief disciple of the Tao, and Yuhua senior brother. Seeing how hard life is for the humans and how difficult cultivation is, I have come today to expound the great way. Those with affinity, come and listen. As his words fell, his primordial spirit linked heaven and earth, a golden lotus spilled from his mouth, and the voice of the Tao rang throughout the land. Auspicious omens filled the sky, gilded light spread across the ground, and lotus flowers welled from the earth. Having only seen humans no stronger than heavenly immortals, he chose to teach the golden, immortal way. He had to make the human leaders understand and benefit. Only then would they acknowledge the human cult he meant to found. He was after all a quasi-saint at great perfection. His teachings were unfathomable, and the magnificent scene quickly drew a large crowd. But at that moment, he sensed something wrong. Those who came to hear him were all of mediocre aptitude. The highest cultivation among them was at most human immortal. More than half were young whose bonage had not reached 18. A small portion were toddlers who had only just learned to speak, not yet 10 years old. He was dumbstruck by the sight. What was this? He, the august head of Pangu Zhengzong, foremost of the Sanqing, a quasi-saint at great perfection, personally lecturing on the Tao, and yet he had attracted only such an audience. In the next moment, he saw a scene that broke him. An infant still babbling suddenly burst into loud crying. The child's mother, frantic, abandoned the lecture, without a second thought cradled the child, and went to nurse it. He was completely astonished. His heart felt as if it had exploded. His rare chance to teach as the foremost of the Sanqing, was it truly less important than feeding a child? What on earth was wrong with the human race? He was utterly speechless. In the valley, Ming was roused by the noise. When his spiritual sense swept outward, he laughed aloud. The august head of the Sanqing had been bested by an ordinary human woman. Ming knew perfectly well why the old man had come to preach among the humans. The first battle between the Wu and Yao clans had just ended, which happened to be the pivotal moment when the old man should attain his Tao. It was hardly surprising that the humans were uninterested in his teachings. The humans had their own halls of inheritance. The gifted could enter and find the path best suited to them, and even the less talented could cultivate all the way to the Great Golden Immortals. He had assumed the humans strongest were nothing beyond heavenly immortals. To open his mouth about the golden immortal way and find them indifferent was perfectly natural. After laughing, Ming's gaze turned cold. The humans of the present were not the soft targets people could trample at will in the old primordial times. He held 3 innate treasures that tightly anchored the human race's fate. Did the old man think he could found a human cult and carve off their destiny to attain the Tao without paying any price? Dream on. Without his assent, not even Hongjun himself could do it. Yet Ming did not intend to rush out now to drive the old man away. But he cannot be allowed to make a mess on human soil. Ming muttered, frowning. If the old man continued his antics with such power, he would sooner or later discover the humans' hidden trump cards. Ming did not wish the humans' foundations to be exposed so early. That would only make the Wu and Yao clans and the great powers of the primordial age wary of the humans in advance, a result of no benefit to them. I must think of a stratagem. As he pondered, Ming frowned and glanced toward the mountain where the old man sat. A middle-aged man appeared at the foot of the slope. He wore a worn Tao robe, his bearing was lofty, and his features resembled the old man's in certain respects. Xuandu. Ming's brow tightened further. Indeed, this was the man who would later be famed as Grand Mage Xuandu. According to the Primordial Chronicles, after the old man founded the human cult, Xuandu was the only human accepted as a disciple. That the old man would accept only him as a closed-door disciple spoke volumes of Xuandu's terrifying talent. It was plain to see. Even if Ming meddled and disrupted the humans' original course, Xuandu would still rise among them. He had been the quickest among the second wave of prodigies entering the valley to comprehend the mythic statues. What he comprehended was a Lu Xun statue second only to the Tian Dis, which immediately caught Ming's attention. Xuandu's sudden appearance put Ming on guard at once. Could the primordial entanglements with the human race still persist? Would Xuandu truly bow to the old man as master? At this time, Xuandu's status among the humans was second only to the three chiefs. He knew many core secrets. If he truly became the old man's disciple, the consequences would be severe. Ming did not hasten to intervene. He intended to see how the play would unfold. At the foot of the mountain stood a youth named Xuandu. His gaze was calm as he looked up at the old man seated cross-legged on the summit, his brow creased. He had originally been cultivating in the ancestral valley, but just now his heart had leapt as if something had tugged at him, forcibly pulling him from the valley and pushing him here. Xuandu fixed his eyes on the elder atop the peak, his brow tightening once more. The old man spoke of the golden immortal way, yet at Zendu's own Deluo pinnacle, he could not penetrate the elder's depths. The old man's cultivation appeared to him like an impenetrable fog. Since birth he had cultivated among the humans and had never known what it meant to be the foremost of the Sanqing. In this era the Wu and Yao clans were the dominant forces. The two Yao emperors together with the 12 ancestral Wu were the names that truly carried weight. Not knowing of a Sanqing was understandable. Could this be some trick deliberately drawing me here to carry out some scheme? The thought flickered through Zendu's mind. At that moment the old man on the mountain was beginning to lose his composure. He also saw Xuandu at the foot of the mountain. His heart leapt, and upon calculating with his fingers, he astonishingly discovered the youth's staggering genius, a central figure among the humans, and a fated master-disciple bond between them. He rejoiced inwardly. Was this not a gift arriving at the exact right moment? But in the next second he was struck dumb. This human youth bound to him, by fate, possessed cultivation at the Deluo Golden Immortal zenith. The human race had existed only tens of thousands of years, and yet had produced a Deluo pinnacle. His mind buzzed. The impact was indescribable. But that was not even the most outrageous part. Immediately the old man discovered with horror that this Sholdhavebeen disciple harbored hostility toward him. Worse, the youth acted without a word. Lucian art. Xuandu's momentum surged. He stepped into midair as cyan radiance flared about him. Behind him manifested a mighty phantom, a willow tree so vast it blotted out the sky. The willow's branches swung gently, yet sliced the firmament like blades, tearing space into fragments. Boom, boom, boom. The sky seemed rent open as an unsurpassed Lucian from another realm forced its way into this world. Endless cyan light surged toward the willow, finally condensing into a sky-shrouding giant palm that thundered down upon the old man. Xuandu's intent was blunt. Whatever trick it was, he would shatter it with a single blow. The human race now stood at a pivotal juncture and could not tolerate any outsider running amok. Confronted with the Lucian art, the old man's shock swelled like a tumultuous tide. He discovered with terror that this human's strength far surpassed the mightiest Deluo Golden Immortals he had ever seen. It even faintly brushed the threshold of quasi-saint. What kind of aberration was this? A Deluo Golden Immortal that could go toe-to-toe with a quasi-saint. The human race. In only tens of thousands of years could it produce such a fiend? That thought circled his mind, and yet the more he considered it, the firmer his resolve grew. He would take this disciple. With such talent and cultivation, the position of human leader could belong to no other. If he could bring him under his tutelage, would the human cult still fail to rise? He was the foremost of the Sanqing Hongjun's original chief disciple. His cultivation had already brushed the threshold of quasi-saint great perfection. Taking a Deluo Golden Immortal as a disciple was well within his means. He spat a single word. With a sweep of his sleeve, a vast sheet of pure light poured forth and swallowed the giant hand formed by the Lucian. He was after all a quasi-saint at great perfection. Even without intent to harm Xuandu, the cleansing light surged and ground that giant hand to nothing. Elsewhere, Ming hesitated for a moment, and then let a smile slip from his lips. It seemed he had misread the matter. Xuandu had not come to take a master. Even if a Xuandu were exposed, it was not a major problem. At this time in the primordial age, Deluo Golden Immortals were not so rare as to alarm the Wu and Yao clans. If he could use the incident to force the old man to abandon his plan to take disciples and found a cult, that would be a real gain. So Ming did not intervene. He simply stood and watched. Old relic, you have some skill. Xuandu's face darkened. Knowing the elder was no ordinary figure, he dared not be careless and poured all his strength into the Lucian art. Boom! The primordial firmament seemed torn open. Cyan light blanketed the heavens like a divine radiance descending from beyond, illuminating the realm of the heavenly emperor. Countless willow tendrils gathered together. The cyan light was blinding, killing intent thickened, and they condensed into a world-spanning willow branch divine sword that cleaved down toward the old man. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to fracture. Only that sword remained suspended between them. A fluctuation not of this world surged in wild tumult. The old man was stunned. The aura on the willow's word sent a chill through him from head to toe, freezing his limbs. This was not a cultivation path current in the primordial age. Could this human youth fated to be his disciple have reached across to some unknown world and created an original cultivation art? At the thought, the old man froze completely. He looked up at the ethereal shadow of the towering willow tree, his heart tumultuous. What level of existence is this? He realized that he could not fathom the realm of that willow tree. It seemed to have leapt beyond the confines of time and space, transcending the shackles of the Tao, extraordinary and sublime. A quasi-saint? No, that couldn't be. He himself was a quasi-saint at the peak, and a quasi-saint could never evoke such a sense of awe in him. At least it must be a sage. The moment this thought arose, the horror in his heart was beyond description. Beyond the primordial chaos, could there really be other worlds? In that world were there existences that even he could not reach? Hadn't Master Hongjun said that beneath the heavenly Tao only 9 sages could emerge? Could it be that the other worlds are beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, allowing for the birth of other sages? If so, the path to becoming a sage is not limited to the primordial purple energy. As this thought emerged, his mind exploded with a buzzing sound, leaving him frozen in place, forgetting to move. But he forgot that while he was dazed, the willow branch like a divine sword would not wait for him. Buzz. The heavens and the earth seemed to be cleaved in two as the willow branch struck him with an absurd boom. His flesh collided with the divine sword, and the mountain beneath was instantly reduced to dust. A great sound erupted, splitting the firmament and turning the cosmos upside down. Blood spurted from his mouth as he transformed into a streak of lightning directly flung out of the human territory. Yet even while flying through the air, his eyes remained wide open, his mind still in chaos. This. Su Ming stood at a distance, grinning. The one who ranks first among the 3 pure ones was actually sent flying by one of his old weapons. However, he also knew that this strike from Xuandu would at most leave a mark on the old man. No matter how powerful or gifted, the chasm between a great Golden Immortal and a peak quasi-saint could not be bridged by a broken sword. To be able to make him vomit blood while he was caught off guard was already a testament to Xuandu's extraordinary skill. Watching the old man fly out of the human territory, Xuandu relaxed his brow, not intending to pursue. The ancestor human emperor had instructed that the human race must remain low-key and avoid causing trouble. Just as he intended to return to continue his cultivation, a streak of blue light suddenly zipped back. Xuandu turned his head, and his expression tightened. The one returning was that old man. The strike he had unleashed with all his might had left a trace of blood at the corner of the old man's mouth. In such a short time, the injury had completely healed, as if he had merely been bitten by a mosquito. What kind of monster is this? Xuandu's mind was a bit overwhelmed, but the old man's next words completely blew his mind. The human race take me as your master. The tone was heavy. This Xuandu had an astounding talent, and the path he had realized was unprecedented and of great use to him, complementing each other. Moreover, with his current realm taking him as a disciple would not be an unreasonable thing, right? He had not forgotten why he had come to the human race. I am a human, why should I bow to an outsider? Xuandu was furious, sending forth the willow divine law once more. The sky was torn asunder, the willow divine tree towering to the heavens, the blue light covering the land, unleashing thousands of divine abilities in an instant. Yet the old man had no intention of dodging. He fixated on the illusory shadow of the willow deity, his face consumed with obsession, as if he had fallen into a Tao he had never seen before. To hear the Tao in the morning, to die in the evening, is acceptable. In that state of selflessness, facing the overwhelming divine abilities that Xuandu hurled at him, the old man not only did not retreat, but instead moved forward, releasing his divine sense to touch the willow divine tree. Boom. Tens of thousands of divine abilities surged like a tsunami, instantly engulfing him. The void was shattered into fragments, and Su Ming's figure was completely consumed by the chaotic space, leaving not a trace behind. Tisk, what a supreme heavenly venerable, so lost in the Tao that he no longer cares for himself, severing emotions and desires to this extent. Su Ming murmured. It was not a long-term solution to leave Xuandu alone at the forefront. He had to think of some countermeasures. Su Ming's mind was racing. Establishing a teaching body was tied to his opportunity. In order to touch the threshold of the Tao, he was completely unconcerned about being kicked around by a person with a fateful connection to him. Looking at this momentum, he would definitely return. It was not a long-term solution to leave Xuandu alone at the forefront. He had to think of some countermeasures. Su Ming's mind was racing. Establishing a teaching body was tied to his opportunity to become a sage. He would never let go unless he was killed. But he bore the merit of opening the heavens, and the primordial world protected him. Even Hongjun could not act against him. However, if too much time passed, the foundation of the human race would eventually be exposed. After a long while, Su Ming's eyes lit up. I got it. A phrase popped into his mind, the kind that would make ears sore in later generations. Don't always ponder what the country can do for you. First ask what you can do for the country. Who said that? Su Ming couldn't remember. But it was not important. The key was that this notion fit him like a glove. If you want to establish a teaching body among the humans, on what basis? What benefits can you bring to the human race? If you do not wish to do anything and just expect the human race to acknowledge you, allowing you to establish a teaching body, to claim fortune, and tread the path to become a sage, what kind of free lunch is that? But to make him understand this principle, he had to first make him know that the human race was not a mere ant in his eyes, not something he could manipulate as he pleased. Judging from the fact that he did not care about being struck and sent flying twice by Xuandu, and did not care about his own pride, he still looked down on the human race from the bottom of his heart. Like an elephant, if bitten by an ant, it would not feel ashamed at all. After all, an elephant could easily crush a swarm of ants with a flip, leaving them unable to turn over for eternity. Xuandu, with only the cultivation of a Great Golden Immortal, clearly could not make him lower his stance and regard the human race with respect. Can't kill him, can't drive him away, truly a stubborn residue. Su Ming sighed. At this moment, he vaguely grasped why Hongjun had taken the 3 pure ones as his closed-door disciples. It was simply because he had no way to deal with these 3 faithful children, so he could only use the title of closed-door disciple along with the primordial purple energy to entice them, leading them along the path Hongjun had paved. Su Ming's current thoughts were similar to Hongjun's. Since he couldn't kill them or drive them away, he could only guide them. However, the balance in this matter needed to be weighed carefully. Su Ming calmed his mind and began to ponder. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As expected, just as Su Ming had guessed, that old man like an indestructible cockroach reappeared. On the edge of the human territory, that figure descended. The old man had returned, but his soul was still floating in the outside world. The supreme existence beyond the realm, the shadow of the willow deity, had given him an immense shock. The moment his divine sense made contact, he felt he had grasped a path he had never seen before. Completely different from the primordial system, not cultivating the heavenly Tao, but honoring his own path. He did not hide or withdraw his momentum at all. The moment he stepped into the edge of human territory, Xuandu immediately sensed it. Old man, you keep coming to my human race. What exactly do you want? Xuandu's voice was filled with obvious irritation. It was at this moment that he realized that the old man, claiming to be the true Pangu and foremost disciple of the Tao, was likely not a simple existence. Awakened by Xuandu's shout, the old man's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze on Xuandu and spoke, "Human race, I wish to take you as my disciple." Awakened by Xuandu's shout, the old man's eyes brightened as he fixed his gaze on Xuandu and spoke, "Human race, I wish to take you as my disciple." He was not only here to take on disciples. His purpose was to establish a teaching body, using the primordial purple energy to claim the path to become a sage. The path of the human race was indeed profound enough to warrant careful consideration, but he had no intention of abandoning his own path just yet. Once he became a sage, he could take his time to comprehend it later. You might not know my identity. Let's put it this way, if you take me as your master, the benefits are beyond your imagination. He patiently clarified his background, explaining in detail the benefits of taking him as a teacher. In short, if you take him as a master, no one in the entire primordial world would dare to lay a finger on Xuandu, and he would have an abundance of cultivation resources. After listening, Xuandu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you done? If you came to the human race just for this, then you can leave. The benefits you're talking about hold no attraction for me." Xuandu spoke these words sincerely. The old man's identity and strength did indeed carry weight, but the benefits he had mentioned left Xuandu completely unmoved, and there was no way he would take him as a disciple. The human race had the mythological statue of the willow deity for comprehension, and the entire clan was thriving, with its strength improving day by day and fortune abundant to an astonishing degree. Simply put, the benefits would be better for him to remain among the humans, gaining even greater rewards. Moreover, he was currently at the peak of the human race's mid-tier combat power, having spent vast resources to reach this level. At this moment, to just walk away and take an outsider as a master would be no different from betrayal. He would not leave. He wanted to stay and protect the human race. The old man was taken aback. From Xuandu's gaze, he could tell that this young man was genuinely unmoved. He did not understand where Xuandu's confidence came from, but it was evident that it was not a facade. But the old man was not willing to let this go so easily. Taking Xuandu as a disciple was the key to gaining the human race's recognition, establishing the teaching body, and becoming a sage. Since Xuandu's attitude was so firm, the old man had no choice but to reveal his trump card. He fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke, "I am the eldest disciple of Tao ancestor Hongjun, and he personally bestowed upon me a strand of primordial purple energy. I have sought the sage Tao for billions of years, and now I have found the path to becoming a sage among the human race. I plan to establish a teaching body among the humans, calling it the human teaching. I am the headmaster. If you do not wish to take me as your master, then you can be the vice headmaster. Once I become a sage, the human race will have a sage to protect them, and you will also gain fortune and endless opportunities. For the human race, this is a deal that is bound to profit." A sage. Xuandu's pupils shrank suddenly. He certainly understood the weight of a sage. The Holy Mother Youchao worshipped by the human race became a sage directly through her merits in creating humans, a fact known to all. Before he could speak, a cold voice interjected, carrying an inexplicable demonic charm, establishing the human teaching to become a saint. A saint emerging from the human race. What a damn joke, a colossal joke. Both I and Xiandu trembled simultaneously and turned to look. A tall man emerged from the center of the human settlement. With flowing black hair and pitch-black eyes, a chilling demonic aura surged from the depths of his gaze. His imposing figure bore down with a gaze as sharp as a blade, standing between heaven and earth like a sword poised to pierce the sky. I have met the leader of the Shinnon clan. Xiandu quickly bowed. The Shinnon clan leader nodded. I know the full story behind this matter. Xiandu, you did well. Those who aren't of our kind will surely have different intentions. This entity harbors wolfish ambition and cannot be kept or trusted. Go back and focus on your cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, leader. Without further inquiry, Xiandu turned and flew away. The emperor's ancestor had decreed that the identities of the three leaders must not be casually exposed. Since the Shinnon clan leader came out personally, it was certainly at the behest of the ancestor. The vast heavens felt desolate with the mountain winds howling. The ferocious beasts in the forest had fallen silent. A hint of mockery surfaced on the Shinnon clan leader's face as he gazed at me. I've never seen someone with such thick skin. I truly admire it. Establishing the human teaching, severing the human race's luck, relying on this to become a saint. In your words, it turns into a tremendous benefit for the human race, and you can even produce a saint. Tisk, what a blessing for the human race indeed. I must thank you for that. I ask you, what relationship do you have with the human race? Your becoming a saint has nothing to do with them. At the level of quasi-saint, one can grasp the secrets of luck and has a certain understanding of it. Thus, the Shinnon clan leader saw through my trickery at a glance. The previous words exchanged between me and Xiandu were clearly bullying him for his ignorance of the intricacies of luck, deceiving him while taking advantage of the human race, yet contributing nothing. Faced with such a slap in the face, I felt turmoil within. I stared at the Shinnon clan leader several times before finally confirming. This individual before me was indeed a quasi-saint. My mindset shattered. I had long known that this human race was extraordinary, hiding dragons and crouching tigers. But now with Xiandu's cultivation at the level of the Luo Jinxian, it was already absurd. I cursed in my heart, but my face, honed over countless eons of cultivation, was no longer bothered by the Shinnon clan leader's mockery. I cursed in my heart, but my face, honed over countless eons of cultivation, was no longer bothered by the Shinnon clan leader's mockery. Unfazed, I said, I also did not expect that among the beings Sister Youchao created there would be a quasi-saint. By seniority, I am Sister Youchao's senior brother. You should address me as Shu. I directly bypassed the Shinnon clan leader's earlier mockery and did not mention Xiandu, simply picking up on the last statement. I am your Shu. What about dignity? Previously scheming against them, failing, and now coming to claim kinship. Ming had warned the Shinnon clan leader in advance, yet even so the Shinnon clan leader couldn't help but laugh at my shamelessness. You can leave. The human race does not recognize any so-called human teaching, and you should not think to siphon even a bit of luck from them. The Shinnon clan leader was too lazy to waste words with me and directly ordered me to leave. I was stunned. I never expected that this human clan leader would not give me any face. No matter how one looked at it, I was a quasi-saint at the peak, a senior brother of Youchao. The Shinnon clan leader's tone of driving me away infuriated me. A quasi-saint was now on par with me, no longer a mere ant that could be crushed at will, and I could no longer maintain that nonchalant demeanor. But I had to rely on the luck of the human race to prove my path to becoming a saint, so I could only suppress my anger. Shinnon clan leader, if I become a saint for the human race. The Shinnon clan leader did not give me the chance to finish my sentence, directly raising his hand to interrupt. Shut up. You speak of saints. The human race indeed has saints. But so what? With saints, the human race is still bullied, wandering everywhere, suffering immensely. What gives you the right to come and divide the luck of the human race? What can you offer the human race? Why should they recognize you, a leader of the human teaching that appeared out of nowhere? The Shinnon clan leader was tall, at least 2 meters, with flowing black hair and eyes that seemed to dance with demonic light. Standing beneath the heavens, his imposing aura made it hard to breathe. The human race is neither the ants in your eyes nor the chess pieces in your hands. If you want the human race to recognize you, show your sincerity. Otherwise, dream on. The Shinnon clan leader pressed forward step by step, leaving me with no room to maneuver. In simpler terms, it was just one question. What can you prove that your becoming a saint will benefit the human race? This set of words was naturally taught by Ming. What right do you have? Just this sentence blocked all my attempts at persuasion. My face stiffened. I opened my mouth, but could not respond. In the next moment, I completely exploded. What right? Just because I was the direct descendant of Pangu, just because I was the first disciple under Hongjun. How could a mere leader of a small tribe casually created by Youchao challenge me? However, I had no intention of truly killing the Shinnon clan leader. The human teaching had not yet been established, and if I killed the head of the human race, the consequences would be dire, and there would be no point in playing any further. I just wanted to show this ignorant fellow a bit of reality. Buzz! Suddenly the sky darkened. The wind ceased. Even time felt like it had been grasped by the neck, unable to move. Su Ming's eyelids twitched, his body tensed, staring intently at the scene. My hands clenched into fists, ready to strike at any moment. It was my arrangement to let the Shinnon clan leader emerge, who I had calculated that I would not dare to be too ruthless, but in the wilderness the instances of overturning were too numerous, and I could not afford to gamble. I shall seal my own cultivation, suppressing it to the first level of quasi-saint, to fight you on equal ground. I spoke, my voice like metal striking stone, deep and solid. Let me teach you this, ignorant junior, on behalf of Sister Nuwa. Buzz! Before my words fell, I moved. The Taiji Dao law unfolded with pure chi flooding the heavens like a tide. I shook my figure and appeared directly above the Shinnon clan leader. Although I appeared aged, my strike was as ferocious as a primordial fierce beast. As I stepped down, the space shattered into a black hole, the aura of destruction enveloping the fierce winds, smashing towards the Shinnon clan leader's face. Haha, that's powerful. The Shinnon clan leader laughed heartily, his hair erupting into a wild, frenzied, dark light swirling. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and behind him surged a towering demonic shadow, the demonic aura rolling like ink pouring into the sky. Boom! A fist was hurled out. The black fist light crushed the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently, colliding with my descending foot. Rumble! Like the universe exploding. The pure light and demonic aura collided, the energy raging like a tsunami, wildly spilling in all directions. Bang! 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 The aura of destruction erupted, causing everything in sight to collapse. The mountains within thousands of miles evaporated into nothingness. The heavens collapsed, and the earth was sliced layer by layer, with shattered stones and sand swirling upwards, obscuring the sky. Thud, thud, thud. My foot stomped heavily on the void, and with each step back the heavens shattered further. After retreating over 1,000 meters, I barely stabilized my form. Su Ming's pupils constricted, and he quickly acted to redirect the scattered aftermath towards the endless void, preventing it from affecting the human tribe. The Shinnon clan leader's combat power exceeded my expectations. I was a quasi-saint at the peak, having cultivated for countless years. Even with my cultivation, suppressed, my comprehension of the Tao and the strength of my body were far beyond what the Shinnon clan leader could compare. Yet in this clash, the Shinnon clan leader surprisingly held the upper hand against me at the same level. Demonic light surged in the Shinnon clan leader's eyes. A towering phantom loomed behind him, stretching out its hand as if it could tear apart time, disrupting the past and future. The dark demonic aura coiled into a massive vortex, devouring everything around. Blood-red lightning crackled in the sky as if a demon lord was about to emerge from the black hole, turning the entire world to dust. The master of the demonic path descended upon the mortal realm. Infinite demonic energy surged towards me, tightly wrapping me up. It was as if countless demonic spirits were howling in my ears, encircling me, wave after wave of attacks crashing in like a tsunami. At this moment, the Shinnon clan leader took large strides forward, as if his body merged with the demonic shadow behind him. The black mist roiled and howled, creating an independent demonic domain within the surrounding space. That space seemed to have been extracted from the primordial world, belonging to neither now nor past, as if forcibly pulled from the future. The demonic aura surged frighteningly, bizarrely. The Shinnon clan leader raised a hand, grasping that realm of demonic nature. It felt like a large, heavy meteorite, dazzling black light, with demonic energy rolling like a black flame burning. It sent chills down the spine of onlookers, leaving them unable to fathom just how fierce this strike would be. Another big shot from another realm, with a cultivation path I've never seen before. My eyelids twitched incessantly, my pupils shrank to needle points, feeling an outrageous amount of pressure. I dared not hide any longer, raising my hand to slap my forehead, a stream of pure chi bursting forth. Two figures leapt out, one in a gray robe, one in a blue robe. One was old, one was middle-aged, and one. This was the Taiji law I created myself, transforming chi into three pure ones. Su Ming's expression tightened as he hurriedly acted to seal the surrounding heavens and earth. After all, this was a move that I became famous for in later generations. The two avatars created had power and cultivation on par with my own. The three pure ones lined up, attacking simultaneously, evolving into a scene of vast emptiness. The boundless atmosphere surged faintly, revealing a towering giant roaring in the chaos, throwing a fist that shattered the chaos, evolving into the myriad worlds. That fist collided fiercely with the meteorite world held by the Shinnong clan leader. This was the second collision. This time the heavens turned completely dark. Everything seemed to disappear under this destructive force, returning to the most primitive state of atoms. The Shinnong clan leader and I were like two deities in chaos, colliding together and obliterating everything visible. The arriving Huan clan could only click their tongues in astonishment. This so-called authentic Pangu, its combat power, is just too ferocious. Not only is the Dao technique terrifying, but it can also contend head-on with the celestial demon arts of Shinnong, exhibiting an outrageous level of strength. Despite taking several heavy blows from Shinnong, it remained unscathed. The Ziyi clan frowned and responded. Ming was not surprised at all and explained to them. This guy is the incarnation of the primordial spirit of Pangu, the creator of the heavens and the earth. The conditions for his cultivation are exceptionally favorable, favored by the world of the primordial chaos having started to gestate since the very beginning of creation. Upon hearing this, both the Chao clan and the Ziyi clan were even more astonished, unable to refrain from exclaiming that the depths of the primordial chaos are truly unfathomable. That Shinnong fellow is actually fighting on par with others of the same realm using the celestial demon scriptures. This revelation made everyone else tense up. Those mythological statues carved by the ancestors conceal profound truths that are no less significant than any cultivation method in the primordial chaos. Delightful. Shinnong went completely mad, his long black hair cascading down as demonic energy surged and flowed downward, his eyes gradually turning a faint red. There were already signs of him being possessed. This is the nature of the celestial demon scriptures, an unorthodox path that drives one increasingly mad. The more one fights, the more intense the battle intent becomes, amplifying strength without bounds until the body can no longer endure. Boom! He struck out with a palm, and demonic energy coalesced into a massive hand that obscured the sky, collapsing the firmament, as if the world had been turned upside down. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, forcing me to retreat step by step, and the two incarnations of the three purities beside me were nearing their limit. I was increasingly alarmed. Despite having cultivated for countless years with my innate divine body in the face of Shinnong at the early stage of quasi sainthood, I couldn't even gain an advantage in close combat. Is this what they call an ancient ferocious beast? With a physique so formidable, he fights increasingly madly, almost as if a divine reversal has been resurrected. Moreover, this guy's cultivation method is too bizarre, veering off the path to an extreme. The more he fights, the more explosive he becomes, completely unlike the normal cultivation methods of the primordial chaos. It's yet another foreign approach. Originally, the human race had one Xuandu, which was already an extraordinary existence, and now another Shinnong has emerged. A group of monsters. My heart turned over, but my realm kept me firmly suppressed. I simply couldn't defeat him. In the midst of the exchange of blows, I could only keep retreating. Suddenly, the demonic shadow behind Shinnong in midair violently contracted until it completely merged into his body. At that moment, Shinnong's skin turned completely black, with only his blood-red eyes shining brightly, filled with madness, and his long hair swirling wildly in the wind. He seemed to stand in another world, and the intent of the demons surged like a tsunami. Buzz, Shinnong manifested the endless phantoms of gods and demons, then retracted them all back into his fist in an instant. With a flash, he appeared above my head, delivering a heavy punch toward my skull. He has pushed the celestial demon scriptures to their limits, observed the Chao clan beside me, astonished. The Ziyi clan felt the same way. This punch was terrifying, as if it compressed all the power of foreign gods and demons into one. The bizarre light and shadow exploded chaotically, making the heavens resemble the apocalypse. The sky collapsed, the void shattered, even the laws regressed to their origin. Buzz, the heavens darkened completely. I was swallowed by the demonic energy, and in that final moment one could faintly see a glimmer of fear flickering in my eyes. Rumble. The sky fell, and the earth sank. The universe seemed to explode. The stars spun chaotically, and that space vanished entirely, leaving only destructive power raging madly. Ming furrowed his brow. The power of this strike was far beyond the realm of early Quasi-Saint. I had suppressed my realm. Could it be that I would be caught off guard and directly eliminated by Shinnong? Buzz, the sky suddenly froze. That world-destroying force dissipated in an instant, and light poured down again. My form emerged, blood at the corner of my mouth, my Dao robe in tatters, and I trembled violently. Shinnong stood not far away, surrounded by swirling demonic energy, his eyes terrifyingly red. He did not move, as if waiting for me to make a move. Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. Just now, in that last strike, I broke my seal, restoring my cultivation to the peak of Quasi-Saint, just barely enduring it. But at that moment a voice rang out, exuding an indescribable sense of despair. I have lost. My gaze was hollow. By unsealing the seal I had personally set, I had admitted one thing. At the same level, I could not defeat Shinnong. This blow to my pride was heavier than any injury. My Dao heart nearly shattered. I was the leader of the three purities. How proud was I in the past? So proud that I looked down on everything. Transcending the world was my norm. But this battle had pulled me down from the heavens. After a long while I hoarsely spoke, I concede. Once this was said, it was equivalent to acknowledging Shinnong's words. I did not want to rely on my realm to suppress others, nor did I think it would be effective. If I wanted the human race to respect me, I had to use other methods. Moreover, the path to sanctification for the human race was intertwined with mine. Shinnong's blood-red hair faded, his eyes returning to black, his tone as cold as ice. I will say it once more. What right do you have to establish the human teachings? As long as I exist for a day, anyone who wishes to trample the human race must first step over my corpse. I nodded my mind in a daze. You are right, oh, I am not worthy now. After saying this, I turned and left, sitting down on the nearest mountain outside the territory of the human race. The opportunity for sanctification was right before my eyes, yet I could not grasp it. The human race has such a leader, and with the likes of Xuandu, why would they suddenly recognize a new leader? What gives them the right to mount above me? Finally gone. Ming let out a long breath. At least for now I had managed to push him back. Thinking of establishing the human teachings. First consider what you can do for this group of people. But as I turned around, I saw him sitting right outside, stunned. This is that old fellow determined. Once I saw his next action, Ming was completely dumbfounded. I raised my right hand, my voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. I, the authentic Pangu, the old man of the three purities, today vow. The human teachings shall be established, safeguarding the human race completely. Human teachings established. Ming's mind went blank. What kind of operation is this? He stared wide-eyed with only one thought left in his mind. He couldn't understand this move, but he sincerely felt it was impressive. If one were to describe this person's methods in later generations, it would be like a sticky plaster. Once applied, it can't be removed. No matter how much one despises it, he just smiles and sticks on, tossing aside face and dignity, seizing the position first. I don't care whether you humans acknowledge it or not. The human teachings are established. I am the one who set this up for the human race, and I, the old man, am the leader of the human teachings. Ming's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but exclaim, what about the face of the three purities? What about the pride? Is it all gone? But thinking further, though this move seems shameless, it is indeed ruthless. The human race would not nod in acknowledgement right now, but who am I? At the peak of Saint, one of the authentic three purities of Pangu. As long as he doesn't engage in actions that harm the human race, and puts in the effort, there will eventually be humans willing to acknowledge him. Over time, this relationship will naturally bond. Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and murmured softly, in this way it may not be entirely good for the human race, nor is it entirely bad. The positive aspect is clear. This old man took the initiative to draw close, tying his fate to that of the human race. If he wants the human race to acknowledge him, he must work for them, becoming a nameless protector. Although this protector has his own ideas and is unmoved by the orders of the human race, he must still put in the work. What about the negative aspects? Ming raised his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds, locking onto the vast sky. The thing he feared most has finally come. With this identity and power, even if the teachings he established are not recognized, the heavenly Tao must respond. All factions in the primordial chaos will undoubtedly focus their eyes on the human race. Come if you dare, I will confront the soldiers with soldiers and the waters with earth. Ming shook his head and let out a bitter smile. To put it bluntly, the human race has struck a big deal. A saint of peak perfection and authentic Pangu has come to be a protector for the human race. How many groups in the primordial chaos have sought this kind of alliance in vain? Not to mention being a protector. Even having a slight connection with me would make those groups celebrate with drums and gongs. Boom! The divine thunder of the heavenly Tao suddenly erupted, shaking the entire sky. Auspicious light filled the air, golden lotuses surged from the ground, dragon and phoenix forms danced, and rolling purple mist gathered above my head. The world of the primordial chaos has acknowledged the teachings he established. I am the incarnation of Pangus, primordial spirit possessing the merits of creating the heavens. Every move I make can influence the fate of the entire world. The fortune of the human race I shall determine. My gaze was calm as I whispered this. The shadow that had been trampled underfoot by Shinnong seemed to dissipate at this moment. After cultivating for countless years, what I sought was that elusive path to sanctification. How could I possibly let it go? I have yet to attain sanctification. I am still far from the realm where I can overlook the primordial chaos under the name of Tai Ching and merge my primordial spirit with the heavenly Tao. How great is the potential of the human race? The causal relationship of my establishing this teaching is not even within my consideration. After countless years of cultivation, all I desire is to attain the path of sanctification. Even if I must die 1,000 times, I shall accept it. I am fully aware of what I am doing. But the original and Tongtian still in Kunlun were completely dumbfounded. The three purities have yet to separate. Their fortunes are still intertwined. The commotion caused by my establishment of the human teachings was felt first by them. Those great powers of the primordial chaos who had listened to the Tao in the Zixia Palace knew that among the three purities the one who valued the four words authentic Pangu the most was original. In his eyes the three purities are the true orthodoxy of the primordial chaos while all others are unworthy. His pride runs deep into his bones. He only accepts disciples with deep roots in Kunlun, the others are entirely dismissed. Even those with great potential are scolded as half-baked and inferior. The disciples taken by Tongtian have often been scolded in front of him with no regard for face. The two brothers frequently clashed. It is easy to imagine that Original has become obsessed with reputation and lineage. To use a term from later generations, he is a stubborn and obsessive individual. But the human teachings I have established now, the human race does not buy into it at all. What is this called? Is it sticking a hot face to a cold butt, or shamelessly approaching without care? Moreover, this human was just something discarded by Nuwa's little junior sister after she was done with it. Is the face of Pangu Zong so easily disregarded by the senior brother? Yuan sure let out a roar, shaking the entire Kunlun mountain. The mountains crumbled and the ground split, sending countless ancient trees flying and debris rushing upwards. No one could guess how explosive Yuan Shi's heart was at this moment, how much he couldn't understand the senior brother. He directly halted his meditation, burst out of the thatched cottage, and flew towards the human race. Senior brother, wait for me. Tongtian frowned and quickly followed. He understood Yuan Shi too well. The honor of Pangazong was everything to that guy. He could do anything for it. It seems he is about to confront the senior brother face to face. At this moment, many powerful beings and top clans in the wilderness were also stirred. The establishment of the human teaching by Laozi had captured the hearts of too many. You should know that Laozi is the leader among the three purities, the first disciple of Hongjuan, and carries the primordial purple energy. Many powerful beings speculate that Laozi is very likely the second to attain sainthood after Nuwa. However, at this moment Laozi established the human teaching without any recognition from the human race. The intricacies involved were profound. Terrifying gazes pierced through the void, falling on Laozi and then turning towards the human race. On the vast land of the wilderness, many forces had their eyes on the human race at this moment. Those ancient races that had long been entrenched now cast their first glances at this small clan that had not even lived for 10,000 years, remaining hidden. Outside the chaos in the void, Nuwa's eyelids twitched, her eyes opened, cold light suppressed within. Without hesitation, her gaze was thrown towards the direction of the purple cloud palace. As a saint with her primordial spirit bound to the Tao, she could see clearly the intricacies of the wilderness that were invisible to others. The one who felt most aggrieved in the wilderness right now was undoubtedly Hongjun. Nuwa murmured to herself, her voice filled with coldness. Hongjuan, you forced me to hide in the chaos, abandoning the human race. I want to see if your methods can suppress your big disciple under you. At the time she became a saint, Hongjun borrowed the primordial purple energy to intercept a part of her fortune, relying on his cultivation to drive her into chaos, forcing her to abandon the human race. But Laozi. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's eyes widened, his pupils filled with disbelief. Another 10,000 years passed, and those human fellows actually threw out another heavy punch, hitting him right at his softest spot. Last time a ruler suddenly emerged from the human race, and fearing trouble, he secretly urged Laozi to go to the human race for reconnaissance. What was the result? The human race directly ensnared Laozi. Laozi had not even obtained the formal recognition of the human race, and hastily established the human teaching. Hongjun's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Holding the chaos jade plate in his hand, no one in the wilderness was more informed than him. Laozi established the human teaching only after being recognized by the human race. He established it first, and then sought the human race's recognition. These two matters were worlds apart. The first instance was Laozi treating the human race as a stepping stone. The latter was the human race using Laozi as a pawn. The depths of this matter were profound, and the key lay in the initiative. The human race firmly held the initiative. The implication was obvious. Laozi had become the watchdog of the human race with his fortune bound to them. But how could the human race's limited capabilities compete with Laozi? The two sides were not even in the same league. Hongjun's mind couldn't wrap around it, and the more he thought, the more confused he became. His intention in sending Laozi there was to let him sever the human race's fortune and take the opportunity to attain the Tao, not to serve as security, diverting fortune for the human race. His calculations involved Laozi rising through the primordial purple energy, while he would take part of Laozi's fortune through it to pave the way for his own plan of merging with the Tao. All three purities bore the merits of opening the heavens, which was his greatest trump card for achieving the Tao. Now this trump card was pried away by the human race. A thought flashed through Hong Jun's mind, how to fill this gap. But soon his mindset began to crack. It couldn't be filled. Unless Lao Zi could gain the formal recognition of the human race right now and attain sainthood through severed fortune. But Hongju knew very well that Lao Zi was the most stable one among the three purities, and his resolve to seek the Tao was stronger than anyone else's. If he could choose, he would never have established this human teaching in advance. Moreover, Lao Zi was not Niuhua. He had not yet attained the position of a saint. Although he had the merits of opening the heavens to support him, and the wilderness heaven and earth sheltering him, before completely merging with the Tao, Hongjun truly had no way to deal with the three purities. When Lao Zi's gaze shifted away from Hongju, and Hongjun's face was already dark enough to drip water. What is hidden behind this human race? He gritted his teeth and turned to stare at Lao Zi. Right now he had to understand the human race's background. But the top priority was to pull Lao Zi back. Hongjun didn't have the time to think too much and soared into the air, heading straight for the wilderness. Over here in the wilderness, Yuan Shi arrived at the outskirts of the human territory and saw Lao Zi from a distance, his face turning ashen. He immediately spoke with a commanding tone. Senior brother, immediately dissolve this so-called human teaching. The reputation of Pangu Zone cannot be tarnished in the slightest. This statement sounded as if he wanted to swallow Lao Zi whole. Lao Zi slowly opened his murky eyes. It was as if he had anticipated Yuan Shi's arrival. There was no surprise on his face, and his voice was flat as a stone. This is my decision. Oh, it has nothing to do with you. I have made up my mind that you can leave now. At this moment, having just established the human teaching, all the attention of the human race was on him. If he were to dissolve the teaching now, how would the human race see him? Yuan Shi's arrival was already within the chess game, he had calculated. Lao Zi's heart in seeking the Tao was as hard as iron. He needed to show the human race his sincerity. Nonsense. Yuan Shi was furious, his face dark to the extreme, his voice cold enough to drop icicles. Fine, then I'll destroy this clan to restore the reputation of Pangu Zone. For the sake of Pangu Zone's face, Yuan Shi didn't care whether the human race was created by Niuhua. The killing intent erupted from him, sweeping through the heavens. The sky darkened, as if a massive black cloth was pressed down. Buzz! Suddenly, he had the Pangu flag in his hand. The chaotic aura surged out like a tidal wave. The cosmos seemed to be flipped over, and the wilderness and heaven were on the verge of being sent back into chaos. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he slowly stood up. The first trouble after Lao Zi established the teaching had arrived. But the next second, a Taiji diagram blocked above the human race's sky. The yin and yang energies rolled and collided with the chaotic energy, mutually canceling each other out. Swish! Lao Zi's figure swayed, and he stood atop the Taiji diagram. His eyes remained murky, but his voice was as hard as bone. Yuan Shi, do you want to fight me? The words were short, but the meaning was clear. The opportunity to attain the Tao was mysterious and hard to describe. But if Yuan Shi obstructed his path to the Tao, that would make him his mortal enemy. After cultivating for millions of years, and standing at the very top, having severed the 7 emotions and cut off the 6 desires, only the Tao remained in his heart. It was merely a difference in the Tao, and they could not conspire together. Senior brother Yuan Shi was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that Lao Zi would fight him for such a small clan. At this moment, the entire wilderness felt as if someone had grabbed it by the throat. Those high and mighty powerful beings were all stunned. The three purities were originally one, sharing honor and disgrace. Who would have thought that one day they would witness the three purities drawing their swords against each other? From this moment on, they no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly inconspicuous human race. Su Ming stood among the crowd, rubbing his nose, his face full of helplessness. Deep down, he felt terrible. The separation of the three purities was something that everyone in the wilderness knew was inevitable. But Su Ming never imagined that when it came to him, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi would start fighting first, dragging the entire human race down with them. Isn't this the butterfly effect? Su Ming smiled, looking more like he was crying. He initially only wanted to guide Lao Zi onto the right path and treat the human race better. Little did he know things would evolve like this. He felt overwhelmed. Buzz! A sword intent suddenly traversed the heavens and earth as if it wanted to cleave the past and future in half, forcefully inserting itself between the Pango flag and the Taiji diagram, separating Lao Zi and Yuan Shi. Senior brother, second brother, don't be impulsive. Tong Tian stood between the two, his expression calm, but his hands did not stop. We are all split from Pangus, primordial spirit. Fighting amongst ourselves, are we not afraid of outsiders laughing at us? Su Ming was dumbfounded at this scene. Who in the wilderness didn't know Tong Tian had the worst temper? How come when it came to him, he had become the most stable one among the three purities? Before Su Ming could regain his senses, Tong Tian's next words nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Tong Tian slowly drew the Qingping sword from behind him, sword energy surging. If you want to fight, ask this sword in my hand if it agrees first. Su Ming was stunned for quite a while before mumbling, this is more like Tong Tian style. The three purities transformed from Pangus' primordial spirit had never shared the same temperament. Laozi pursued the Tao with relentless determination. Yuan Shi was very proud, determined to preserve the reputation of Pangazong. Tong Tian was explosive, ready to fight without hesitation. The separation of the three purities was inevitable, and Su Ming was aware. However, his appearance had brought this scene forward. The big shots of the wilderness wore solemn expressions fixated on this rare spectacle. If the three purities fought, they would be eager to watch. The three purities banding together was far too terrifying. The atmosphere was so tense it could wring water out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens suddenly trembled. Purple energy spread for 30,000 miles. Auspicious signs filled the sky. An old man stepped on the purple energy, landing between the three purities, his presence directly pressing down on all three. The Tao ancestor Hongjun. When Hongjun appeared, he didn't even give them a chance to pay their respects, scolding them with a blank expression. The dignified three purities of the Tao disregarding face. What kind of propriety is this? Go back with me. After speaking, Hongjun took a deep glance at the human race and turned to head towards Kunlu. The three pure ones are the foundation of the Tao sect, their destinies intertwined, supporting the very essence of the sect. If they were to fall out, it would be akin to the sect tearing itself apart. This was another heavy blow to Hongjun's grand plan of merging with the Tao. He had no choice but to intervene and quell the chaos, lest the situation spiraled completely out of control. The powerful beings of the primordial era watching from the sidelines felt a twinge of regret. With even the Tao ancestor personally involved, it seemed the three pure ones would not disband anytime soon. Hongjun held significant weight in the hearts of the three pure ones, and without hesitation the three followed him. The tense atmosphere was momentarily subdued. Meanwhile, on the human side, Su Ming's brow was furrowed in distress. He understood the meaning behind that last glance from Hongjun all too well. He did not believe that Hongjun could see through him. The formation he had set up during his days as a Golden Immortal could protect against the prying eyes of great Luo Golden Immortals and even Quasi Saints. Now at the peak of Quasi Sainthood, he had personally reconfigured it. Unless Hongjun truly merged with the Heavens Tao, it was impossible for him to discover anything. Yet Su Ming's heart still felt a knot tightening. There was far too much concealed within that gaze. The commotion among the three pure ones allowed him to discern some truths. Though this Tao ancestor had attained sainthood, his control over the primordial realm had not yet reached an impenetrable level. The human race still had a chance to turn things around. However, since Hongjun had taken notice of them, he would not sit idly by. If Laozi wished to rely on the human race to attain Tao, the cunning old fox Hongjun would surely intervene. What does he plan to insert himself into? Su Ming rubbed his temples. The headache was not solely caused by Hongjun. After this matter concluded, the major clans and powerful beings of the primordial era were secondary concerns. What annoyed him most were the Wu and Yao clans. These two factions would undoubtedly set their sights on the human race. Moving forward, the humans would need to engage with them. Damn, this is truly vexing. Even the desire to develop steadily was no longer possible. Cursing under his breath, Su Ming plunged into his carving and cultivation. You may stir up as much trouble as you please, but I remain steadfast as a mountain. In the Wu clan within the Penga Hall. This grand hall was absurdly large, towering tens of thousands of zhang high, covering an area of millions of zhang, surpassing most mountains in the primordial era. The 12 ancestors of the Wu stood within the hall, their eyes akin to chaotic stars, their bodies towering like mountains, radiating a menacing aura. The human race was created by Nuwa. She gained immense merit from creating humanity and directly attained sainthood. Moreover, she was one of the 5 emperors of the Yao clan, the mortal enemies of the Wu clan. The Wu clan could not possibly overlook the creations of their enemy. Initially, when Nuwa abandoned humanity, the human race nearly faced extinction, and the Wu clan ceased their scrutiny of these insignificant beings. However, with Laozi's establishment of the human doctrine, the 12 ancestors of the Wu immediately became alert. These humans were not as simple as they appeared. They began to plot how to deal with this group of small beings. A mere human race, just ants, does it qualify for our Wu clan's serious attention? Zhu Rong exploded in anger, cursing with disdain. Hotu frowned and retorted, Nuwa and Laozi both have their primordial purple energy. Both of them hold humanity in such high regard. Nuwa achieved sainthood precisely because she created humanity. Think about it, could this be a trivial matter? Our Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, so we must grasp the flow of the primordial realm. The fact that humanity has garnered such attention from Hongjun's 2 disciples, and even Hongjun himself has personally intervened, indicates that this small race cannot be simple. In the Pango Hall, chaos erupted. As soon as Huda's words fell, Zhu Juyin nodded. I see it that way too. Humanity cannot be neglected. The Wu clan has been fighting with the Yao clan to this extent, while Di Jun and Tai Yi are busy reorganizing their internal matters, devouring major clans to expand their power they must also be keeping an eye on humanity. He paused before continuing. Indeed, humanity was created by Youchao, but if she abandoned them suffering heavy casualties, how loyal can they possibly be to the Yao clan? At this moment, if our Wu clan extends an olive branch, wouldn't they be immensely grateful? Even if we cannot comprehend why Laozi values them so highly, we must not allow them to turn to the Yao clan. Just as those words were spoken, Gong Gong shouted, I refuse. Our Wu clan is the true lineage of Pangu, standing tall. Our bloodline is immensely noble. Why should we actively seek to curry favor with these insignificant beings created casually by Youchao? If it leads Laozi to think we are flattering them, where would the dignity of the Wu clan be? I support. I oppose. The 12 ancestors argued back and forth, spitting words. At the top of Pangu Hall, Di Jiang had remained silent, his gaze deep and unreadable. Once the commotion below had calmed somewhat, he finally spoke, making a decision. Humanity can be courted, but it is inappropriate for the ancestors to go personally. Send a great Wu, someone of Quasi-Saint level, to keep the situation under control. This way we preserve the face of the Wu clan, while also keeping the humans in check, preventing the Yao clan from snatching them away. Di Jiang, the leader among the 12 ancestors, and the head of the Wu clan, combined the opinions from both sides and directly set the tone. His words were unassailable, thus no one dared to oppose. Hotu suggested, then let Hou-Yi go. Hou-Yi is reliable in his tasks, that works. Di Jiang nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in cultivation. The chaotic, murderous aura in Pangu Hall surged toward him, and the remaining ancestors ceased their chatter and entered a state of meditation. To them, humanity was merely a minor episode. As the order was issued, the great Wu Hou-Yi slung the sun-shooting divine bow over his back and set off towards the human race. At the same time, in the 33 heavens above, the Yao court was much quieter. In the eyes of the Yao clan, humanity was merely a small branch created by Youchao, rightfully belonging to the Yao clan. It was only because Laozi established a doctrine that humanity gained a bit of significance. However, Di Jun and Tai Yi were currently busy reorganizing their internal affairs and dealing with the Wu clan, leaving them no leisure to attend to this matter. They casually handed the task over to the Yao deity Ji Ming and instructed him to take care of it. Ji Ming was ranked among the top 10 in the Yao clan and showed little interest in the trivial creations abandoned by Youchao. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his own son. Ji-hun, you run a trip to the human race and read the decree of the Yao emperor to them. Ask them to send a leader to the Yao court to bow and pay respects, and casually grant them the territory they currently occupy as their domain. Ji-hun thought that for such a small monkey clan to earn the title of a legitimate Yao clan and come to pay respects to the Yao emperor would be enough to make them emotional. Understood, father. Ji-hun replied. He nodded and set off towards the human race. In the valley of the human race. Boom! A colossal explosion echoed, shaking the entire valley. The sky seemed to be torn open, and endless divine light poured forth from the fissure, illuminating half the sky. The light converged into a blurry figure. Petals scattered around the shadow, enveloped in a pure bright light, exuding an indescribable aura, like something lofty and unattainable, exuding a nobility that compelled one to bow their head. Su Ming, who was engrossed in his carving, suddenly stiffened. His eyelids twitched, and his gaze instantly locked onto that ball of light. Indeed, a statue stood there wearing a ghostly mask, its white gown trailing to the ground, appearing to stand in the mortal realm, yet untouched by worldly affairs. Su Ming's pupils constricted. He could not believe that someone could resonate with the statue of the Ruthless Emperor. The Ruthless Emperor was a figure who rivaled the Demon Lord, the Heavenly Emperor, and the Primordial Emperor, ranking among the foremost in all statues, surpassing even Lu Shen. Su Ming had never expected anyone to comprehend the statue of the Ruthless Emperor. The existences, experiences, and temperament were entirely different from those of other great beings. The Ruthless Emperor came from a humble background, and though his aptitude was not exceptional, he possessed astonishing talent. He had no interest in the highest realms, and with the saying, "I do not seek immortality, but wait for your return in the mortal realm," he revealed his character completely. However, in the primordial realm, might makes right, and the weak are destined to be devoured. Finding someone among humanity who could resonate with the Ruthless Emperor was more challenging than ascending to heaven. It was precisely for this reason that Su Ming was taken aback. This also indicated that humanity was about to produce a prodigy whose potential was not inferior to that of the three leaders. Su Ming lowered his head and saw a woman sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, enveloped in a rain of light petals swirling around her. He immediately asked Youchao, "What is her name?" Youchao dared not delay and quickly replied, "To the ancestor her name is Change." Su Ming was momentarily stunned, and the well-known story of Change flying to the moon flashed through his mind. Could this Change be the one from the legends? He raised his eyes to glance again at the statue, and upon doing so his pupils constricted once more. The woman was dressed simply, but her face was breathtakingly beautiful, capable of toppling kingdoms and cities. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her skin was as white as congealed fat. Even seated in meditation, her figure could not hide the curves. Every inch was exquisitely perfect. Su Ming was already at the peak of quasi-sainthood, his resolve as firm as iron, having seen many women since entering the primordial realm, yet he was still stunned by her beauty, his eyes sharply pricked. This woman seemed far beyond what was typical for the mortal realm. Su Ming retracted his thoughts, secretly muttering this woman was undoubtedly the change from the legends. Only a beauty of this caliber would be worthy of the top Great Wu Ho, who risked everything for her, choosing to part ways with the Wu clan to become Wu Gang on the moon, tirelessly chopping wood without a hint of reluctance. The tale of change flying to the moon had a profound impact during the conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans. Hoi shot down the suns while she schemed behind the scenes, plotting to send change to the moon, binding her directly to that star. The Wu clan lost a mighty Wu who had prospects of becoming a grand ancestor, and this debt became the trigger for the war between the Wu and Yao clans. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted like a pot boiling over, all surging toward Change's head. Endless spiritual energy swirled into a vortex, crazily devouring the surrounding primordial energy, and then poured directly into Change's brow. In the center of the vortex, divine light exploded, revealing the ethereal image of a female emperor wearing a long dress and a ghostly mask, overlooking the world with an aura that was truly unparalleled both above and below. Change's realm was merely that of the mystic immortal, yet at this moment, the overwhelming spiritual energy was forcibly infused into her, causing her to rapidly ascend. Mid-stage mystic immortal. Late-stage mystic immortal. Great perfection of mystic immortal. The bottleneck of mystic immortal. It couldn't stop her, get shattered in the blink of an eye. Next came the early stage golden immortal, then the mid-stage. The breakthroughs were as easy as drinking water, astonishing everyone in the valley. Countless powerful human figures rushed out from their closed-door retreats, their eyes wide in astonishment. While they had seen mythological statues before, they had never witnessed such an exaggerated phenomenon or such a frenzied breakthrough. Perhaps only the three leaders who comprehended it back then could compare. This. Youchao opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. His mind was buzzing. He remembered the first time he resonated with the statue of the primordial emperor, and he had only broken through to the mystic immortal, crossing several minor realms. But change. When the ancestor perfected the mythological statue, it only allowed them to directly ascend to the Great Golden Immortal. Even the closed-door practitioners, the Ziyi clan and the Shinnong clan, were stirred to come out, and upon witnessing Change's frenzied breakthrough, they could only click their tongues. This girl is aiming for the heavens. Youchao's lips trembled, his voice altered. Shinnong's face turned pale. She's even more ferocious than I was back in the day. I cultivate the Celestial Demon Sutra, taking a more unconventional path, always believing that breaking through with the help of the mythological statue was the fastest way. But now, compared to this little girl, forget it. No more. I'm getting old. A new generation replaces the old, and the old are directly crushed on the beach. The speed of her breakthrough was startling even to Su Ming, but other thoughts began to emerge in his mind. Change's resonance with the ruthless statue was probably far greater than that of Youchao and his two companions, which was why such an outrageous phenomenon occurred. Not for immortality, only wishing to wait for your return in the mortal realm. The mindset between Change and the Ruthless Emperor seemed like two parallel lines suddenly intertwining, creating a resonance that transcended everything. At this moment, Su Ming truly became interested. Who was she waiting for? Wasn't this journey meant to resonate with the mythological statue? Perhaps her greatest purpose was not this at all. In the next second, an even more outrageous scene struck, leaving even Su Ming stunned, his brows raised. The phantom of the Ruthless Emperor, seemingly alive, extended a glowing white finger and gently tapped Change's brow. Buzz. A snow-white divine light erupted, engulfing Change entirely. Petals flew everywhere, countless techniques and secret arts poured into Change's mind like a tide. This. Su Ming's eyes widened as he looked up at the statue of the Ruthless Emperor, only to witness an even more exaggerated event. On the statue's head, stone fragments were falling. The divine essence of the Ruthless Emperor visibly became more vibrant. In that moment, Su Ming understood everything. The mythological statue of the Ruthless Emperor was being perfected by itself. Moreover, this was all triggered by Change, to be precise. Change was helping to complete the statue. It was overwhelming. Su Ming's mind struggled to comprehend. The mythological statue could perfect itself, but thinking it through made sense. As long as the person comprehending the statue's essence and aura closely matched that of the statue's true form, there would be no need for Su Ming to take action. The perfection could be achieved. After all, when he perfected the statue before, he had to infuse his own mindset and aura into the statue's divine essence to achieve complete resonance. In the valley, the human prodigies comprehending the mythological statue numbered at least tens of thousands. But none like Change. She was the first. This girl is going to lift all our old bones and beat us down. Youchao's three companions watched with eyes almost popping out of their heads, mouths full of astonishment. Yet in their hearts they felt only joy, not a hint of jealousy. For the emergence of such a genius unseen throughout history among the humans would only strengthen their foundation, providing greater confidence to protect their kin. A clan relying solely on the elders will eventually reach its end if the youth cannot rise. Suddenly a system prompt sounded loudly in Su Ming's ears. Human Change has comprehended the Celestial Demon Sutra, the Indestructible Heavenly Art, the Chaos Sutra. As the sculptor of the statue, the host receives a 100-fold power surge reward. Human Change perfectly resonates with the Ruthless Emperor, granting the host a 100-fold power reward. The Celestial Demon Art, the Indestructible Heavenly Art, and other techniques have been greatly enhanced. Human Change perfectly resonates with the statue of the Ruthless Emperor, autonomously perfecting the mythological statue, and Change obtains the Ruthless Emperor's weapon, the innate supreme treasure, the Black Gold Cauldron. Su Ming was completely stunned. What was this? Change casually perfected the statue of the Ruthless Emperor, and he had unwittingly acquired a weapon forged by the Emperor himself. This great figure is exceptionally talented, rare in the world. Su Ming murmured quietly. Meanwhile, the commotion from Change's breakthrough finally ceased. She surged through the mystic immortal realm and directly stepped into the early stage of the Great Golden Immortal, becoming an existence beyond the three realms and outside the five elements. Is cultivation difficult? If this question were posed to any practitioner in the primordial era, the answer would always be difficult, so difficult they wished to lie flat. But Su Ming could now tell you that cultivation was absurdly simple. From Mystic Immortal to Great Golden Immortal, it relied solely on comprehending a mythological statue. "I'm feeling a bit defeated," Shenong said sullenly. This time neither Youchao nor the Ziyi clan contradicted him, instead nodding along. They recalled the immense effort they had exerted during their own breakthroughs to the Great Golden Immortal. "All right, enough of this, let's go back to cultivating." Shenong turned and approached the statue of the demon lord, closing his eyes to meditate. At this moment, Youchao led Change before Su Ming. There were not many human prodigies comprehending the mythological statue over the past 10,000 years, but those who could enter the valley and be summoned by him were few and far between. "Change, I greet the human emperor." Change bowed to Su Ming, her voice soft and melodious like the call of a yellow oriole, soothing to the ears, yet upon closer inspection a hint of tremor revealed her inner tension. Su Ming looked down at her, a breathtaking figure, striking his eyes. To meet the human emperor, Youchao had specially brought Change, meticulously preparing her appearance. That already extraordinary face looked even more enchanting at that moment. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, casually cascading down her back. Her eyes sparkled like stars, almost as if they could speak, blinking rhythmically. Her skin was as delicate as ivory, so soft that a light tap could break through to reveal its moisture. She wore a snow-white gown that accentuated her figure. Not a bit more would make her look plump, nor a bit less would make her appear thin. No description could capture her perfect allure, as if heaven had poured all its effort into her birth. Su Ming had previously caught a fleeting glimpse of Change from afar with his divine sense, but facing this goddess of myth up close, he was still taken aback. No need to travel to the moon to see Change. She was right in front of him. So beautiful, she seemed too extraordinary to belong among mortals. Fortunately, Su Ming was no longer the person he once was. His heart was strong. To uphold the dignity of the human emperor ancestor, he quickly gathered himself. "Change, well done. Proceed." Su Ming's tone was calm, as if instructing a junior. After all, as the first generation of humans, Change had already fallen into the third generation. According to later calculations, she should address him as great-grandfather. Yet Su Ming had no awareness of the feelings Change harbored upon seeing him. Conversely, the emotional impact Change experienced upon seeing him was far more intense than his reflections. Just as his words of encouragement fell, Change trembled slightly. This girl who had just entered the Great Golden Immortal secretly lifted her eyelids, glancing at Su Ming. In her eyes, Su Ming seemed enveloped in a layer of divine light. Those eyes were more dazzling than the sun, as she couldn't look directly at him, and quickly lowered her head. To Change, the ancestor was a god in existence, supreme and unparalleled, the one who stood up to guide the humans during their most difficult times. He was someone she could only look up to, forever out of reach. From her earliest memories, her elders had always told stories of the ancestor's deeds. From a young age, she was determined. The human emperor was her only belonging in this life. She wanted to catch up, to follow closely behind the ancestor. Thus, even if her talent was not particularly outstanding, she gritted her teeth and persevered, eventually becoming a renowned prodigy among the humans. Finally selected to enter the ancestor's valley just to see him, just to be able to keep pace with the ancestor. But once she entered the valley, she realized how cruel reality was. Before those mythological statues, even the most formidable prodigies could only be among the top few to gain fortune and be summoned by the ancestor. At that moment, Change's heart felt frozen. Her innate talent was already not considered exceptional, and she couldn't find resonance before the statue even after half a day. As she watched her peers break through one after another, she grew increasingly anxious and confused, until she arrived before the statue of the Ruthless Emperor. In that moment, the resonance exploded. Not for immortality, merely to wait for your return in this mortal realm. Change's thoughts were simple. She was not here to cultivate any extraordinary techniques, but merely to keep pace with the footsteps of the ancestor, the human emperor. It was these coincidental events that together created that astonishing scene of comprehending the mythological statue. Now that the ancestor praised her in person, Change's heart was tumultuous, and she immediately replied, "Change will certainly strive even harder." Then she added silently in her heart, "Until I can always stand by your side." Not bad. Quite good. Su Ming nodded with a smile. In reality, he just didn't know how to chat with girls, especially not knowing what to say during their first meeting. Just a typical guy. Youchao secretly shot him a glance, wondering in his heart, is the ancestor satisfied or not? Over the years, the lifelong matter of their ancestor had been a source of concern for the three of them and the leaders of various clans. Su Ming. He was the first generation of humans, a living prodigy manufacturing machine. As long as he had a child, that would be the genuine second generation of humans with pure blood and explosive talent capable of giving rise to numerous prodigies. In these 10,000 years, the human race has produced quite a few experts. Yet compared to the witch and demon races, they still fall short. Talents. They are 1 in 10,000. The rules for the human race have long been established. Su Ming occupies a position known as the human emperor, recognized by all clans. The Shinon clan members are quite sharp-minded. Though not spoken, they are well aware. If something were to happen to Su Ming one day, with so many powerful beings in the human race, who could maintain order? Who could take this position? After much deliberation, there is only one path. Su Ming's own offspring could inherit his prestige, making the clans bow down and preventing the human race from fracturing. To put it plainly, it's not that they wish for Su Ming's demise, but rather fear the uncertainty. In the wilderness, many clans have fallen apart due to the downfall of their ancestors, each refusing to yield, leading to chaos. How could the Chao clan not worry? For years, they have been sending the most beautiful and talented young women of the human race to Su Ming. With Su Ming's status, if he were to nod, many young heavenly talents would line up to bear his children. Yet Su Ming is like a block of wood, his mind consumed by cultivation, showing no interest. The Chao clan members are growing anxious. Today, the ancestor looked at that young girl with a slightly different gaze. One of them muttered in thought, "Once the meeting disperses, I need to have a word with Change." Just as this thought crosses his mind, the Ziyi clan approaches, looking rather displeased, and addresses Su Ming ancestor. 2 groups of people have arrived outside. Both the witch and demon races have sent representatives seeking an audience with the leader of the human race. How do you wish to handle this? Su Ming's expression stiffens, his brows furrowing. He knew well that what was destined to come would eventually arrive, just not this quickly. Who has come? Su Ming inquired. From the witch race, a great witch of Quasi-Saint level has come, claiming to be from the earth ancestor, which tribe named Hoi. Su Ming nodded. The witch race still shows some respect, Hoi being beneath the ancestor, which is indeed a prominent figure. And the demon race. The demon race has sent a Great Golden Immortal from the Ming tribe. Ziyi clan took a deep breath, as if suppressing his anger. They barged straight in, making their way into the human territory, and issued a proclamation demanding the human leader kneel to receive the demon emperor's orders. A cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. How arrogant. A Great Golden Immortal from the Ming tribe dares to swagger into human territory, even expecting the human leader to kneel in submission. From this one action, he could clearly see the demon race's intentions. They believe that even if he establishes the human teachings and breaks ties with the ancients, the human race is still beneath them. Those bastards from the demon court really think they are doing us a favor by coming to the human race. Ziyi clan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This is not a favor, it's a slap in the face. Su Ming chuckled coldly. To the outside world, we human race have not revealed much of our true strength. The demon court certainly believes we are soft targets. But thinking further, how long must we swallow our pride? Should we reveal the strength of the human race, to let those outsiders know this place is not one they can trample upon? Yet after some thought, he realized that he had just established the teachings, and the powerful beings in the wilderness are watching the human race closely. At this moment, revealing their wealth, whether a little or a lot, must be carefully considered. Su Ming pressed his brows together, making up his mind. Xuandu handle that great demon from Jiming. He paused and continued, Shinong block Ho, the Great Witch. I will keep an eye on things from behind to ensure nothing goes awry. Understood, ancestor. Ziyi clan replied, turning to leave. Wait. Su Ming called out to her, his gaze cold enough to freeze. Tell Xuandu. If that beast dares to run rampant on human territory again, let him leave standing upright. Understood. Ziyi clan's spine stiffened, and she turned sharply to exit the valley. The demon race and the witch race. Su Ming's gaze suddenly darkened. The human race and the two greatest tyrants of the wilderness would ultimately have to clash. From here on, it was truly the test of his leadership. He sent the Chao clan and change away, his gaze traversing the valley, landing on the two figures outside, Ho and Jiming. Since he decided to meet Ho, he could not keep them waiting at the door. That would be too disrespectful. The guests had already been invited into the human territory, albeit only nominally at the core. The true heart remains in this valley beneath his feet. Su Ming raised his eyes. Before him stood a rugged man looking much like a human, but with an imposing aura that was anything but ordinary. Ho's eyes, like those of an eagle, gleamed ominously, as if he could see through to the very bones hiding underneath. He did not reveal his true witch form, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall in human shape, resembling a small hill. His muscular body was chiseled and perfectly formed, exuding an incredible sense of strength. Yet the most eye-catching was not his physique, but the enormous bow on his back. A golden bow almost 2 meters long, its body engraved with intricate, swirling patterns. Su Ming could tell at a glance that if this bow were drawn, the power generated from those patterns would be immense. The divine bow of shooting the sun, Su Ming silently mouthed. It was the weapon that shattered the gates during the Witch-Demon War. He hoped that this bow would not change its essence just because a mere butterfly flapped his wings. Ho shooting down the 9 suns was the ultimate catalyst that tore the witch and demon races apart. Su Ming's gaze turned cold as it shifted toward the demon race. Leading them was a man with green hair, his muscles bulging, the raw power emanating from him felt even from a distance. He hovered midair, looking down with disdain at the human race below. Jiming did not come alone. He was followed by hundreds of his kin. The weakest among them held golden immortal powers, with 10 at the Great Golden Immortal level. These guards surrounded Jiming tightly, both above and below, creating an impenetrable shield. The Jiming tribe relied on their formidable physiques in the wilderness, boasting strength so ridiculous that they could stand their ground even against the great witches of the ancestor witch tribe. These fellows were each as robust as a mountain, floating in the air like small hills. Surrounding them were hundreds of human cultivators tightly encircling them. Their cultivation levels ranged from low to high, encompassing celestial and golden immortals. In the shadows, even more terrifying auras awakened, coldly observing the scene. Yet the Jiming tribe only saw the trivial humans surrounding them, completely unaware of the perilous situation they had stepped into. In their eyes, the human race was no more than ants. The murderous aura emanating from them was pungent, carrying a scent of blood. It was evident from the very ground they stood on that they had left a trail of human blood in their wake. You little monkey people dare to block my path. Jiming's voice was as cold as ice shards. In their eyes, the human race was the most insignificant of all. To meet the significant figures of the demon god tribe, not only did they fail to kneel in greeting, but they also dared to block the way and demand to report. What status does the Jiming tribe hold in the demon race? Wherever they go, they are treated with reverence. Do these puny beings think they are worthy to obstruct them? Is this not seeking death? Hence Jiming showed no courtesy and crashed in directly. Get lost. Tell your leader to crawl out and kneel to see me. Jiming didn't even spare a glance at the human race surrounding him. If not for his father's warning, he would have wiped out this trash clan long ago. But Su Ming had no time to deal with this Great Golden Immortal named Jiming. His gaze fell on the 2 Great Golden Immortals nearest to him. To be precise, he was focused on the corners of their mouths. There was blood there. Human blood. Buzz, Su Ming's mind exploded, his scalp tingling. These beasts had eaten humans. Worse still, after consuming humans, they surely realized that devouring the bloodline could enhance their power. This was precisely why the demon race had once sought to annihilate the human race. Roar! A furious roar erupted, shaking the heavens. Beasts! Who gave you the audacity? The sky suddenly erupted, and a gigantic willow tree appeared out of thin air. Countless branches fell, glinting coldly, sharper than blades. The green light enveloped the Jiming tribe below, striking down fiercely. PSH! The branches swayed slightly, ripping apart space itself. More than a dozen Great Golden Immortals from the Jiming tribe were instantly shattered, flesh and blood flying, as if cut like vegetables. Buzz! The remaining Jiming tribe members were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago they had been so arrogant, now their eyes widened in shock, their bodies frozen. A terrifying pressure crashed down upon them like a mountain, the chilling, killing intent surging up their spines, making them too afraid to even move a finger. let alone resist. They breathed cautiously. That willow tree was enormous, so large that it blotted out the sun, and standing beneath it, they felt like ants on the ground. What baffled them further was, this mere monkey clan dared to make a move against the Jimming. Were they insane? Where did these weaklings get the audacity? Furthermore, when did this pathetic clan give rise to such a monster? A Deluo Golden Immortal. Jimming squinted, a cold smile on his lips. Even if he is a Deluo Golden Immortal, daring to act against my Jimming tribe is seeking death. He opened his mouth to issue a cold shout. The sound wave spread out like a solid force, directly clashing with the pressure from the willow tree. But he was merely at the mid-level of Deluo. What is Xuanda's cultivation level? The peak of Deluo. He practiced the Willow God technique, and even he acknowledged that his combat power was outrageous. Jiming's level of accomplishment was simply inadequate. Bang bang bang. As the sound wave collided, Jiming's expression changed. A domineering force rebounded back through the sound wave like a venomous snake, drilling into his body and wreaking havoc. PSH. Jiming's face turned crimson, his internal organs feeling as if they were fiercely twisted by a hand, a sweet taste rising in his throat as blood spurted from his mouth. He staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Human race. Jimming roared, his voice. How could he be repelled by an ape? Such a disgrace. Yet at the same time his heart was in turmoil. He had underestimated this tribe created by Nuwa. After all, this was something personally shaped by one of the 5 emperors. Even if Nuwa herself did not care, having long since abandoned it, it was still the bloodline of the 5 emperors. Talent, bone structure, and bloodline purity were not something any small fish tribe could compare to. And just how many tens of thousands of years had it been? In just a few tens of thousands of years, someone from this tribe had already attained the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Ji-hun grew more alarmed as he thought, his mind racing. A heating clash would not work. A tribe that could attract the 3 pure ones was far too deep. He couldn't fathom its depths. Ape tribe, just you wait. Ji-hun cursed through clenched teeth in his heart. Once this broken tribe integrated into the demon race, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them. Now on someone else's territory, the enemy's fists were heavy, and he could only bow his head. First, he had to preserve his life. Xiandu stood in the void, enveloped in a green light, stepping forward slowly. The green light in his eyes overflowed, and the killing intent could not be suppressed. Looking down at Ji-hun, he spoke. Beast, who gave you the courage to rampage on human territory? The smell of blood on Ji-hun intensified Xiandu's killing intent. If it weren't for the ancestor not having spoken yet, he would have acted long ago. Are you the leader of the ape tribe? Ji-hun suppressed his anger, his voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. I am Ji-hun, the son of the demon god of the Ji-Ming tribe. By the decree of the demon emperor, I am here to have you kneel and receive the order. Why aren't you kneeling? Xiandu coldly stared at him, the killing intent oozing from his eyes and nostrils. Not killing Ji-hun with a single slap was already a huge mercy. He remained motionless, looking down with superiority. In his life, he would not kneel to heaven or earth, only to his ancestors. Xiandu waited for the ancestor to speak. As for kneeling to receive the order, to hell with the demon emperor. Where was the demon emperor when the human race was devoured and driven away by the demon race? Bold. You apes were created by Nuwa, and you count as part of the demon race. Even Nuwa would not dare to disrespect the demon emperor. Ji-hun shouted, finally seizing a handle to use. Kneel and receive the order immediately. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Bear the consequences? Xiandu sneered, still maintaining his condescending posture, the manifestation of the willow god, not withdrawing, pressing heavily on Ji-hun, giving him a life-threatening sense of oppression. Show me how I will not be able to bear it. Recite. Xiandu shouted coldly, his killing intent surging, his gaze sharp as knives, his tone commanding, filled with undeniable threat. You? Ji-hun trembled in anger, feeling humiliated as if he were being trampled on. But with Xiandu's imposing killing aura combined with his lack of understanding of the depths of the human race, he could only grit his teeth. Ape, you wait. You will pay for your disrespect to the demon emperor. The Ji-Ming tribe crashing into the ape territory and killing so many powerful beings was already a case where he was in the wrong. But in Ji-hun's mind, the apes were a part of the demon race, and disrespecting the demon emperor was a great sin. Wait until I return, and you will suffer. You ape tribe, you will pay with your lives for your disrespect to the demon emperor. Ji-hun's tribe had already committed a transgression by charging into the territory of the apes and killing so many powerful beings. I am the direct descendant of Nuwa and have endured much hardship in the wilderness, oh, I feel guilty about that. Therefore I decree that your tribe be granted the status of a branch of the demon race, and the territory you currently occupy will become your domain. The leader of the human race must immediately enter the demon court to enjoy the blessings of the demon race. By my decree. After finishing, Ji-hun raised his head to stare at Xiandu, his words laced with threat. Why aren't you kneeling to thank me? Come with me to the demon court to see the demon emperor. He did not believe Xiandu would dare to defy the decree. Once they entered the demon court, that would be his territory. The leader of the human race had been struck by a falling meteor in the demon court, dying on the spot. Jihan had already prepared 7 or 8 ways for Xiandu to die in his mind. But at this moment Xiandu was filled with rage, his hair standing on end, the coldness in his eyes sharp as knives. To be given the title of a branch of the demon race. In the past the human race would have welcomed this. But the current human race was no longer the soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. This was not an act of reconciliation, it was a slap in the face. It was an insult. These demon races truly deserve to die. Xiandu gritted his teeth, the words squeezed out between clenched jaws. At that moment Su Ming's voice was as cold as ice shards, directly smashing into Xiandu's mind. Kill. Leave none alive. Jihan's head should be hung at the entrance of the human territory for all the wilderness to see. Xiandu could no longer hold back. Upon hearing this, he immediately felt invigorated. Xiandu receives the order. He raised his eyebrows facing Jihan's threatening face and bellowed, "Kill." The suppressed killing intent erupted like a landslide and tsunami. The willow god tree fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted with a vast green light, as if it intended to tear the sky apart. Millions of willow branches fell like shooting stars, cutting through heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye 16 powerful figures from the Ming tribe were slain. Jihan, who had been contemplating how to make Xiandu experience various deaths, was left dumbfounded. How did things suddenly turn against him? His eyelids twitched wildly, and a sense of crisis surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, prompting him to shout, "Ape tribe, what do you intend to do? I warn you, you are bringing trouble upon yourself." Before he could finish, Xiandu, having received Su Ming's command, had already charged over, leaping to Jihan's head, his large hand descending with overwhelming killing intent. "I want your life." Xiandu's voice was as cold as ice shards. That large hand seemed ready to break the sky, the green light swirling as it pressed down, shattering the heavens. "You little ape, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Jihan roared, his muscles bulging, unleashing a beast-like strength as he swung a punch upward. Bang! That little bit of strength was utterly insignificant, and he was directly crushed by the large hand, spitting blood as he was forced back, with several Great Golden Immortals around him instantly reduced to mush. Xiandu's killing intent remained undiminished, his face devoid of expression as he pressed forward. The Willow God technique unleashed its brilliance, smashing down hard. Bang, bang, bang. The Ming tribe had always relied on brute strength to thrive in the wilderness. Yet now Xiandu alone, relying solely on his physical body, pinned Jihan to the ground, mercilessly beating him until he vomited blood continuously. Those tribesmen brought by Jihan fell before Xiandu with just a wave of his hand or a glance, wiped out one by one, most of them not even leaving behind a whole corpse. Blood flooded the ground, the stench choking to the point where one could not open their eyes. This massacre had completely reversed, resembling the previous instances when the demon race had invaded the human camp, but now it was their turn to be slaughtered. Jihan was filled with indignation. He could not fathom why this mixed breed ape dared to lay hands. Standing behind him was the demon emperor. He was the Ming tribe. How could a mere ape tribe have the audacity to provoke the authority of the demon emperor? What guts did they have to challenge the Ming tribe? Was this not seeking death? The last Ming tribesman's body was crushed under Xiandu's foot, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Jihan himself could barely hold on. Finally, unable to contain himself, he roared like a madman. "Human race. I am the direct son of the Ming demon god. How dare you kill me? Aren't you afraid that one day the Ming army will invade, exterminating your entire ape tribe? At that point no one will be able to save you." Xiandu showed no expression. He clenched his palm into a fist, using his fist as a response. The green light surged, and the manifestation of the willow god clung to him as he unleashed punch after punch, delivering 10 consecutive blows. Each punch was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down, shaking the heavens. The Ming tribe was known for their immense strength, renowned throughout the wilderness, yet even Jihan could not withstand these punches. With each punch heavier than the last, he was forced to reveal his true form as a Ming. He transformed into a towering monster, muscles bulging like mountains, his skin shimmering with light, and just looking at him could make one feel the explosive force about to erupt. As Jihan moved slightly, the sky cracked and the mountains collapsed. He let out a roar, shattering the heavens. He charged forward, smashing through untold voids, even turning the universe upside down. But Xiandu's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the Willow God technique, freezing time and space, rendering the massive Ming unable to move, as if nailed in midair. Buzz! Xiandu dove into the frozen time and space, transforming into a green light piercing straight through the heart of the Ming. That green light burned like divine fire, flickering incessantly, creating a large hole in Ji-hun's chest. You? Ji-hun's eyes widened, but his body was completely immobilized, the light in his eyes dimming slowly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The green light formed by Xian-du frantically darted back and forth, repeatedly piercing through Ji-hun's massive body, leaving only his head relatively intact. Ape tribe, Ji-hun's voice grew weaker. You will surely pay with your lives. With those words, the light in his eyes finally extinguished. That massive corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. Before coming here, he would never have imagined that the ape tribe would dare to lay hands on him. Nor would he have thought he would die in this inconspicuous little tribe, dying so miserably, almost being tortured to death. Xian-du retracted his attack and stopped. His eyes were bloodshot, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, the pent-up anger in his heart finally vented. How many years had it been? Always suppressed by the demon race, always watching his tribe being slaughtered. Now he had finally risen, finally able to protect the lives of the human race. Whoever killed him, they deserve to die. Xian-du received the order and beheaded Ji-ming. Once the witch clan left, he would hang it in the sky. Su-ming stared intently at the battlefield, then coldly spoke, a murderous intent lurking in his eyes. Rest assured, ancestor. Xian-du raised 2 fingers and a green light flashed as the head of the member of the Ji-ming clan was severed cleanly. He held the severed head in one hand, while casually waving the other, incinerating the pile of flesh that had almost turned to mush, leaving not even ashes. Ji-ming clan. Su-ming withdrew his gaze and silently muttered a phrase in his heart, unable to suppress the surging killing intent within his chest. For a major power to make its voice heard, it has always relied on its own strength, not on gifts from others. At this moment, he understood this, saying more deeply than ever. Establishing credibility for the human race indeed gave them some fame, but such authority was never granted. The way the major clans looked at the human race was still filled with a deep-rooted disdain. In their eyes, dealing with the human race was merely granting them face, a form of charity. Killing a few members of the human race. With his status and identity, he simply wouldn't bother. To put it bluntly, the wilderness was just a jungle where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. The disdain the demon race held for the human race was ingrained in their bones. They didn't even bother to look more than once. If negotiations with the demon court continued like this, a major incident was bound to occur. What was more critical was that the ability to devour the human race, to purify bloodlines, and increase strength must not be revealed. With these 2 factors combined, Su-ming made up his mind. This batch of the Ji-ming clan must be exterminated. Establishing authority for the human race. Su-ming looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the clouds, catching a glimpse of the majestic heavenly palace in the 33 heavens. This battle could not be avoided. Before he ordered the beheading of Ji-ming, he had already come to realize. This battle was the foundational war for the human race. Su-ming's voice was soft, but heavy. The human race had been suppressed for far too long, to the point where no clan regarded them as significant. Now it was time to stand up. To all the clans with ill intentions, he would say a single no. Su-ming turned his gaze towards the great shaman Hui. He didn't let Xian-du immediately hang the severed head, as he didn't want the witch clan to know that the human race had already fallen out with the demon race. Holding onto the demon race's card would allow him to gain more benefits in front of the witch clan. Suddenly, Su-ming furrowed his brows. Hui, with his robust build, stood still, his gaze, which was originally as sharp as a blade, now staring blankly at a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Su-ming saw a breathtaking figure entering his view. That face, that aura, that captivating beauty. It was Change, who had just received the inheritance of the Ruthless Emperor, happily walking out of the valley, eager to return home with good news. Was she ultimately unavoidable? Su-ming raised his hand to his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Perhaps fate was truly written long ago. This was Hui's first visit to the human race, and he just happened to encounter Change, instantly falling for her. I never expected that the seemingly unattainable ancestor would be so approachable. Change thought to herself as she walked, her mind filled with images of Su-ming. Unbeknownst to her what she was thinking, her cheeks suddenly flushed. She needed to cultivate twice as hard, so she could qualify to see the ancestor every day and help him with matters. You are Dao friend. A stuttering, rough voice suddenly came from beside her. Change snapped back to reality from her daydream. She frowned and looked up. Standing before her was a man as sturdy as an iron tower, carrying a golden bow with a rugged face. The sunlight was completely blocked by him. However, the expression of this large man was completely at odds with his appearance. He stood there awkwardly, twisting his gaze, evasive, even his speech tinged with shyness. Who are you? Change's eyes immediately sharpened. She was certain this burly man was not from the human race. She was no longer the person she once was. After all, she was a Great Golden Immortal. Yet standing before this man, she could still feel a violent aura pressing upon her, making it hard for her to breathe. At least at the Croissant level. Who are you? Change's eyes immediately sharpened. She was certain this burly man was not from the human race. She was no longer the person. The more nervous he became, the less fluent his speech. He couldn't even complete an introduction. The moment he saw this woman, an intense impulse surged within him, compelling him to approach and speak to her. And so he truly approached her. Yet he had always been proud. The people of the Witch clan were generally straightforward and rough, and he was more of a cold and taciturn type within his clan, incredibly awkward with words. Now facing a woman who made his heart race, he suddenly came over to strike up a conversation. When asked a question in return, he became even more stammering, not knowing what to say. Ming watched from a distance, unable to suppress his laughter. It turned out that those great figures from mythology, even if they had the ability to reach for the stars, were just like ordinary people in everyday life. They too would feel nervous when trying to flirt and would flush with embarrassment. It's just that they had always been high above, and the myths only portrayed their grand sides. Ordinary people couldn't reach them, elevating them to the status of gods. This was true for him, and it was the same for the primordial ones. They had desires and persistence, just like ordinary people. The only difference was, they were born noble, endowed with great power and resources, whereas ordinary people had nothing and might never reach even a fraction of their strength. You are the great shaman of the Witch clan, Ho-E, right? Change spoke with a neutral expression. When the chief of the Ziyi reported to the ancestor, she was right there. Combining this man's physical characteristics with the legends of the Witch clan plus his cultivation level, Change quickly deduced who he was. Isn't the great shaman of the Witch clan known for being unparalleled in dominance? Why are you acting so shy? You're far beneath the ancestor's finger. Change thought to herself with a sneer, finding his hesitance only made her recall the ancestor's grandeur even more. In her eyes, the ancestor was the true man of the wilderness, worthy of her lifelong pursuit. If Ho-E knew how hesitantly he was acting, it would only push Change further away, making him want to spit blood on the spot. Unfortunately, he was unaware. Hearing the other party speak first, Ho-E's heart leapt. Did this beautiful girl recognize him? He dared not act aloof, quickly nodding vigorously, his voice low and buzzing. Yes, I am Ho-E of the Witch clan. How do you address yourself? Mid-sentence his eyes darted around, too timid to sneak a glance, as it was his first time asking a stranger girl for her name. Before he could finish, a voice floated from behind. I am Change. I'm in a hurry, so I must leave. Ho-E was taken aback. In the time he took to look around, the person had already walked away. He hurriedly turned around, only to see a figure in a white dress fading into the dark red sunset, beautiful beyond what a living person should be. Change halted, pondering, was it inappropriate to leave like this? After all, she was from the Witch clan, here to find the Shinong leader. She couldn't let her attitude ruin the ancestor's affairs. She turned back, forcing a polite smile. Great Shaman Ho-E, the Shinong leader will be here to greet you shortly. Please take a seat and wait a moment. Her words were flawless, polite, yet not allowing for too much thought. She had been doing this for years, handling it with ease. After saying that, she turned to leave, soon blending into the crimson clouds at the end of the sunset. But she was unaware that the fleeting smile she cast while turning back had left Ho-E frozen in place. He stood there like a block of wood, lost in thought for a long while. Beautiful. Extravagantly beautiful. That smile was like 1,000 flowers blooming. The dark red sunset, which he had grown accustomed to, suddenly appeared beautiful in his eyes. It was as if he saw a woman in a snow-white long dress smiling at him at the end of the setting sun. Ho-E stood there staring at the place where Change had long disappeared, replaying that scene in his mind, unable to This great shaman is truly naive. Ming shook his head. He was easily captivated by Change. That was too simple. She had merely said 2 sentences and offered a perfunctory smile. However, it would be far more challenging for Ho-E in this lifetime to pursue Change than in his past life. The human race of now is not the same as before. Ming could see that Change was inherently a strong-willed person, even a bit proud. After all, she couldn't have aligned with the Ruthless Emperor to such an extent otherwise. He could even imagine the scene from back then. In ancient times, humanity was largely powerless and lived in fear. One day, they suddenly encountered that group of ruthless ones from the Witch clan, and the two sides became connected through marriage. It felt like a tank charging into a cold weapon battlefield, stunning everyone upon first contact. Those nobles, once seen as lofty and untouchable, seemed utterly shabby when compared to an ordinary person. At that time, Change was the most inconspicuous one among the crowd. And Ho-E, he was a big shot from the Witch clan, standing at the top. He actually ran over to pursue her. In comparison, Ho-E appeared to Change as a pie falling from the sky, ridiculously perfect. Even if Ho-E was awkward with words, it was no surprise that Change would fall for him. But this lifetime is different. Ming's lips pressed down. The human race in his hands was no longer the soft persimmon of the past. Saints are present, and Great Golden Immortals are nothing unusual. The entire clan is stepping on the accelerator, tightly grasping the witch and demon races. Dimensional suppression. Don't be ridiculous. The human race is on equal footing with the witch race, not to mention that change resonated with the statue of the Ruthless Emperor and held the innate supreme treasure, the black gold dragon cauldron. She had the resources to refuse Hui. Ming had no intention of intervening. He had always looked down on the approach of trading women for peace. If a clan relied on sacrificing maidens for marriage while claiming to protect their lineage, they would eventually perish. At this moment, a tall man, not much shorter than Hui, stood beside him. It was Shinnong, who had just emerged. Shinnong glanced at Hui, who was still dazedly staring in the direction change had disappeared, his eyes as cold as ice shards. A great shaman of the witch clan dared to have designs on the most beautiful flower of the human race. Dream on. Even the ancestor wouldn't work. You are the great shaman Hui. The voice of Shinnong was plain and unremarkable, yet it struck Hui's ears like thunder. Hui's body trembled, instantly tensing his nerves and fixating on Shinnong. Upon recognizing the person opposite him, Hui's pupils constricted sharply. In his eyes, Shinnong stood there casually, yet he resembled a demonic emperor poised to devour the heavens and earth, his body like a bottomless pit absorbing all the surrounding light. This was a Quasi Saint. Hui felt a storm brewing in his heart. Before coming, he had never anticipated that the human race would have a Quasi Saint in command. This was not only unthinkable for him. Even the ancestral witches likely hadn't considered this. In their eyes, the human race was merely transparent, not even worthy of a name. Sending him Hui over was purely to show face to the old man, and Youchao dispatching a Quasi Saint Grand Witch for a mere visit. But where would a small clan find a Quasi Saint? Even in this grand era, a Quasi Saint stood atop the pinnacle of the wilderness, overlooking all beings unreachable by anyone. Among the Wu and Yao clans, a Quasi Saint was a pillar-level combat force leading a major tribe. Hui's attitude was evident, and a slight smile crept onto Ming's lips, knowing that this move was the right one. When dealing with the Wu clan, the human race could not negotiate on their knees, they had to stand. However, to stand and speak, one needed a strong backbone. He specifically let Shinnong step to the forefront. After all, Shinnong had long been targeted by his old man, and would have to make an appearance sooner or later. Since it couldn't be hidden any longer, it was better to directly push this volatile elder out to negotiate with the major forces of the wilderness. With Shinnong's Quasi Saint cultivation, it would suffice. Shinnong continue. Ming secretly passed a message. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shinnong, it was simply because these two fellows had tempers that could explode at any moment. Letting Shinnong handle Hui alone could lead to a fight before 3 sentences were exchanged. Shinnong's gaze was as calm as a still pond as he opened his mouth. I am the leader of the human race, Shinnong. Hui the Grand Witch suddenly arrives. Oh, what business do you have? His tone was neither humble nor haughty, lacking any hint of a small clan's timidity before a large clan, instead exuding an air of equality. The Wu clan fundamentally recognized the strong. Those with bigger fists spoke louder. Upon hearing this, Hui's expression immediately tightened, the earlier casualness vanishing, his voice turning grave. Wu clan ancestor of the Earth Grand Witch Hui. I truly did not expect that the human race, having just emerged for a few thousand years, would have a Quasi Saint in command. I underestimated you, my apologies. When discussing serious matters, Hui did not dare to be vague, even apologizing to Shinnong for his earlier casual demeanor. The Earth ancestor had chosen him for this very reason, his ability to be composed at critical moments. Shinnong was taken aback. He truly did not expect that Hui, a Grand Witch renowned throughout the wilderness, would bow his head and apologize to him. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied lightly, "No problem, those who are unaware are not blamed. As for the sudden visit from the Wu clan, I happened to be in seclusion and may have been somewhat neglectful." Since Hui was not being presumptuous, Shinnong did not maintain a cold demeanor, and the two exchanged pleasantries back and forth. Having chatted enough, it was time to discuss serious matters. Hui's expression turned serious. I come this time under the orders of the ancestral witch, wanting to discuss a matter with the human race, joining our Wu clan's camp. The 12 ancestral witches have deliberated repeatedly and believe the human race has great potential. Unfortunately, they have always been oppressed by the Yao clan, suffering greatly, and the ancestral witches cannot bear to watch. If the human race joins the Wu clan, they can intermarry with us and receive the protection of the Wu clan. They can also communicate and cultivate with the strong within the Wu clan, with countless benefits to count. Join the Wu clan. Ming's eyes turned cold upon hearing these 4 words. Join? What kind of joining? The Wu clan's camp was not some loose alliance. On the side of the Yao clan, various tribes could still be on equal footing. Here in the Wu clan, the rules were completely different, ruled by the Wu clan with only a few small clans accepted beneath them, and they were pitifully few treated as mere vassals and not taken seriously. Of course, compared to the situation in his past life, these conditions were already worlds apart. Back then, the Wu clan would not even cast a glance at the human race. In their eyes, the human race was less than an ant. Otherwise, when the Yao clan slaughtered the clans, the Wu clan would not have turned a blind eye. Yet the present human race was no longer the one that could be slaughtered at will. Though the conditions offered by Hou-Yi were much better than before, even allowing the human race to learn cultivation from the Wu clan, it was still far from enough. What Su Ming wanted was for the human race and the Wu clan to be on equal footing, to share resources, not to be subservient. Such boldness and appetite. Su Ming's expression darkened. He immediately grasped the ancestral witch's little schemes. He directly communicated with Shinnong through divine sense. Nonsense. The previously polite Shinnong, who had been chatting with Hou-Yi, had a sudden change in expression, his anger surging to his forehead. After receiving Su Ming's message, he coldly retorted, joining the Wu clan's camp. If the ancestral witches only wanted to use my human race as a tool to ride on my head, while proving that their Wu clan is the true lineage of Pangu, overshadowing the Sanqing and casually pulling closer to me, then there would be nothing left to discuss between our two clans. The human race will never be anyone's vassal. Humans are not tools. Any race wishing to interact with the human race must speak from an equal standpoint. I still have matters to attend to. You may leave. Indeed, this was Su Ming's intent, merely spoken through Shinnong, who in the wilderness does not know that both the Sanqing and the Wu clan claim to be the true lineage of Pangu, having quarreled for countless years, each refusing to yield to the other. The Wu clan fundamentally still regarded the human race as insects. The reason for these so-called good conditions being offered was simply because I established the teachings among the human race, tying the luck to the human race, which they had not acknowledged at all. If the human race were to become a vassal of the Wu clan at this moment, it would mean that I had lowered myself before the Wu clan. This was the Wu clan's true calculation. Hou-Yi's expression changed dramatically, sparks of fury igniting in his eyes. The Wu clan had always been generous and forthright. He fundamentally did not believe that the ancestral witches were hiding such deviousness. He could never have imagined that the human race would refuse so decisively. He had just offered those conditions out of consideration for change, and due to Shinnong's strength personally adding to them, far exceeding the terms given to other vassal clans of the Wu clan. There was no mention in the conditions given by the ancestral witches of the Wu clan protecting the human race, or the human race being able to communicate more with the Wu clan. The Wu clan was proud to the extreme, believing the insignificant human race was unworthy of dealing with the strong of the Wu clan, let alone learning their skills. Shinnong, do you know you are slandering the ancestral witches of the Wu clan? Hou-Yi's voice was laced with killing intent, and rage, his gaze as cold as a knife. Shinnong sneered, having received Su Ming's reply, and shot back. Whether it's slander or not, you can ask the 12 ancestral witches when you return. I now represent the human race to propose another method of alliance. Equal exchanges between the human race and the Wu clan, mutual communication. If one side encounters trouble, the other will provide immediate support. This matter will be announced throughout the wilderness. Hou-Yi exploded, roaring, Shinnong, your demands are too excessive. Why should the human race negotiate with my Wu clan on equal terms and help each other? Just because you are a Kwasa saint who has cultivated for several thousand years. In that moment, the pride of the wilderness overlord was clearly displayed in Hou-Yi. Exactly, just because I am a Kwasa saint. You can ponder this slowly as you go back. No need to see you out. Shinnong curled his lips in a sneer, his demeanor as hard as stone. There was no warmth in Su Ming's eyes as his anger simmered beneath the surface. Shinnong's defiance was something he had silently permitted. To put it bluntly, the Wu clan and Yao clan were two of a kind. The problem lay entirely with the human race. If their fists weren't hard enough, their backs wouldn't be straight. With the conversation reaching this point, further delays would be pointless. Shinnong, Hou-Yi shouted violently, feeling as if the reputation of the Wu clan had been trampled. A grand overlord of the wilderness and a newly emerged small clan dared to propose such conditions. His expression darkened, killing intent seeping out. Receive my 3 arrows. If you can withstand them, I will pretend I didn't hear your earlier insolent remarks. If you cannot withstand them, you shall kneel and bow your head in apology on behalf of the human race. Hou-Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, cold enough to freeze a person. Had he not remembered the ancestral witch's instructions to maintain good relations with the human race, and had he not been motivated by the ethereal and exquisite change, he would have truly wanted the human race to learn a lesson and recognize who was the true master of this realm. Just 3 arrows. Shinnong's temper flared among the leaders of the human race, unable to tolerate such indignation. He stomped his foot and flew toward the distant mountain range. This place is too cramped. I can let you shoot 1,000 arrows if you want. What a brazen human race, Shinnong. Hou-Yi shouted, his murderous intent surging, using his foot to stomp down hard, causing the ground to tremble violently. He launched himself like an arrow released from a bow, landing atop a mountain thousands of feet high, his gaze locking onto Shinnong like an arrow. Kneel now, the conditions I previously offered still stand. He did not believe that someone who had only cultivated for a few thousand years like Shinnong could withstand even one of his arrows. He was a Quasi-Saint at the third heaven with no opponents below the mid-level of Quasi-Saint. Had it not been for Change's influence, he truly would not have wanted to take action. Conditions my foot. Shinnong's temper flared even more, his anger surging up as he spat out a curse, stop chatting and shoot. This foul language was something he learned from eavesdropping on Su Ming cursing the Yao clan. He found it quite exhilarating and memorized it. This guy. Su Ming shook his head, wondering when Shinnong had learned to be so unruly. Fortunately, he couldn't understand. Otherwise, with his loyalty to the ancestral witches, he would have immediately fought Shinnong. But when He truly intended to make a move, Su Ming's expression tightened. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shinnong, but Shinnong had just recently broken through to the second heaven of Quasi-Saint, while his opponent was one of the strongest grand witches of the Wu clan, the arrow god He, who had the potential to become an ancestral witch. With a monstrous talent battle prowess at its peak and a cultivation level higher by a layer. The first arrow. He's eyes brimmed with murderous intent like two divine hawks piercing through space, shooting forth a gaze like lightning. He arched his back, stretching his arms wide, adopting a stance, as if holding an invisible longbow. In an instant, blood chi surged around him, coalescing between his hands into a massive bow. The bow's body was a deep crimson, absurdly large, stretching at least 10,000 zhang in length. Malevolent energy surged outward, causing the surrounding mountains to erupt with explosive sounds, while leaves flew chaotically. On the side of Shinnong, he stood with his hands behind his back. Though cursing vehemently, his heart remained vigilant. A layer of black fog shrouded his gaze, calmly staring at He. The killing intent was overwhelming. The collision of two auras caused the mountains within 100,000 miles to tremble violently. Even before any real combat began, the ferocious beasts in the mountains were rendered mute, not daring to breathe. The air was as cold as if one had fallen into an ice cavern, penetrating to the very bones. Boom! A mountain stretching for 1,000,000 miles could no longer withstand the pressure. It split open from the middle, the crack extending forward endlessly, revealing a bottomless canyon. Boom, boom, boom. One mountain after another shattered into fragments, boulders shooting up like fountains, crashing down everywhere, shrouding the sky in dust. Both of these individuals were of pure bloodline, possessing monstrous talent, on the verge of becoming saints. The aura of killing intent crushed a ferocious beast of the Great Golden Immortal level into a mist of blood, leaving not a trace behind. Although the residual waves of their colliding killing intents were far from the human clan's encampment, many strong warriors were awakened. Youchao emerged from his cave, his body slightly trembling upon witnessing the scene. The Wu clan does not practice spells, relying instead on their physical bodies to rule. How could they condense such a terrifying giant bow? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming grave. While the Wu clan does not practice spells, they are instinctively close to the laws. Those with great talent can awaken the divine powers of the laws and communicate with heaven and earth. Yet even among the Wu clan, very few can achieve this. Take my arrow. He shouted violently, his voice shaking the heavens. Dense blood chi twisted in his hand, forming a malevolent arrow that shot forth suddenly, like a meteor from the heavens, moving at the speed of light. The heavens were shrouded in malevolent energy, the mountains trembled violently, and all life withered away. This is my divine talent, the blood-slaughter divine arrow. Kneel down, accept my terms, and I will spare your life. He was engulfed in blood chi, causing the heavens to tremble. The light of that blood arrow seemed to become the only illumination in the universe as mountains crumbled one after another, everything crushed to dust. Such a trivial trick, yet you dare to showcase it. Heavenly Demon Devour. Shinnong shouted loudly, his hands drawing a taiji shape, moving back and forth. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a dark vortex resembling the taiji symbol, ravenously devouring the spiritual energy and light of heaven and earth. The world turned dark. It became so dark that one could not see their own hand. Only a blood-red arrow light could be seen piercing through the darkness. It actually evolved into the image of the divine demon diagram. Su Ming's eyes brightened momentarily, unable to suppress a compliment. Shinnong truly had extraordinary talent. The divine demon diagram was a weapon created by the demon lord at the peak of his power, capable of devouring the energy of heaven and earth, hiding a vast world within. Relying on the demon lord's divine powers, Shinnong forcefully integrated his understanding, manifesting the image of the divine demon diagram. This talent was clearly overwhelming. The black taiji vortex resembled a ravenous beast, devouring everything in sight, growing larger, as if the entire universe could not contain it. The moment the blood-red arrow shot into it, the vortex trembled violently, producing a thundering sound. However, it wasn't long before the vortex stabilized again, hanging in the sky as if nothing had happened. He's divine talent was thus swallowed, leaving not a trace. Ziyi couldn't help but smirk. This Shinnong fellow has indeed improved. Though she criticized him, she was well aware that Shinnong was truly formidable in combat. Ming watched Shinnong's evolution and secretly nodded. The heavenly demon devourer had been refined to perfection, managing to derive the trajectory of the divine demon Taiji, even borrowing some principles from the divine demon diagram. It was not surprising that the arrow was swallowed. Hoi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Shinnong, you do have some skills. As soon as his words fell, he drew the golden giant bow from his back, bending down to pull the string, his movements fluid, as if practiced 1,000 times. Buzz! The golden light exploded, covering the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth like a flood, gathering into a golden arrow. Golden light surged beneath Hoi's feet, dispersing the surrounding darkness, while golden arcs crackled and leaped. Immediately after, a bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the bowstring, akin to a golden serpent lunging at Shinnong, tearing through the darkness with a terrifying momentum. Youchao and Ziyi's expressions changed simultaneously, sensing the impending danger and prepared to charge forward. Ming furrowed his brow, raising a hand to stop them. Don't rush. He too tightened his nerves, fully aware of the power behind this arrow. If Shinnong couldn't withstand it, he would intervene immediately to save him. Forget the pact of 3 arrows, damn it. Shinnong was his general, the backbone of the human race, and could not. That golden arrow was extraordinarily powerful, condensing more than half of the essence and vitality of heaven and earth, representing Hoi's peak strike. Just the sound of the arrow cutting through the air shattered a portion of the surrounding mountains, making one's scalp tingle. Shinnong's eyes were completely engulfed by the black fog, not changing tactics, still relying on the heavenly demon devourer for defense. He waved his large hand, drawing out profound trajectories in the air, pushing the power of the heavenly demon devourer to its utmost. The black Taiji vortex emitted a deafening roar, shaking the heavens until they cracked, as if connecting to some ultimate treasure deep within the endless void, shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. The moment the golden arrow shot into the vortex, the entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. Everything froze, even the wind ceased to flow. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued as heaven and earth collapsed. The heavenly demon devourer exploded on the spot, as if the entire universe had been torn to shreds, darkness and golden light intertwining in a frenzied battle, seemingly erasing all existence. Mountains within hundreds of thousands of miles vanished entirely. The shockwave swept through, leaving nothing behind, reducing everything to dust that scattered in the air. That destructive shockwave pushed outward for over 1,000 miles, voraciously consuming vast stretches of earth, clean, only slowly settling down after a long, while ultimately returning to silence. This arrow ended in a draw. The heavenly demon devourer and golden arrow consumed each other, neither achieving a victory. Hiss! Shinnong, this guy is utterly ridiculous. Youchao and Ziyi watched, gasping for breath. It is worth noting that Shinnong had been on the receiving end throughout, relying solely on defense, the most passive side, yet he had withstood the arrow shot by Hoi with an ancient supreme treasure. Isn't this absurd? One could only say that Shinnong had indeed grown stronger. Ming's lips curved slightly. He could see it clearly. At the last moment, Shinnong gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat, squeezing his potential to the limit, grasping something in that instant, breaking through himself, just barely withstanding that arrow. Otherwise, even if he could block it, he would have suffered greatly, never able to remain this calm. Shinnong, I have underestimated you. Hoi's voice was low, heavy, as if it were emanating from the earth itself. He stared at Shinnong, his killing intent surging coldly, saying, the last arrow shot out, even I cannot contain it. You still have time to bow your head and agree to my previous terms. Stop talking nonsense, come. Shinnong said little, the demonic mist swirling around him, completely engulfing him in black energy. He wanted the Wu clan to see clearly that humans are not tools nor stepping stones to trample on. The human race has bones and weapons. You are seeking your own death. Hoi's voice was as cold as ice, his malevolent energy nearly overflowing. His body surged violently, instantly transforming into a giant nearly 10,000 zhang tall, towering above the heavens and standing upon the earth. The sunshot divine bow in his hand also enlarged, stretching millions of zhang, spanning across heaven and earth. The golden bowstring tightened, as if attempting to connect heaven and earth in a line. Blood slaughter, divine sword. Hoi shouted fiercely, causing the mountains to shatter, the sky trembling. Infinite blood chi surged into the sunshot divine bow, while vast spiritual energy from all directions poured in like a tide. His entire face twisted grotesquely, veins bulging on his forehead, and his black hair whipped around like black meteors, striking the sky and causing it to collapse in chunks. The pact of 3 arrows represented the entire Wu clan. He would never allow himself to lose to him. This arrow was his ultimate move, a single shot that had once annihilated a formidable beast at the 3rd level of Croissant. That battle had etched his name into the annals of the wasteland. One of the strongest shamans of the Wu clan. Let me show you what it means to be a great shaman. Golden light overwhelmed the heavens, dyeing the entire world in gold. Before the arrow was even released, chaos erupted as countless arrow shadows intertwined, crushing everything. The arrow had not yet left the string, but the killing intent radiating from it had already rendered the Great Golden Immortals weak. Die for me. He roared, releasing his grip. The golden arrow shot forth. The heavens shattered. Time and space fractured, and the entire world seemed to be torn open by force. Golden light exploded, scattered points of light, like swords puncturing the void with countless wounds. On the human side, all strong warriors were left dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the scene before them, as if the apocalypse had descended. This divine ability was sharp enough to crush everything. The golden light filled the entire sky, swallowing all that could be seen. Shennong, however, threw his head back and laughed. What if the great shamans of the Wu clan, the human race, is the strongest? The demonic mist around him exploded, revealing his blood-red hair. His eyes turned completely black, deep and unfathomable. He stood his ground, not dodging at all. Clenching his fist, he smashed it toward the golden light. The heavens trembled. The demonic mist seemed to ignite, dancing with black flames. The entire sky revolved with his fist, the laws distorted, and the universe turned upside down. In the end, all that darkness converged upon his fist. A punch was thrown, colliding with the golden arrow. Boom! It felt as if the world had collapsed. Energy erupted, sweeping far away, upturning the land for miles around. Everyone's eyes widened. A chaotic vortex of energy obscured their vision. When the vortex dispersed, Shennong stood in place, his face paling for a moment as he staggered back several steps. The golden arrow shattered. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Boom! He crashed through several mountains, debris scattering everywhere. The sun-shooting divine bow, combined with innate divine abilities, was Ho's strongest killing move. He had once used this technique to obliterate a being at the 3rd stage of Croissanthood, earning praise even from the ancestral witches. The entire wilderness knew the name of Hoi. Even the strong at the 4th stage of Croissanthood dared not confront him directly, only able to evade. Hoi gritted his teeth, swallowing back the blood. The murderous intent in his eyes surged as he fixed his gaze on Shennong. Shennong only appeared slightly pale, standing there with remarkable composure. The 3-arrow agreement. Hoi had lost. He could not understand how this Shennong, who had only cultivated for several tens of thousands of years, could be so powerful. Hoi, I have taken your 3 arrows. Shennong raised his head. Now it's your turn to take my punch. He bellowed fiercely. The wildness in his eyes burned to the extreme, filled with aggression. His blood-red hair danced wildly. Being passive was not his style. At that moment, Shennong resembled a madman. In his dark eyes, obscured by demonic fog, 2 clusters of blood-red flames suddenly erupted, sending chills down people's spines. His aura surged upward frantically. Only upon reaching a certain limit did he step forward. A punch was thrown. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A shadow of the punch exploded in the darkness, covering the entire sky. The world suddenly darkened, as if someone had slapped the sun. The Tianma burned, employing the most extreme techniques of the Tianma Sutra, using his own blood as fuel, desperately stacking battle power. Without madness, one cannot survive. The bowstring thrummed one after another, densely packed. Hoi dared not be careless, his gaze tense as he grasped the sun-shooting divine bow and shot 9 arrows in quick succession. From the earlier exchanges, he had gauged Shennong's strength. Yet even with that awareness, he still underestimated Shennong in his state of Tianma burning. Those 9 arrows were like paper swept away with a punch, all shattered. The remaining 4 struck Hoi's chest. The towering body of the great, which was sent flying 1,000,000 meters. The sound of bones cracking echoed across the land, blood splattering everywhere, collapsing several mountain peaks. A sound of breaking air. Shennong appeared above Hoi, looking down at him from a height. His eyes were pitch black, burning with wildness as he squeezed out a sentence. Hoi, that punch, just now, was to teach you what it means to be part of the human race. This line echoed back to when Hoi shot his 3rd arrow. You claimed you would teach me what a great witch is, that the witch clan is above all and cannot be offended. Well then, I will tell you now that the human race is not to be trifled with. Shennong, human race. Hoi withdrew his divine form, returning to normal size, staring at Shennong for a while, before slowly speaking. You are strong enough to be my opponent. The witch clan has always respected the strong. As the most formidable witch of the clan, Hoi was no exception. This statement was equivalent to acknowledging Shennong. In the vast wilderness where Croissants roamed freely, there were very few who could earn Hoi's attention. Let's go, no need to see you off. Shenong's black mist dissipated, his hair returning to black coldly, throwing down a remark before turning to leave. Wait, Shenong. Hui called out to him, his eyes casually glancing toward the human territory. A figure in a white dress caught his eye. I can agree to strengthen communication between our two races, even allowing for intermarriage. However, the conditions for mutual assistance cannot be decided by me alone. I must return to consult the ancestral witch. This is Hui making a concession. Shenong represents the human race, using his fists to earn respect for the human race and reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Agreed. Su Ming's voice echoed directly in Shenong's mind. Given the current situation, the witch clan was indeed stronger than the human race. Agreed, I accept. Shenong nodded, then turned to leave. Hui glanced again in the direction of the human race, his gaze lingering for a moment on that figure who stirred his heart before striding away. The strength of the human race had exceeded the previous estimates of him and the ancestral witch. The human race was advancing too quickly. This matter must be reported to the ancestral witch immediately. With Shenong and the human race backed by Laozi along with the ambiguously positioned Youchao, this power was already sufficient to stir the winds and clouds in the confrontation between the witch and demon races and could no longer be underestimated. As Shenong stepped into the valley, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The previously lofty demeanor he had in front of Hui had completely vanished. Ziyi and Youchao did not mock him. If it were themselves, they would have to endure as well. Shenong, well done. Su Ming suddenly appeared beside Shenong, placing a large hand on his back, a surge of warmth rushing in. He too could perform Tianma burning and knew that this technique would injure one's body within seconds. If not treated in time, the foundation would be ruined. From today onward, if there is anything unclear about the Tianma Sutra, feel free to come find me. Su Ming smiled. In the depths of the valley, that small world you can also enter to comprehend the divine demon diagram. The superior must be clear about rewards and punishments. Shenong fought for the human race, and having paid the price, he deserved a reward. Just shouting slogans, who would be willing to fight for you? Thank you, ancestor, for the reward. Shenong's eyes lit up, kneeling on one knee, his face filled with excitement. That small world was a forbidden place personally opened by Su Ming, containing the human race's accumulated trump cards, and even the three leaders were not allowed to enter. The divine demon diagram was there. He had coveted it for a long time. You have made 2 great contributions for the human race. You deserve your due reward. Su Ming stated. The first time, he forced Laozi to establish the human teachings ahead of time. Su Ming could sense the luck of the human race skyrocketing. This time he had also subdued Hui. For a long time to come, the witch clan would not seek trouble, and they could focus on dealing with the demon clan. Tianma burning inflicts too much damage on the body. Su Ming casually tapped Shenong's brow, a flash of black light. This is an improved version of Tianma burning, less damaging, but with greater power. In fact, it was an upgraded version from the chaotic Tianma Sutra. Thank you, ancestor. Shenong received the divine ability, his pale face flushed. He knew how crucial this technique was. Tianma burning was the core divine ability of the Tianma Sutra. Given the current predicament of the human race, he would definitely need to use it in the future. This upgraded version came at the perfect time. Nearby Ziyi and Youchao's eyes were almost bulging out. They were itching to rush out immediately and achieve great merit for the human race. Su Ming smiled and nodded. It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach them the upgraded version. Mainly, he believed in the principle of not overextending. He himself had only upgraded after mastering Tianma burning to perfection. Had it not been for Shenong's profound understanding of the Tianma Sutra, he would not have passed on the upgraded version now. At least he would have waited until the late stage of quasi sainthood. A massive green-haired head hung atop the highest peak of the human race. The stench of blood wafted through the wind, spreading everywhere. The eyes were bulging, the face smeared with blood, and the death was utterly tragic. At the moment of expiring, he probably couldn't comprehend. Where did these humans get the courage to attack him? This head had not been hanging for long when the experts of the major clans near Buzhou Mountain all took notice. This place was rich in spiritual energy, crowded with large clans with Great Golden Immortals walking around, and Great Golden Immortals were not uncommon. Upon seeing it, they were all dumbfounded. The person is dead, yet there's still an aura pressing down on me, making it hard for me to breathe. Look at those bones, the green light hasn't dissipated, as hard as iron. Green hair, this aura is fierce. Why does it seem somewhat familiar? A group of powerful clan members whispered among themselves, feeling that something was amiss. This might lead to trouble, and they could easily get dragged into it. At that moment, a massive scroll suddenly unfurled in the sky. The scenes within were clear as day. A green-haired Great Golden Immortal accompanied by over 100 guards forcibly invaded human territory, killing as they went, even devouring people. Even when he spoke with Xuandu, the malice in his eyes was vividly depicted as if it were real, except in the painting this figure threatened Xuandu, continuously provoking the human race. Then he was instantly overthrown by a human powerhouse with all his guards obliterated, blood raining down. Upon witnessing this scene, a group of experts gasped in shock, completely bewildered. Hiss! I remember now, this is a member of the Jimin clan. The leader I recall is named Jihan. I had the fortune to see him once. At the time, he was leading people to annihilate a small clan. He is the son of the Jimin demon god. As soon as these words were spoken, the experts from the major clans surrounding Buzhou mountain trembled violently, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints. The human race killed the son of the Jimin demon god and hung the head up brazenly as a public declaration. This was desecration of a corpse. Not only was it a blow to Jihan's corpse, but it was also a slap in the face to the entire Jimin clan. This was a provocation against the most powerful demon god clan. Numbness, shock, and terror surged in everyone's hearts, followed swiftly by a cold sweat down their backs. They could almost imagine the reaction of the Jimin clan upon learning of this. This newly emerged human race had gone mad. Completely mad. They were risking their lives. If you want to die, go die on your own. Don't drag us down with you. A group of them cursed furiously in their hearts. It was obvious that the Jimin clan would be furious upon learning of this, and the next step would surely be a massive army descending, directly crushing the human race. Given the strength of the Jimin clan, they as small clans would have no chance to escape. They might even be treated as witnesses and dealt with alongside the human race. They were completely stunned. The more they thought, the more they feared, realizing that the Ming clan was not to be trifled with. The small tribes decided to flee and ordered their entire clan to relocate overnight. In less than a month, the human race repeatedly replayed that painting, leaving over 1 million miles of land vacant around their territory. The land was barren for thousands of miles, rich in spiritual energy, all good places now relinquished. Is this a free gift? Upon hearing the news, Su Ming touched his nose and exchanged glances with the 3 leaders of the Shinnong clan, bursting into laughter. They had considered various possibilities in advance, but never guessed that the surrounding clans would act this way. At this point, the human race had developed to this scale, and their territory and resources were already insufficient. They were troubled about how to expand with the least cost. Who would have thought that the Ming brand would be so effective, allowing them to swallow such a large piece of land and countless resources without lifting a finger? Ming is dead, but he has greatly contributed to the human race and deserves a reward, said the Chao clan with a smile. The Shinnong clan waved his hand dismissively. Reward? Let him continue to hang on the peak. Since they relinquished it themselves, we the human race will not be polite and will take it all. Once they leave, they cannot expect to return. The Ziyi clan spoke straightforwardly. Su Ming thought for a moment and nodded. Let Xuandu lead the team to incorporate all the remaining land. He smiled. With this, the human race would not have to worry about resources for at least 100,000 years. Next, he could focus on dealing with external matters. The land was relinquished by them, not taken by a large-scale attack from the human race. After all, could it be said that the human race had ambitions for expansion? In the demon court, a furious roar erupted. Upon receiving the news, the Jiming demon god was momentarily stunned, then exploded in rage. Human race, I will kill all of you. The roar shook the demon court, nearly overturning the sky. Countless clans in the chaos world heard it. At this time, the news of the human race killing the son of the Jiming demon god and hanging his head up had spread throughout the chaos. Countless clans were dumbfounded. The demon race was flourishing, yet this newly emerging small clan dared to touch the son of the Jiming demon god. Many experts could already foresee that the human race was likely to face disaster. I will go find the demon emperor for instructions. You all prepare to crush the human race at the fastest speed. After issuing his orders, the furious Ming demon god flew directly toward the Lingshao palace. Although the human race was weak and insignificant, they were created by the goddess Youchao and had the support of the 3 pure ones. He could not afford to be careless. This matter must have the demon emperor's support. Dijun leaned against the demon emperor's throne, looking down with drooping eyelids. Below, the Ming demon god knelt on one knee, waiting for him to speak. Your Majesty, those monkey-like humans have gone too far. Not only have they slandered you, but they have also killed my son. This crime is enough to warrant extermination. Ming raised his head, his long green hair blown about by his aura, his eyes cold as blades. Ming requests to battle to annihilate the human monkey clan and let those who offend the demon court know the consequences. Dijun's face showed no expression and his voice was neither hurried nor slow. I have heard about the matter of Jihan. It is unsettling that the demon race has lost a genius. He paused, his gaze deep and inscrutable. By Zhang Zhao and Guiche all suggest that it is time to strike. Annihilating the monkey clan is not difficult. As for the goddess Nuafu, she has conveyed the message. The human race is seeking death and has committed such a grave error, she will not intervene. As for the old man, I can help you block it. He alone cannot overturn the sky of my demon court. Ming's face suddenly brightened. Zhao's support was something he had sought out. However, he did not expect the Demon Emperor to agree so readily. Even the old man was willing to block the interference. But Jun's expression suddenly turned cold, his voice dropped. But there is one thing you do not know. What is it? Ming blurted out. From the Wu clan side, my people have returned with news. The Monkey clan and the Wu clan have already reached an agreement and established a deep cooperation. Jun's eyes flickered with golden light, his words laced with suppressed anger. Ming was stunned. What did this mean for the Demon Emperor? If you take action against the Monkey clan, the Wu clan is very likely to intervene. Jun chuckled lightly, his tone sounding quite helpless. Your Ming clan is the backbone of the demon race. The demon court will certainly not ignore it. But within the demon race, he sighed, appearing to be in a difficult position. This time Ming did not rush to speak. He understood. Jun bringing up the Wu clan was essentially asking him to take a stance, to support him in consolidating power within the demon race. Everyone knew how chaotic the demon race was. The most evident instance was during the Wu Demon War. Jun could not even issue commands, only using cunning to let the Wu clan make the first move. Thus Jun had been tidying up the internal matters, but the resistance was daunting. Those clans had become accustomed to their freedom. Why would they hand over command? Ming was one of the hardest opponents among the opposition. After a long while, Ming's mind was filled with the image of his son, his head hanging on the peak, the scene of his slaughter replaying. Such a great humiliation. If not avenged, how could the Ming clan survive in the chaos in the future? If I have to surrender, then I will still be a demon god in my own right. Ming gritted his teeth fiercely and immediately said, Your Majesty, after this battle the Ming clan will fully obey your orders. This signified his allegiance. Ming chose to stand with Jun, helping him unify the demon race and consolidate power. Ha ha ha. Jun laughed heartily a few times, directly stepping down from his throne to personally assist Ming, his face filled with joy. The face of the Ming clan is the face of the demon court, and it is also my face. Go ahead and do your thing, I will support you with all my strength. This time the words were spoken straightforwardly, without any unnecessary chatter. Jun understood that the Wu clan wouldn't fight a war with the demon race just for the human race. Even if a fight did occur, it would only be a small-scale conflict. Those old demers in the chaos would not sit idly by and watch a full-scale war between the Wu clan and the demon race. As for Nua's stance, he only sent Fushi to pass on a message, and there had been no response yet. But that was not a concern. As long as he could manage the internal chaos of the demon race and pay a small price, it would be worth it. The Monkey clan was that small price. Just as Ming left, Jun was preparing to visit the harem to see he when an unexpected guest arrived. Jun sensed the familiar aura, frowned slightly, and turned to look. A man dressed in a gray Dao robe with his hair tied up stood in the Lingxiao palace, his gaze as cold as ice, his face devoid of expression. It was Yuan from the Three Pure Ones. Ha ha, Dao friend Yuan, what brings you to my Lingxiao palace? Jun, as the Demon Emperor, had a profound mind and immediately laughed heartily, welcoming Yuan. Yuan showed no sign of emotion and said, Jun, I'm here to inform you. I support the Ming clan in exterminating the human race. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Jun's eyes. The old man had established the human teachings binding his fate with the human race. If the human race were annihilated, his fate would undoubtedly suffer significantly. As the second of the Three Pure Ones, how could Yuan support this? From this sentence, Jun deduced a lot of important things. The rift among the Three Pure Ones was quite significant, on the verge of breaking apart. What great news! Although the Three Pure Ones appeared unified, each held a piece of primordial purple energy, which was a significant burden for the demon race. Letting them rebel among themselves would be the best outcome. At this moment, Yuan suddenly changed his tone, coldly saying, However, don't be too happy too soon. What condition? Jun furrowed his brows, tightly displeased with Yuan's condescending tone. The human race cannot be completely exterminated. Just leave some old, weak, sick, and disabled behind. Yuan's tone was icy, showing no concern for Jun's changing expression, calmly stating, Otherwise the Three Pure Ones will definitely not stand by and watch this battle. After saying this, Yuan vanished, directly disappearing into the void. This was the result of the compromise between the Three Pure Ones after Hong Jun's mediation, causing the least harm to the old man's fate while maximizing benefits. Yuan could also accept this plan. That small number of humans, a group of old and weak, having suffered enough, would naturally welcome the old man to spread teachings. Jun stared at the spot where Yuan had disappeared, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, his teeth grinding together. Jun calculated that Yuan conditions were not a loss. At least he would not have to directly confront the Three Pure Ones, and he was happy to accept it. However, Yuan high-handed tone, especially the last sentence laden with naked threats, was unbearable. As the Demon Emperor, he had controlled the heavenly court for countless years. When had he ever been spoken to like this? The three pure ones looked down on him from the core, also holding contempt for the Wu clan, considering them nothing more than a bunch of beasts clad in fur. Good, very good. Jun clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking, his face turning pale, and two golden flames ignited in his eyes. Once I deal with the Wu clan, I will let you three pure ones taste what it means to pay a price. After shouting this, his chest heaved a couple of times, then he steadied his emotions, returning to a calm expression, turning to head toward the harem. As the Demon Emperor, one must conceal one's emotions to maintain the sense of high and mysterious authority. Once one's thoughts are fully understood, what authority is there? The next day, the chaos erupted. A piece of news spread like oil splashing into cold water, reaching every corner. The Ming clan officially announced within 3 days the Monkey clan must be exterminated. Immediately afterward, both demon emperors of the demon court stood up to declare their positions. Both the Monkey clan and the Ming clan were part of the demon race, and this was an internal affair. The demon court would not intervene actively. However, anyone who dares to interfere with divine powers will not be allowed to go unpunished by the demon court. Once this statement was released, discussions erupted throughout the chaos. The demon court has reached an agreement. The Monkey clan is doomed. This is meant for the three pure ones. Perhaps it is also meant for the Wu clan. I heard that the great shaman Ho-E of the Wu clan personally visited the human race, possibly forming connections. Various clans and powerful figures were engaged in heated discussions. In this era where the Lich dominated the wilderness, anyone daring to provoke the overlord was seeking their own death. To them, the Ape clan was merely another name on the pile of the dead. What if the footage you released showed the Qiming clan invading your territory first? The Qiming clan was comprised of demon gods holding significant power in the demon court. With the Ape clan being so weak, they ought to endure quietly. Is there a strong backing behind me? I am a lone commander. Who can I protect? You human beings are so proud that you refuse to accept my position as your leader. When it comes to action, I might not even be willing to intervene. Those clans that had retreated from the Unzao mountain earlier breathed a sigh of relief. They had bet right, feeling lucky. Thankfully, they had fled quickly, or else they would have perished alongside the rest. Countless powerful gazes turned towards the human territory. To their surprise, the humans remained calm and composed as if nothing had happened, tranquil like a still pond. In fact, within the human territory, many were mobilizing large numbers of celestials and Xian celestials, leading their people to continue migrating and expanding outward. They occupied the vacant land left by the retreating clans without a second thought, declaring to all surrounding clans, from today onward this land belongs to the human race. Seeing this scene, the ancient clans of the wilderness all laughed, finding it both amusing and absurd. The Ape clan, could it be that they haven't received the news yet? The Qiming clan had long been in communication with the demon race. At this critical juncture, while they were still thinking of occupying territory, they should consider how to withstand the Qiming's army. Although even that would be futile. Those in charge of the human race must be terrified, fearing that their days are numbered, indulging in the whims of the great clans before it all ends. This was likely the case. The race created by Youchao, is this all they amount to? No wonder they are being so easily dismissed. I've heard that the Qiming has made a statement summoning all capable fighters to crush the human race to dust. Is it really necessary? A mere third of the formidable demon race would suffice. Which of the ancient races with a De Luo Jin Xian could withstand this? Ha ha. The wilderness was filled with voices mocking the human race. The next day, in the western wilderness, the territory of the Qiming clan finally moved. Dense clouds of demons filled the sky, teeming with heads adorned with green hair, their eyes cold as knives, brimming with killing intent, warping the very heavens. The scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. These were the elite of the Qiming clan, seasoned warriors who had fought in many battles. The demon race had never expanded without them. The weakest among them were at the Xian level. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 200,000. 200,000 Xian. Just this number was enough to make one's legs tremble. But that was not all. Among them were 30,000 Jin Xian, 5,000 Tai Jin Xian, and 20 De Luo Jin Xian. This force could easily sweep aside even clans guarded by quasi-saints. And this was only the visible military strength of the Qiming clan. Hundreds of thousands of elites forming ranks, the demon clouds roiling, the killing intent soaring straight to the heavens. The mighty procession advanced towards the Unzao mountain, their murderous intent causing the very skies to tremble. Countless clans in the wilderness were too scared to breathe. No wonder this old clan, established shortly after the creation of the world, has such deep roots. A quasi-saint from a great clan couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed a quasi-saint, but his clan had only emerged during the Beast era, and in terms of foundation, they were far behind the Qiming clan. Moreover, he knew well that he was only at the first layer of the quasi-saint realm. The Qiming clan, on the other hand, had reached the third layer. Talent, bloodline, divine abilities, combat strength. Any one of these could easily surpass him by 18 streets. Faced with the Qiming, he feared he wouldn't last 3 moves before succumbing. Thus, while they were all quasi-saints, the name of the Qiming could shake the entire wilderness, while he and his clan could only live with their heads down unnoticed. He couldn't fathom where the humans found the courage to offend the Qiming clan and be so arrogant. This was also the same question in the hearts of countless clans in the wilderness. How did the humans grow such boldness? Even he couldn't figure it out. The powerful figures hovering in the sky all turned their gazes towards them. Normally, anyone under so many gazes would have some reaction, either begging for mercy or stopping the footage immediately to go plead with their fathers. But what happened? Those people acted as if nothing was wrong, occupying land and pushing forward. Only a race so lacking in sense could do something so reckless at this critical moment. A Deluo Jin Xian who had moved away from Unzao Mountain watched helplessly as his territory was swallowed by the humans, sneering to himself. Occupy it then. The people of the Qiming would come to kill the humans and leave quickly. When they were gone, what was mine would still be mine. Perhaps I could even gain more land when I returned. But the real big shots were not concerned about this. Their gazes shifted to the direction of Kunlun Mountain while I entered. What about Niwa? That was the situation they were focused on. The humans simply lacked the strength to resist unless they were certain that some big shot would stand up for them. But the demon court had already stated, no mighty being was allowed to intervene in the affairs of the demon race. Would I really turn against Di Jun and Tai Yi for the sake of the humans? Or perhaps Niwa? But Niwa had certified the way of the 5 emperors, and after that she had not shown her face again. If she truly appeared, it would not be a trivial matter. The Qiming army had mobilized. The demon clouds obscured the sky, drawing the attention of all. Within the human territory, someone named Su Ming appeared, someone they never expected. Niwa. More precisely, it was a fragment of Niwa's divine sense. Su Ming felt a wave of excitement, but did not reveal himself. He instructed the Shinnong clan to meet her while he hid in the shadows. Are you the current leader of the human race? Niwa sat upon the clouds, her presence overwhelming. A layer of white mist enveloped her, preventing even a quasi-saint's divine sense from penetrating. Her voice was cold as ice. Leader of the human race, Shinnong pays respects to the Holy Mother. Shinnong knelt down, his face filled with excitement. Niwa had always been regarded as the Holy Mother by the humans. She was the one who created humanity. Even though she later abandoned them, the humans had never forgotten this grace. He was not actually afraid of the Qiming army's approach. But at this critical moment, the appearance of the Holy Mother Niwa still surprised him. I can intervene and speak on behalf of the humans to the Demon Emperor. I can spare your lives. Niwa's words carried no emotion, sounding as if she was reading a script. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. This didn't seem like the Niwa he knew. But with her next words, Su Ming's eyes ignited with fury. Niwa was indeed still the same Niwa. She raised her hand, pointing to the still-turning scene above. In the image, Xuandu was chopping off the head of Qihuan. Hand this ape over to the Qiming clan, and the painting will be collected. A grand tomb will be built for Qihuan. All humans would kneel to offer their condolences, severing ties with the Witch clan. In my name, they will be incorporated into the demon race. I will then negotiate with the Qiming and the demon gods to ensure your safety. She spoke at length, yet her gaze showed little fluctuation, as if she were discussing someone else's affairs. In her heart, this was indeed someone else's business. But Hongjun had gone too far this time, and she wanted to make him uncomfortable. Hongjun wanted to annihilate the human race, letting the demon race bear the backlash of fate, and then have him take care of the remaining elderly, weak, and sick, thereby proving his path. Niwa, however, was not going to let him have his way. This was her true intention. Saving people. Just a side benefit. Hence, she quietly left a fragment of her divine sense. Shinnong stood frozen in place. The Holy Mother's words sounded like an order, and he had no idea how to respond. Niwa, the mother of the humans. Even if she had abandoned humanity, her status in their hearts had never been low. Shinnong was no exception. But this order stirred an uncontrollable resistance within him. Even disgust. Forcing the humans to surrender. To build a tomb for the murderer Qihuan. Is this what the Holy Mother of humanity should say? If it were someone else making this demand with Shinnong's fiery temper, he would have rushed in without a second thought. To hand over Xuandu, kneel an apology, and build a grave, then serve as a subordinate to the demon race. Are you joking? Not a single condition could be accepted. Yet these words came from the mouth of their mother. Su Ming stared at the image, his gaze as cold as ice. He took a deep breath, suppressing the boiling anger in his chest, forcing himself to calm down. Niwa, what kind of person she was, he understood all too well. Because he understood, he didn't want to think deeply about it. Since coming to the wilderness, he had thought about every major figure except for Niwa, because her actions were simply too repugnant. After proving her path, she immediately abandoned humanity, compromising with Hongjun. Then she allowed the demon race to slaughter the humans. Each and every act revealed her true nature. aloof yet soft at heart. She never took humanity seriously, always bowing her head when it mattered. Even after becoming a saint, this aspect never changed. Yet this woman is the mother of humanity, untouchable and unassailable. How can a child strike or scold their own mother no matter how outrageous her actions? Ming originally thought that after his arrival the direction of the wilderness had changed. Moreover, with Youchao personally appearing now, he thought she would say a few words of reason. But what happened? It was all nonsense. Even more absurd was that she actually joined the demon race in calling the humans ape clan. Ming was left utterly speechless. If he agreed to the conditions proposed by Youchao, the momentum the humans had just begun to build would be like receiving a heavy blow from behind. Not to mention rising up, it would even become a question of whether they could maintain the hard-won unity within the human race. The current vigor of the human race is the result of countless lives sacrificed. There is no way Ming. He immediately sent a message to the one who was deeply troubled. Shinnong, you should respond to her like this. Shinnong, feeling distressed, perked up at the sound of the ancestor's voice, unable to suppress a smile that crept onto his lips. The ancestor's words struck a chord with him. Agree? Hell no. He hadn't even noticed that the ancestor didn't address her as Saint Mother, but called her directly by name Youchao. Shinnong slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Youchao, his eyes gradually sharpening as he spoke in a deep voice. Saint Mother, the army of Ming is about to arrive. I'm currently busy deploying troops for the battle and really cannot spare the time. Your suggestion is valid. Once I finish teaching those scoundrels a lesson, we can talk in detail later. The battlefield is too chaotic and your divine sense might not be safe here. How about coming back another day? Youchao was taken aback. She was a sage, not foolish. How could she not catch the polite hint of dismissal in Shinnong's words? Translated, it meant, I'm busy and have no time for you. It's dangerous here, so you should go wait elsewhere. Youchao felt a bit dazed. This person before her, who had always been timid and cautious, suddenly seemed like a different individual. It was as if someone was backing him up, giving him the confidence to push her aside. Youchao pondered, although her motives weren't entirely for the good of the human race, but more for herself. Yet the outcome was undoubtedly perfect for the humans, wasn't it? Having saved the lives of the entire race, she had fulfilled her duties as the Saint Mother of humanity, and should rightfully receive gratitude from them, shouldn't she? Human ape you. Shinnong had no patience left to listen to Youchao's nonsense. He respectfully bowed and politely said his farewells before turning to leave. After all, she was the Saint Mother. He could not neglect the proper etiquette. The human race could do as they pleased as long as they didn't bother him again. As the leader of the human apes turned to leave, Youchao's plans to scheme against Hongjun shattered in an instant. She became a bit anxious, her previously lofty pride and calm demeanor slipping away. It was one thing for Hongjun to look down on her. But how dare this little creature, a mere extension of her own existence, speak to her like that? Yet she found herself at a loss against Shinnong. The human race was the key to her one chance at survival. Her position as a saint depended entirely on this foundation. This time, having secretly sent down a fragment of her divine sense, she couldn't afford to completely fall out with Hongjun. You ungrateful wretch. Youchao snorted coldly, her divine sense swiftly retreating from the human territory. What was there to warrant her personally coming down for a mere group of unrefined monkeys? Ignore her words, and they could wait to be slaughtered by Ming. Ming stared at the direction where Youchao had vanished, his gaze as deep as an abyss. If one looked closely, they would see a coldness buried deep within, akin to concealed knives, yet he kept it steady, not allowing anyone to notice. Youchao, if you are too afraid to confront Hongjun directly, I can't be bothered to intervene. Just obediently act as the altar for the human race, and don't stir up trouble. That would be quite sufficient. Ming murmured softly. However, he didn't finish his sentence. Truth be told, he didn't want things to escalate to that point. He understood that Youchao held a fraction of the human race's fortune. But let us not forget, Ming possessed the innate treasure, which meant the entire fortune of the human race was under his control. As the emperor of humanity, how the fortune was divided was up to him. He hadn't even received the acknowledgement of the human race for establishing a human sect, and even if he did, without his nod, not a single thread of fortune could be extracted. Unless they replaced him with someone who could actually do things for them. Just thinking of this, memories of the past flood into Ming's mind, recalling the old paths of the primordial chaos. The three emperors of the human race, the heavenly, earthly, and human emperors, included two who were reincarnated from innate divine demons, and one was Youchao's brother. That so-called brother was also one of the 5 emperors of the demon race who had once slaughtered humans. The waters of the primordial chaos were deep. Every action taken by those at the top was fraught with schemes and immense interests. As long as I am here, no one dares to take any advantage of the human race without consequences. Ming's gaze turned icy as he scanned the army of Ming, his killing intent surging. The sky suddenly darkened and wild winds tore through the mountains, causing them to tremble. He was waiting. He wanted to see how that so-called leader of the human sect would respond. Having learned from past lessons, he was curious whether he was genuinely acting for the human race, if only for profit. If he could genuinely do something for the human race, Su Ming wouldn't mind allowing him to establish a sect and take a fraction of the fortune to attain sainthood. Of course, the premise was that he had to prioritize the interests of the human race. A saint who truly valued the human race would bring returns that could not be calculated. Ultimately, Su Ming was thinking from the standpoint of the human race. If he wanted to take the fortune, he had to offer something of real value in exchange. The world of primordial chaos suddenly fell silent for a moment. Those lofty powers all focused their gazes on Kunlun Mountain. They were also waiting for him to make a move. The human race had already laid low waiting for the army of Jiming to arrive. If no one powerful intervened, the outcome was obvious. However, they still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing he would show himself and confront the demon court heathen. But as time passed, Kunlun Mountain remained unchanged. What it used to be was still what it was now. Clouds swirled, spirit cranes flitted about, and the cries of monkeys echoed. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth was so dense it condensed into droplets flowing through the crevices of the stones to form streams. Truly a picturesque scene. Kunlun Mountain seemed to have been muted, with no outside commotion reaching it. In the sky, demonic energy piled up into a sea of clouds, dark and oppressive, obscuring the heavens as the army advanced in tight formation. The long green hair danced wildly in the wind. These scenes were completely imperceptible from within Kunlun Mountain. The soldiers under Jiming were no ordinary foes. They formed a formidable array, pushing forward with the demon wind. Tens of thousands marched in perfect order, not a hint of chaos, and their speed was terrifying. In no time, they reached the realm of Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain remained eerily quiet. What did he mean? It was obvious, pretending not to see. The powerful beings of primordial chaos felt a chill in their hearts. They had hoped he would take action so that the trifling matters with the three pure ones could erupt. If he fought against the demon race, not only could he delay their advance, but he could also entangle himself in karmic retribution, slowing down his path to sainthood. What is this guy thinking? The fortune is tied to the human race, and he isn't afraid the human race will be exterminated and drag him down with them. Many powerful beings cursed inwardly. But upon reconsideration, if it were themselves who would dare to offend the demon court for an inconspicuous human race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic clouds spread over 1,000,000 miles, dark and heavy, with a murderous aura reaching the heavens. The fierce winds carried the black mist surging into the realm of Buzhou Mountain. In no time, they pressed into the area centered around the human race. This territory had already been designated as belonging to the human race. There were not many humans on the ground, just a few here and there. The human race was making their stance clear. This land is ours. We will gradually move our people here and expand. There were not many humans on the ground, just a few here and there. The human race was making their stance clear. This land is ours. We will gradually move our people here and expand. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted from within the human race. A brilliant green light flashed, and an enormous willow tree filled the sky as if tearing open a rift in the heavens, radiating pressure that made the sky tremble. This scene was identical to the image replaying above the human race, an immense divine willow tree overshadowing the sun. Then a middle-aged man stepped out from the boundary of the human race. His face was expressionless, his gaze icy enough to freeze, and though his voice was not loud, it drowned out the howling winds. Stop. This is the territory of my human race. You dare to step in without greeting. Kill. This human race is interesting. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings couldn't hold back any longer, their lips curling upward. Stop. Does the brain of this human race have a problem? Seeing such a large army of demon soldiers approaching, they still dared to demand they stop. Jiming was here to annihilate their entire race. Was Youchao trembling when she created humans? Did she connect the wrong tendons for the human apes? Seeing such a large territory being offered for free, they were so thrilled that their brains stopped working. The powerful beings of various races in the primordial chaos laughed uproariously. Such excitement was not something encountered every day. A race so foolish was rarely seen in eons. Human ape, you dared to kill my Jiming clan's junior and still flaunt yourself before me. A voice exploded from the sky, booming and heavy, causing the clouds to roll. From the demonic clouds emerged a tall, green-haired man, his size akin to a small mountain. His skin was pitch black, his muscles bulging with hard lumps from his neck to his ankles. Just looking at him made one's legs tremble. His eyes were the most terrifying, glowing with a faint red light, as if countless souls were trapped within, wailing. He took a step forward. Boom. As his foot landed, the space shattered. A black hole exploded with chaotic streams surging, his physical strength absurdly powerful. Hiss. A Great Golden Immortal from a certain clan gasped, blurting out a name, Jibao. A nearby clan leader who had never heard this name frowned and asked, who is Jibao? Not far away, an ancient being at the Quasi-Saint level explained Jibao, once the old general who followed the demon god Ming to conquer the world. He had reached the pinnacle of the Great Golden Immortal 100 billion years ago with battle prowess that was terrifying beyond measure. His temper was even more explosive. He would kill, without hesitation, leaving no one alive. In the primordial chaos, he had personally exterminated over 100 million small clans. The number of the Great Golden Immortals who perished at his hands was at least 10,000, many of whom were at the peak of the Luo. When he said this, there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. He was from the same era as Jibao, and recalling those past events sent chills down his spine. This madman wasn't he rumored to have touched the threshold of Quasi-Saint, and went into seclusion to comprehend the Tao. He hasn't been heard from for dozens of yuan meetings. How did he suddenly reappear? Look at the aura around him, stuck between the Luo and Quasi-Saint. In terms of talent and combat strength, he should have broken through long ago. An older monster, having lived longer, squinted and observed Jibao for a long time, shaking his head. Killing too many people has led to heavy karmic retribution. For him to step into Quasi-Saint is thousands of times harder than for an ordinary Luo immortal. But even so, he still managed to force half of his body in with pure talent. Coupled with the foundation he has built up over so many years, he might be able to take on an ordinary Quasi-Saint heathen. If he truly steps into Quasi-Saint with his craziness, the primal chaos is bound to face great calamity. A few powerful beings beside him held back their unwillingness and cursed in low voices. The heavenly Tao is truly unfair, as such a madman can possess such talent. I heard he spoils that little junior named Ji Hun terribly. This time he apparently got enraged because someone killed him, and he broke his seclusion directly. After accumulating so much murderous energy, now it will all be poured onto the head of the human ape. Xiandu had a neutral expression, not saying a word. Jibao grinned widely, the red light in his eyes gleaming a bit more. I heard that the human race has only emerged for a few tens of thousands of years. You little brat should not have heard of my name. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jibao, the brother of the demon god. Ji Hun is my most beloved nephew. He raised his hand and pointed to the utterly wretched giant head at the peak of the human race. That's all that's left. Xiandu showed no expression, glanced at Jibao, and spoke in a tone as flat as a bowl of cold water. I don't care whether you are violent or not. If Ji Hun dares to barge into the human territory, he has to die. If you don't want to accompany him to the grave, take your little fish and get lost quickly. After hearing this, Jibao didn't get angry. Instead, he grinned. All right, truly all right. Your wildness reminds me of my own past. I like you. When Jibao smiles, it's a sign that he is truly about to kill. The nearby onlookers felt a chill run down their backs, hair standing on end. This human boy Xiandu is likely to be killed in a horrifying manner. Over the past tens of thousands of years, how many Great Golden Immortals have fallen at Jibao's hands? Which one didn't suffer for tens of thousands of years before finally passing away? Jibao's laughter suddenly stopped as he stared at Xiandu and waved his hand behind him. I'll take care of this brat. You all go and take down the human stronghold, leave not a single survivor. Yes. The army of Ming received the command, and no one looked at Xiandu again. The demonic energy surged like black clouds, pressing down on the human territory, the killing intent so thick it was hard to breathe. At that moment, Xiandu, who had been holding a stern face, finally moved. Puff, puff, puff. With just a glance, over 1,000 of Ming's Xian immortals were directly puff, puff, puff. With just a glance, over 1,000 of Ming's Xian immortals were directly split in half, their heads and bodies separating, blood staining the sky red. The display of power from Xiandu left everyone speechless. In the visual depiction, how could it compare to witnessing something so terrifying with one's own eyes? A mere glance could slice through over 1,000 Xian immortals, including quite a number of golden immortals. Was this really the level of a Great Golden Immortal? Unbridled. Jibao was furious. To have someone killed right in front of him, and he couldn't even block it. You all continue to advance. Buzz. As his words fell, Jibao's green hair erupted, and he charged out. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, and as his fist struck out, the world shattered, and the void cracked, producing a series of explosive sounds. Xiandu raised his hand and lightly slapped out a palm. Utilizing the Willow God technique, he directly clashed hard with Jibao. Bang! The heavens shattered, and the earth cracked. The chaotic void currents swept the two of them in like a tide. Jibao's physical body was incredibly strong, crashing through the currents without a care. The power of his punches impossible to estimate. Even the chaotic currents couldn't harm him in the slightest. Yet Xiandu showed no fear. Standing in the void, every move he made carried the might of the Willow God technique, as if he could split heaven and earth, evolving the elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. For a moment, the two fought back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Hiss! The onlooking powerful beings from the primal chaos all gasped. This guy who emerged from the human ape tribe could actually fight evenly with Ji Bao. This is simply absurd. No wonder he dared to kill Ji Hun. With this combat strength, he's almost on par with Aquasa Saint. Aquasa Saint shook his head and sighed. His talent is truly against the heavens, but his temperament is too flamboyant. He doesn't know how to hold back. Not only does he put himself in danger, but his kin also suffer alongside him. The surrounding powerful beings all nodded. He can withstand Ji Bao alone, but now it's not just Ji Bao. Behind him are also 19 Great Golden Immortals along with hundreds of thousands of troops. What's more alarming is that the demon god of Ji Ming has yet to show himself. Most likely he's just watching the show from the demon court, too lazy to take the field himself. How can the human race withstand this? While Ji Bao and Xian Du were clashing fiercely, Ji Ming's army bypassed them and charged straight for the human stronghold. That overwhelming murderous energy blanketed everything, darkening the sky above the human race. Su Ming, who had been frowning, slowly relaxed. He shook his head and spoke, "Get to it." At this point he still hadn't appeared. He had already made everything clear to them a long time ago. That heart of the Dao was as hard as iron, yet he ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure from Hong Jun and Yuan Shitong Tian. He compromised and his thoughts changed. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the pitch-black sky above the human race deepened in darkness. It became so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, like an abyss. Nearby, those powerful beings who were observing suddenly felt a heaviness in their chests, as if some terrifying entity had broken free from its chains and was about to burst forth. What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel so heavy in my heart? In the next moment, someone screamed, their voice trembling, "Look at the sky above the human race." A massive crack suddenly tore open, spreading out at a terrifying speed, extending for tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The mist of darkness surged within the crack, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld it. What's even more chilling is that within that pitch-black crack were numerous blood-red glowing points. Each glowing point harbored overwhelming demonic intent. Are those the eyes of the human apes? A Great Golden Immortal's voice trembled, goosebumps erupting all over his body. The sight before them was simply too eerie. Looking around, the crimson eyeballs within the cracks stretched for tens of thousands of miles, densely packed together. Each red dot held so much demonic intent that it was suffocating. If these are all human apes, there must be at least tens of thousands of them. Aquasa Saint had just opened his mouth when his words got stuck, not daring to continue. If these were all human apes, then those red dots must at least be at the Xian Immortal level. Tens of thousands of Xian Immortals. No one present dared to believe it. Suddenly, a cold voice belonging to the Shinnong clan echoed from somewhere, resonating throughout the entire sky. "Send the order. The Ji Ming clan, who dares to step into the human territory, will be killed without mercy." As soon as the voice fell, a wave of battle cries erupted from within the crack, each word wrapped in thick demonic intent. "Kill. Kill. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Hundreds of thousands of blood-red eyes burst forth with murderous intent simultaneously. The demonic mist surged like boiling mud, swallowing half the sky. Figures of the human race stepped out from the small world, standing outside the crack. 200,000 Xian Immortals, led by exactly 10,000 Golden Immortals. The ranks were orderly, no one moved chaotically or spoke, all marching forward in strange formations. Their eyes were uniformly blood-red, resembling demonic creatures, making people's scalps tingle. As their footsteps landed, the demonic power shook the heavens. The demonic energy surged forward like a tsunami, charging straight at Ji Ming's army. What? All the powerful beings were dumbfounded. No one could utter a complete sentence. 200,000 Xian Immortals, 10,000 Golden Immortals. Were they dreaming? A race with hundreds of billions producing a genius that after several tens of thousands of years becomes a Great Golden Immortal that could still be understood. But for a race to accumulate such a foundation in just a few tens of thousands of years, this was no longer shocking, it was absurd. What's worse, that inexplicable crack seemed to connect to another world. The demonic mist was so thick that even Aquasa Saints couldn't see through it. People were continuously emerging from within. Yet each one was like a chosen child. Some wrapped in divine light, others with hair ablaze like flames. Yet each one was like a chosen child. Some wrapped in divine light, others with hair ablaze like flames, and some with sword chi sharp enough to tear apart the heavens. Various phenomena, each one unique. Just picking one out would be a talent beyond hundreds of billions. Truly extraordinary geniuses. This. Not only the ordinary powerful beings were stunned. Even those lofty and imposing figures trembled slightly, their eyes almost popping out. With their vision, they could certainly see just how terrifying the potential of these human ape clans prodigies was. At the very least, they were all Aquasa Saint material, and their combat strength was even more frightening. They could see through the bone age at a glance. Each one had cultivated for at most less than 30,000 years. How many such monsters could appear in an era over so many years in the primal chaos? Very few. A single race produces so many monsters. Shocked. Shocked to the point of feeling numb all over. It was simply unimaginable. The human race first unleashed 200,000 Xian immortal troops, followed closely by this group of all the powerful beings and great existences were left dumbfounded. At last 15 great Luo Golden Immortals and 500 Tai Golden Immortals stood in the center of the firmament. The fissure behind them slowly closed, narrowing until it vanished completely. Only this group of extraordinarily gifted individuals remained hanging in the sky, like stars competing with the sun and moon for brilliance. The so-called geniuses of countless clans were overshadowed. How is this possible? In the Lingxiao Palace of the Demon Court, Ming abruptly stood up, his expression splitting apart. Not only him. All the demon gods watching from the side one by one stared with wide eyes. In the highest position, Di Jun's eyes suddenly burst with light. For tens of thousands of years. Just a few tens of thousands of years. So many prodigies and strong beings have emerged. Throughout history, not to mention having seen them, even hearing of them was unheard of. The Apeyuan clan had hidden deep enough capable of enduring. He underestimated the creation of the Empress Nuwa. The entire primordial world was stunned by the impact caused by the human race. Su Ming stood atop the mountain. Behind him were the Youchao clan and the Ziyi clan. He looked up at the human prodigies in the sky, each shining like stars, a smirk playing on his lips, eyes filled with satisfaction. This was the trump card of the human race. The War Department. 10,000 years ago, Su Ming felt that the human tribes were too scattered, unable to unite as one, so he selected all the promising talents to form this war department. He personally oversaw it, with the Shinnon clan responsible for coordination and command. The soldiers who were Xian Immortals and Golden Immortals trained with the Tianma Sutra passed down by the Shinnon clan and cultivated by absorbing demonic energy through the divine demon diagram. Those who performed well could even make exceptions to enter the valley to comprehend the mythical statue of the demon lord, allowing for absurdly rapid cultivation. The Tai Golden Immortals and Great Luo Golden Immortals, all top-tier talents, directly entered the valley, each facing the mythical statue to gain insight. Each one was a treasure of the human race, possessing great potential and high talent, each with their own strengths. Su Ming softly said, "This is just the beginning." What he aimed for was to produce 100,000 emperors for the human race and crush the entire primordial world. The Youchao clan's voice boomed with pride. "Go, let the primordial world see our human race's capabilities." The Ziyi clan spoke flatly. "This battle is the first time the human race reveals its blade." At that moment, the forces of the War Department clashed with Ming's troops. The demonic fog collided with the demonic clouds, exploding with a thunderous sound. 200,000 warriors of the War Department suddenly roared in unison, their formation solidifying as a terrifying demonic power surged upward, forming a massive demonic space in the sky. That force flowed down through the crown of their heads, pouring into the bodies of 20,000 men. In an instant, each warrior of the War Department erupted with strength far exceeding their original realm. Kill. The murderous intent surged. Demonic intent soared into the heavens. The human race crashed into Ming's formation, fighting desperately. Blood rained down like a storm. Arms and legs flew through the air. The onlooking powerful beings were all left stunned. Most of those dying were from Ming's side. Not long after the clash began, over 10,000 Xian Immortals from Ming were torn apart, the human race ripping them to shreds, blood staining the sky red, brutal beyond belief, with demonic energy thick enough to be suffocating. One observing Great Luo Golden Immortal trembled all over and said, "This human race is even fiercer than Ming." The battle had just begun, and everyone was already left dumbfounded several times over. The fighting strength of the human race was enough to trample 90% of the clans in the primordial world, and even against Ming they were not at a disadvantage. Aquasa Saint narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. Anyone could see that the Ming clan had not taken the human race seriously at all, thinking they could easily trample over them. Without even forming a formation, they recklessly charged into human territory. And what was the result? They encountered a well-prepared army and suffered a great loss. One misstep leads to another. Moreover, the human forces were not weaker than Ming's. The formation they displayed made even this Quasi Saint's scalp tingle, utterly incomprehensible, exceedingly mysterious. On the battlefield, blood fell like rain. The human prodigies of the Tai and Great Luo realms directly collided with Ming's powerful beings. Tai Golden Immortals 500 against 1,000. Great Luo Golden Immortals 15 against 20. Moreover, the elders on Ming's side generally had higher realms. Most were mid to late stage. Among the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the human race, there were only 2 in the late stage, 3 in the mid stage, and the rest were all in the early stage. Everyone knew that the higher the cultivation, a small difference in realm was akin to a chasm. Although the army is at a disadvantage, if the top-tier experts can create a gap, the situation can turn around. The onlooking powerful beings held their breath, not daring to blink. The Yuan clan had done too many incomprehensible things. At this moment, they finally understood. These beings were not lacking in intelligence, they truly possessed formidable strength. The Yuan clan had done too many incomprehensible things. At this moment, they finally understood. These beings were not. The heavens split apart. Above Mount Buzhou, bloodlight shone through the dark clouds. The stench was severed limbs flew everywhere, blood fell thicker than rain like red silks raining down from the sky, shattering mountaintops, splitting the earth. The Tai and Great Luo, strong beings from both clans, had already collided. In terms of numbers, the human side was nearly overwhelmed 2-1. One side was a collection of seasoned strong beings with years of experience, while the other was a group of newcomers just emerging. Logically speaking, with such a disparity in foundation and realm, it should have been a one-sided slaughter. Yet as the results emerged, the entire primordial world was left stunned. Are these Yuan beings even human? All the observing powerful beings had the same thought flash through their minds. This was far from a one-sided massacre. It was a complete reverse crush. They witnessed a scene that sent chills down their spines. As the battle commenced, a late-stage Great Golden Immortal, a swordsman of the human race, appeared as imposing as a deity. With a single slash, the firmament was cleaved in two like a door being forcibly opened. A similarly ranked late-stage Golden Immortal from Ming fought desperately in retaliation, but in the face of that piercing sword light, he was instantly sliced in half. The pride in Ming's physical body was as fragile as paper before that sword ray. In a battle of equal rank, the Ming Great Golden Immortal, who had lived for countless eons, was killed with a single encounter. Even the primordial spirit was utterly obliterated. Suppression. What deep foundation? What longevity? What higher realm? The true scene before their eyes shattered all previous arguments into pieces. So-called prodigies did not care how long they had been cultivating. When facing equals, a single sword could topple them. On the other side, a mid-stage Great Golden Immortal, surrounded by blazing holy light, resembled a true deity descending. When he made his move, the holy light pierced through 1,000,000 miles of firmament, facing off against another mid-stage Great Golden Immortal. The first strike. The second strike. By the ninth strike, that Ming being was directly blasted apart. Blood stained the entire sky red, and the world seemed to weep, as if celebrating the human prodigies. These two encounters were merely small glimpses of the entire battle. The Tai and Great Golden Immortals of the human race fought against their opponents as easily as drinking water. Killing opponents at higher ranks was happening at any moment. A Tai Golden Immortal could match at least 5 Ming of the same rank, and even suppress those one small realm higher. Even more exaggerated was that large numbers of peak Tai Golden Immortals faced off against early-stage Great Golden Immortals, not only not losing, but gaining the upper hand. This. How is this possible? This is unreasonable. Is there a super strong cultivator of the illusion dream, Tao, making me hallucinate? The direction of the battlefield completely contradicted the images in their minds. All the important figures watching this battle were left dumbfounded, their bodies frozen in place. Did the Ming clan think their numbers gave them an advantage? That was non-existent. The peak Tai Golden Immortals could act as Great Golden Immortals. If counted by the number of beings possessing the battle strength of Great Golden Immortals, the human race completely crushed Ming. The battle between Tai Golden Immortals and Great Golden Immortals had barely begun when the situation completely tilted to one side, far fiercer than the crushing of those 200,000 troops. On Ming's side, defeat had already appeared, being mercilessly slaughtered. The pressure on the higher-ups was even more evident. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, Ming's Tai Golden Immortals and Great Golden Immortals fell from the sky bleeding. In the demon court, Dijun trembled all over as he watched golden light flickering in his eyes, standing up directly, unable to contain his imposing aura, which exploded forth. What was unfolding before his eyes could not be explained by common sense. He could understand if the human race produced 1 or 2 prodigies against the heavens. After all, they were a clan certified by Nuwa's path to sainthood with a solid foundation, and it was normal for a few exceptional talents to emerge. But to suddenly have so many emerge was simply absurd, even causing one to question if they were dreaming. Can the Yuan clan produce prodigies in bulk? At this moment, not just Dijun, but all the high-ranking figures fell silent. They were so shocked that even their realms could not comprehend. When did prodigious prodigies also become mass-produced? Kill. A loud roar erupted, shaking the heavens, causing billions of miles of void to tremble. All the powerful beings suddenly came to their senses. Their gazes shifted in unison toward the battlefield of Ji Bao and Xiandu. Then they were all stunned. Is this? Defeated? Ji Bao's face was twisted with rage, veins bulging on his neck like worms, his entire being engulfed in green flames churning like divine fire. That fighting strength had long surpassed the realm of Great Luo, making even Quasi-Saint's hearts tremble. But it was useless. Xiandu battered him until blood poured from his mouth, his voice hoarse. His body was covered in cuts from willow branches deep enough to reveal bone. The most severe wound had cut into his neck, severing the carotid artery, blood gushing out as if it were free. That was clearly left by the willow god tree. He nearly lost his head. In such a state he could not even heal himself, let alone escape. The Xiandu floated in midair, resembling a celestial being with no expression on its face and eyes as cold as ice. With a casual wave, countless willow branches sliced through the air, tearing the world into pieces. Every strike was infused with murderous intent, sharp enough to terrify, causing the space to collapse and suffocating the air. Kill! 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 Ji Bao roared like a madman, his physical combat strength absurdly powerful, wreaking havoc on the universe, causing the void to explode. But it was all in vain. Willow branches slashed against him one after another, leaving behind horrific wounds, blood spilling across the sky. What did it matter that he was half a step towards becoming a saint? In front of Xiandu he was utterly suppressed. Defeat was merely a matter of time. This scene was a perfect replica of how Ji Bao used to treat others. Each willow branch that struck him took away chunks of flesh as if they intended to chop him into pieces, subjecting him to a slow and torturous death. The tides of fortune had turned. The words he had once spoken now returned upon him. The situation changed too swiftly, too rapidly for anyone to react. With no reinforcements or stronger forces to stabilize the situation, defeat was certain. I refused to believe it. A roar erupted suddenly from the Lingshao Palace, shaking the demon court. With no reinforcements or stronger forces to stabilize the situation, defeat was certain. I refused to believe it. A roar erupted suddenly from the Lingshao Palace, shaking the demon court, resonating throughout the entire primordial world. An aura of extreme terror pressed down from above the demon court, a solidifying space, wildly spreading and sweeping through the primordial realm, causing fear in everyone it touched. Then a colossal figure appeared above the demon court. Touching the sky with its head and the ground with its feet, its shadow covered a vast expanse. The Ming demon god is about to move. A powerful voice trembled, fixated on the ominous figure that obscured the sky and sun, sending chills through their bodies. Ming was a fierce character ranked among the top 10 on the demon god list. In an instant, an image surfaced in his mind. The ruthless female emperor treading on the mortal world with both feet, looking down upon all the myriad worlds of the universe. The primordial, he was one of the innate gods and demons ranked in the primordial realm. Aside from a few monsters at the very top, no one dared to claim absolute certainty against him. This great demon had once taken the life of a semi-saint in their midst. His infamous reputation surpassed even his strength, having slaughtered countless clans. The human ape clan, not a single one shall survive today. Ming's eyes glowed a bloody red with veins resembling mountains coursing through them. Boom. He took a step forward. His body shattered the firmament, traversing billions of miles, directly stepping onto the Buzhou mountain. With one stomp, vast lands collapsed, and the earth trembled violently. Roar. This roar shattered the stars, crushed the mountains, and the heavens seemed ready to collapse. On the demon court's side, a group of demon gods finally cast their gaze upon the human ape clan. To make Ming act personally, this clan is something special. However, that was about it. Once a demon god intervened, the outcome of the battle was effectively decided. This was overwhelming power. Such was the law of the primordial world. The strong are kings. The weight of a top-tier powerhouse equaled the combined combat strength of an entire great clan. The semi-saints were the trump cards of their clans. Without a semi-saint to hold down the fort, no matter how many powerful beings there were, they could not qualify as a great clan. The human race was simply born too late. A semi-saint from a great clan shook his head with a sigh, and the surrounding powerful beings nodded in agreement. No one dared to deny the strength and potential of the human race now, especially their potential, which seemed unfathomable. With so many prodigies emerging given enough time, no one could predict what they could become. Catching up to the Wu and demon clans was not impossible. But, human race, I will devour you all. Ming's voice was filled with brutality. He lifted his gigantic foot. The shadow pressed down, covering the entire human race. One stomp brought down destruction. The space shattered and devastating power surged from all directions. Ming couldn't hold back any longer. In this brief moment, his Ming clan had been severely weakened. At the same time, his other hand reached for Xiandu. That gigantic hand filled the heavens with murderous intent, as if it intended to crush Xiandu into a pulp. Xian Duskgaze remained indifferent, showing no concern for that hand. He retaliated against Ji Bao with even greater ferocity, unleashing attack after attack, causing his opponent to scream in agony. You're seeking death. Ji Ming's voice was as cold as ice shards. Who is seeking deaths? Suddenly a chilling voice pierced through the firmament. Those who enter human territory shall die. Buzz, a black ray streaked across the sky. The aura of destruction spread like a tide. In a flash puff, blood erupted, staining the heavens red. Ji Ming let out a mournful howl, retracting his claws violently. His fingers were all broken, resembling shattered bamboo falling from the sky and crashing onto the ground with a thunderous sound. A group of powerful beings stared in astonishment. At that moment, someone stepped out from the heart of the human territory. Enveloped in black light with blood-red hair, he floated in midair. As he appeared, the surrounding world seemed as if it had been swallowed by something, plunging into darkness where one could not see their own hands. That aura was terrifying. From an unknown distance away, those powerful beings were still trembling. Was this being a human? The Shinnong stepped forward into the sky, each step covering 1,000 miles, casting a long shadow in the heavens. He walked far until he blocked the way at least 10,000 miles away from the human territory. The legendary Ji Ming demon god. Shinnong's voice was hoarse and gritty, carrying a demonic quality, shaking the air around him. Just a bit bigger than average, nothing else. Too weak, not worth mentioning. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone who heard it was dumbfounded. Overbearing, arrogant. Yet somehow it felt like he wasn't wrong. Human race, you have quite the audacity. Ji Ming roared, the fingers he had just lost, now fully healed, appearing as if they had never been harmed. He crouched down, his eyes shining like two lamps. A strange force gathered upon his azure fist, twisting like a tornado, the dazzling light blinding to behold. A punch came crashing down, splitting the sky like paper, the sun and moon appearing to revolve around him. That power made everyone gasp in shock. Even several semi-saints changed their expressions. That punch could probably kill an ordinary semi-saint in one blow. Tisk. At that moment, Shinnong slowly raised his head. When his face emerged, everyone gasped again. His eyes were blood-red, resembling two oceans filled with abysses, countless demonic gods roaring alongside images of worlds shattering and stars falling. Does this count as human or demon? I have yet to taste Ji Ming's flesh. Shinnong's voice was deep, and within his blood-red eyes the blood sea churned violently, so much meat enough for the entire human race to feast on for a meal. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a black pillar of light, dashing from the heavens to the earth, cutting straight through. Boom. Azure and obsidian energies coiled together, tearing at each other like primordial forces seeking to rend the heavens and earth anew. Explosions so violent they plunged onlookers into utter darkness. Yet far more terrifying was this: Ji Ming's vaunted indomitable physique crumbled before the demonic light as though it were mere parchment. The demonic light sliced straight through. Within a blink, azure bone fragments gleamed exposed. HSS. Boom. That sound sent shivers crawling up every spine, raising gooseflesh across flesh. Ji Ming's most treasured longevity and immortality body had been pierced, shattered. His fist, colossal as a mountain, cleaved cleanly down its center, the fracture smooth as polished mirror, gleaming with eerie luster. Azure light still pulsed along the exposed azure bones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His blood gushed forth like a deluge, flooding the land beneath. Within moments it surged outward for 100 li. A vast jade-hued lake of blood, its surface shimmering with an uncanny azure radiance. The metallic stench of gore rode the battle winds, carrying far beyond reckoning. This human transcends comprehension. His strength fathoms no bottom. Every master present stood frozen, limbs locked in awe. The sensation churning within them defied articulation. What celestial anomaly was this race? 20,000 Xian immortals already stretched belief, but their prodigies sprouted like wild leeks, generation upon generation, mass-produced, as if by celestial forge. Now even a quasi-sage had emerged, crushing Ji Ming, the demon sovereign, beneath his heel. Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. Emperor Jun murmured incessantly, eyes wide with raw, unvarnished shock. He had never deigned to regard this race with true seriousness, yet they concealed such staggering might. Inwardly, Emperor Jun swore an oath, were time to rewind, he would never again underestimate humanity, not even for a heartbeat, and would never permit Ji Ming to approach them with casual arrogance. A monumental opportunity lost. Emperor Jun sighed deeply. Given another chance, he would stoop to beg, personally, humbly, even surrender the title of Demon Sovereign itself. At that moment, the Demon Sovereign, seated within the Lingxiao Palace, sat rigid, eyes bulging as if ready to burst from their sockets. This spectacle irrefutably confirmed the sheer terrifying magnitude of this human's combat prowess, drenched in demonic aura, steeped in malevolent essence. Whether or not he would ultimately defeat Ming mattered less than one undeniable truth. He could crush the vast majority of demon sovereigns without effort. Humanity too could subjugate most demon clans with overwhelming dominance. He gazed down upon the demon sovereign with supreme condescension. Weakness so suffocating it chokes the soul. Ming, dare you truly speak? He gazed down upon the demon sovereign with supreme condescension. Weakness so suffocating it chokes the soul. Ming, dare you truly speak of eradicating my human race with such paltry strength? I grant you one final courtesy, speak your last words. Ming stood paralyzed. Drawing his massive hand back, he frantically sealed wounds while racing through strategies. What next? Humanity's depth remained impenetrable to him. Masters and geniuses rose ceaselessly wave upon wave. So formidable, even direct confrontation left his spirit trembling. HSS. Too audacious. This human embodies our ideal. When shall we too wield such sovereign magnificence? Masters present drew sharp, staggered breaths, one after another, as if the very air had turned thin and brittle. Shenong, he indeed has the arrogance to back it up. In front of the Pango Hall, he knelt straight, his head tilted back, his gaze fixed on the horizon of the human race. He was punished to kneel here for 1,000 years for making an unauthorized agreement with the human race to establish mutual communication, serving as a warning. Yi may rise. As soon as the words fell, Jiang and too stepped out of the hall one after the other. The murderous aura in the eyes of the two ancestral witches surged as they stared in the direction of the human race, their gazes heavy enough to draw water. You handled this beautifully. Those apes. Jiang paused, switching the term. Those humans have sufficient potential and combat strength to deserve an alliance with our witch clan. You seized the opportunity for us getting ahead of Jun. The ancestral witch Jiang is being too flattering. Yi merely stumbled upon it. Yi stood up, stepping aside with a respectful demeanor. He looked up at the rebellious Shenong, memories of the agreement involving 3 arrows flashing through his mind, along with the final punch Shenong had unleashed. It hasn't been long, and this person has grown stronger again. Waves of emotions surged within Yi. He had fought Shenong in earnest, and he knew the man's true capabilities. Sister too, after this battle, you need to personally visit the human race. Jiang's gaze was deep, seemingly lost in thought. Big brother, I was just thinking the same. It's a good opportunity to see what the human race is like. Tu's voice was filled with astonishment. The combat power and potential displayed by the human race have astonished the entire primordial world, and the witch clan is no exception. A race that has only emerged for a few tens of thousands of years has reached such heights. This has never happened from the beginning of creation to now. The conflict between the human race and the Ming tribe is not yet over, but the witch clan has already acknowledged it, and the entire primordial world has recognized it. Ancestral witch, I will accompany you. Yi suddenly spoke, a momentary daze hidden in his eyes. Too glanced at him, filled with doubt. Shouldn't Yi be resting and healing his injuries first? I lost the bet regarding the 3 arrows, losing face for the witch clan. This time I want to face Shenong Heiden and regain the witch clan's prestige. Yi quickly added. All right. Too nodded, not thinking much further. The witch clan is inherently combative, and Yi is no exception. She turned back, continuing to fix her gaze on the human race. The entire primordial world was in a daze. In the depths of chaos in the small world personally opened by Nuwa was stunned. She stared at that figure. It was the human who had once spoken to her. She recalled what she had said to him, feeling her face burning intensely. The race she had personally created, which she abandoned, suffered countless casualties. Yet they persevered to this extent. And she, the mother of creation, was utterly oblivious. What was even more embarrassing was that as a saint she couldn't even discern Shenong's realm, yet boldly spoke those words. She had lost all face. Am I just supposed to stand by and watch? Nuwa muttered, her expression filled with shock as her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the Youchao palace. The race she had painstakingly crafted contained such immense potential. Hongjun deliberately made her abandon the human race. Hongjun, you betrayed me. Nuwa gritted her teeth, her voice filled with hatred. If the human race had such a solid foundation, had she not let go back, then all these powerful beings would now belong to her. Yet these people still showed her some respect, calling her the mother of creation, and Shenong's attitude made it clear. Respect for you as the mother does not mean overstepping boundaries. Nuwa did not know that at this moment Hongjun was even more bewildered and shocked. Human race, how did you manage this? This doesn't make any sense. The Pangu Jade plate clearly indicated that the human race would only rise after the witch and demon races perished. Hongjun shook his head, utterly disbelieving that he could miscalculate. He knew that the human race had produced an emperor, but he never expected this individual to have already become a quasi-saint, causing the strength of the human race to deviate completely. At this moment, he understood why he failed in establishing a sect. and had to shamelessly intervene early. What is this? You kept the situation of the human race from me. Hong Jun muttered to himself. The potential of the human race was enough to break the current balance of the primordial world. He had to personally step in to deal with this race. He could not allow the primordial world to develop naturally any longer, or his plan to unite the Tao would be ruined. He knew how terrifying the fortune of the human race was, and absolutely could not allow another overlord to emerge after the witch and demon races. In the sky, the Ming demon god had healed for a while, seemingly ignoring the arrogant words of the other party, and spoke in a low voice. Human race. Let's end this fight here. We'll wipe the slate clean for the past, and I will not pursue the matter. He did not notice that his term of address had subtly changed to human race, no longer the ape tribe. Su Ming smiled. As soon as Ming said this, he knew his goal had been achieved. This battle had established the reputation of the human race. Unknowingly changing his wording was the best proof. Only when one's fists are strong will others take you seriously. Youchao laughed from the side. This guy clearly is scared and doesn't dare to continue fighting, yet pretends to be tough. Isn't that just asking for a beating? Who says otherwise? Ziyi laughed heartily. This beast probably doesn't even know who he's facing. That's Shinnong, and he dares to be so arrogant if he wants to live. If it weren't for Shinnong, based on Ming's reputation and status, he would have to actively lower his head to seek peace. And even if he spoke harshly, the other party would likely not bother to retaliate, and he could still retreat. But he just happened to be up against Shinnong. Su Ming turned to glance at Ziyi and Youchao, and the three of them wore faint smiles on their faces. In this battle on the territory of the human race, he could fight freely. Whatever the cost, the human race could afford it. Could you repeat what you just said? Shinnong looked down at Ming, his eyes filled with a blood-red sea of fury that exploded like lava, terrifyingly violent. You wish to absolve the human race of responsibility. Do you even qualify? With your meager skills? With that waste named Bao? Or with these Ming brats who have been stepped on like ants by the human race? As soon as these words fell, the entire primordial world fell silent. This attitude and tone were far too arrogant, leaving no face for the Ming tribe. Human race, you. Ming was taken aback, and just as his anger surged, a sudden piercing scream echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. A flash of bloodlight passed. Xian Du's expression was icy, and countless willow branches twisted into a long sword, slicing Bao's head clean off. Looking at that body torn and bleeding with exposed flesh, it was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Anyone could guess how much torment Bao endured before his death. Stop! Ming's eyes turned red with anger as he yelled. At their level of cultivation, even if their heads fell, they wouldn't truly die. But Xian Du ignored him entirely, a green light erupting from his hand, and the soul within Bao's head was instantly crushed, leaving no chance for his Yuan Shun to escape. Bao? Ming's eyes cracked as murderous intent exploded. Human race, I will turn you into... Bao had accompanied him through countless years. Their bond was deeper than that of a biological son. A son could be born as many times as one wished, but there was only one brother. At this moment, Shinnong's voice, filled with demonic power, drifted over each word, striking the ears of everyone. Ming, remember this. The one who killed you is called the human race's Shinnong. As soon as the words fell, a wave of overwhelming demonic intent exploded, and the expressions of the powerful from all directions changed. The aura was simply too terrifying. Even slightly weaker Deluo Jinxians felt that if they stood at the center, they could be shaken until blood flowed from their orifices, falling into madness and dying on the spot. Buzz! Shinnong's demonic flames surged like boiling lava, his blood-red hair dancing wildly. He raised his hand, and a demonic palm covering millions of miles appeared with demonic energy, churning in its palm, capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon. The heavens seemed to be inverted, and the entire realm transformed into an abyss. The killing intent soared, and the demonic flames boiled, freezing the surrounding billions of miles. This battle marked the first official appearance of the human race, and it was the first time Shinnong unleashed his full strength before the primordial world. From afar, many Deluo Jinxians covered their ears, feeling as though demonic sounds were being poured into their minds, nearly causing them to lose control and flee frantically to millions of miles away. When they stopped and looked back, their legs were still shaking. The heavens shattered as Shinnong's demonic palm tore through billions of miles of void, heading straight for Ming's head. This slap was meant to bury Ming entirely. This strike was overwhelmingly powerful. Ming's face turned pale, completely unprepared for Shinnong to attack without any buffer. He hurriedly raised his hand to block. His chest shook, blood spurted out, and he was blasted away, crashing through countless stars before stabilizing himself millions of miles away. Human race. Shinnong. Ming roared hoarsely, his eyes crazed. You really won't leave the human race a path to live. Those who intrude must die. That voice exploded like a demonic curse. Shinnong's eyes turned crimson, his reason long since devoured. The heavenly demon burning divine power given by Su Ming was raging within him, as if trying to turn him to ashes. He aimed for a quick resolution, wanting to eliminate Ji Ming. Boom! Boundless demonic energy surged as if the entire ocean was boiling. Shenong traced a circle in the air with both hands, and a divine and demonic Taiji diagram slowly took shape, then condensed into a sword. The sword body shimmered and countless divine and demonic swords filled the sky, densely packed like a torrent of swords, instantly engulfing Ji Ming. Ji Ming roared, desperately activating his divine powers to block. His indestructible body was continuously shattered, repaired, and then shattered again in the rain of swords. His fists wrapped in azure light smashed in all directions, shattering a large number of demonic swords. Buzzing, the demonic swords cleaved through the sky, mountains crumbled, and oceans reversed. Countless divine and demonic swords continuously gathered and fell, causing Ji Ming to cough up blood repeatedly, with deep and hideous wounds visible down to the bone. This scene was strikingly similar to the moment when Xian Du confronted Bao Ling Qi, only this time the one receiving the blows was Ji Ming. All the powerful beings in the primordial era were left astounded. On the side of the Wu clan, he stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. His throat felt dry, and after swallowing hard, he managed to squeeze out a few words. This Shino is too outrageous. He pondered for a moment. If he were in that position, he would likely fare no better. Yi was one of the strongest shamans in the Wu clan, and Ji Ming was a fierce character among the top 10 demon gods of the demon clan, both of them equally matched in strength. Yi even felt a bit of relief. Thankfully, last time, due to various considerations, he hadn't completely torn his face with Shino. The indestructible body of Ji Ming was indeed formidable, befitting a demon god known for their physical prowess. His body was smashed to pieces only to regenerate, and then smashed again repeatedly, as if it were worthless. But even with such a resilient physique, he could no longer endure. Countless divine swords rained down like a storm, piercing through his body, each strike inflicting excruciating pain, driving him almost to madness. Below, Ji Ming's army had completely collapsed. The human army surged forward like a tidal wave, mercilessly reaping lives, as if they were cutting vegetables. The Great Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals of the Ji Ming clan fell one after another, blood staining half the sky. Ji Ming watched this scene, feeling as though his heart was being gripped by someone, his eyes wide open, as if they might burst. All of this was the hard-earned foundation of the Ji Ming clan, accumulated over countless years. If this batch of powerful beings perished, even if he survived, he could not protect the position of the demon gods. The fortunes of his clan would surely plummet. Ji Ming looked up and roared, his voice echoing through the 9 heavens, piercing through the 32 skies. Demon Emperor, I beg you to take charge for the Ji Ming clan. The human race is bullying us too much. After shouting, he turned and fixed his gaze on Shenong, his voice sharp as a blade. Human race, I am a demon god bearing the fortunes of the entire demon clan. No matter how strong your clan is, you are still of low status among the demon race. You are overstepping your bounds. It's not too late to back down now. When the demon gods truly descend, your human race will not be able to withstand it. The Taiching Heavenly Sovereign will not offend our demon court for the mere sake of a single human. On Lingshao Palace, Emperor Jun had originally stood up leisurely, not in a hurry, even when Ji Ming called for help. But upon hearing Ji Ming's later words, his face changed dramatically, and he cursed this fool. Before his words could settle, he had already flown out of the demon court. However, on the battlefield, Ji Ming was being overwhelmed by a deluge of demon swords, unable to hear what Emperor Jun was cursing about. At this moment, he was determined to leave some seeds for the Ji Ming clan, unafraid of burning bridges, and decided to deeply offend Shenong, while also damaging his Dao heart. Ji Ming's eyes were filled with cold laughter. Shenong, you don't still expect the Taiching Heavenly Sovereign to come out and support the human race, do you? Save your breath. In the eyes of those great figures, what does your human race count for? Merely tools, pawns. The Taiching Heavenly Sovereign has already made arrangements with the Demon Emperor. In this battle, my Ji Ming clan will not kill all of your humans. Just leave some old and young behind, so you can continue to live. Shut up. Shenong was infuriated to the point of bursting, his eyes so red they seemed to bleed. He smashed his fist down, directly piercing through Ji Ming's chest, blood gushing out. Ji Ming was seriously injured, but his smile grew even fiercer. I am a semi-saint, my body is indestructible, want to kill me? Dream on. It's not too late to back down now. As these words left his mouth, the entire primordial world fell silent. Countless powerful beings felt their scalps tingle. The schemes at this high level were truly ruthless to the core. Su Ming muttered under his breath, the smile on his face completely vanishing, turning cold and frightening, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He understood now. His fortunes had long been tied to the human race. With such a deep obsession with proving his Tao, how could he truly give up and watch the Ji Ming clan act against the humans? Everything aligned. He was using the Ming clan's hand. Even if it cost him some of his fortune, he would completely grasp the human race in his hand. If our human race is left with only a bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled. The Crow clan speaker started, but couldn't finish. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, veins almost bursting. The Ziyi clan shouted, "These bastards have never given up on wiping out our human race. We must not be careless. It's not just about wanting to destroy us." Su Ming lowered his voice, his words laced with killing intent. They wanted the human race to kneel and let a human who stands tall is not what they desire. I have underestimated you. Su Ming discarded the last shred of hope in his mind. In this primordial world, not a single one of those gods and demons from the outside could be trusted. No more pointless thoughts. Prepare for battle. Kunlun Mountains. Bastard. The roar of the old man shook the mountains. The entire Kunlun seemed about to collapse. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. Let me handle this. Primordial stepped forward, intending to stop the enraged elder. But the dilapidated thatched cottage exploded with a roar, a clear light soaring into the 9 heavens, forcibly tearing apart the space. The old man's roar echoed through the heavens. Primordial, this matter is not over. Before his words could finish, he had completely vanished at the end of the sky. Senior brother. Primordial frowned, just about to step forward to chase. A hand suddenly stretched out, blocking him. Tong Tian stood in front of him. Junior brother, do you also want to stop me? Primordial's gaze was as cold as a blade. Tongshin's eyes were sharper, as if he could see through his innermost thoughts. His voice was kept very low. Senior brother, if you don't want the 3 clear to completely tear faces, if you don't want to escalate matters with the senior brother to an uncontrollable extent, then don't chase. He looked up towards the direction of the human race, his tone softening further. It could cost you your life. You. Primordial was furious, but the foot he had raised ended up retracting. Blocking another's path to enlightenment is no different from killing one's father. The true reason the old man established the teachings was clearly stated in the previous conversation with Hong Jun, which both Primordial and Tong Tian understood well. If it weren't for Hong Jun's coercion, the old man would never have taken that step back. With things having escalated to this point, the turmoil in the old man's heart was something one could imagine even with their toes. If Primordial dared to block him again, the old man might truly fight him to the death. The old man's determination to seek the Tao was as solid as iron. Suddenly an imperial might swept across the heavens, pressuring countless powerful beings from all directions until they felt tight all over. The Demon Emperor has arrived. Emperor Jun's massive figure hung in the sky, golden divine flames swirling around him, resembling a sun, suspended there, the oppressive force making it hard for others to breathe. Ming, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Emperor Jun's voice was as cold as ice, reprimanding Ming fiercely, his annoyance for this fool reaching a peak. If it weren't for the fact that keeping this fellow around still had its uses for reorganizing the demon race later, he would have kicked this waste away long ago. Who among the top powers had the right to publicly expose such private transactions? Demon Emperor, I didn't. Ming was stunned. He hadn't expected that upon the Demon Emperor's appearance he would be the first to be scolded. Shut up. Emperor Jun's voice carried anger, the divine flames in his eyes flickering. This battle was originally initiated by the Ming clan. Misinterpreting my meaning has caused so much trouble. Hurry and apologize to the human race. After saying this, he turned to Shinnong, his voice softening. Shinnong, I am the Demon Emperor, Emperor Jun. The Holy Mother of the human race. Youchao has a bond of life and death with me. In the end, it is also my negligence for not having taken the human race to heart. However, the Ming clan and the human race are both important branches of the demon race. Inflicting such damage and giving the entire primordial world a spectacle is truly shameful. At this point, Emperor Jun let out a hearty laugh. Give me some face. Let this matter end here. If there are any grievances, come to the demon court. Let's sit down and discuss them slowly. I will personally mediate. How about that? At this moment, countless powerful beings in the primordial world were left speechless. Under the heavens of the primordial world, all was silent. Countless great powers held their breath, their gazes all fixed on Shinnong. Everyone understood. Emperor Jun was forcing the human race to swallow this insult. Moreover, this was under the pretext that Ming had acted first and trampled upon the human race. Such thick skin. But could the human race dare to turn against him? Who stood opposite them? The Demon Emperor, the sky of the demon race. In terms of status, he was even higher than the Holy Mother Youchao of the human race among the demon race. Shinnong's eyes burned with fury, his killing intent almost solid, and he let out a furious roar. He called out his name directly, leaving no face whatsoever. But that was all he could do. Such a major issue must be decided by Su Ming. In the human camp, a cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This grievance could not be swallowed. This was the first battle of the human race, a battle to establish their authority. They must stand firm and never bend their backs. But just at this moment of tension, A cold voice icy to the bone exploded from the heavens. You vile creature, dare you slander my presence? Buzz. The heavens shook. All the powerful beings in the primordial world were taken aback. That voice was the old man. A purple aura surged from the edge of the sky. A figure slowly walked out with Tao patterns circulating around him each step, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The old man, one of the three ancestors of the human race. Generally, he never intervened in worldly affairs, yet today, he personally made an appearance. The old man's gaze fell on Ji Ming, his eyes, as if looking at a corpse. You claim that Shinnong instigated this matter. This is not an internal conflict. It is clearly a battle to annihilate a clan. Dijun's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had confidently claimed it was an internal strife among the demon clan, but now he had revealed his hand. This is not merely a slap in the face, it is as if his face is being pressed onto the ground. Old ancestor, Dijun forcibly suppressed his anger. This matter. Shut up. I didn't even glance at him, simply pointing with a finger. A purple light pierced through the void. Ji Ming's pupils constricted. He wanted to evade, but his body refused to obey. My finger had completely sealed off the space around him. No. Ji Ming barely managed to utter a word. The purple light passed through his brow. Bang! His head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. A demon god just died like that. Not even his primordial spirit had the chance to escape. Is there anyone else? I scanned the crowd, my tone as calm as if I were merely inquiring about the weather. The wilderness fell into silence. No one dared to speak. Those demon clan experts who had intended to speak on Ji Ming's behalf now wished they could shrink their heads into their necks. I withdrew my gaze and looked towards the human clan. The Shinnong clan cupped their hands in salute. Thank you for your intervention, old ancestor. I nodded, said nothing more, and vanished into the horizon. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. In that fleeting moment, they truly believed I was going to annihilate the entire demon clan. This is the foundation of the human clan. A powerful being in the wilderness side. I personally intervened, clearly intending to deal a fatal blow to Ji Ming. Dijun was so forceful just now, and now he couldn't even utter a word. His face turned pale. A powerful being in the wilderness side. I personally intervened, clearly intending to deal a fatal blow to Ji Ming. Dijun was so forceful just now, and now, on the human clan side, however, the reaction was quite different. Youchao spat. This old demon is truly shameless. It was clearly Ji Ming who struck first, yet now he turns the tables. Isn't he just trying to suppress us, forcing us to swallow our anger to show off his imperial might? Youchao ground his teeth. What imperial might? He can't even protect his own dog, yet he claims to be mighty. Su Ming said nothing. He stared at Ji Ming's corpse, his gaze deep. My intervention was clean and decisive. But this matter was far from over. What kind of person is Dijun? The demon clan's emperor, humiliated in front of the powerful beings of the three realms. Would he let this go? Today, whether he swallows this anger or not, he has to. But in the future? Su Ming clenched his fists. The human clan must rely on themselves. The forces of yin and yang surged, overwhelming. At the end of the void, the Taiji diagram slowly rotated, the power suppressing time and space, directly pinning Ji Ming, who was being beaten by the Shinnong clan in place, unable to move a single finger. Puff, puff, puff. Ji Ming had long since been unable to withstand it. At this point, he couldn't even dodge as countless divine swords pierced through his body, leaving him riddled with holes. His towering body was covered in puncture wounds. Blood gushed out like a burst dam, bright red and blinding, sending chills down the spectators' spines. Ji Ming's eyes widened, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, filled with pain and fear. But he couldn't move, unable to scream. He could only plead with his gaze. In the next second, an old man in a worn Taoist robe appeared in the sky. I stood there expressionless, my eyes filled with murderous intent. This usually reclusive old man was truly enraged this time. In the next second, an old man in a worn Taoist robe appeared in the sky. I stood there expressionless, my eyes filled with murderous intent. This usually reclusive old man, while I was in seclusion taking advantage of my absence, this beast infiltrated the human clan's territory, causing an enormous disaster. This is the second offense. One by one, each offense is enough to warrant death. My eyes swirled with the forces of yin and yang clearly ready to take action. I said in a deep voice, I will slay this beast, leaving not a single member of the Ji Ming clan alive. You have no objections, do you? As soon as this was said, the entire wilderness fell silent. It was clear to everyone. My actions were to show favor to the human clan attempting to mend the fence. But with the sheepfold already in such disrepair, is it even useful to mend it? At this moment, anyone not foolish would understand. I jumped out, merely seeing the human clan's chances of victory were high, coming to add a finishing touch. After all, even if the human clan bowed their heads to Dijun, it would only cost them a bit of face. The substance is not only preserved, but can also reap significant benefits. What is face? The profits gained are what truly matters. Su Ming muttered, adding flowers to the brocade, delivering charcoal in the snow. My lips curled into a cold smile. I had lost all goodwill towards him. However, since he had come knocking, it was perfect to use him as a weapon to confront Dijun. Youchao exchanged glances with Ziyi, laughing heartily. When the crane and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This transaction is profitable. Two shameless old things, dogs biting dogs. One mouthful of fur. Ha ha ha. This time, even Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Refreshing. Old ancestor, don't go too far. Dijun's face was extremely ugly as he turned to glance at the nearly lifeless Ziyi Ming, his temples throbbing. The king does not bow to coercion. Dijun spoke defiantly, but in his heart, he was calculating, weighing the pros and cons. Let's bring Taiyi out as well. I want to see whether the Taiji diagram's ability to suppress the ages is stronger, or if the Dong Huang Bell's attack and defense are superior. I gazed at him, my eyes gleaming coldly, delivering my words succinctly. Hiss. The sound of the audience gasping in shock resonated throughout. The words from the Taiji Heavenly Sovereign were clear. One Dijun is not enough, I'll let Taiyi join in as well. No matter how defiant Dijun was, it was futile. I couldn't be bothered to utter even half a word of nonsense. This usually low-key figure who rarely acted, and was the least renowned among the three pure ones, had become so arrogant. I am confident, and my strength is definitely well concealed. Su Ming did not turn around, his gaze fixed on me as he quietly explained to Youchao and Ziyi, who were gasping behind him. In later generations it said that among the 6 saints, he is the strongest, closest to the realm of Hongjun, merging with the Tao. Emotionless and desireless, he cultivates the supreme path. The last time he clashed with the Shinnon clan, he suppressed his realm, not even revealing 1/10th of his true strength. Tai Ching. Dijun bellowed violently, his rage exploding completely. All his calculations were shattered by this single sentence. You are too arrogant. Now is the wilderness not the endless void, and certainly not outside the heavens. The eyes of the entire wilderness were fixed here. I pressed onward, having spoken to this extent. If he were to retreat, he could forget about sitting steadily in the position of Demon Emperor. I can defeat you. See you outside the heavens. Dijun roared in anger, directly traversing into the ancient starry sky. I sneered, Emperor hypocritical. I turned to look at the Shinnon clan, forcing a smile onto my face. I am the leader of the human teaching. Whatever decision the human clan makes today, I will fully support it. After saying this, I soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient starry sky. Moments later, the ancient starry sky exploded. A vast imperial might erupted, igniting the void with the divine fire of the golden crows, violently colliding with the forces of yin and yang. But everyone could see that the battle between Dijun and me would yield no real results. It was merely a matter of face. What should we do next? The powerful beings in the wilderness were all in a daze. Did Dijun just leave like that? Not a single word left. What about the Jimeng clan? But they did not know. Dijun's silence was in itself a statement. This time Dijun was in the wrong, and coupled with the need to clash with the Wu clan, he didn't want to completely sever ties with the three pure ones. But they did not know. Dijun's silence was in itself a statement. This time Dijun was in the wrong, and coupled with the need to clash with the Wu clan, he simply seized the opportunity of the battle outside the heavens to take the easy way out. Fool, your vision is so limited. Su Ming sneered. For the sake of benefits, he would casually abandon an entire clan. What kind of emperor, if he could truly unite the mixed and chaotic multitude of clans into a single force, would that not be a miracle? In contrast, the human clan, when Jimeng barged in, they slaughtered recklessly. What of the demon god's son? What of the demon emperor's representative? Kill. Even if it means exposing part of their strength, even under tremendous pressure, they would go all out against the Jimeng clan. Kill. Su Ming issued the order. Then coldly came down the 4 words, cut the grass and remove the roots. As you command. The Shinnon clan responded, their repressed killing intent exploding forth. He reached out and grabbed that hand, was like an iron plate directly slamming down on Jimeng's head. This already half-dead demon god had no strength left to struggle, and his head shattered on the spot. But the indestructible body of the Quasi-Saint realm was indeed uncanny. Even with his head exploded and his body full of holes, he surprisingly did not die completely. Flesh and blood squirmed chaotically, healing itself desperately. This scene made the spectators' scalps tingle. This Jimeng is only in the early stage of Quasi-Saint. If he were to reach his peak, perhaps even the heavens couldn't destroy him. The Quasi-Saints of the wilderness all turned pale. This flesh was ridiculously tough. Yet with such a hard life, he was pressed and beaten down by a newly emerged human junior, even losing his life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Blood-colored flames ignited in Shinnong's eyes, the flames even spilling out from his eye sockets, dark red and black, like countless vengeful spirits entwined together. The flickering flames exuded a sinister aura, staring at them for too long would make one's soul tremble. Ming's body was enveloped by these flames sizzling. That flesh tougher than divine iron melted away before the blood flames, leaving not a trace. The blood flames instead grew more vigorous, glaringly bright, as if they had gained sentience, flickering with life. The onlookers felt a chill down their spines, their hair standing on end. Why does this fire seem like it is absorbing Ming's flesh and blood essence, refining his Tao, devouring his life? This is the method of the demonic path. But was the demon Tao not utterly eradicated long ago by the primordial Tao patriarch Hongjun? During the ancient war of Tao and demon, heaven and earth shattered, the demon ancestor Luoho perished, and the sacred lands of the demon Tao were seized by the Buddhas Jin and Zhuandi, who bathed them daily in golden Buddha light to purify every trace of demonic qi. The demon Tao still wields such overwhelming power, and it seems the demon Tao is poised to rise again in the primordial era. And could it be that demon sovereign Luoho never truly died, and that this young Shen Nong has inherited his legacy? That makes sense. Otherwise, how could this youth achieve such devastating martial prowess in mere 10,000 years? And murmurs rippled through the crowd below. Within the Zixia palace, Hongjun murmured softly, Luoho, the demon Tao. Na flicker of uncertainty stirred within him. Could Luoho truly still live, and have secretly intervened in human affairs? Luoho had been his greatest adversary, the only being whose cultivation neared the threshold of sainthood. If Luoho truly survived, then humanity's repeated defiance of his grand designs would finally make sense. Luoho, if you are indeed alive and dare thwart my will once more, this time I shall grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes across the void. In Hongjuan's voice cut like frost-laced steel, his killing intent flooding the entire palace. Chaos roiled, the void itself trembled with a low resonant hum. And this time he had suffered a catastrophic loss. Inhumanity had slipped entirely beyond his control. Laozi, driven to desperation, now faced universal disdain, and his path to enlightenment receded into distant, unreachable horizons. The rift among the three pure ones widened inexorably, on the verge of shattering. In Hongjuan lifted his gaze toward Nuwa Palace. His eyes gleamed with glacial, unyielding cold. Nuwa too refused to remain passive. And did she truly believe he remained unaware of her secret dispatch of a sliver of divine consciousness into humanity? In fury surged within Hongjuan, tightening like a coiled spring, each thought deepening his humiliation. Ever since Shen Nong emerged as human sovereign, nothing had gone according to plan. Now even the culmination of his self-mergence with the Tao remained immeasurably distant. Ni's jaw clenched, the last vestiges of his patience with humanity had worn thin, nearly gone. All this chaos stemmed from that accursed interference, again and again wrenching fate from his grasp. In Luoho, I shall see for myself, are you truly dead, or merely feigning death? With a low command, the celestial jade disc materialized above Hongjuan's palm. He began furiously divining, seeking Luoho's faintest trace across the cosmos. Not deep, resonant hum echoed throughout the primordial world. Ripples spread outward like shattered water. Crimson flames surged, dark red as blooming, blood-soaked roses, blindingly intense. Nji Ming's physical body dissolved layer by layer in the inferno, consumed with eerie, skin-crawling precision. Shen Nong's eyes remained steeped in unrelenting crimson. Ni's long hair whipped wildly in the wind, dark qi roiled skyward. With chilling calm he issued his decree, eradicate Ji Ming's entire clan. Leave no survivors. HSSSS. Powerful cultivators gasped in unison. What does humanity intend? Could it be? Dare they truly act? A single incredulous thought flashed through every mind, too audacious to believe. Had humanity truly grown so reckless? Yet the answer soon manifested before their very eyes. Shen Nong's gaze turned ice cold. Xiandu, you shall lead half the war host to cleanse Ji Ming's surviving forces. Spare none. As ordered. Xiandu turned sharply. 10,000 Xian immortals surged forth like an apocalyptic tide, chasing Ji Ming's scattered remnants who fled like rabid, cornered beasts. The rest, follow me to Ji Ming's ancestral domain. Slaughter them all. Exterminate the clan. Ni's voice held no volume, but carried a chill that pierced marrow. At his command, legions of mighty cultivators and 10,000 elite warriors rose skyward in perfect formation. Their destination lay 100 million li away, in the heart of the Yaoshan realm, Ji Ming's ancestral domain. Their audacity knows no bounds. They mean to invade the Yaoshan heartland, to annihilate an entire Yaoshan sovereign lineage. Every great cultivator across the primordial world stood frozen in disbelief. And how many times had this group already shaken the heavens? They'd lost count. Yet humanity, always, managed to eclipse even their own previous feats. Ji Ming's clan holds legitimate status as Yaoshan sovereigns. And true, they struck first against humanity, forfeiting moral ground. But for humanity to march into the Yaoshan heartland and exterminate an entire sovereign lineage. Such boldness borders on madness, and if memory serves, 3 other mighty Yaoshan sovereigns dwell beside Ji Ming, Guiche Jiuying, and Ing Zhao. None are trifling foes, and to reach Ji Ming's domain, humanity must fly directly over their territories. Do they imagine those sovereigns will stand idly by? And great cultivators held their breath, the tension taut as a drawn bowstring. Ji Ming's ancestral domain lay deep within Yaoshan territory, surrounded by countless Yaoshan sovereign clans. Even the Wu clan could not eradicate Ji Ming if a single sovereign intervened, let alone humanity. Su Ming's lips curled faintly upward. Hands clasped behind his back, he uttered 2 words, cold and dismissive, Yaoshan. In truth, he held the entire Yaoshan faction in utter contempt. What is this Yaoshan, this so-called sanctuary for all beings of the primordial world? In essence, it is merely a title. By their own logic, even the 3 pure ones, the dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and Zhenyuan Zi, all belong to the Yaoshan. Yet who truly accepts such a claim? Not only the Wu clan's unmatched ferocity and relentless provocation forced disparate races into uneasy alliance beneath the Yaoshan banner. A coalition vast enough to include even dragon and phoenix clans, if ever unified, would render the Wu clan insignificant. Alas, that unity remained forever elusive. Far beyond the ancient starfields, Laozi and Dijun fought with escalating frenzy. An imperial aura pressed down like mountains, the sun crow divine fire scorched half the sky crimson. Dijun clearly sensed calamity unfolding in the lower realms, and attempted to withdraw. Yet Laozi clung to him like a shadow, denying him even a single step of retreat. Boom, and boom, and boom, and 10,000 human soldiers surged forward beneath a sea of black demon-infused clouds. The great heavenly demon formation activated, turning heaven and earth upside down. Their momentum was unstoppable, crushing through Yaoshan heartlands, breaching the domains of mighty clans, heading straight for Ji Ming's ancestral seat. Cultivators across the primordial world watched dumbstruck. With so many sovereign clans lining their path, even humanity's strength could not guarantee passage. Anyone daring to intervene would have halted them. Yet, not a single one stepped forward. With Dijun and Tai absent, these sovereigns were little more than scattered sand, too busy suspecting each other to care about another's demise. Inhumanity had just ripped away the Yaoshan's final veil of dignity. Amidst the chaos, a voice resonated, deep, resonant, heavy with inexplicable weight, in Shen Nong of humanity. Might you grant Buzhou this one favor? Spare Ji Ming's clan. Consider this a debt owed to humanity. In Buzhou. In the name alone sent shivers through countless powerful cultivators across the primordial world. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. In Buzhou, omniscient, all-knowing. Ni's thoughts churned as his gaze settled upon the elder, slowly manifesting before them, his expression growing increasingly grave. Who in later eras did not know Buzhou's legend? And among the 365 Yaoshan sovereigns of primordial myth, none surpassed him in prestige or uniqueness. He stood alone, unmatched under heaven and earth. With no clan backing him, he ascended solely through his own merit to the pinnacle of Yaoshan sovereignty. They say you comprehend the essence of all things. Then tell me, can you perceive me? Can you foresee humanity's destiny? Su Ming muttered inwardly. Ni's knowledge of Buzhou remained scarce. And from the Yaoshan's rise to its fall, Buzhou appeared fewer than 5 times, practically non-existent. It was as if he foresaw the Yaoshan's inevitable collapse, understanding fate well enough to preserve himself through quiet wisdom. Omniscient, likely exaggerated. At best, he senses impending calamity and knows when to hide or act. Su Ming frowned, puzzled why Buzhou would intervene now against Shen Nong. Within Yaoshan territory, Shen Nong paused, his blood-red pupils contracting sharply, locking onto the suddenly materialized elder. The elder bore an unremarkable face, utterly nondescript. Shen Nong grinned, a sharp mocking curve of the lips. Grant you face, who precisely are you? Because you bear the title of Supreme Yaoshan Sovereign, is your favor truly worth so much? The entire primordial world fell silent. Many cultivators drew sharp, involuntary breaths. Shen Nong's audacity knew no bounds. Buzhou attained his rank solely through personal mastery. No clan elevated him. Even the Yaoshan Emperor, the 5 sovereigns, and the mighty Yaoshan sovereign Kuan Peng treated him with utmost deference. Legends claim his cultivation isn't peerless, but his innate talent is uncanny. He reads fate itself, knowing precisely when to withdraw and when to advance. Even latest-stage quasi-saints sought his counsel, and a promise from Buzhou. Its value surpasses any treasure forged in gold or jade. Countless exalted cultivators watched stunned as Shen Nong casually dismissed such priceless favor. Their eyes burned with envy. And you refuse. Then may I have it. And though quasi-saints possessed extraordinary power, and could faintly discern the currents of the primordial world's grand destiny, they remained infinitely distant from grasping the true meaning of knowing fate. Buzhou alone perceived fate itself, foreseeing blessings and calamities alike. His word carried weight no mortal could quantify. And knowing fate, Su Ming murmured inwardly, then answered himself, who in this primordial world understands fate better than I? And fate, what is fate but the weight of one's fist? Shen Nong had consulted him beforehand. He knew full well the stakes. This battle was never merely about destroying Ji Ming. It was about restoring humanity's honor. It was not enough to slaughter Ji Ming's scum. It was imperative that the entire primordial world remember humanity was not a footstool for others' ambition. Then step upon them, and pay with your life. Humanity possessed both the resolve and the might to defend its dignity. And before such fundamental justice, Buzhou or no Buzhou, any obstacle would be obliterated without hesitation. The moment Shen Nong finished speaking, Buzhou visibly faltered. Not even in his deepest contemplation had he imagined such words emerging from another's mouth. Truly an anomaly, a turning point in destiny. And Buzhou barely whispered, the words swallowed silently, unheard by any. He knew fate, he evaded death. Precisely because of this, he felt with absolute clarity that this battle would irrevocably alter the Yaoshan's destiny, shattering foundations and upending heavens. Even knowing humanity's ascent defied all celestial calculation, even his own fated insight unable to chart its course, he still chose to intervene as mediator. Sovereign Shen Nong, the core strength of Ji Ming's clan has already been shattered. They pose no further threat to humanity's foundation. Buzhou sighed, his voice heavy with gravity. The Ji Ming clan indeed made a mistake, but we are ultimately all part of the demon race. Why must we go to such extremes, completely annihilating our own kind and ruining our own foundations? He paused for a moment and added, the Wu clan is still lurking outside, watching with greedy eyes. You, I, and even the myriad races of the primordial world must rely on the great banner of the demon race for protection. Give the old man some face, and spare the Ji Ming clan. I swear by the name of the demon god that they will never dare to trouble the human race in the future. Afterward I will discuss this with the demon emperor and have the human race take the positions of the 10 great demon gods of the Ji Ming clan. The entire primordial world erupted in chaos. Buzhou's words were indeed sharp. The Wu and demon races were mutually constraining and neither dared to act first, allowing the various races to continue their lives. But once the balance tipped, the entire world would suffer. If the Ji Ming clan is finished, it would be equivalent to the demon race severing one of its own limbs. Many elders from the great clans nodded in agreement with Buzhou's statement. Although they were reluctant, they did not want to offend the burgeoning human race over the dwindling Ji Ming clan. As he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Shen Nong. This leader of the human race ought to understand the gravity of the matter, right? The stability of the demon race meant that the human race could benefit as well. After all, everyone knew that the human race was originally a branch of the demon race. However, in the next moment, Shen Nong's brow furrowed tightly, his expression clearly displeased, and he blurted out a statement that left the entire primordial world dumbfounded. Who said the human race is a part of the demon race? The entire primordial world froze in place. Countless powerful beings nearly dropped their jaws. The leader of the human race publicly declared that the human race did not belong to the demon race. What? What does this mean? The beings created by Nuwa, and Nuwa herself being one of the 5 emperors of the demon race. In terms of lineage, the human race was inherently a branch of the demon race, a fact that even the Wu clan had never denied. Thus the Wu clan had always sought to win over the human race, and Emperor Jun had directly issued an edict to reward the human race, specifically calling for the human race's leader to pay a visit to the heavenly court, is stemming from this very relationship. This Shen Nong must have a hole in his head. How much benefit can the human race gain by aligning with the demon race? Speaking like this, he will surely provoke the demon emperor, and the human race will gain nothing from it. The great figures of the primordial world had lost all words. In the end, they could only sum it up in one sentence: the human race had just begun to emerge, not understanding what benefits were, and the entire race was nothing but a naive greenhorn. Such a potentially great race led by such a naive leader is a curse rather than a blessing. An elder of Midstage Quasi-Saint sighed, what a pity. If the human race could endure for a while relying on the relationship with the Empress of Nuwa, their status among the demon race might one day be equal to that of the Jinwu clan. Meanwhile, on the human race's side, Su Ming's gaze was as cold as ice. He suddenly turned his head, his voice devoid of warmth, and said to Youchao and Ziyi, you remember the human race has never been a vassal of the demon race. Never in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Youchao and Ziyi exchanged a glance a bit bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. However, seeing Su Ming's face so stern for the first time, they immediately bowed in response, saying, "Understood." To be honest, they had previously felt that they were inextricably linked with the demon race. But when has the demon race ever looked at the human race with respect, other than killing and eating? Yet in the eyes of the human race, Su Ming's words were like the heavens and the earth, and no one dared to deny them. What does it matter to me whether the primordial world is in chaos or not? Su Ming's eyes were filled with a chilling light. Shenong's words were a signal for him. Only then could the others dare to speak. He understood clearly that in order to gain benefits and find a way out between the Wu and demon factions, how could he allow this monster, named by Ziyi, to force the entire human race into the demon race's pocket in front of the beings of the primordial world? These words were meant for the Wu clan as well as for the two great powers, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Su Ming's mind was racing, and he had long since figured this out. If the demon race swallowed the human race, the benefits would be terrifying. The blood and resentment of the human race could be refined into the Slaughter Wu sword specifically designed to break the bodies of the ancestral witches. This matter could be concealed for a time, but not forever. They could delay for as long as possible, but the human race was growing stronger by the day, their territory expanding, and it was only a matter of time before they were exposed. Sooner or later the demon race would act against the human race for profit. This momentary dissatisfaction was nothing at all. Su Ming suddenly laughed softly, his voice not loud, but piercing to the ears. "It is best for the demon race to remain a scattered bunch. This is the greatest blessing for us, the human race." Baize was completely stunned. His head buzzed. He never expected that his casual remark would be met with such a retort, causing him to swallow all the words he was about to say. He understood the mandate of heaven, knew that the human race was a variable, and was also aware that the human race had long been holding back their anger toward the demon race. He originally wanted to use the eyes of the whole primordial world to label the human race as part of the demon race, thus extinguishing the Wu clan's aspirations. He never anticipated that the human race would directly slap him back. Baize remained silent for a long while, his voice lowered. "Leader Shenong, I fear what you said is rather..." Before he could finish, Shenong raised his hand and cut him off, coldly dismissing him with two words, "Get lost. If you keep talking, the human race will consider you an enemy and dispose of you." In that instant, Baize the demon god felt a sudden tightening in his entire body, a vague sense of crisis chilling him from head to toe. He understood the mandate of heaven and knew this was no joke, and fear quickly welled up within him. He raised his eyes to scan the crowd of demons. Those great clans stood there like wooden statues, not a single one making a move. In such a vast demon race, not a single one with guts. Baize's lips curled into a bitter smile as he muttered, taking a step back to clear a path for the human army. Perhaps ever since the demon emperor chose to abandon the Ming clan and fight in the outer realms, the outcome had already been sealed. If Emperor Jun did not protect his own subordinates, why would the others fight to the death? Why would they risk their lives to support the demon race? The human race. Is that variable? As Baize finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished between heaven and earth. Shenong led the human race, pushing through the territories of various clans, finally arriving before the Ming clan. Before them lay an expanse of land that seemed endless, vast as billions of miles, abundant in resources, and the primal spiritual energy was as thick as water, with streams of spiritual energy flowing like small rivers between the mountains. Shenong's eyes turned red and he cursed. Such a weak group occupying such a vast territory, truly a waste. The Ming clan, like other great clans, had a troublesome flaw. The stronger their talents, the harder it was for them to reproduce. The stronger the clan, the more difficult it was to give birth. Even though the Ming clan had existed since the time of fierce beasts, their numbers remained sparse, with not many people. In this vast and boundless territory, the Ming clan was scattered across various mountain peaks, huddled here and there. Only those with enough strength and prominent bloodlines could be remembered. Shenong used his divine sense to scan the ground, and among the billions of miles, there were only slightly over 100 million Ming clan members. Such waste. Shenong gritted his teeth, muttering, and even though he had already stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm, the fear of living in poverty had been etched into his bones long ago. Just think of the human race with trillions of mouths squeezed into a mere few million miles of ravines. When there are too many people, there is not enough of anything to go around, and the three leaders are always racking their brains. Strike them down completely, leave not a single living soul from the Ming clan, clear out everything that can be taken. Shenong ordered in a deep voice, having no intention of occupying the territory of the Ming clan. Yes, 100,000 warriors along with the Deluo Jinxian received the order and instantly scattered, unleashing a massacre within the Ming clan. They took away everything they could find, including spiritual herbs and treasures. One elite of the human clan even unleashed his Dharma form, directly uprooting an entire mountain range filled with spiritual energy that spanned millions of miles. This scene left countless powerful beings wide-eyed, their minds flooded with questions. Simultaneously with this spectacle, a bloody massacre brutal to the bone swept across the entire territory of the Ming clan. The scent of blood spread for billions of miles. The surrounding clans played dead, with no one wishing to confront the human race at this critical moment. The Ming clan is finished. Many powerful beings remained silent, not uttering a word. Before the fighting began, no one had predicted such an outcome. The human race. They muttered, their figures disappearing into the sky. At this moment, the infamous reputation of the human race was about to explode throughout the Primordial World. This is how the Primordial World operates, Ming said softly. This was the first clan he personally eradicated after the Fire Cloud Sparrow. Moreover, it was easy to predict that more clans would come crashing into the path of the human race's rise. In this world, it's either you slaughter me, or I slaughter you. The coldness in Youchao's eyes radiated a firmness that had never been seen before. Ziyi clenched his fists and shouted, "If we don't climb upward, we are just waiting to be slaughtered." This battle was the first blade drawn by the human race. From now on, the human race had only one path: to kill their way forward and rise up. If they stood still, the fate of the Ming clan would be the tomorrow of the human race. As a clan of demon gods, the Ming never expected such a day would come, even in their dreams. The slaughter within the Ming clan continued, while in the ancient starry sky the battle between Emperor Jun and the old man intensified, with no one able to discern the situation. Until a bell rang, shaking the primordial world, reverberating 3 times through the ancient starry sky. At that moment, countless powerful beings vaguely caught a glimpse of an ancient bell that pierced through the endless void, flashing from above the demon court and plunging into the ancient starry sky. The flames of battle grew fiercer, and the pressure felt like a mountain pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Before long, the human race had beaten the Ming clan to the point of submission, and the ancient starry sky also calmed down. The next day, the demon court issued a decree. The human race is to be recognized as a demon god clan, their core territory marked out for billions of miles, and their leader must come quickly to receive the title. The primordial world erupted in chaos. Countless minds echoed that phrase. Not a single one in the demon race had any guts. Everyone was watching while the human race remained silent, not moving for a long time. At that moment, an old man strode onto Rinzhu territory, his face marked by fatigue, and approached Shi. It was Taiching Tianzuan. He had just clashed with Di Jun and Tai. The entire Hongwang trembled 3 times from the impact. Shi, I wish to see Ren Huang. His voice was low, each syllable heavy as a stone, his gaze fixed and unblinking. He wanted to face the one who truly made the decisions. After several encounters with Shi and a careful review of matters concerning the Rinzhu, Taiching felt 80% certain. The hot-headed Shi could not possibly be the architect of that chain of events. After his fight with Di Jun and Tai, Hongjun had come to him. Hongjun admitted that the upheavals among the Rinzhu, including the appearance of a Ren Huang, were beyond even his foresight. He could not deduce them. Hongjun made it plain that this was not something he welcomed. Yet Taiching, piecing together the information Hongjun had revealed and his own knowledge, deduced with a single calculation that Shi was not the helmsman of the Rinzhu. He withheld this conclusion from Hongjun. From that battle, he had learned one thing clearly: to use the Rinzhu's fortune to prove the Tao, he must rely on himself, and on the Rinzhu, he could no longer deceive them. His master Hongjun bore ill intent toward the Rinzhu. Taiching drew a breath and spoke slowly. Shi, you are but a puppet placed upon the stage. The true Ren Huang is not you. Shi's eyes chilled like splinters of ice. Taiching Tianzuan, I do not understand what you mean, he said without warmth. I am the leader of the Rinzhu. I am the Ren Huang. I have no wish to bandy words with you. Depart. Taiking's gaze turned venomous, and he detected a flash of perturbation in Shi's eyes. He added, I must see Ren Huang. Please relay the message. How tedious. So self-important. The head of the Sanqing stoops to such shamelessness. Shi curled his lip and turned away. In a few strides he vanished. If I cannot see Ren Huang, I shall not leave. Taiching sat down and entered meditation, steady and immovable as a mountain. Shi's reaction only reinforced his certainty. Ren Huang was simply not the man before him. To prove the Tao, he would first need Ren Huang's assent. Squabbling with a hot-headed Shi who exploded at every 3 words would be a pure waste of time. Moreover, after that fight, the Yaozu had been thoroughly alienated. At the summit of the highest peak in Ancestor, I have failed in my duties and caused a grave disturbance. Punish me. Shi knelt before Ming, shame filling his eyes. He could not fathom it. He had shown no obvious flaw, yet somehow the 2 words, Ren Huang, had been detonated into the open. But a mistake was a mistake. There was no point in excuses. Su Ming stood on the mountaintop, his gaze heavy and downward, watching Tai Ching, seated cross-legged in the Renzi's central domain, with a look both cold and profound. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Rise, Shenong. This is not wholly your fault. I underestimated Hongjun and Tai Ching. What then shall be done about Ren Huang? Youchao frowned and asked. Ziyi stood to one side, her eyes icy, a glint of golden light flashing as she proposed. Why not lay a Qitian grand array to seal all outside probes? The three of us strike together, finish him, and end it all. They'll arrange it at once. Damn it, we must kill him. Shenong flared with urgency, ready to turn and go. The truth of the ancestor must not be revealed, or all prior plans would be ruined. Useless. Su Ming shook his head and rubbed his temple, feeling a headache. The Sanqing were born from Pangus' primordial spirit. The Hongwang heavens favor them, and great merit shields them. Unless they themselves take on immense karmic force or great causal burden, not even Hongjun would dare lift a finger against them in the Hongwang. Then what can we do? That old dog clings on like a curse. We cannot drive him off, and scolding him does nothing. Shenong stamped his foot in agitation. Perhaps I should summon a crowd of our Ren women to berate him for 10 days and nights. I refuse to believe he can remain composed under that. Even if they cannot move him, we must unsettle his Tao heart. Growing ever more vexed, Shenong abandoned thought and turned to martial hands. Su Ming watched in silent bewilderment, yet he did not stop him. Perhaps it would work. In later ages, which man can remain unmoved by a mob of scolding shrews in the street? A pack of furious women could drown even a proud Taiching Tianzuan in their torrent of words. Youchao and Ziyi exchanged a glance and could not help but laugh at the absurdity of Shenong's scheme. But that was simply Shenong's temperament. Let him go. Ren Huang. Taiching Tianzuan has long dwelt in the heartland of our Renzi. He is a quasi-sage at great perfection. Over time, the Renzi's secrets will hardly remain concealed from his gaze. Ziyi's brow tightened. Keep a close watch. Su Ming waved his hand and issued orders. Relay this: apart from the War Department, no Renzi is to step beyond the valley's half-step. Select Renzi prodigies to enter the valley and contemplate the mythic statues quietly. Set the Qitian grand array correctly so that the chance of his discovery is minimized. Understood. Youchao and Ziyi answered in unison, then turned and descended to relay and arrange the orders. Taiching Tianzuan indeed has a reputation well earned. Among the Sanqing, he is the most ponderous of mind and the deepest of heart. Su Ming murmured to himself, his eyes dark as still water. He knew that Shenong's exposure would leave traces in the Renzi's first battle. Moreover, those exalted powers surely had already fixed their gaze upon them. Though only a sliver of strength had been revealed, it was enough to upheave the Hongwang. Even Hongjuan, the hidden hand behind the curtain, would be forced to view the Renzi differently. With so many pairs of eyes watching, exposure was inevitable. There was no escaping it. Su Ming had never expected the exposure to follow so swiftly. It came so fast, he could scarcely catch his breath. Perhaps Hongjun had a hand in this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to arrive at the threshold so quickly, relying on only one old man. Su Ming lowered his voice and added, Hongjun, what are you planning to do with the Renzi next? He likely will not wield the blade himself. Su Ming's mind raced through possibilities, his gaze growing colder until a single thought leapt up. Yaozu. The prowess the Renzi now displayed would be sufficient against most clans of Hongwang. Coupled with the speed of their rise, it would be enough to cow many into inaction. At present, the only clans truly capable of wiping out the Renzi were the Wu and the Yao. The Wu clan was arrogant to the point of obstinacy, claiming direct descent from Pangu. They would never take orders from Hongjun. Thus only the Yaozu remained. We must hold all our trump cards tightly. Su Ming's eyes went distant as he stared toward Taiching seated below. At that instant, a shrill voice shattered the silence like an explosion. You old man. Shameless bastard. Betray the Renzi and still want to take advantage of us. A 40-something woman nowhere near immortal level clutched a bawling infant and stormed forward in long, purposeful strides. Behind her surged a dozen similar matrons. They shared the same mien. Faces hardened by life, outrage blazing as if they would devour a man. You want to set up your own Renjiao. You want to be leader of the Renjiao. I am the first to refuse. What have you ever done for the Renzi? When Jiming scum came, where were you hiding? Come on. If you want to be the sect leader, step over my dead body. An old geezer with a thicker face than a city wall. The dozen women swarmed Taiching, spitting invectives that filled the air. Some even shoved at him, yet Taiching did not so much as stir. The commotion frightened several carried infants. Their screams tore the sky high and piercing. The scene was outrageously raucous. Su Ming watched momentarily stunned. This spectacle was ferociously effective. A pack of non-immortal she-tigers surrounding a quasi-sage of great perfection, berating and jostling him and daring him to strike. What spectacle in history could be more absurd? None Su Ming reckoned, he could find no second. Taking's head throbbed from the cacophony, his eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes, a little fire coiling beneath the surface, as if ready to erupt. In all his countless years he had never been so reviled. The women caught the flicker of his eyes, and their anger surged. They pressed forward shouting, "Come see. The would-be Rinjiao leader is going to hit women. Hit me, hit me. Yes, aim for his head." Su Ming was utterly flummoxed. Taiching stood dumbstruck, frozen on the spot. What could he do now? Could he still hope for reason? He dared not strike, and in truth he could not. After the battle with Ji Ming, his reputation among the Renzu had already been sullied. If he beat a group of defenseless women here, he would forever be denied the Renzu's acceptance. "This is Ruin Huang testing me," Taiching murmured repeatedly, as a form of self-soothing. He sealed his 5 senses, tuning out the clamor as best he could. Su Ming's lips quirked with a rare smile. "Who says the Renzu have no strong ones?" This was the very sign of the Renzu's vigor. If they had no power, how could they dare such audacity? That confidence arose from the depths of the heart. Then with a single thunderclap the heavens themselves seemed to purple chi surged and rolled, spreading across the firmament. Tao inscriptions and the laws of heaven condensed into golden blossoms that fell like rain across the Hongwang. Unfathomable Tao essence gathered above the vault of sky. The heavenly way roared, and the sound reverberated through the Hongwang. In that instant countless mighty beings opened their eyes. Even from the depths of chaos the phenomenon could not be hidden. Within Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes and smiled. "My Tao has advanced another step." Su Ming frowned, his heart jolting. This was the omen of becoming a saint. Only the attainment of the Tao could stir the Hongwang to such a portent. On Kunlun Mountain a figure slowly walked out, stepping lightly, as if floating, each step covering 1,000 miles with an ethereal aura that seemed even loftier than the heavenly emperor. The man's expression was grim, appearing to be a middle-aged individual exuding an air of nobility from every inch of his being. Primordial. Su Ming felt a sinking sensation in his heart. All the mighty beings stood up straight, exclaiming in unison. Primordial was actually about to attain the Tao, and even before the Old One. There was no warmth in Primordial's eyes as he surveyed the countless beings in the primordial world, looking at everything as if they were mere weeds. He raised one hand, his voice cold as a blade. "Heaven and earth above, I Sanqing, primordial, favored by heaven, blessed by the Tao today, my primordial Tao reaches completion, sensing the flaws in the primordial order, wish to establish a teaching. My Tao shall be called Chuan. From now on the Chuan sect shall act on behalf of heaven, regulating the hierarchies of the primordial world, distinguishing the high from the low, accepting only those with superior roots as disciples. What I seek in life is the order of heaven and earth." Chuan sect established. Primordial remained expressionless, raising a chaotic-colored banner from his palm. That banner was the Panga banner, one of the 3 innate treasures, its aura fluctuating, causing the primordial void to tremble. "The fortunes of the Chuan sect shall be anchored by this banner. Only those with substantial roots may enter my sect and cultivate my high-clarity Tao." As soon as the words fell, a momentum that surpassed all things surged into the sky, sweeping across the 8 desolations. The entire primordial realm trembled under this aura, countless beings kneeling in prostration, welcoming the descent of the saint. The heavens split open and the Tao thundered. Endless merits and yellow gas poured down from the void, overwhelming the world. This was the reward bestowed by the Tao for establishing the teaching meant to restore the primordial order. Primordial's body shook, and another, even more majestic yellow gas surged from his head, almost filling the heavens. This was the merit granted at the time of creation, now drawn out by the establishment of the teaching. The 2 streams of merit intertwined and fused, pouring into Primordial's body. His aura climbed steadily, breaking through all limits. Strange phenomena arose across the primordial land. Golden lotuses emerged from the ground, exquisite flowers fell from the heavens, and the ethereal figures of dragons and phoenixes circled and danced. In the ancient starry sky, spiritual rain fell like a waterfall, a blessing from the saint to heaven and earth. Above the firmament, the laws of the Tao coalesced into runes, descending for the primordial beings to comprehend. Countless cultivators seized this opportunity to drastically increase their cultivation. "From now on I shall be known as the high-clarity saint." Primordial's aura reached terrifying heights, the Tao's pressure enveloping him like an insurmountable, divine mountain, suppressing all things. All beings knelt, even the savage beasts without awakened intelligence bowed their heads. Congratulations to the high-clarity saint for attaining the Tao. In the distance, those towering existences could no longer remain calm. The grand ambition declared by Primordial upon establishing the sect shook all figures above the quasi-saint level. Is he going to rank the primordial beings? What is he trying to do? If the essence of Panga manifests, can he ride atop all spirits? However, after becoming a saint, he indeed has this confidence. With the merit of creation as a foundation combined with the Panga banner in hand, this primordial might be even more ruthless than Youchao. Silence enveloped the area. Primordial attaining the Tao meant the heavens of the primordial world were about to turn upside down. Ming stood in the distance, a cold smile on his lips. Chuan sect. In simple terms, it's just ranking all things, elevating those with strong roots and suppressing those with weak roots, teaching according to their talents. In this system, the human race is placed at the very bottom. What if one becomes a saint? Your primordial purple chi was given by Hongjun. Can he allow you to do as you please? Do you really think that once you become a saint, no one can control you? Ming's eyes glimmered coldly, his tightly clenched fingers slightly whitening. The air was thick with an ancient aura. He gritted his teeth, reluctantly acknowledging. Saints were indeed disproportionately powerful. Under their gaze all were but ants. To attain the Tao, I am almost ready. But using the primordial purple chi to prove the Tao is not the path I desire. There must be other ways. Ming muttered to himself. On the human side, strange phenomena were overwhelming. The old one could no longer sit still. He opened his eyes, his gaze heavy and complex. Primordial. In the demon court, on the Lingxiao palace, Dijun and Tai Yi sat side by side, their expressions dark enough to drip water. The heavenly lord Primordial stood on the high platform, his lofty demeanor causing the veins on the backs of the two to bulge with rage, wishing to rush up and strike his face. Primordial is trampling on the faces of the demon race right in front of the entire primordial world. The flames of anger surged in Tai Yi's eyes, suppressed within his throat. Such an arrogant being could hardly bear this. Dividing the primordial beings into ranks, the demon race ruling countless tribes. What rank are they? Primordial was severing the roots of the demon race, digging up their ancestral graves. Big brother, let me lead 100 demon gods to confront this saint. Tai Yi could not hold back any longer, his voice exploding. If it weren't for me stopping fearing the Sanqing, how could the Ming clan have been destroyed? Now, with the hearts of people scattered within the demon race, all the efforts of our brotherhood over thousands of years have been in vain. Ghost card Jiaoying. Tai Yi's anger rose as he began to name names. What of the saint? The demon race was the true overlord of the primordial world, the child of destiny, holding all luck in their hands. Tai Yi, don't get too worked up. Dijun scolded softly, pressing down on him. His expression still held authority, but his veins throbbed and his eyes reddened, struggling to suppress his anger. Big brother. Tai Yi was on the verge of exploding. Dijun lowered his voice. Second brother, our demon race cannot create more enemies. The Wu clan is eyeing us, eager for us to tear apart our faces with the Sanqing. We cannot fall into their trap. Once we annihilate the Wu clan, the primordial world will return to us, luck will return to one, and the Sanqing will amount to nothing. At that time, won't they still listen to our arrangements? Dijun's gaze was set far, his ambitions vast. Rationality told him that now was not the time to show off. He firmly suppressed his restless heart. What is primordial worth? How can a mere few people from the Chuan sect compete with the demon race? Dijun held back his anger, sneering. His few words cannot shake the foundation of our demon race. Let him have his fun with words. What can he do? Does he dare to come to the demon court and force us to disband the demon race? Tai Yi was persuaded and reluctantly calmed down, snorting coldly. If he dares to come to the demon court, I will make him understand that saints are not invincible, nor are they immortal. Dijun's voice was icy. Even if we do not engage with that primordial fellow directly, our demon race must make our stance clear. He waved his hand, and the entire demon court trembled, an endless aura shaking the heavens and worlds. A torrent of demon clouds spread across the sky, directly colliding with the phenomena of the primordial saint. The powerful beings around felt a shiver in their hearts. Dijun and Tai Yi clearly told everyone that the demon race did not recognize the nonsense doctrine of the Chuan sect that ranked primordial beings into levels. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the eastern part of the primordial realm. That was in the direction of the Wu clan stronghold. The Pango Hall shook, the chaotic malevolence surged, and overwhelming pressure spread out. A shadow that crossed endless time and space flickered, its aura terrifying to the extreme. The Wu clan is telling others that they are the legitimate bloodline of Pangu. Even if Primordial becomes a saint, they will not yield. The temper of the Wu clan is really quite fierce. Many powerful beings muttered to themselves. As soon as Primordial attained the Tao, the two major hegemonic clans of the primordial world jumped out to oppose him. Saints and hegemonic clans were inherently at odds. At Wuzhuang Temple, under the ginseng fruit tree, spiritual mists swirled. Zhen Yuanzi sighed. The primordial world is about to descend into chaos once again. He shook his head. It is always the living beings who suffer. The saints high above found Primordial's established doctrines completely contradictory to the current situation in the primordial world. With his temperament, he would never endure this. Who knows what trouble he would stir up behind the scenes. In the northern part of the primordial world, there was a sea of blood. The vengeful souls within cried and howled, and the blood surged continuously. Deep in the sea of blood mist swirled. A man with an exceedingly ugly appearance sat cross-legged on a black lotus, two swords strapped to his back. When he spoke, his voice carried a heavy aura of blood. I just wonder if the saint can move me in this sea of blood. Unfortunately, after creating the Azura clan, I can barely sever my second corpse. The aura was too heavy. Practicing the sword path of the sea of blood, his primordial spirit had long since fused with the sea of blood. It was too difficult to sever the third corpse. It seems I have no choice but to take the path of merit to attain the Tao. Ming, he felt a blockage in his heart. Among the mighty beings still alive in the primordial world, he was the earliest born, even earlier than the Sanqing. Relying on the connection with the sea of blood, as long as the sea of blood does not act against him, he will not die, having survived several great tribulations until now. Success is also the sea of blood. A failure is also the sea of blood. Ming, he sighed repeatedly. To sever himself, he must first sever the sea of blood. But how great is the power of the sea of blood that was transformed from the filthy blood of Pangus, umbilical cord, something he, Aquasa saint, who had only severed the two corpses of good and evil, could not shake. The path of attaining the Tao is still distant. I wonder where the primordial purple chi from Hongyun has gone now. The event of primordial attaining the Tao stirred the minds of the mighty beings hidden throughout the primordial world. One after another lamented, stating that attaining the Tao was too difficult. The pattern of the primordial world changed too rapidly, not giving them even a moment to breathe. The primordial heavens erupted. A myriad of strange phenomena surged, the heavenly sounds crackling like popping beans. The shadows of the Wu and Yao clans clashed with the aura of the saint, shaking the entire primordial world. This commotion lingered for a long time, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The Old One felt the same way. The world turned upside down, the heavens shattered. His usually steadfast Tao heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. The eldest of the Sanqing, the Taoist sect's master brother, recognized as having the highest cultivation and the hardest Tao heart. His disciple Primordial actually attained the Tao before him. The Old One lowered his head, his gaze wandering, muttering incessantly, "If only I had shown up before the conflict between the human race and the Ming clan." Who in the primordial realm did not know? If Nuwa had not taken that shortcut for the human race, the one to attain the Tao first would definitely have been him. This was something everyone acknowledged. But what was the result? His disciple Primordial, the one who opposed him the most fiercely, actually stepped ahead of him. I clearly reached the threshold of becoming a saint first, so why? Why are you all blocking me, not letting me pass? The more I spoke, the faster I became, my eyes growing colder and the chaos within me increasing. That usually calm face was now like a change in the weather. He didn't even notice that the Chao clan and the Ziyi clan were reporting to Su Ming on the other side of the mountain peak. Ancestor, everything is arranged. The Chao clan bent down. The path of the human race's prodigies to the valley has been covered with a great deception array by the Great Golden Immortal, and nothing can be sensed. Su Ming responded with a sound. His eyes remained fixed on me without moving. Suddenly he spoke. Let our human women withdraw. Leave a gap in the deception array so that I can sense a little bit. The Chao clan and the Ziyi clan were stunned. After putting in so much effort, they were to dismantle it now? Ancestor, this. Su Ming waved his hand, not explaining, and smiled. Just do as instructed. You will understand soon. Understood. The two turned around and left. Leaving a gap was more troublesome than completely sealing it. They had to handle it personally. They needed to let me feel how strong the human race was while still obscuring the truth. Su Ming muttered to himself with a smile in his voice. Ah, how uncomfortable it must be for the primordial to witness your path to enlightenment, right? His gaze was profound. But this is just the beginning. I was still dazed in place. My voice grew hoarse. Primordial. All that remained in my mind was the figure wrapped in auspicious energy in the heavens. He didn't even notice when the women on the mountain left. Boom! The heavens and earth erupted again. Purple energy surged like a tide, auspicious energy soared, and the sound of heavenly music was painfully loud. The movement of the heavenly Tao rules condensing into runes was even greater than before. My pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints, my form shook violently, and I sprang directly from the mat. My gaze was locked onto the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. At the peak of Kunlun, a figure stood upright, his posture as straight as a sword piercing the sky, his eyes sharper than those of an eagle. Tong Tian. My throat felt sweet, my heart, as if gripped tightly by someone. My voice changed pitch as I blurted out. At the summit, towering billions of Zhonghai, Tong Tian stood there, terrifying sword energy swirling around him, thick clouds dense enough to drip with water enveloping the entire peak, only his eyes exposed, sharp without a hint of hesitation, only forward. A violent aura gathered around him. The heavenly Taoist divine thunder crashed in the air incessantly. It was as if he had touched the core secret of the supreme path, undergoing the final consolidation, just one step away from complete sublimation and explosion. Tong Tian Jiejiao. Su Ming muttered to himself, murmuring. This time Tong Tian's path to enlightenment was something he had long anticipated, unlike the surprise he felt when Yuanshi achieved enlightenment. According to the original trajectory of the primordial, the three pure ones were their destinies intertwined. I would achieve enlightenment first, followed by Yuanshi and Tong Tian realizing their insights in succession, each establishing a sect and achieving sainthood. However, in this lifetime, due to my interference, I was stuck at the threshold of enlightenment, while Yuanshi took the lead. Yet the core logic would not change. Once Yuanshi became a saint, it would inevitably draw upon the fortune within Tong Tian, allowing him to seize the opportunity for enlightenment. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He grinned widely. At this moment, I could probably feel 1,000 wild horses galloping back and forth in my heart, and they were of the trampling kind. Suddenly my face turned red, as if all my blood rushed to my head, staggering back several steps. I gritted my teeth tightly, my Adam's apple rolling twice, forcing back a mouthful of blood, not letting it spill. Even Tong Tian has touched the threshold of enlightenment. My voice was hoarse like sandpaper, my chest rising and falling heavily, gasping for breath. Among the three pure ones, Tong Tian had the fiercest temper, the wildest nature, and was most prone to explode, maintaining the least stable Dao heart. If I could barely persuade myself to accept Yuanshi's enlightenment, this news of Tong Tian following suit was a blow of an entirely different magnitude. Tong Tian is also about to achieve enlightenment. All the powerful figures of various factions shivered, their bodies shaking violently. Is enlightenment starting to be done in bulk now? One Yuanshi had already turned the entire primordial world upside down, and now another hot-tempered, wildly reckless Saint Tong Tian. How could that be? Buzz. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly appeared in Tong Tian's eyes, like a giant sword cleaving through the heavens, forcefully tearing apart the sky. His aura surged violently, his robes billowing in the wind, his voice, as clear as mountain spring water, yet filled with an unyielding determination. The heavens and earth of the primordial. I, Tong Tian of the three pure ones, favored by the heavens, cherished by the heavenly Tao. Today the path of Tong Tian has reached great completion, sensing the disarray of the primordial order, the suffering of all beings. I wish to establish a sect. Named Jia. Jiao aims to seize a thread of life for all living beings. No discrimination in teaching regardless of race or background, all beings may enter under my tutelage to cultivate Jiao's divine powers. Jiao is founded upon the four swords of slaying immortals as its treasured teachings. Jiao established. As Tong Tian's words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the sky. The heavenly Tao shook, directly affirming Tong Tian's doctrine. Endless, mysterious, and yellow merits poured down from the heavens, colliding with his own merits of creation, erupting with a loud explosion. Tong Tian was surrounded by surging sword energy, his aura soaring, four celestial swords hovering in the sky, dominating the heavens and earth in all directions. I pay my respects to Saint Tong Tian. Under the overwhelming holy might, all beings in the primordial world knelt in reverence. The rules of Jiao were to teach all, without distinction, granting a path to survival for the myriad beings. The expressions of the high-ranking individuals changed repeatedly, yet they secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes even carrying a hint of enjoyment in the spectacle. Tong Tian has just slapped Yuanshi's face in front of everyone. I am still far from achieving enlightenment, and Yuanshi and Tong Tian have already begun to clash. This relationship among the three pure ones may not last long. At the demon court, Dijun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, laughing so hard that the hall trembled. Yuanshi, you have been so arrogant for so long, but you can't even suppress your own disciple, and yet you think of dividing the myriad beings into ranks. Simply foolish and arrogant. On the side of the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches in the Panga Hall roared like thunder, laughing loudly. Since we are all transformed from the primordial spirit of the Father God, how can we fight so joyfully among ourselves and still call ourselves the true orthodoxy of Pangu? The true orthodoxy of Pangu should belong to our Wu clan. In the human race's valley, Su Ming laughed out loud. He couldn't stop himself from laughing. Only those who truly understood the grand play of the primordial could see how ridiculous the current situation was. Those standing at the very top, who among them was not pursuing fortune, not seeking grand aspirations? As soon as Yuanshi achieved enlightenment and established the Chan, teaching His Majesty had barely settled for 3 seconds before he was met with a hard slap in the face from his own disciple Tong Tian. As soon as Yuanshi achieved enlightenment and established the Chan, teaching His Majesty had barely settled for 3 seconds before he was met with a hard slap in the face from his own disciple Tong Tian. Pairing. Rest assured, ancestor, everything is prepared. The two also bore smiles on their faces. With their current cultivation, they could already see through the conflict between Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Tong Tian's move was clearly intended to make Yuanshi unable to lift his head in front of the Primordial, and it also served as a strong breath of relief for the human race. All the surprises are yet to come. Su Ming fixed his eyes on the dazed red-faced Yuanshi, whispering to himself. He intended to use the momentum of the Primordial to force Yuanshi to a dead end. Hong Jun could use the Creation Jade Disc to deduce the trajectory of the Primordial, treating the heavens and earth as a chessboard. He knew more than Hong Jun, why couldn't he succeed? Tong Tian Jiejiao. Tong Tian has reached this step as well. Yuanshi let out a bitter laugh, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Where's my path after all? My road has been entirely cut off by you all. Without comparison there is no pain. In comparison, Yuanshi's heart ached to the bone. He was clearly the first who should achieve enlightenment. The head of the three pure ones, he usually kept a low profile, but the pride of being the true orthodoxy of Pangu had never left him. But now, the human race did not recognize him, and the human emperor was unwilling to meet him. The matter of enlightenment had no end high enough to be out of reach. All of this was bestowed upon him by Yuanshi and Hong Jun. Just as he was pondering, a sudden sound of a Buddhist chant reverberated throughout the Primordial. On the western Shumi mountain, two bald men stood at the summit, their eyes as cold as ice, their voices penetrating the starry sky. I, the Taoist of guidance, and the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti, wish to create a pure land of ultimate bliss for the primordial world to shelter all suffering beings. In my Buddhism, there is no duality. If there are still hells, evil ghosts, or beasts in my Buddha's kingdom, I shall not achieve true awakening. My Buddhism does not engage in evil paths. If in my Buddha's kingdom heavenly beings upon death must fall into the three evil paths, I shall also not achieve true awakening. My Buddhism, Zhuan-Ti and Taoist of guidance, continuously made 48 great vows to the heavenly Tao. With each vow the heavenly Tao rumbled, showering down mysterious and yellow merits. They made 48 great vows in one breath, shaking the entire primordial world. Boundless, mysterious, and yellow merits enveloped them, forming two golden body Buddhas, their light illuminating the primordial world. The 48 great vows established a pure land of ultimate bliss in the primordial world. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, these two individuals with primal purple energy directly enlightened to sainthood. Every being in the primordial was oppressed by the saints' might, gasping for air. Auspicious signs rained from the sky, golden lotuses surged from the ground, and beings lay prostrate, realizing what it meant to be a supreme saint. With 4 saints, 3 major teachings, and 2 dominant clans, the landscape of the primordial world had completely changed. The western primordial is so desolate, life is difficult for beings, and the land is barren. Di Jun murmured softly, his gaze deep and glinting coldly. Tai Yi scoffed, what can 2 saints do? Do these 2 bald men dare to come east to preach? The east is not a place where they can rampage like in the west. At this moment, not only the demon court, but also the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan and the Panga Hall were sneering, looking down upon the west. The 48 great vows, each one could not possibly be fulfilled by the west alone. But if Buddhism wishes to propagate its teachings in the east, the eastern world is not something the west can provoke. Buddhism has also emerged, Su Ming said lightly. Upon reaching the peak of quasi sainthood, he could clearly see the influence of the heavenly Tao on the primordial world, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for Jian and Zhuani. Each of those 48 great vows seemed eternally unattainable. Even if those 2 were saints, the task was nearly impossible to accomplish. No wonder these 2 dignified saints have sunk to such a shameless level, without any bottom line. Su Ming shook his head. These 48 great vows, coupled with the primordial purple energy, allowed Zhuan-Ti and Jian to attain sainthood. Yet these vows were also shackles binding them tightly. Failing to fulfill these great vows, Jian and Zhuan-Ti would forever be unable to ascend, unable to touch the pinnacle of the Tao. Hong Jun plots quietly and subtly. It is truly pitiful and lamentable that 2 grand reincarnated chaos demonic gods possessing unparalleled talents and countless possibilities are being toyed with by him. Su Ming's expression darkened as he instructed the 3 human leaders. In the future, if a bald-headed person comes to the human race, you must be on high alert and report immediately. The 3 human leaders nodded, but their expressions showed they did not take it seriously. Su Ming's tone became grave. Those 2 saints may have their eyes set on the creatures of the primordial world, the top talents, or even the secret treasures of our human race. What they say is mere fate. Ah. The Shinnong clan members were taken aback. The Nest clan frowned, saying, but those are 2 saints, can they really lower themselves to this extent? Su Ming recalled how Zhuan-Ti had forcibly intercepted the talents of the Jie school back in the day, and with a particularly grim expression, he nodded, they can. Currently the talents of the human race surpass those of the Jie school back then. Su Ming had no doubt that these 2 saints, having made grand vows and now worrying about not having anyone to support them, had long set their sights on the rich resources of the human race. Truly astonishing. That one is known as 3 feet high, 10 feet deep, and wherever he goes he becomes bald. Juni. Su Ming rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. The pressures of the four saints intertwined and gradually dissipated. The powerful beings withdrew their divine senses and began to ponder their own Tao. But at this moment in the human tribe, Laozi's hair was disheveled, his face pale, and his eyes vacant. He suddenly staggered back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Both Jane and Junti have become saints. Laozi laughed bitterly. Those two were merely disciples of Hongjun, rooted in the declining fortunes of the West, and Hongjun didn't care at all. But what about him? As Hongjun's eldest disciple, the path to sainthood was still nowhere in sight. Laozi could guess that those old acquaintances of his were probably laughing at him right now. Among those who obtained the primordial purple energy, Hongyun was already dead. He was the only one left who had not attained the Tao. Human race. What should I do? Laozi's voice was hoarse, and he scanned every piece of human territory, his smile bitter and astringent. I have already humbled myself to this extent. Asking to be the teacher of the human race would only benefit you. It would be mutually advantageous. Laozi's voice echoed in the air as if he were negotiating with someone, but there was no response. By this time the sky was nearly dark and his shadow stretched long, appearing exceptionally desolate. Mixed with the laughter coming from various human tribes, it sounded even more jarring. Mutually advantageous. Su Ming scoffed, completely uninterested. What the human race wanted was far beyond this. The Nest clan said coldly, the human race does not value his way of Ta Ching. The Ziyi clan also sneered. This Ta Ching Tianzuan still hasn't understood who is begging whom. Shinnong clan waved his hand dismissively, full of battle intent. I say let's just expel him from the human race and let him wake up to reality. The three leaders have the War Department set up a grand formation, and driving him away would not be a problem. Shut up. Ziyi clan glared fiercely at Shinnong clan. The ancestor has his own plans. What do you understand? If you have the ability, go challenge him. Onionon, don't drag me into this. You. Shinnong clan was furious, grinding his teeth, his chest heaving violently. But in front of the ancestor he did not dare to explode and could only hold it in. That's enough. Su Ming raised his hand, cutting off their dispute, his tone calm. The new batch of human talents should be entering the valley right. Returning to the ancestor, everything has been arranged. The Nest clan replied, bowing. In this batch, there is a tribal leader who has traversed the outside world for several hundred years and has only recently returned to the human race. A tribal leader? Who? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. The Ziyi clan stepped forward, reporting to the ancestor his name is Swerin. His talent is not inferior to any of us three. He broke through to the celestial immortal stage years ago and has been wandering around the primordial world alone, seeking a way out for the human race. He just returned recently. Swerin. Su Ming muttered the name, his whole being jolting suddenly. The three ancestors of the human race, Nest, Ziyi, and Swerin, were now gathered together. No wonder he had not seen Swerin's figure. It turned out he had been running around the primordial world. All right, let this batch of talents enter the valley. Su Ming instructed, feeling a bit of anticipation in his heart, wanting to see what this ancestor Swerin could stir up. Since change comprehended the statue of the great emperor of ruthlessness, it had been a while since anyone could derive anything from those top statues. Yes. The three leaders bowed together. On the other side, Laozi's divine sense was still sweeping back and forth over the human territory. He was anxious as an ant on a hot pot, his mind filled with the desire to find the human emperor and have a word. But as he continued to search, he suddenly froze. His pupils constricted violently. The scene captured by his divine sense left him completely stunned. What is this? So many otherworldly things. Laozi had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, looking as miserable as an abandoned old man standing there in a daze. What he saw with his divine sense was the edge of a great formation. He could vaguely see that at least 10 latest-stage Luo Jingxian human cultivators were standing inside. Moreover, none of these people had shown themselves during the previous battle. However, the presence of 10 Luo Jingxian was not enough to make Laozi lose composure. It is understandable that the human race hides some of its treasures. What truly shocked him was another matter. Just relying on the formation set up by these 10 Luo Jingxian was enough to shield his divine sense from probing. He had only caught a glimpse of a corner of the world covered by the formation before being abruptly cut off and shielded. What was even more alarming was that within that corner of the formation stood a group of imposing and sharp young people. These young people cultivated different paths, their auras varied, but each emitted an intense vitality with talents exceeding one another. Human race. Laozi was like a wooden post nailed to the ground, not moving for a long time. He was acutely aware that what he had just seen was merely a glimpse of a corner of that great formation. After that, no matter how he swept his divine sense across the entire territory of the human race, he could not find any trace. What this meant he understood better than anyone. How many trump cards does the human race have hidden? Laozi's mind suddenly flashed this thought. At this moment the head of the three pure ones finally grasped the situation. Why doesn't the human race value his teachings? Why are they unwilling to recognize him as the true successor of Pangu? No matter how powerful Shinnong clan is, he is still only at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. Even if his talent is extraordinary compared to him at the peak of quasi-sainthood, there is still a vast gap. But the answer laid bare before him was crystal clear. The talents emerging from the human race come in wave after wave, as plentiful as chives sprouting from the ground. Adding one more three pure ones would merely be embellishment and would not affect the rise of the human race. Human race, what kind of freak are you? Laozi's mouth was filled with bitterness. The abilities of the human race were probably more terrifying than what he had seen deeper than the entirety of the primordial world. Since the human race is so formidable, why should they let outsiders be their leaders? He couldn't provide them with any real benefits. Suddenly a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. The human race must have already considered themselves to be on the same level as the Wu and Yao clans. Even if they still lag a bit behind, it is only a matter of time. Conversely, could the Wu and Yao clans allow him, a noble three pure one, to establish a demon sect, or a witch sect, becoming the leader of those two clans? The answer was already manifest. What can I do for the human race? The bitterness had not yet dissipated as Laozi muttered to himself. He began to ponder this most realistic and heart-wrenching question. This was the question Shinnong clan had thrown at him back then. Why should he be the leader of the human sect? What could he offer the human race? The human race held so many profound, otherworldly inheritances and talents emerged one after another. What else could he do? Is it possible that my path to sainthood is a dead end? Laozi's eyes were filled with bitterness. He had originally wanted to walk this path, but suddenly found himself seemingly with nowhere to go. In the end, he slowly sat down on the spot. Both of his junior brothers had attained sainthood, yet he, the eldest brother, was still stuck at the peak of quasi-sainthood. What should he do when he returns? Should he go back and see them full of pride and showing off? Should he go back and let Yuanshi continue pointing fingers at him? Or should he go get lectured by Hongjun again? Laozi did not doubt that with the personalities of those two junior brothers, they could certainly do such things. Ancestor, what is wrong with me? Why does it feel like I'm running out of oil and the lamp is dry? Shinnong, Ziyi, and Nest clan leaders simultaneously trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Laozi's body was still the same, containing terrifying power. Yet, even just looking with his eyes, he could clearly feel that his spirit and energy were draining at an alarming rate. It was a decay from the inside out. He had emptied himself. His spirit had collapsed. A double blow. He was fighting against himself. Su Ming said lightly. The old master was clear in his mind, fully aware of how to deal with him. Yet that damned pride surged from his very bones, forcing him to retract his thoughts. Su Ming's gaze darkened. He had indeed underestimated these ancient beings from the primordial era. These individuals were tough as nails, their Tao hard, even harder, like stones in a latrine. As the saints continuously realized, the Tao, the human side, remained immovable and unyielding. Logically, this old master should have accepted his fate. Yet this fellow was entirely focused on the great Tao, stubbornly refusing to be crushed, even displaying a tendency to self-destruct. Ultimately, those divine beings standing at the pinnacle, even if they are enemies, deserve a measure of respect. Su Ming sighed and waved his hand. Let him sit there. Inform the others not to approach him. This matter, let him come to terms with it on his own. After all, he was the old leader of the human sect, a figure whom the human race had once revered. Even if he had set the trap himself and forced others into a dead, in some respect still had to be given. Yes. The three leaders straightened up, their expressions solemn. They were completely convinced by this ancestor. His skill in psychological manipulation and the precision with which he calculated human hearts was simply extraordinary. Just the thought of it sent shivers down their spines. The head of the three clear ones, burdened with the merit of creation, had been driven to the brink of self-destruction. Upon careful reflection, the more one thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Su Ming glanced at them, intuitively aware of their thoughts, and casually remarked, I didn't do much, just gave a little push along the way. This old master has fallen to such a state, and the one who contributed the most was Hongjun, followed by Yuanshi. I merely added some fuel to the fire and fanned the flames, becoming the stone that broke his back. It's just like the first clash between the Wu and the Lich that had been brewing between the two races for ages. I merely took advantage of the situation, extinguishing the fire of the Huayang family, and they ended up fighting among themselves. What you see is merely the result. However, as the leader of the human race, one must learn to see the twists and turns behind the outcome. Those ruthless individuals standing atop the primordial era, such as Dijun, Dijiang, and Hongjun, are all masters of playing this game. Especially Hongjun, who has climbed to where he is today step by step through such means. How the fierce beasts perished, and how the Longhan Great Tribulation was instigated, were all schemes laid down by him. Ming took this opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to the three leaders, concluding with a smile. In truth, it's not that mysterious. It's just that the human race is now at the forefront, their forces intertwined and their interests muddled. You three hold great power, and every action you take affects the entire human race. Remember, don't let your emotions lead you to charge recklessly. Be clear about who benefits and who suffers, and don't be foolishly used as someone else's weapon. We will heed the ancestral teachings, we remember it in our hearts. The three leaders bowed deeply. This lesson rang in their ears like the tolling of a great bell. This is the truth of the struggles in the primordial era, with layers of wisdom concealed within. In the primordial lands, sheer strength alone is insufficient. No matter how powerful the divine beings or strong the races, one careless move can leave them as mere pawns. Looking back through history, how many born divine beings could crush vast mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, yet ultimately ended up perishing without a trace? How formidable was the fierce beast race? How fierce were the dragon phoenix and Qilin races? Were they not stronger than the current Wu and Lich races? Yet what was the result? They became mere lines in history books left for future generations to discuss over tea. The sky pressed low and the wind howled ominously. The rain fell abruptly, as if the heavens had burst, pouring down in torrents upon the primordial lands. The old master stood in the rain, eyes closed, feeling his vitality drain relentlessly. His physical body was strong, and his primordial spirit also resilient, but if he continued to consume energy at this rate, he would eventually be exhausted. It was as if he were completely unaware of what was happening outside. The rain soaked his old, faded Dao robe thoroughly, washing away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. The hairpin that held his hair was lost somewhere, and his gray hair clung to his face, droplets cascading down from the tips. In this state, who would believe he is the eldest senior brother among the three clear ones? Ming glanced a couple of times and lost interest in pondering further. At this point, the old master's path had reached a dead end. With his stubbornness, attaining the Dao was harder than killing him. The choices laid before him were simply put, only either death or ancestor. The new batch of promising talents has entered the valley, and they are currently studying those statues. Youchao approached to report, pointing into the distance. That one is the Swearing clan. Oh. Ming's interest was piqued as he looked in that direction. It was a very large man, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, with a scruffy beard and a face full of weariness. His face was angular, his eyes particularly bright, with bronze-colored skin casually wrapping a tiger skin around his waist. His well-defined muscles were proportionate, making one feel that there was boundless strength hidden within that frame. What truly stirred Ming was the vigor emanating from this man. Unyielding, fearless of death, unwilling to bow down. No wonder he could carve a bloody path for the human race in this hellish place called the Primordial Era. Ming couldn't help but sigh. What realm was the Swearing clan in? Celestial immortal. With such abilities, he had actually navigated the Primordial Era for thousands of years. Just thinking about the dangers faced along the way, how many times he brushed against the edge of death, was obvious to anyone. What was he after? He sought a way for the human race to survive, a path to breathe. How much courage and how strong a backbone did one need to endure? With just his level of cultivation, being able to survive in the man-eating primordial lands and return whole was not merely a matter of bravery. Intellect was equally vital. Wisdom and courage one cannot lack either. The human race has survived until today, and the Swearing clan is but a reflection of that. The backbone of the human race has never broken. The spirit that generations have fought for with their lives has long been etched into their bones. That spirit, charging forward without looking back, standing tall even in death. A heap of scrap iron. Ming fixed his gaze on the back of the Swearing clan, not blinking once. The situation in the primordial lands had completely changed. The saints were realizing the Tao one after another, and his inaction would lead to that spirit flowed from the blood of their ancestors. If the human race decayed first engaging in infighting and internal strife, what use would it be to give him a chaos spirit treasure? A heap of scrap iron. Ming fixed his gaze on the back of the Swearing clan, not blinking once. The situation in the primordial lands had completely changed. The saints were realizing the Tao one after another, and his inaction would lead to his demise. The human race needed time, but even more so they needed individuals capable of withstanding tribulations. He had to push himself. Whether he could touch the edge of realizing the Tao depended entirely on whether the Swearing clan could muster their strength. Shenong's mouth was sealed. This old fellow, having returned with the cultivation of a xuanxi in his life, must be tough. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the Swearing clan, not moving an inch. The human race needed time, but even more so they needed individuals capable of withstanding tribulations. He had to push himself. Whether he could touch the edge of realizing the Tao depended entirely on whether the Swearing clan did not stop. He walked slowly, but every step was solid. His gaze swept across the valley full of statues. Not a single one made him linger. Something was off. Everything felt wrong. He didn't want anyone to protect him. He wanted to stand up on his own. Time was passing. Finally, the swearing clan's feet came to a stop. Before him stood a statue. He didn't want anyone to protect him. He wanted to stand up on his own. Time was passing. Finally, the swearing clan's feet came to a stop. Before him stood a statue. The statue held a broken sword with disheveled black hair, its face radiating defiance. A force. A presence that declared, "Who else but me is worthy to bow down?" Cut through the air like a blade. Standing before this figure, one felt as small as an ant. Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply. Youchao and the others trembled in unison. Seeing the ancestor's reaction, they understood this statue was no ordinary item. Before they could speak, the swearing clan had already made the connection. A hum. The entire valley trembled for a moment. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the sky. The secluded Deluo Jinxians were all awakened, each one opening their eyes, their gazes filled with shock as they shot towards the depths of the valley. That force, desolate, heavy, unstoppable, unyielding. A deep and grand voice seemed to slam down from the heavens, exploding directly in their ears. He transforms freely, unilaterally, ruling the ages. That voice rolled in their ears again and again, causing their chests to feel heavy and their bones to tremble. Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. His heart skipped a beat. He truly didn't expect that the swearing clan could touch the threshold of the statue of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. The Emperor of the Wild Heavens. What level was that? The pinnacle among celestial emperors, a lone figure bearing the might of an entire foreign domain, a ruthless character no one dared challenge. These mythical statues had never fought, but Su Ming had an internal scale. In terms of favoritism, he placed the Emperor of the Wild Heavens above even the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Lord. Purely personal preference, no logic to discuss. He transforms freely, unilaterally, ruling the ages. Youchao muttered this phrase, the light in his eyes flickering. Just based on this aura, he could determine that the statue the swearing clan had comprehended was absolutely no less than his own statue of the Primordial Emperor. Ziyi laughed twice, his voice resonating through the valley. What a swearing clan! To be able to roam unharmed in the celestial immortal realm for thousands of years, indeed impressive. Relying on just a sword and a single person to sever the ages and cut through time. He paused, adding, "What kind of being can be that arrogant?" The swearing clan's mind was racing with visuals. Scenes flashed by, all filled with the figure of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. He seemed like a bystander watching the child who was born with the supreme bone being grafted onto his cousin. At that time, he hadn't even reached 1 year, his life hanging by a thread. Yet he gritted his teeth and survived, refusing to accept fate, refusing to bow down. Later his bones regrew and he fought back to the peak, reclaiming everything that belonged to him. At the pinnacle of the lower realm, he, for the sake of protecting the beings in the wild domain, fought fiercely against the deities, being left battered and nearly perishing there. Great courage, great perseverance, refusing to let go unto death. In the end, clutching a broken sword, he became Ziyi. Alone with a fractured blade, he cleaved the endless streams of time and kept those aloof powers from the alien realms forever at bay. He upheld the sky for countless sentient lives. Huang Tiandi. Swearinsher murmured, his voice barely a breath, yet his eyes shone. All the experiences of his earlier life converged with the figure frozen in the statue. In an instant, the statue of Huang Tiandi, silent since Su Ming had sculpted it, suddenly stirred to life. Boom! An explosive might burst forth as if tearing a rent in the heavens. A vast aura spread through the valley like something awakening from a long slumber. Huang Tiandi seemed truly awakened. He bowed his head and gazed upon this primordial world. An ineffable imperial majesty swept outward, spanning the ages. Innate spiritual energy surged around them, as if possessed, pouring straight into Swearinsher's body. His cultivation leapt upward in frantic bounds. The bottleneck of early Xianxian shattered like paper at a touch. Mid-Xuanxian, late Xianxian. He rocketed through them all. Under the statue's importation, the supposed barriers between realms simply did not exist. Jinxian. It was pierced in an instant as well. Early Jinxian, mid-Jinxian. Swearinsher's mind burst into a riot of golden light. A great scroll unfurled, for golden characters seared across it. Ziyi. The script gleamed with an unnameable profundity, stuffed with the Emperor's lifelong insights and pressed with countless Tao truths. You carved the statue of Huang Tiandi. The human Swearinsher comprehended Ziyi from within it. Because you are the sculptor, 100-fold power is poured upon you. Swearinsher comprehended it. You also automatically learned Ziyi, instantly elevated to supreme fulfillment. Su Ming's heart trembled. He closed his eyes and sank deep into savoring that secret art. He became like a furnace, endless secret teachings turning and burning within him. What was good was kept, what was dross discarded. The very frame of his body forged ever sturdier. Ziyi was a first-rank treasure among top secret arts. There was no cataclysmic display nor any obvious drawing in of innate qi. At Su Ming's level, cultivation depended on comprehension, penetrating the laws of heaven and earth, and squeezing every last ability from one's own body. Once Hahua's Ziyi took hold, it scrambled the stable paths inside him. VVRRM. A terrifying force erupted from Su Ming, the peak beneath his feet crumbled to dust in the blink of an eye. Su Ming hung in midair with eyes closed, black hair floating. A fierce fire burned in him, light, so blinding it made the eye ache. Countless runes were scorched, struck, and ground within that blaze. His strength soared with terrifying speed. Youchao, Ziyi, and Xinnong stared in astonishment. One careless tremor from Su Ming could obliterate them all. The three of them fled on foot, retreating 100 li before they could barely withstand that pressing majesty. The progenitor is breaking through. Youchao grinned, ear to ear ecstatic. Double blessings. Haha. Xinnong could not stop laughing, giddily excited. The progenitor is the root of our people. He is our greatest asset. With him the human race cannot fall, Ziyi said, eyes curved with a smile. The three knew in their hearts. Su Ming was the human race's hardest trump card. He was the confidence that left them unmoved before the Jimin clan. He was the reason a father could come courting and be cold-shouldered without a second thought. Any individual among the humans could be lost, even those three chieftains. But so long as the progenitor remained, the human race had hope. VVRRM. Heaven rolled, and earth trembled. Centered on Su Ming, the world inverted, sun and moon spun around him. In that instant he truly looked like a creator, treading the way beneath his feet, stars and moons trailing behind. His realm leapt to the quasi-saint 12th heaven, complete and perfect. Still the secret art within him burned, struck, and ground without mercy, and his aura continued to surge. SSS. Good heavens, that momentum is terrifying. The three elders of Xinnong's clan gaped, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Is the progenitor about to stride into true enlightenment? The words left their mouths, and all three drew a sharp breath. Although they themselves were of quasi-saint standing before Su Ming, they felt like ants upon the ground. Someone could crush them to dust without even thinking. The force within Su Ming, merely hinted at now, made their scalps numb. If that thing truly detonated, heaven and earth would be overturned. Nothing would remain. Flames stabbed at the eyes, one portent after another erupted, and the scene detonated in spectacle. Then the runes began to change. The dense symbols slowly coalesced into a mist, and the flames dove into that fog. A dread power lurked within it. The three elders felt a chill crawl down their spines at but a single glance. SSS. They all inhaled sharply. Just looking made their hearts race, the hairs on their arms stand on end. They dared not ponder what dreadful force lay concealed there. Is the progenitor forging a chaos supreme treasure within himself? Xinnong could hardly close his mouth. No words seemed adequate to describe the shock before him, so he used the only phrase that came close. An innate treasure would not suffice. Only a chaos supreme treasure could even remotely convey the fraction of what they felt in that moment. Youchao muttered to the side. If the progenitor's bloodline were used to propagate a tribe, would the rise of humanity still be a worry? Ziyi nodded at once. Indeed. The progenitor's bloodline has reached its pinnacle, more than fit to Xinnong's eyes glittered as he whispered, I'll go find change and discuss. Somehow we must get her to win over the progenitor. But before he finished, boom, a force descended from the sky and slammed Xinnong to the ground. He cried out in pain. When he looked up, Su Ming's face loomed over him, calm as a placid pool. What do you mean by asking change to win him over? Su Ming's tone was flat. Xinnong stammered, well, that is. Win him over, win him over. He smiled awkwardly, not daring to voice the small bargain in his heart. Progenitor Swearin is awakening. I'll go and bring him to meet you. With that the man vanished without a trace. Su Ming could only half smile. He had no mind to pursue it. He knew what those three old fellows were thinking, but his thoughts were full of the human race's great enterprise. There was no time for private entanglements. Besides founding a tribe, treating him like a stud. Su Ming touched his nose and muttered inwardly. His ancestor of 3,000 people grown to a population of billions, calling him a stud wasn't entirely undeserved. If he had begun propagating descendants the moment he traversed into the primordial age, given the humans' terrifying fertility, raising an army of 10 billion offspring would have posed no problem. The Tao above I Taiching Tianzuan of the Pangu Orthodox lineage vowed to make an oath to the Great Way. Suddenly a voice detonated, resonating across heaven and earth. Su Ming's heart skipped. He looked up and saw that the half-dead old man had somehow awakened. A Dao, could it be that in desperation that old fellow had found another path to enlightenment? The void hummed with a muffled vibration. It felt as if the whole primordial world had been shaken violently. At that moment, every great figure sensed the anomaly. One by one they opened their eyes, brows knitting tight. What is that disturbance? Their spiritual senses swept the primordial world, yet found no visible anomaly. Their frowns deepened. It seems the way of heaven is trembling. The way of heaven was born after Panga's split chaos. It is an offspring of the primordial world, tied to it, yet standing apart. No one stood above it in rank. How could such an exalted thing suddenly quake so? Deep within chaos at Zishao Palace, Hongjuan, who had been cultivating with eyes closed, suddenly lifted his lids, and a flash of blood red swept his face, as if something had bitten back at him. What's happening? His pupils shrank, a nameless panic rose. He felt as if something was about to fall upon him. The elation from the recent saints' enlightenments vanished entirely. When the saints achieved enlightenment earlier, he had used Hongmeng purple qi to harvest a great wave of fortune. The foundations for unification had already been mostly mended. Because that old man's enlightenment seemed uncertain for messy reasons, Hongjun had given up intervening in the primordial world and instead relied on fragments of the creation jade disk to link himself with the way of heaven, forcing a unification. He planned to make up the remaining deficiencies slowly thereafter. Once united with the way of heaven, he would be free to act as a god within the primordial world. What on earth? The way of heaven is trembling, even repelling my divine sense. The Hongmeng purple qi's link to the way is loosening. Hongjuan's face darkened completely. Hongmeng purple qi was something he had painstakingly established by using the creation jade disk to connect with the way of heaven. A terrible price had been paid. This upheaval arrived with no warning. He finger-calculated divinations as he scanned the primordial world with his divine sense, even sweeping unceremoniously toward Nuwa's palace. He suspected Nuwa might be plotting behind the scenes. Nuwa had attained enlightenment earliest and knew the most secrets. She understood the ways of Hongmeng purple qi better than anyone. But to his surprise, when his divine sense passed over her, the shock on Nuwa's face remained unchanged. She could not recover. It seemed her link to the way of heaven was also loosening, leaving her stunned. Nuwa had relied on the merit of creating humans to tether her primordial spirit and Hongmeng purple qi to the way of heaven. She borrowed the way's strength to become a sage. Because she had not forced it by her own power, she was not a true sage in the absolute sense. Thus, when the way quivered, she suffered the greatest effect. This then was the origin of the title Way Saint, a sage whose power is bound directly to the way of. The path to becoming a saint, in simple terms, is merely grasping the power of the heavenly Tao, relying on its might to hold on. It cannot truly be considered as being a real saint. At most, it is just a title. On the Kunlun mountainside, the originally pleased Yuanshi and Tongtian suddenly changed their expressions. On the western Shumi mountain, the two great saints Jiejin and Zhuani were left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? These two were in quite the predicament, having gritted their teeth to make 48 grand vows in order to become saints, exhausting their entire fortunes. Now the power of the heavenly Tao was actually starting to retract, and the saintly position was teetering on the verge of collapse. No matter how good the nature of a quasi-saint, they could not withstand such a scene, and both nearly cursed aloud. Senior brother, could it be that Hong? The Tao ancestor is setting us up. Zhuanti lowered his voice, his words filled with anger, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiejin sighed, clasping his hands together. Ba, junior brother, please remain calm. Meanwhile, Su Ming furrowed his brows tightly. As soon as my oath was spoken, I sensed something was off. Why is it the oath of the great Tao? Having wandered in the primordial chaos for so long, I only now realized that the great Tao was a taboo in the primordial, something no one dared to mention casually. Let alone swearing an oath. Even those below quasi-saint might not even know what the great Tao is. Why? Because the heavenly Tao suppresses everything from behind. If everyone could bypass the heavenly Tao and directly deal with the great Tao, what would the heavenly Tao even do? Thus, even if a quasi-saint swears a great oath, or even those two from the west make grand vows, they could only shout towards the heavenly Tao. Who would dare to reach out towards the great Tao? Yet I chose to swear an oath to the great Tao. Isn't he the one transformed from Panga's primordial spirit? The heavens and earth of the primordial were all split open by Pangu. His connection to this realm is the deepest, and with the primordial purple qi in hand, he should have sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao instead. Su Ming's mind spun around a few times, yet he still couldn't understand. My actions seemed to be deliberately undermining Hongzhen's authority. Rubbing his temples, he vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't quite grasp it. It felt like a crucial detail was missing from my calculations. There seems to be something I didn't account for. Su Ming felt a bit gloomy, sensing that something was about to go wrong. He glanced up at Laozi, who had been left in a daze after half of his oath, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his soul, seemingly hesitating over something. Why do I always feel like this old fellow is planning to set me up? Su Ming muttered under his breath. The chieftain of the Swearin tribe, Swearin Shi, knelt before Su Ming, his voice filled with reverence. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Su Ming looked down and saw Shinong Shi leading the recently awakened Swearin Shi to pay their respects. When he discerned the aura emanating from Sure, his heart sank. Sure's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Great Golden Immortal, just half a step away from entering the Great Golden Immortal. It should be noted that his compatibility with the statue of the Huang Tian Emperor was nowhere near that of Change and the Fierce Emperor. The statue of the Huang Tian Emperor did not automatically complete anything for him. To be able to leap several major realms like this, only slightly weaker than Change. Truly worthy of Sure and truly worthy of that statue of the Huang Tian Emperor. Ming felt a sense of admiration. Of course, this also included Sure's own efforts. He had ventured through the primordial, risking his life, and his will had been tempered harder than iron. After returning to the human race, he immersed himself in the Great Hall, studying those techniques, establishing a solid foundation. In contrast, the three from Shenong's side had no inheritance of techniques whatsoever, relying solely on random breathing and talent, somehow managing to reach the celestial immortal realm. In simple terms, over these 10,000 years, those prodigies of the human race, who comprehended the statue of mythology, even if their comprehension was not as profound as Shenong's, surpassed Shenong's group, in terms of breakthroughs by far. The root of it lies here. Ming smiled faintly. Sure, over these years, Shenong has been constantly mentioning you in front of me, saying you owe him, and he holds quite a grudge. Having sat on the throne of the emperor for several thousand years, he had dealt with numerous matters and interacted with various prodigies, sharpening his conversational skills. Sure had originally been tense, fearing that his strength was insufficient and that the ancestor would not think highly of him. After all, in the current human race, a Great Golden Immortal was no longer considered anything. His original plan was to wait until he broke through to Tai, entered the Great Luo, or even became a quasi-saint before coming to visit the ancestor and contribute to the human race. Upon hearing the ancestor's calm tone and amiable smile, he immediately felt relieved. Sure grinned. Ancestor, that fellow has always been unconvinced by me. Every time he has been beaten black and blue by me, it is not surprising that he holds a grudge against me until now. As he spoke, he recalled the days when the four of them had led the human race together, finding joy amidst hardship, struggling through tough times. Ming nodded, smiling. Then you'd better step up your efforts. He is now a quasi-saint. Sure's expression turned serious, his voice lowering. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and quickly catch up on the progress I fell behind, never letting the human race lag behind. Ming waved his hand, saying, this isn't your fault. He seemed to see through the thoughts in Sure's mind, continuing, what you do is for the benefit of the entire human race. The entire human race will remember your contributions forever. The ancestor overpraises me. Sure lowered his head. What I have done is nothing of significance. As long as the human race can survive, that is enough. Ming nodded with a smile. But the next moment his body suddenly stiffened. His gaze abruptly turned towards Laozi. While speaking with Sure, he had kept most of his attention on Laozi. In that brief moment, he had caught the flash of an extremely resolute light in those eyes. Ming cursed inwardly. What exactly does this old fellow want to do? He stared at Laozi's face, his expression growing heavier. He instinctively felt that something was about to happen. What's wrong? Sure asked in a low voice, noticing the sudden seriousness in the ancestor's expression. The affairs of the human race are my affairs. The future of the human race is my future. If I ever do anything that betrays the interests of the human race, may I— He raised his right hand, his voice deep, but resonating through the heavens. I, the Taiji Celestial Venerable Laozi, established the human teachings. I declare a heartfelt vow between heaven and earth. Henceforth, when the human race is in trouble, I will surely intervene. The affairs of the human race are my affairs. The future of the human race is my future. If I ever do anything that betrays the interests of the human race, may I be obliterated completely. Laozi paused. His voice grew even heavier, as if it were crashing down from the depths of the firmament. Let the great Tao witness. Ming was left completely stunned upon hearing this. This old man. He really is here to stir up trouble. Are you forcing Yuan-Shi to confront the human race right now? But what Ming did not realize was that the situation was far more serious than he thought. Suddenly, in the depths of the void, a violent collapse occurred. The heavens trembled, as if an unparalleled existence was angrily shaking. Boom! The ancient starry sky shattered wildly. Stars plummeted, and countless beings in the primordial felt an ominous and eerie aura pressing down upon them. Everyone trembled, all kneeling on the ground. What is happening? The mighty beings above were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the strange phenomena occurring in the sky. Scenes from the ancient witch demon war, where the primordial shattered, involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Only that occasion could compare to the scene before them. In the demon court, Emperor Jun's eyes widened. Is the sky about to collapse? Having once been the Emperor of Heaven, he immediately regained his senses. Activate the mountain protection array. The demon court rumbled as the array was activated, demon clouds billowing, obscuring the sky. Yet compared to the cataclysmic phenomena above, this great array resembled a small boat on the ocean about to be capsized by the waves at any moment. And this was merely the sky of the primordial. On the witch side, the Panga Hall erupted with billions of chaotic, malevolent auras protecting the entire territory of the witch clan. In the central region of the primordial, at Wuzhuang Temple, the ginseng fruit tree emitted a piercing green light, the azure radiance obscuring the heavens, protecting one area. In the west of the primordial, the sea of blood roared, surging endlessly. The heavens collapsed completely. Large pieces of the sky fell like shattered porcelain stars, extinguishing one after another, dragging long trails of light as they smashed down onto the earth, creating billowing clouds of dust. Mountains toppled, dust exploding into massive mushroom clouds, layer upon layer, nearly covering the entire sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those exalted beings were now in utter disarray. Their faces were pale, their pupils shrunk to the size of pinheads, their bodies swaying with blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. They had no idea what they were experiencing, but that kind of terror was seeping from their very bones. The gaze of Yuanshi Tianzuan was vacant, the pride on his face completely vanished, pale as paper. The power of the heavenly Tao is gone. Tongshan's voice was hoarse, the usual arrogance replaced by a complete stiffness, frozen in place, as if his soul had been drawn away. Had the things he had just acquired simply flown away? In the west, Juanti and Jiejin stood, as if struck by lightning, barely able to remain upright. Senior brother, my strand of primordial purple chi is gone. Juanti turned to look at Jiejin, the blow on his face heavier than if he had lost his life. To be honest, their mentality had shattered. Both of them had worked hard to establish 48 grand vows, each one more difficult and severe than the last. With those merits and that strand of primordial purple chi, they had finally entrusted their primordial spirits to the heavenly Tao and become saints. Now, however, the primordial purple chi had simply dissipated. Who can withstand this? I can't quite explain it either. Jiejin's eyes were hollow, swaying like an ordinary person, not knowing where to place his hands and feet, as if he could collapse at any moment. Could it be that the Tao ancestor tampered with the primordial purple chi? Hongjun. Juanti gritted his teeth, hatred seeping through the gaps in his teeth. Senior brother, we have been severely tricked. We must go find him for reckoning. The primordial purple chi is gone. Their strength has increased significantly, but the blessing of the heavenly Tao is gone. That kind of power to overturn heaven and earth no longer belongs to them. In the depths of chaos within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa's lips were stained with blood, her gaze hollow, as if all vitality had been drained from her. The holy seat is gone, she murmured, her voice almost inaudible. Hongjuan, did you not promise the 9 saints of the heavenly Tao? The primordial purple chi is the foundation of enlightenment. How could it simply dissipate? She had spent the longest time in the holy seat, enduring the pressure from Hongjun for far too long, sacrificing too much for this position. Now both the holy seat and the primordial purple chi were lost. The blow she suffered was greater than anyone else's. Everyone else was still immersed in the immense shock, unable to regain their senses. But they did not know that the one truly stunned was Hongjun. In the Ziyi palace, Hongjun suddenly threw his head back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood soaked his robe, and every pore in his body seemed to ooze blood. In the blink of an eye, he became a figure drenched in crimson. It was as if something had struck him hard from the innermost depths of his being, at the core of his soul. Suddenly Hongjun felt all his strength drain away, collapsing weakly to the ground. Blood continued to flow, staining the entire Ziyi palace red. The human race. The human race. Hongjun lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, devoid of light, as if all essence had been extracted from him. His lips repeated those few words, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping stone, filled with resentment and despair. Countless years of effort, all destroyed in an instant. You tricked me. I taught you the 3 corpses method, and even gifted you the Taiji diagram, accommodating you at every turn. Hongjun's roar shattered the chaos, shaking the entire void. How deep was his resentment? Even he could no longer suppress the power within him. Just moments ago, he suddenly understood everything. In that instant, the heavenly Tao completely severed the primordial purple chi, tearing away his connection as well. Holding the primordial purple chi, he should have been the destined sage, yet he completely disregarded the heavenly Tao and turned to worship the great Tao. However, his special identity directly hindered the communication between the heavenly Tao and the Honghuang world. The heavenly Tao lacks emotions, but it has a flaw. The evolution of the 4 nines is incomplete, hence the heavenly Tao itself is not whole. It cannot swallow this indignation. The heavenly Tao, driven by instinctual anger, caused the Honghuang world to tremble. Stars fell one by one, shattering upon impact, and the celestial phenomena became chaotic. Hongjun roared again. I, the human race, you have brought me to ruin. His connection to the heavenly Tao was nearly severed. Even if he still held the Chaos Jade plate, the thread was intermittent, almost intangible. The heavenly Tao had no consciousness, but it sensed danger and decisively severed all ties with the outside world, including the thread that Hongjun had painstakingly established over countless years. As for the primordial purple chi, it existed solely on the support of the heavenly Tao. With the closures of the heavenly Tao, it lost its roots, naturally dissipating completely. The backlash struck down, leaving Hongjun severely injured. The marks of the heavenly Tao were etched directly into his nascent soul, and even if he barely retained the holy seat, he would be unable to act for a time. Suddenly a mass of purple light gathered before Hongjun, twisting into a clone that tore apart the chaos and charged towards the Honghuang continent. He had always schemed against others. When had he ever suffered such a great loss? This strike nearly cost him his life. Hongjun had to confront him directly. Why? I treated you so well, why did you betray me? The signs of destruction in the sky of Honghuang slowly dissipated, arriving fiercely and departing quickly, leaving the powerful figures dazed in place. What is going on? Just moments ago it was the end of the world, and now it's over. Were they toying with them? In the valley of the human race, Su Ming stood there, his body stiff like a wooden post, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at him. Throughout the entire Honghuang, aside from Hongjun, he was perhaps the only one who understood what was truly happening. But with the situation having escalated to this point, he couldn't make sense of the ensuing chain reactions. Even if he had the script of the Honghuang in his mind, he couldn't grasp this unprecedented event. Establishing a great oath, did it really require such a grand spectacle? Isn't the standard procedure for an invading army to first swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, severing the karmic ties of their past life, acknowledging only their current identity, and then they would gain recognition? Su Ming scolded those tutorial authors in his heart. This was pushing me to my death. Fortunately, he hadn't foolishly followed along back then, otherwise he might not even be able to breathe now. Why make such a big fuss if you just want to pledge your loyalty? Su Ming muttered, completely forgetting that it was his own scheming that had forced this situation. Human Emperor, can you see me now? He stood tall, his back straight, his voice low and hoarse, resonating throughout the entire realm of the human race. Su Ming remained silent for a long time. To be honest, he really didn't want to show his face. But the commotion created was too great. He needed to understand what kind of mess had been stirred up. After careful consideration, confirming that there were no loopholes in the oath he had made that could expose his true identity, Su Ming gently nodded towards the Shinnong clan. Go bring him in. The Shinnong clan received the order and turned to leave. Su Ming then turned to the Ziyi clan and the Youchao clan. Hide all our trump cards, including the idols. Even a cunning rabbit knows to have 3 burrows. Even if he meets me, he doesn't plan to reveal all his wealth. What others don't know is called foundation, called a trump card. If someone figured it all out, what kind of trump card would that be? Su Ming was clear about this. Understood. The Youchao clan members quickly left to arrange things. Su Ming stood in place, closing his eyes and waiting. His black hair was gently blown by the wind, giving him an ethereal presence. Before long, the Shinnong clan returned with him. The Shinnong clan respectfully bowed, and then turned to leave. As soon as they were gone, his voice echoed. Human Emperor, you have brought me to ruin. His voice was deep and hoarse, his eyes fixed on the young man before him, as if wanting to see through his very being. Internally, he was quite shocked. He found that he could not see through this young man's cultivation at all, feeling as if he was facing an endless abyss. Furthermore, this person exuded a faint destructive aura from his body, sending chills down his spine. Of course, he buried these thoughts deep inside, revealing nothing on his face. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, causing the world to darken for a moment. In that instant, he seemed to transcend above all. It was the demeanor of an emperor, the majesty of the human emperor spreading forth grandly, making heaven and earth tremble. This emperor did not force you. If you were not concerned about the human race at all my scheming would have been in vain. To put it simply, I merely gave a gentle push. It cannot be considered any credit. He did not hide anything, directly admitting it. It was true. The human emperor was merely helping along the way, while the ones who truly cornered him were Hongjun, Yuan Shi, and those saints. Because he understood this, he chose to break the net. If I cannot ascend, then no one shall. After a long silence, he spoke again. Human Emperor, there is something I am very curious about. I wonder if you are willing to tell me. It depends on the situation. Su Ming's tone was indifferent. He did not give a straightforward answer. Hongjun stared at his emotionless face as if trying to find some crack, and after a while he coldly asked, what exactly is your origin? I am the first generation of the human race, personally created by the goddess Nuwa, the first human emperor of the human race. After saying this, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, his eyes suddenly locking onto Hongjun, a faint golden mist rising in his pupils. Have you not always wanted to meet this emperor? Now that you have met, why question me? Since that's the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Hong Jun tried to take the initiative, but Su Ming was even more dominant, even more forceful. Though you are the leader of the human teachings, and the foremost of the three purities on the territory of the human race, the distinction of host and guest must be clear. The air felt as though it had solidified, the silence suffocating. Su Ming was too ruthless. Ruthless enough to make one feel uneasy. The aura of royalty pressed down, as if he stood atop heaven and earth. His gaze remained cold, not allowing Hong Jun to perceive any emotional fluctuations. He needed to make it clear to Hong Jun. Regardless of your oath to the great Tao, having turned entirely to the human race, this place is not one where you can act recklessly. Not even if you are one of the three purities. He, Su Ming, was the king of the human race, the sky of the human race. Human Emperor. Hong Jun's gaze deepened as he studied Su Ming's cold eyes for a long time. Ever since confirming that there truly was a human emperor, this question had weighed heavily on his heart for too long. He could almost conclude that Su Ming was not a native of the human race, but rather a reincarnation of an ancient deity or demon. However, I am also aware that I cannot stir up much trouble. Su Ming holds an extraordinarily high reputation among the human race, and that Shinnong fears him to the core. That kind of reverence is genuine. I even feel that if the human emperor ordered Shinnong to die, that guy wouldn't even furrow his brow, simply taking his own life. But what does that have to do with me, eh? I coldly laughed to myself. I came to the human race to obtain what I desire. Suddenly, he flashed a carefree smile at Su Ming, as if he had come to some understanding, completely ignoring Su Ming's impatient demeanor, and spoke in a light-hearted tone. Human Emperor, I have accomplished a great merit for the entire human race. How do you plan to reward me for this, Your Majesty? Su Ming was taken aback. Why is this person suddenly acting so mad? He initially thought that I would leave with a serious face, but instead the other party's smile made him feel a bit flustered. However, he quickly shook off that strange emotion, furrowing his brow, and his voice growing cold. What great merit! I do not understand what you are talking about. The oath you made can only prove that you will not harm the human race. That is why I am willing to meet you. But even if you are at the peak of Kwasa Saint, what have you done for the human race? You haven't even exerted the strength of a finger. What great merit could you possibly have? Su Ming's face showed no expression, but his heart had already become alert. That previous cataclysmic phenomenon must be closely related to the great merit I mentioned. The corners of my mouth curled up, my gaze suddenly sharpened, and my voice turned cold as a blade. If I dragged that group of saints down from their positions, including Youchao, would that count as great merit? If I allow Hong Jun to suffer from the backlash of the heavenly Tao, at the very least, he would be gravely injured, possibly even falling from his saintly position. Would that count as great merit? This statement detonated in Su Ming's ears like a bolt from the blue, shaking even his calm demeanor. Drag the saints down. Allow Hong Jun to be punished by the heavenly Tao. If any other Kwasa saint said such a thing in front of him, Su Ming would most likely think he was insane and send him off for mental treatment. Does this even make sense? But the one standing before me is Laozi, the leader of the three pure ones. Su Ming understood this person too well. Such an existence would not casually boast. Moreover, such events could not be concealed. It would not be long before they spread throughout the primordial chaos. Su Ming remained silent for a while, chewing over these words in his mind before slowly speaking. I still don't understand what you were trying to say. Laozi did not respond, and Su Ming simply feigned ignorance. Ha ha! Laozi's laughter suddenly erupted, his white hair flying wildly, as if he had gone mad, his whole being radiating a neurotic energy. Su Ming maintained a blank expression, staring at him, waiting for him to continue. After laughing for a while, Laozi finally calmed down, panting, as if he had been through a wind tunnel. In those usually steady eyes there were now traces of bloodshot veins, and his voice had become hoarse. I am the transformation of Pangus, primordial spirit, the foremost among the three pure ones. I possessed merits from the creation of the heavens. The world of primordial chaos is too tightly bound to me. Even the heavenly Tao cannot do anything to me. He paused, his voice becoming heavier. I am still the number one disciple under Hongjuan, holding the Hongming purple chi, destined to become a heavenly Tao saint in the future. So where did the Hongming purple chi come from? It was refined by Hongjun using the Chaos Jade Plate, employing his own primordial spirit as a conduit to communicate with the heavenly Tao. In simple terms, he guaranteed with his own primordial spirit that I would use this purple chi to attain the Tao, helping the heavenly Tao to solidify its grasp over the primordial chaos. But now I bypass Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, directly swearing an oath to the great Tao. What do you think will happen to Hongjun? Su Ming's eyelids twitched. He finally understood. The previous cataclysmic commotion was essentially the heavenly Tao's rage, feeling it had been tricked by Hongjun. Of course, the heavenly Tao has no emotions, only instinctive reactions. However, just the instinctive rejection of the heavenly Tao would spell disaster for those saints. This is also the reason why those saints in later generations often lamented that the great trend of the heavenly Tao cannot be altered. Those people outside shout daily about defying the heavens, trampling the heavens, and destroying the heavens. Has the heavenly Tao truly punished anyone? The great trend of the heavenly Tao cannot be altered. It is merely the saints' own fear. Because the saintly positions beneath them are granted by the heavenly Tao. So that is the relationship between the saints and the heavenly Tao. Su Ming felt a storm raging in his heart looking at this lousy who was laughing somewhat maniacally and silently gave him a thumbs up in his mind. This person is truly a madman. Su Ming could hardly fathom what kind of thought process led Laozi to undertake such reckless actions. But in the next moment, he came to a complete realization, his entire being going numb from head to toe. He finally understood where his previous ominous premonition had come from. Laozi dragged the saints down from their positions, disrupting Hongjun's path to unity. Oh, wouldn't those people hate him to death? This is simply a plague god. Su Ming's face darkened like a pot bottom as he glared at Laozi, wishing he could go up and beat him up. Laozi swore the great Tao oath for the human race, but would those saints not blame the human race for this? He brought a great weapon for the human race, but also offended all the saints and Hongjun. This transaction seems to be a complete loss. With Hongjun going mad rushing into the primordial chaos. Hongjun's unity with the Tao would bring no benefit to the human race. Laozi made the matter clear, since I have sworn the great Tao oath and completely stand with the human race, I cannot allow him to continue plotting against us. However, although Hongjun can no longer unify with the Tao, he will have fewer concerns in the primordial chaos from now on. On the surface, he may not dare to take action, but secretly he will definitely engage in small schemes, especially against the human race. Laozi glanced at Su Ming. As the emperor, you must be cautious. Su Ming's expression turned indifferent. He did not want Laozi to overshadow him in their conversation. The emperor knows Hongjun far better than you might imagine. He is essentially a chaos demon god limited in the primordial chaos and cannot intimidate me. Laozi was taken aback after hearing this, his pupils slightly contracted. Such secrets. He only knew them because he was transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit and was Hongjun's top disciple. But where did the human emperor learn this from? This human emperor's background is likely even greater than he guessed. Laozi pondered in his heart, could this person be the reincarnation of some chaos demon god? A series of names flashed through his mind. Time demon god. Space demon god. Qian Kuan demon god. Su Ming raised his hand, interrupting his wild thoughts. No need to guess. My origins are beyond your imagination. A layer of golden mist emerged from his eyes, exerting a pressure on him. However, I have indeed done a great thing for the human race this time. Since that is the case, Su Ming's voice rose, carrying the weight of his words. I decree. Appoint Laozi as the leader of the Taoism of the human race, titled Taishang Daozuan, sharing 1/10 of the human race's fortune. The heavens trembled. A vast aura of fortune coalesced in the void, separating a strand that directly fell atop Laozi's head. Laozi bowed to Su Ming. Thank you for your kindness. He laughed heartily and took a step to leave the valley. A voice echoed from afar. If the human race encounters a great calamity, I will not stand idly by. Su Ming stood in place, watching Laozi's departing figure, silently muttering, the primordial spirit of Pangu is not an immortal body. At this moment, several leaders of Shinnong arrived behind him. Youchao lowered his head and reported, Ancestral Lord, the Earth Mother of the Witch Clan has come, and she brings Ho-E to meet the leaders of the human race. Su Ming did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Let them wait. Yes. A few people stood quietly. After a while, the straightforward Shinnong could not help but speak up. Ancestral Lord, since Laozi can no longer attain the Tao, why do you still grant him 1/10 of the human race's fortune? Youchao and Ziyi did not speak. But Shinnong's words were precisely what they wanted to say. 1/10 of the human race's fortune is too precious. Even though Laozi stands on the side of the human race, they feel that this transaction is a big loss. Su Ming replied lightly, because if I do not grant him. Su Ming paused, slowly turning around, his voice lowered, he will die. But this person has already completely aligned with the human race. He is useful to the human race and can block many schemes for them. I do not wish for him to come to harm for the time being. Shinnong's body trembled and his pupils constricted. Laozi is the transformation of Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing the merits of creation. Would Hongjun dare to act against him? Su Ming said no more, merely lifting his chin, signaling him to look at the figure in the sky. Is there really such a thing as immortality in this world? Even the gods and demons of Pangu's level have fallen to the passage of time. Who dares to claim they can be eternal? It is simply a matter of whether the cost is great enough and whether the opponent is willing to pay it. Outside the borders of the human race, Laozi stood with closed eyes like a silent mountain waiting for something. In the void, a grand aura of fortune surged, appearing faintly. Only those who have stepped beyond Kwasa Saint can vaguely sense that invisible pressure. At the border of the human race, a man and a woman stood side by side. They gazed at the figure flying towards them from the direction of the human race. It was Ho-Tu and Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi narrowed his eyes, confusion written all over his face. Great ancestor, that is Ta-Ching, Tianzu and Laozi. Who was he waiting for? Such high-level figures usually stay hidden in their caves to comprehend the Tao right. Ho-Tu frowned slightly and casually replied, the human race has already reported this. Hou-Yi, you go ahead, I will enter later. She spoke casually, but her heart was in turmoil. That recent cataclysm made her feel restless. Her intuition told her that something big was about to happen. Moreover, this matter was inseparable from the human race. The entire primordial chaos, including the Witch clan, would be affected. Hou-Yi had no idea what was going through Ho-Tu's mind. Individuals like Ho-Tu and Laozi were not something he could comprehend. He was already striding towards the human race's territory, a smile spread across his face. Change, where are you? As for regaining face for the Witch clan and fighting with Shinnong again, he had long tossed that as buzz. Suddenly a fierce wind erupted, dust soaring into the sky, and the entire world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray cloth. Ho-Tu's heart tightened as she vaguely sensed an energy capable of destroying the heavens and the earth rushing towards this side, causing her heart to race violently. This power, it seems to have surpassed the threshold of semi-saint. Am I waiting for him? Buzz. In the next moment, the heavens collapsed. The violent turbulence of the void tore through the sky like a blade, and the world shattered like a broken mirror crashing down. Tai-Ching. A hoarse roar erupted from the horizon. An old man in a purple robe stepped out from the chaos, his eyes bloodshot, and his face twisted in a grimace. Deep within his eyes lay intense suffering, pain that penetrated the soul far worse than any Tao ancestor. Ho-Tu exclaimed, her body trembling as if struck by a heavy blow. She had anticipated trouble, but never expected it to escalate to this extent. Every matter related to Hongjun has been earth-shattering. After the great calamity of Tao and Demon, countless chaos demons perished or fled. Across the entire primordial world, Hongjun is the sole ruler. What is happening here? Ho-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Hongjun's current appearance was no different from a mad beast, his eyes filled with hatred, as if he wanted to devour her whole. She vowed that even during the cataclysmic battle between the witches and the demons, she had not felt such turmoil within her heart. Standing so close, Hongjun's visage shattered her previous impressions into fragments. Ho-Tu was the only one from the Witch clan who had visited the Ziyi palace to listen to teachings, having witnessed the grandeur of the Tao ancestor. His presence enveloped in profound mystique, every gesture resonating with unfathomable Tao rhythm. To be honest, the impression Hongjun left in her heart was deeply rooted and indelible. Indeed, she was right. Ming murmured, his gaze fixed on Hongjun, a flicker of light flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. This is Hongjun's incarnation. He turned to explain to the group of Shinnong behind him, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he added, this incarnation has not harnessed the power of a saint. The Shinnong group still did not grasp the meaning, glancing at each other bewilderedly. Though they did not understand, smiles adorned their faces. The ancestor had never been so excited. This was clearly a monumental blessing, a tremendous surprise. Ming said no more, his fists tightening further, wishing he could laugh aloud 3 times to release the joy swelling within him. The greatest threat to the human race is gone. He silently roared in his heart. The heaviest stone weighing on his chest was finally lifted. Ming had to admit that Hongjun had always been the biggest thorn in his heart regarding the human race. When he first mentioned it, he did not dare to fully believe, thus remaining where he was. If it was truly as he said, Hongjun would definitely come. Now that he had encountered him firsthand, he completely trusted his words. Ha ha, this is truly a gift fallen from the heavens. Ming could no longer contain himself, bursting into carefree laughter. Hongjun was a being who achieved enlightenment through the merging of 3 corpses, a genuine Hunyuan Dayuo Jinxian wielding the power of a saint incomparable to the nominal Taoist saints like Nuwa. Even at this level, even if it was just an incarnation, the power far surpassed the peak of semi-saint, making it unattainable for any being below a saint. At this moment, although the power and aura Hongjun displayed still dominated the peak of semi-saint in Ming's eyes, it was merely that. It was not unbeatable. He was fully confident in engaging in battle with the opponent. This indicated one thing. Even if Hongjun had not yet lost his saintly position, he was certainly severely injured, weakened to an extreme, unable to reveal his true form, and only able to send an incarnation into the primordial world. With the greatest burden lifted from his heart, how could Ming not be ecstatically mad? He initially planned to manipulate things just a bit, ideally pulling Hongjun to the side of the human race, and not having him plot against them all the time. But he never expected this series of reactions to be so explosive. Oh my, what a tremendous gift you have given me. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Ming looked up at the heavens. What the old man said was right. for the human race. No, for all clans in the primordial world. This was a great merit enough for all beings to erect a monument for him. Hongjun had plotted for countless years, endured much hardship, slayed ferocious beasts, deceived the Sanjiao, defeated Luo Ho, and chaos demons, either died or fled. He was on the verge of becoming a saint, merging with the heavenly Tao. Yet with a single slap from the old man, he was sent crashing down. Just thinking about it sent chills down Su Ming's spine, imagining how mad Hongjun must have been at that time. Teacher, you have come. The old man's voice was soft, his gaze calm as a still pond, staring at the contorted face of Hongjun. Do you even deserve to call me teacher? Hongjun roared, his voice breaking, veins bulging on his face, suddenly raising his hand and slamming it down hard. The heavens collapsed, the aura of destruction surged everywhere, and the purple light was blinding. Puff! The old man was sent flying horizontally, blood spraying far and wide, crashing through several mountains, dust rising to the sky. What does the peak of Semi-Saint matter? Before Hongjun, it was like an ant. Even if it was just Hongjun's incarnation, he could not withstand it at all. Speak, why are you doing this? What wrong have I done to you, the three pure ones? I taught you to slay the three corpses, took you as my door disciple, gave you the leadership of the Tao sect, the fortune, the Taiji diagram, even the Hongmeng purple chi. Why do you want to harm me? Hongjun completely went mad, his hair flying wildly, dark clouds pressing down, and violent winds swept everywhere, the space shattered into pieces. Cough! The old man walked out from the dust, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression still calm. Teacher, that blow just now was to repay the kindness you taught me. As for why I did this, the old man paused before slowly speaking, because I want to attain Tao. I do not wish to remain inferior forever. I am the true lineage of Pangu, since I cannot rely on merits to attain Tao, and the Hongmeng purple chi blocks my path, it must vanish. Everything is to reach the end of the Tao. The old man understood clearly. After dealing with Hongjun for so many years, he had seen through it. Hongjun would never spare the human race. Since he is determined to stand with the human race, how can he use the Hongmeng purple chi to attain Tao? Moreover, he harbored hatred. If not for Yuanshi and Hongjun's obstruction, he would never have reached today, as the leader of the three pure ones, to bow to the human emperor. Hence he hated Hongjun to the bone. Teacher, for the sake of seeking the Tao, I can only trouble you. The old man spoke calmly. You rebellious disciple. Hongjun roared, slamming down another hand, the aura of destruction flooding the sky, the killing intent soaring, the purple light blinding. His roar was filled with hatred. All of my billions of years of effort have been ruined by you. Buzz. That large hand filled the sky, the heavens and earth crumbled, and the ground sank thousands of meters, a terrifying sight. The Hongmeng purple chi is gone. All the great figures in the primordial world stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend, taking a long while to regain their senses. The entire world was eerily silent. After the old man's words struck out, Hongjun's face changed upon hearing the information, overwhelming, causing his head to buzz. The surprise was like the heavens collapsing. The Hongmeng purple chi had been a path to attain Tao since it emerged, pressing down on a group of great figures, making it hard for them to breathe. The purple chi is gone. Hutu stood frozen in place, her mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Teacher, you are injured like this. You should return to recuperate. The old man suddenly shouted. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently, the heavenly Tao divine thunder exploded, and countless merit artifacts descended from the sky. The merit from the opening of the heavens within the old man seemed to be ignited, surging wildly outward, flooding into him. The old man's aura began to rise, increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, a three-corpse incarnation sprang forth from his back. Riding the wave of merit, the old man extracted the last corpse within the three-corpse, his self-corpse. The momentum instantly exploded to its peak, winds and clouds rolled, as if standing atop the heads of myriad worlds, overlooking all beings, the pressure overwhelming. Taiching thunder. The old man roared, unleashing a bolt of lightning that tore open the sky, striking directly at Hongjun's large hand. Hongjun retracted his hand, grunting, retreating several steps, his eyes filled with shock. You have come this far. The old man spoke lightly, all thanks to the good teachings of my teacher. Su Ming watched this scene silent for a moment, then spoke softly. This realm should be called sub-saint. His gaze was deep, his expression calm, not at all shocked by the sudden surge in the old man's power. Because not long ago he had also stepped into this realm. After reaching the peak of the 12 heavens of Semi-Saint, he used his body as a furnace to begin condensing his own Tao. But the problem was, clearly he had taken a significant step forward from the foundation of the 12 heavens, peak, his combat power multiplied countless times, yet he saw no trace of attaining Tao. At that time Su Ming had an inkling. Hongjun's method of slaying the three corpses began after reaching the peak of Semi-Saint. With each corpse slain, his strength jumped a rank, stuck between the realm of saints and Semi-Saint's peak. During the Dao demon era, Luo Ho was said to be capable of slaying saints, yet he had not attained Dao, being called the strongest beneath saints. Perhaps he was stuck at this level, condensing his own Dao. Senior brother. Suddenly a gloomy voice echoed throughout the heavens. Yuanshi stepped out from the void, his face ashen fury evident in his eyes. Buzz, sword energy shot to the sky, tearing through the heavens. Tongtian appeared with a rare, stern expression, standing amidst the skies. The primordial heavens were pressed low, the void trembling, collapsing, endlessly resembling the end of days. Yuanshi and Tongtian. They have truly fallen from their saintly positions. Even though they had already heard this from Hongjun and the old man, the great figures still felt their pupils constrict and their faces change. Just days ago they witnessed those saints collectively attaining Dao, shaking the heavens, and earth, the momentum pressing down heavily, making it hard to breathe. What was the outcome? Even if they were killed, this group of saints would never have expected to reunite with their realms all lost. The blood sea surged. For the first time a smile bloomed on the usually somber face of Ming. This move of mine has saved us all. This is indeed fantastic news. Ever since the Ziyi Palace delivered its teachings, those 7 individuals who obtained the Hongmeng purple qi became a knife hanging over our heads, ready to strike at any moment. This is why after Hongjun's 3 teachings the battles between the Wu and the Yao were so fierce, yet the true big shots all shrank back, pretending to be dead. The only one who jumped out to stir trouble was that Kuanping, who mixed in with the demon clan to become a demon master and even snatched away the Hongmeng purple qi from Hongyun. Once those saints achieved their paths, the pressure became overwhelming. Now it's good the saint positions are gone. Even though they have touched the threshold of the saints and their strength is still absurdly powerful, at least they won't suffocate us anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ming, he laughed wildly. The blood sea erupted and the blood-red waves surged into the sky, reaching heights unseen. Alright, the Azura clan can finally come out. Fortunes in the primordial world must be seized. Above the East Sea, a tall and heroic man stood alongside an extraordinarily beautiful woman on the clouds. Later generations called them the Dongwangong and Zhuangmu, renowned titles. Junior sister, this is a tremendous joy. Dongwangong laughed unabashedly, his voice shaking the surface of the sea. Zhuangmu showed little expression, yet her lips slowly curled up. The struggle for the saint positions has only just begun. We cannot yet tell who will win in the end. At this very moment, laughter that could not be contained erupted from every corner of the primordial world. A terrifying aura surged everywhere, causing countless beings to shiver. How many monsters are hidden beneath the waters of the primordial world? In the Yao court, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi sat on the throne, exuding a pressure akin to tidal waves. The Hongmeng purple qi is gone. Emperor Jun spoke. Tai Yi laughed wildly, his eyes filled with wildness. Brother, let's see how the 3 pure ones can maintain their airs now. He remembered clearly how arrogant the 3 pure ones were back then. Especially that old fellow Yuanshi who dared to establish the Chan sect and meddle with the foundations of the demon clan. Emperor Jun was not as excited as Tai Yi. He merely focused on the movements emerging from various forbidden areas in the primordial world, frowning. Good things aren't necessarily good. At the same time, in the Pango Hall, Dijiang sat at the highest position of the Wu clan, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate space, clearly observing the excited big shots ready to leap up. Dijiang spoke heavily, thinking the same as Emperor Jun. From now on, the Wu and Yao will still dominate, but the territory of the primordial world is no longer just ours. As soon as these words fell, all the other ancestral witches except for Hutu were left dumbfounded, unable to grasp the situation. Isn't it a great thing that the saints have lost their positions? Why is the eldest brother still frowning? In the human valley, Su Ming's eyes were fixed on the distance as he slowly uttered a few words. The 3,000 mortal immortals of the Ziyi Palace are about to emerge. With the chaos in the primordial world, it's just the right time for the human clan to take advantage. The Shinnon clan looked bewildered, their eyes filled with question marks. 3,000 mortal immortals. What on earth are those? Su Ming replied casually, those who went to the Ziyi Palace to hear the teachings aren't just the 3 pure ones. Yinjuni and Nuwa are also among them. To be fair, Hongjun provided the foundation for the path to enlightenment, preventing total chaos in the primordial world. The rapid rise of the Wu and Yao clans is directly related to this. The Shinnon clan was itching with curiosity and quickly asked Ancestor, what level of cultivation do those 3,000 mortal immortals possess? Some are strong, some are weak. They are inferior to the 3 pure ones in Tai Yi, but there are formidable ones among them who can contend with the ancestral witches. Su Ming smiled lightly. His words were understated, yet the nearby leaders of the human clan all shuddered, their pupils constricting as they almost spoke in unison. Doesn't that mean there are 3,000 Quasi saints? Not just that. Su Ming seemed not to notice their shock and added, among them there are quite a few at the late Quasi saint stage and even some at the peak of the Quasi saint stage. The several leaders became stiff, all over completely dumbfounded. Previously, they were secretly pleased about reaching the quasi-saint realm, but now that little bit of pride was gone. Ming smiled faintly. He shared this information to prevent them from getting too carried away. The depths of the primordial world are unfathomable, with terrifying numbers of powerful beings. Those top-tier innate gods and demons possess astonishing talents, and have remained low-key, merely wary of Hongjun and several saints. Now that the saints have fallen from their positions, and it seems Hongjun is also heavily injured, those who have been holding back for years will definitely not remain still. In fact, it's not just the peak quasi-saints. Among the 3,000 mortal immortals, at least a dozen are not much inferior to the 3 pure ones. Ming, Hezhan, Yuanzi, Kuanping. Who among them isn't a ruthless character who has slain 1 or even 2 corpses? Ming thought to himself, according to the primordial world's terminology, what I refer to as a sub-saint is essentially a Hunyuan Jinxian. As for the saints, they have completely transcended the constraints of heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible, eternally imperishable Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. From the birth of the chaotic world until now, only Pangu and Hongjun have truly attained the path of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. Luo Ho can at most be considered to possess the fighting power of a saint, but lacks the characteristics of immortality, unending power. Hongjun, having created those 7 streams of Hongming purple qi on the surface, was distributing fortune to 6 disciples, but in reality, he wished to have these innate gods and demons who grew under his teachings mutually restrain each other, ensuring that the primordial world would not give rise to a second Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. Ming's lips curled slightly. Hongjun's calculations had completely backfired. With the emergence of the 3,000 mortal immortals, and the Wu and Yao clans clashing, this situation is like a great melting pot. You kill me, I swallow you, and sooner or later someone will step over the corpses to reach the threshold of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. Ming turned to look at Laozi, his eyes shining bright, smiling recklessly. Senior brother, you are the disgrace of Pangu's true lineage and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yuan Shi's voice was hoarse, each word chewed out with resentment. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked ready. After painstakingly achieving enlightenment, he had swiftly fallen from the saint position. And all of this was done by the very senior brother he had called out for countless years. Thanks to you, second junior brother. Laozi's voice was as flat as dead water. While sitting there on the brink of death, he had already figured everything out. From that moment on, he had only one path left in his heart, pursuing the Tao. All personal desires and emotional ties were gone. Yuan Shi was the root of his inability to cross that threshold. As these words landed, the proud Yuan Shi exploded. Senior brother, even at this point you still don't realize your mistakes. You resent me for obstructing your path to enlightenment, but have you ever thought about it? You pulled me and third junior brother down from our positions as saints where we had struggled for countless eons to ascend, to revitalize Pangu's true lineage and manage the primordial world. Everything you ruined. Your hatred for this group of monkey-like beings has caused you to abandon the feelings of billions of years of brotherhood. You deserve to die, to be torn to shreds. Hongjun's voice interjected, his throat sounding as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, you two listen. This person is unworthy to remain the first disciple of the Tao, as he chose the path of degeneration and exiled himself. You both should join me in taking action and slay him. He has already cut out his third corpse, achieving great success as a Hunyuan Jinxian. Although you both have once attained the path and touched the edge of the saints in a real fight, you wouldn't be able to match him. Hongjun's eyes were bloodshot, and that hatred was so deep that even if all the waters of the primordial world were poured out, it wouldn't be cleansed. Yet now he was just a mere avatar. Moreover, being a chaotic demon god suppressed by the heavens and earth of the primordial world, it would be exceedingly difficult to single-handedly take down a fully realized Hunyuan Jinxian like Laozi. Even if he could kill him, Laozi bore the merit of opening up the heavens. Once he made a move, the backlash from the primordial world would immediately strike him. But if it were Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, both of whom also carried the merit of opening the heavens, that would be a different story. Laozi's face showed no signs of turmoil, calm as if waiting for death. Then let's have a fight. He had anticipated this scene long ago. He had even prepared for the possibility of dying in battle. Yuan Shi was driven mad, his mouth spewing venom, gritting his teeth in hatred. But once Hongjun's words reached his ears, he still tensed up. He lowered his head, falling silent. The three pure ones were originally one entity, and such words were not said lightly. The bonds of brotherhood ran deep. Countless times per second, the surrounding space could not heal in time, the cracks tearing wider, spreading like a spider web in all directions. The mountains trembled, the heavens and earth began to collapse. This shaking itself conveyed a single truth to everyone. He was in turmoil, his heart storming without pause. He hated Laozi for bringing him down from the saint position and loathed Laozi for yielding to degeneration. Yet that bond of brotherhood still held him tightly. Two forces collided in his chest, causing him to tremble all over. Yuan Shi wants to kill Laozi. From today onward, the three pure ones are no longer one family. It's broken. Those powerful beings hiding in the shadows smirked. It would be best if the three pure ones were completely wiped out. Even without their saint positions, if these three banded together, no one in the primordial world would dare provoke them, and the position of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian would not be far from them. Ming watched this farce unfold before him, muttering the relationship between the three pure ones has reached its end. He felt that the direction of the primordial world was somewhat different from his memories, yet upon reflection, it seemed like nothing had changed. The three pure ones still had to split apart, still had to tear their faces. The source still lay with Yuan Shi. What was that saying? When everything comes to an end, the paths are quite similar. Suddenly a hoarse roar exploded. It was wrapped in a thick, unyielding, murderous aura. Kill! Kill! The three roars shook the heavens, darkening the skies, thunder and lightning clashing, mountains trembling and vegetation withering. All beings' spines turned cold. Blood-colored lightning exploded in the sky. The primal figure suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Laozi, his voice squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth. Taiching, I must kill you. The face of Pangu Zong cannot be trampled upon. How many years have I endured, how much have I fought just to preserve this face? I was so close to success, just one step away, and all of it was ruined by you, a worthless being mingling with exotic beasts. I hate. I will slay you and cleanse the name of Pangu Zong with your blood. This voice was filled with resentment, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. That hatred, even the waters of the four seas could not cleanse it. It's coming. The powerful being's eyes widened, followed by overwhelming joy. Surprises came one after another, leaving them no time to react. This human boy truly performed brilliantly. They could not fathom how this insignificant creature managed to turn the tide. The three clear ones have split apart. No, they are killing each other. Pangu's face has been utterly disgraced by these three. They all deserve to die. The voice of Zhu Jiuyin was as cold as a blade. The three clear ones are unworthy to call themselves descendants of Pangu. One day my Wu clan will clear the gates for our father god. The other ancestral witches erupted in fury, their tempers flaring. But no one noticed that Di Jiang, facing away from them, slowly curled the corner of his lips, his voice lighter than a mosquito's wing. This human, I cannot see through him at all. This time the Wu clan has gained a great favor from the human race. The hat of Pangu Zong has always been a thorn between the Wu clan and the three clear ones. This time the Wu clan has united as one, clearly overpowering the three clear ones. The favor of the vast wilderness towards the three clear ones is bound to decline. Conversely, the cohesion and fortune of the Wu clan will only rise. Interests. Among the ancestral witches, the one truly making decisions is Di Jiang, whose mind is the clearest. What he sees is the three clear ones turning against each other, which can bring great benefits to the Wu clan. Not bad. Hong Jun's face twitched, smiling somewhat fiercely. With the primal figure around, the vast wilderness will no longer backlash against him. He can kill Laozi without hesitation. But at that moment, a heavy voice crashed down. Senior brother, this is the last time I will call you that. Tong Tian, who had maintained a stern face and said nothing since entering, finally spoke up. Third junior brother. Laozi's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, yet in the end, he could not utter a single word. The primordial purple energy shattered. The one he felt most regretful towards was Tong Tian. Apologizing. It seems to be of no use. Tong Tian seemed to suddenly understand, breaking into a grin, his black hair slicing through space like arrows, sending chills down observers' spines. Today Taiching Laozi is still my senior brother. Anyone who wants to take my senior brother's life must first step over my dead body. Tong Tian. Tong Tian's voice was wildly unrestrained, shaking the very heavens and earth. Buzz. The four swords of extermination soared into the sky, nailing down in all directions, the sword energy overwhelming, ripping apart the void. Tong Tian took a bold step, standing beside Laozi, and smiled slightly at him. Senior brother, until we meet again, we will be the deadliest rivals on the path of proof. Today you are still my senior brother. The three clear ones were originally one entity. No matter who wishes to move against you, they must first pass over my threshold. This was originally the agreement established between the three clear ones. Regardless of whether Tong Tian harbored hatred towards Laozi, he still upheld this promise. Just like his sword, it does not turn back once drawn. This Tong Tian truly has guts. Ming's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands, daring to use himself to bear the burden of four saints, boldly standing against Hong Jun without bowing down. Shinong laughed heartily. Among the three clear ones, at last there is one that I find pleasing to the eye. Primal is just a worthless character who cannot hold a stage. Ziyi sneered coldly. Despite the enormous gap in strength between her and Primal, she still looked down upon him. Chao Shi's voice turned cold. The three clear ones were originally one entity, but Primal's mind is narrower than a needle's eye, unable to distinguish between the grudges of his kin and those from outside. The split among the three clear ones originates from him. If the human race produces such a character, I will personally chop him up. In the Wu clan, Di Jiang slightly nodded his eyes, revealing recognition for Tong Tian. Among the three clear ones there is still one who carries the shadow of the Father God. Those lofty figures, despite their reluctance to see Tong Tian act this way, could not help but praise him. Third junior brother, do you really want to oppose me? Primal stood stunned, his voice filled with disbelief and uncontainable hatred, spilling out sentence after sentence. He couldn't comprehend. Clearly he was the one being wronged, and Tong Tian was also a victim. They were all victims. Tong Tian could have refrained from action, yet how could he turn around to help Laozi against him, pushing him onto the path of ungratefulness? Tong Tian showed no expression, coldly replying, second senior brother, you have gone too far. Tong Tian showed no expression, coldly replying, second senior brother, you have gone too far. Tong, you did it on purpose. You resent that I looked down on your Jiao, so you intentionally made me bear the name of ungratefulness. You deserve to die, you all deserve to die. All must die. All. Primal's appearance seemed on the verge of complete insanity. Suddenly Hong Jun's furious shout exploded like thunder. Tong Tian, have you forgotten how your master treated you? Even you must betray the Dao sect, and betray me. At this moment Hong Jun felt he was treated as heir, and the fire inside him grew increasingly fierce. He was the only saint of the vast wilderness. He was the Dao ancestor, the root of the Dao sect. Tong Tian's eyes were icy, smiling at Hong Jun. Master, this is merely an exchange of interests. Why bring up emotions? When emotions are involved, it tends to hurt more. It is better not to mention them. Su Ming's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Tong Tian actually saw through it so clearly. Among the three clear ones, Laozi is wholeheartedly devoted to the Dao primal, is stubborn and dogmatic, while Tong Tian is the most perceptive. Unfortunately, his pride prevents him from looking back at anything. Su Ming gently shook his head again. Each of the three clear ones has their own flaws. Perhaps this is the flaw left behind after Panga's primordial spirit split into three. Tong Tian's words were beautiful. Those great figures began to speak one by one, as Tong Tian had voiced all their thoughts. It was indeed an exchange of interests. You Hong Jun preach and educate the beings of the vast wilderness, and everyone reveres you as the supreme Dao ancestor, allowing you to gather boundless fortune, holding you high. Since it is all for profit, why mention emotions? In this vast wilderness there are only glaring interests. Who? Hong Jun gasped for breath, the air he exhaled tearing through the sky like a violent wind. No one knew how furious he truly was at this moment. The heavens turned upside down. Do you really think I cannot deal with you? You are too arrogant. Traitors, all of you are traitors. Traitors must all die. Hong Jun roared, kill. In an instant, rolling purple energy and boundless darkness swallowed the entire land of the vast wilderness. Woo woo woo. The chaotic winds howled madly, the murderous aura surged, and the malevolent energy of the chaotic demons swept through the heavens and the earth. Master, I also want to see your methods. Laozi waved his sleeve, and the Taiji diagram unfolded, the yin and yang energies surging like tides, blocking all residual waves outside the human race's position. Following that, he transformed, unleashing three streams of clear energy that soared into the sky, manifesting three avatars directly facing Hong Jun. Haha, fight. Tong Tian spoke little. Those four words struck out. The extermination sword array instantly expanded, four gigantic swords embedded in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, their tips piercing through the clouds, the sword light cascading down like a waterfall, sealing off the entire world. The two from the three clear ones clashed head-on with Hong Jun's avatar. The heavens collapsed. The earth cracked. The vast land of millions of miles tore apart like paper, the sky shattered into pieces, and the world changed colors. This scene had never been predicted. Those mighty existences hiding beyond the heavens all bore solemn expressions. They watched this fight more intently than anyone else. They wanted to see how much strength Hong Jun had left, and whether he could still suppress them. At that moment, Primal, who had remained silent, finally moved. However, he did not go to help Laozi. Instead, he took a step, advancing towards the human race step by step. The murderous aura spilled forth like a tide. With each step he took, the heavens trembled. He had not yet made a move, but the world had already frozen. That kind of cold penetrated to the bone. Primal is targeting the human race. Those mighty existences felt a jolt in their hearts, holding their breath and staring. The human race. It's all because of you. Primal's voice was like ground stone, every word laced with murderous intent. With each step he took, the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. Bang! Mountains collapsed, the heavens turned over, and fierce winds whipped up debris. The second step. Boom. Before the human race, the land for millions of miles cracked, directly collapsing into one dark hole after another, dust rising to the sky, obscuring the sun. All the great clans were watching, their breaths held. Ultimately, this matter was instigated by the human race. Even now, no one knows what Lao Zi experienced among the human race that could ignite this great battle. Lao Zi turned against Hong Jun because of the human race. The three clear ones split apart also because of the human race. The human race. Truly an inscrutable race. A mighty existence sighed softly. Primal Tianzuan, the true Pangu Zong II in command of the Dao sect. Since the beginning of the heavens and the earth, he has dominated the vast wilderness, inherently proud to an extreme. In his eyes, all beings in the world are inferior, only the three clear ones are the most noble. This human race before him has only risen for a little over 10,000 years, surprising everyone. Moreover, their strength was uncanny, obliterating the entire Ming clan in a single battle. The sky darkened like a pressed iron plate. Primal's eyes turned blood red, murderous intent seeping from every pore. His robe billowed with the gusts, the momentum tearing the sky apart. The Panga banner appeared in his hand. As that entity emerged, the power of chaos descended like a black wall heavy enough to suffocate. The primordial's eyes wild like a beast, fixated fiercely in the direction of the human race. The ape clan should not exist in this primal world. The human settlement was eerily quiet, as if isolated from the world, devoid of any movement. The sky was so dark it seemed on the verge of collapse. This battle had escalated to a point that rivaled the ancient Dao Demon War. The three pure ones were no longer the newly ascended saints. Their overwhelming aura left others breathless. Mountains shattered, the sun and moon dimmed, and the killing intent swept through the primal chaos like a blade. The primordial stood in midair, shaking the Panga banner, causing the power of chaos to swirl into a pitch-black, great sword. That sword's shadow pierced the heavens, forcing the earth to crumble with cracks sprawling in all directions. Ancestor, allow me to lead the war department to confront him. The Shinnon clan was ablaze with fighting spirit. What's wrong with the primordial? You need not act, we can handle him ourselves. The Nesting clan and the Ziyi clan surged forward, their fists cracking ominously. Su Ming remained silent. The light in his eyes was as cold as ice shards, landing on the primordial with a chilling intensity. He clenched his fists tightly. At the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Su Ming understood better than anyone that the gap between a Hunyuan Golden Immortal and a Quasi Saint could not simply be bridged by talent. The Shinnon clan was only at the early stage of Quasi Sainthood. No matter how strong they were no match for the primordial, with no possibility of turning the tables. It was a qualitative suppression. Su Ming took a deep breath. He did not want to intervene. Once he stepped forward and revealed his true combat power, the human race could no longer hide in the shadows. All those hidden eyes would focus here, and any thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos would be out of the question. Primordial, you madman, you deserve to die. Su Ming growled softly, a golden mist rising in his eyes as he took a step forward. But just as he was about to land that step, he suddenly halted. His pupils contracted sharply. He looked up at the heavens. Boom! A blinding red light suddenly erupted, setting the sky ablaze with crimson. Flames surged, spreading for millions of miles, painting the entire primal world in blood red. A massive fireball descended from the sky like a blazing sun or a falling star, directly crashing towards the earth. It was aimed directly at the primordial. What is that? A red embroidery ball. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Youchao. Why has she come? A group of towering beings observing from the shadows trembled, their pupils narrowing to pinpricks. No one expected that the reclusive Youchao would appear at such a critical moment. Moreover, she was targeting the primordial directly. This was clearly a direct challenge to Hong Jun. Boom. At the moment the red embroidery ball fell, flames erupted. The entire primal world trembled, even Mount Buzhou quaked, as if about to be crushed by this force. The fireball collided with the Panga banner. The heavens collapsed. The chaotic power and the red light collided, creating a devastating storm that swallowed everything in sight. The world suddenly fell silent, as if it had its throat squeezed. The first woman to achieve sainthood and hold the position of heavenly Dao Saint for the longest time finally revealed her fangs at this moment. Her understanding of the rules is probably unparalleled in the current primal world. Zinyuanzi murmured softly. The expressions of those high-ranking figures tensed up. Youchao had squatted in the position of heavenly Dao Saint for tens of thousands of years, observing the operations of the heavens day and night with the perspective of a saint. Such treatment had not been enjoyed by anyone since the creation of the world. Though she had lost her saint status, her abilities had multiplied exponentially. Even the primordial who held the Panga banner found himself unable to gain any advantage in a direct confrontation. In the past, under the Dao ancestor, she was the least noticeable among them. Who could match her luck? Even without her saint status, if she were to ascend to the Hunyuan realm again, it would be the smoothest path. The entire primal world was shaken by Youchao's appearance, and what made people shiver even more was her overwhelming strength. Su Ming's foot, which had just begun to move, halted, his gaze as cold as a blade. Youchao's return was both unexpected and expected. With all the saints deposed who had benefited the most, it could only be her. With Hongjun injured to such an extent, even she dared to step forward. Truly, even the most insignificant beings felt they could take the stage now. Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. According to the original path of the primal world, Youchao had never shown her face even when the human race was slaughtered and the demon race was annihilated. The only time she acted was after Mount Buzhou was destroyed. It was likely only because Hongjun nodded that she repaired the heavens. Seeing the human race on the rise, does she want to take advantage of the chaos? Her calculations are ringing loud. She probably intends to include herself in the mix. Su Ming stared at the sky, his eyes sharper than ice shards. Youchao. Suddenly a voice crashed down from the heavens, crisp, yet suffocating. Second senior brother, you have gone too far. The human race was shaped by my own hands, calling me a holy mother. What right do you have to bully them at will? Before Youchao finished speaking, she had already stepped out from the firmament, standing firmly above the human race. Holy Mother. The Holy Mother has arrived. Youchao, Holy Mother is here to protect us. The previously silent human territory erupted in cheers. Amidst the cheers, screams, and people kneeling in reverence, countless individuals bowed to Youchao. In the end, she was the Holy Mother who created the human race. Even if she had abandoned the human race immediately after creating them, they had never held a grudge against her, continuing to revere her as the Holy Mother. This prestige was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the human race. Youchao. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He had long anticipated this scene. He had never entertained the thought of stripping Youchao of her title as Holy Mother. That was a fundamental issue of right and wrong. No matter what, Youchao created the human race. How could a child remove their mother from the family tree? If such a thing were to occur, the balance of hearts would be utterly disrupted. Su Ming did not abolish Youchao's position as Holy Mother. It was not that he did not want to act against her, but the current situation made it impossible. It was like a family of 3 generations where the father neglected his own mother, resenting her for not treating him well in the past. Yet he turned around and expected his son to treat him like an ancestor in the future. Isn't that dreaming? Su Ming calculated this matter clearly. Therefore, Youchao remained in her position. This was also why when she suddenly appeared above the human race, the crowd below cheered, as if it were a festival. However, not abolishing her did not mean allowing her to act recklessly. I won't remove your position, I just don't cause any trouble. Behave as a totemic deity for the human race, and I will have peace of mind. Otherwise, Su Ming muttered to himself, his voice as cold as ice shards. This time he did not suppress his voice, and all the human leaders behind him heard it. The Shinnong clan gasped. The nesting clan's eyelids twitched twice. The Ziyi clan tensed up, quickly burying their heads down, wishing to bury their faces in the dirt, pretending they heard nothing. If these words were to spread, it would be disastrous. But to be fair, they were no longer the naive, low-level tribes of the primal world. In their hearts, the 3 of them had a scale regarding Youchao, the Holy Mother. What position should Youchao hold among the human race? What should the human race do with her? The last time she spoke to the human race, her words were filled with righteousness, yet her disdain for them was not hidden at all. Even now she appeared gentle and benevolent in the heavens. It was merely a facade. The 3 exchanged glances, each nodding solemnly. Their thoughts aligned. The ancestor would have the final say. As long as the ancestor made the decision, they would follow wholeheartedly. After all, the ancestor was the first generation of human ancestors, the first batch of humans molded by Youchao herself. No one understood her background better than them. However, what they did not know was that Su Ming's understanding of Youchao went far beyond having met her once. Su Ming's gaze darkened, a layer of ice forming deep within his eyes. He looked down on Youchao's nature from the bottom of his heart. But to be fair, at this critical moment, her combat power is indeed somewhat useful to the human race. Su Ming stared at the resplendent saint in midair, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the air, Youchao looked down at the throngs of people kneeling below, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. O human race, you will be of great use to me in the future. With Hongjun out of the picture, the 3,000 earthly immortals were about to burst forth to seize territory. She certainly needed to rally a group of her own. No matter how one looked at it, the human race was the best card to play. Having sat in the position of Heavenly Tao Saint for tens of thousands of years, she knew far too many secrets. The human race's luck was flourishing, set to become the main character of the future primal world as determined by the Heavenly Tao with boundless potential. Now that Hongjun was gone with no one to oversee matters, if she could grasp hold of this newly budding human race, the benefits would far exceed simply becoming a Heavenly Tao Saint. The realm of the Heavenly Tao was not out of reach either. Youchao's eyes were filled with delight, her tone laced with uncontainable pride. In the long run, this deal will be immensely profitable. She had hastily emerged from the shadow of her fallen saint status, even willing to confront the Primordial for this. This battle was a key step in her return to prominence among the human race. She needed this hard-fought battle to erase the disgrace she had suffered in front of the leaders of the human race. to remind everyone that she was the one who deserved to be revered as the ancestral teacher. Youchao, you dare to stand in my way. The Primordial's voice was dark, his fury seeping through the cracks of his words. His eyes glinted with cold light, and he appeared like a ferocious beast roused. The Youchao he had always respected now dared to show her claws against him. Did she truly think that now that he had fallen from grace, anyone could step on him? Get out of my way, the Primordial bellowed. Enough with the nonsense, let's just fight. Youchao's voice was as cold as ice shards. She was eager to engage the Primordial in battle, wanting all of the primal world to witness that she was not to be trifled with. This battle shook the very foundations of the primal earth. Strange, why has Youchao changed like this? In the great hall of the demon court, Emperor Jun furrowed his brows tightly. This was not right. From his understanding of Youchao, she should not be such a tough nut. Could it be that the human race has some hidden methods that they have not perceived? This thought also echoed in the minds of countless powerful beings at this moment. Youchao's defiance completely overturned her previous image. Everyone gasped in shock. Was this still the weak Youchao? At that moment, a clear and resonant voice shattered the silence of the primordial world. Well said. Want to target the human race? Youchao will be the first to object. In the next second, the towering figure of the ancestral, which stood imposingly between heaven and earth. Chaos and malevolent aura surged around her, cascading down like a waterfall, pressing so heavily that the air itself distorted. Youchao. Emperor Jun's pupils contracted as he sprang up from his throne. The Witch clan was also getting involved. He finally realized why, despite his bestowal of divine titles and rewards to the human race, they had not shown any response. He had previously thought it was because of the incident with Ming. The human race must resent his favoritism. Big brother, in my opinion, it would be better to just eliminate these two-faced scum. Tai grinned, his smile full of brutality and cruelty. He had always held a grudge against Youchao for ignoring the demon clan after becoming a saint. Today was a perfect opportunity to settle the score. With a serious face, Emperor Jun pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Let's observe for now. I don't believe the human race dares to openly betray the demon clan. They must leave some room for maneuver. The potential of the human race is too great, and their connections with those powerful beings run deep. We cannot directly tear the facade. Tai replied, carelessly, his eyes filled with disdain for the human race. Even Youchao had to lower her head before him, how much less so for the little insects that Youchao casually created. The Witch clan also has dealings with the human race. Other powerful beings shuddered their gazes towards the human race, completely transformed. Youchao's body broke through the clouds, her head thrust deep into the firmament. From below, one could only see her ancestral, witch eyes swirling with malevolent aura like two blood-red grinding discs suspended in midair. Primordial, you waste of the Panga lineage, get lost. Her voice was terrifyingly loud, each word wrapped in thunder, her fury igniting the clouds into a crimson hue. The previous onlookers had all miscalculated. The human race and the Witch clan had not deep ties. The reason this ancestral, which personally jumped in, was not because of a strong bond between the two clans. The reason Youchao took action was quite simple. On one hand, the Witch clan vaguely owed the human race a favor. On the other hand, she could not stand the face of Primordial, finding his actions utterly repugnant. Moreover, with this punch, she could also save face for the human race, making future negotiations easier. A win-win situation, why not? Witch clan. Youchao. Primordial's chest felt like it would explode, his hair dancing wildly behind him, wishing he could tear the heavens apart. The Panga banner in his hand shook violently. Chaos energy surged forth, darkening the heavens, as if the entire sky were being splashed with ink, ready to drag the primordial world back into chaos. Youchao was too lazy to waste words with him. Her temperament was such that she never played games with empty talk. When she decided to fight, she did so decisively. With a swing of her fist, she launched a powerful blow. Don't roll away. Then she would make him roll. Her towering ancestral, witch figure moved, causing the entire world to tremble. With a single step down, mountains collapsed and sways, the primordial earth shook with an unimaginable force. Youchao inherited the laws of earth. Each step she took was connected to the land, her movements supported by the strength of the entire primordial realm. Among ancestral witches, her combat power was definitely among the top. When this punch struck out, the heavens shattered. The earthy yellow light was murky and heavy, like an entire slab of earth crashing down, shattering the firmament into fragments. This power was directed solely at Primordial, yet its weight felt as if the entire primordial earth was being pressed upon his spine. Youchao, you damn well deserve to die. Primordial completely lost his sanity, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his pupils seemed stuffed with blood-colored lightning. His killing intent could tear the world apart. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the Panga banner against the current. The pitch-black chaos energy overturned the stars, colliding violently with Youchao's fist. This was the first direct confrontation between the two branches derived from the Pangu primordial spirit and the Pangu physical body, the three pure ones against the witch clan. The heavens exploded. Chaos energy and the laws of earth clashed violently. The rifts torn open, devoured large swathes of void. The battle escalated to a peak comparable to the conflict between Hongjun and Laozi, equally representing the pinnacle of the primordial world. The many onlookers were left dumbfounded. None of them had expected that a matter instigated by the human race could drag so many terrifying existences into the fray, causing a battle that threatened to tear the heavens apart. Yua's expression was not good. She had just been overshadowed by Huda, feeling quite displeased. Seeing Huda throw a punch, she couldn't help but yell, launching the red embroidered ball directly into the fray. But that was not the end. Yua's other hand opened, and the river map unfolded, covering the entire. Within the scroll, the universe evolved. Mountains and rivers emerged from thin air, and boundless power emanated from the scroll, pressing the air to the point of near solidification. Kill, kill, kill. Primordial was driven mad with rage, fighting like a lunatic, his combat power terrifyingly explosive. He single-handedly bore down on two opponents, still managing to press the attack against them. The entire primordial world was left in shock. Among the three pure ones, the second-rank Yuching Tiandi wielded the Panga banner, as if it were alive, almost tearing the river map apart. What kind of fierce technique was this? Our human race is not something that can be easily toyed with. Su Ming's voice was not loud, but his gaze was cold enough to freeze. With a flick of his hand, the Wuxia bell landed in his palm. As the bell rang, space collapsed, and the entire sky trembled. Ziyi, come with me. It's time for the primordial world to open its eyes and see what the human race is made of. We stand firm in this realm, relying on our fists, not on connections. Boom! The earth cracked, the heavens collapsed, the starry sea roiled, and stars fell like rain. The aura of destruction filled every corner of the primordial world. The battle took place high in the sky, far from the ground, yet the aftermath still churned the entire world into chaos. Sword energy, yin and yang energy, purple energy flames, and chaotic mist mixed together, erupting wildly everywhere. How many billions of beings? Countless. Mountains collapsed one after another, the star rivers reversed, and meteors from the ancient starry sky fell, smashing the earth into countless holes. Is this going to end the world? Even during the time of Pangu opening the heavens, it wasn't this intense. Regardless of who wins, the primordial world will be forever changed. Those exalted beings gazed at the two battlefields, their thoughts swirling, complex and bewildering. As for the countless beings that had perished and those who would face extinction next, they did not even bat an eyelid. In the primordial world, power ruled supreme. The weak were prey to the strong. Only the powerful were worthy of living. Only the powerful were worthy of possessing everything. Should the weak live or die? It was none of their concern. Unless it involved themselves, what difference did it make if one ant died or a swarm of ants? Surviving meant your fortune was great. Dying was merely shedding a grain of sand. Truly worthy of being the Tao ancestor. Jin Yuanzi stared at Hongjun, muttering. Hongjun single-handedly fought against Laozi, and Tongtian barehanded against the Taiji diagram and the four swords of Zhejian. The scene was utterly terrifying. This is just a temporary avatar condensed from divine sense, while in a severely injured state. Every move and action embodies the Tao, embodies divine power. How powerful is the Tao ancestor's true body? Hongjun stood in the heavens, purple energy spreading across millions of miles, as if he himself were the Tao. With a casual lift of his hand, the heavens cracked, the earth turned, and that momentum could shatter souls. Laozi and Tongtian each urged their treasures, working together in perfect harmony. Yin and yang energies mixed with endless sword light, transforming into a great sword domain. Layers upon layers of sword intent surged, mysterious beyond belief. Hongjun was entangled on one side, with both sides exchanging blows, neither able to suppress the other. On another battlefield, the gazes of those powerful beings fell upon Youchao and Primordial, yet they saw completely different scenes. Primordial fought like a madman, waving the Panga banner in his hand, chaos energy exploding in wave after wave, as if he wanted to crush the entire vast world. The power was overwhelmingly fierce, forcing Yuwa and Hutu to retreat step by step. Even gasping for breath became difficult. Hutu, stepping on the earth, desperately drew power from the earth veins, barely able to hold her ground. But Yuwa's side was in dire straits, her face as pale as paper, the river map swaying under the onslaught of chaos energy, looking as if it would collapse any moment. Blood had already seeped from the corner of her mouth, yet she still held on. As this battle progressed to this point, even if the two joined forces, they could no longer hide their defeat. Mingi watched from below, letting out a cold laugh. Yuwa has at least squatted in the same position for tens of thousands of years. Her realm is indeed a notch above Primordial's, yet her combat skills are simply too lacking. His words dripped with contempt, thinking if he had Nuwa's opportunities and his realm was established, even without Huda's help he could still pound Primordial into the ground. At the demon court, Emperor Jun furrowed his brows, his voice lowering. Nuwa not only lacks fighting skills, but the most critical point is that she does not possess suitable innate treasures. The river map and the red embroidered ball are not prime offensive innate treasures and cannot unleash her true combat power. Tai coldly interjected a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Big brother, that's not all. She and Huta talk of cooperation, yet each has their own thoughts jostling against each other. The combined strength of the two cannot even match one person. Otherwise, at the very least, they could match Primordial evenly. A fierce determination flared in his eyes as he turned to Dijun, saying, what a disgrace. The only being of the demon race who has once attained Tao is reduced to teaming up with the ancestor witches and now being beaten back time and again. Brother, I strongly suggest that after we finish this battle, we directly strip her of her position as the Nuwa Empress. With her combat power, at most she could serve as a demon god. Dijun fell silent for a moment. He understood what Tai was aiming for. With Nuwa's position diminished, it was indeed a prime opportunity to suppress her status and power within the demon race. Tai's words were not without reason. For the past tens of thousands of years, Nuwa's influence within the demon race had grown day by day, especially with her brother Fushi being one of the 5 emperors, his prestige now nearly on par with that of the 2 brothers. Previously, because Nuwa was a sage, they did not dare to confront her openly, let alone harm her. Now that her sacred position was lost, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet Dijun could not make up his mind. With Fushi backing Nuwa and the human race's considerable influence, it was not to be trifled with. If handled poorly, it could lead to great chaos, directly affecting the standoff between the witches and demons. He sighed and shook his head, saying, let's wait and see. There were too many constraints. If he could consolidate all power of the demon race in his hands, wielding life and death as he pleased, he wouldn't need to hesitate like this. Tai suddenly shouted, brother, look over there. His voice was filled with shock, completely unable to believe his eye. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire wilderness. That kind of momentum was genuine imperial might, as if a great emperor was about to descend. Dijun's pupils contracted, and he immediately looked up. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. He leapt to his feet, his eyes nearly popping out as he gritted his teeth and growled, innate supreme treasure. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of bells rang out from the center of the human territory, wave after wave. The world felt as if someone had pressed the pause button. The space solidified, and everything came to a standstill. From a height of 10,000 zhang, a small black dot appeared within the human race. As the sound of the bells echoed, that black dot expanded wildly, quickly filling the vision. A chaotic-colored great bell spanned the endless void, its size reaching billions of zhang, firmly planted between heaven and earth. At this moment, the wilderness was utterly silent. The chaotic great bell became the sole entity in the entire world. Its body was ancient and unadorned, integrated into one, indistinguishable from chaos. Yet the pressure it emanated was suffocating, like the very origin of the vast world. A single strike could return the entire world to its initial starting point. The heavens above the wilderness darkened, heavy clouds pressed down, and the residual waves capable of destroying the earth were now completely frozen. The great beings nearly had their eyes pop out, frozen in place, unable to believe the scene before them. Who could believe that a mere human race could possess an innate supreme treasure? It was unimaginable. Heavens! Does the human race possess an innate supreme treasure? Is this thing real? The demon race dominates the wilderness, yet only the Eastern Emperor has that bell to maintain appearances. This human race has only emerged for a few tens of thousands of years. Where did they get an innate supreme treasure? Across the entire wilderness, counting both the known and unknown innate supreme treasures, there probably aren't even 10 in total. How could a freshly emerged small race possess one? Unacceptable. I am at the peak of Quasi-Saint, having lived since the era of the fierce beasts, and I only have one high-grade innate spirit treasure in my possession. I am in the late stage of Quasi-Saint, and don't even have an innate spirit treasure. The bell waves shook the myriad worlds, completely overturning the battle. The wilderness erupted into chaos. None of those great figures or the powerful clans that shook the wilderness could accept the notion that the human race possessed an innate supreme treasure. What qualification did a weak race at the Quasi-Saint early stage have to wield an innate supreme treasure? At this moment, even Hongjun and Lao's battle came to a halt. Tong Tian mumbled, his eyes filled with shock and an unmistakable greed. Who could resist the temptation of an innate supreme treasure? Moreover, this item had fallen into the hands of a race only at the Quasi-Saint early stage. It was simply a waste. He was also one of the 3 pure ones, and the most impressive thing he had on hand was that set of slaughtering supreme treasures, the 4 swords of Zhuxian. What is a slaughtering supreme treasure? In terms of power, it was comparable to an innate supreme treasure, but in terms of versatility and divine abilities, it fell far short. Not to mention the ability to suppress fortune. Thus, although Luo Ho could forge the four swords of Zhu Xian in the postnatal realm, he could not create an innate supreme treasure. Laozi was also taken aback. He had witnessed the Emperor of Humanity's means which were unfathomable. At this moment, the face of the Emperor of Humanity revolved in his mind. He finally understood where the Emperor of Humanity's confidence came from. It was not only due to the Emperor's abilities which did not lose to any supreme existences, but more importantly that the human race had such an innate supreme treasure which could firmly lock down the fortune. Laozi suddenly realized a significant matter. If the Emperor of Humanity uses the innate supreme treasure to suppress fortune, then with the portion of human fortune given to me, he can take it back whenever he wants. A thought emerged in Laozi's mind that he completely did not want to face. Not just Laozi. The most bewildered was Nuwa. If the human race possessed an innate supreme treasure, could the leader of the human race, Shinnong, not dispose of her, the Holy Mother, at any time and reclaim the fortune? Why should that be? The human race was created by her. As the Holy Mother of the human race, without an innate supreme treasure in her hands, the human race instead had one. Moreover, the human race had the right to discard her at any time and reclaim her fortune. Nuwa was completely stunned. She felt as if after Hanjun was gravely injured, another chain had been shackled around her neck. Only she understood how crucial the human fortune was to her. It was far more important than the demon race's fortune from the position of the five emperors. Her sacred position back then and her current strength were all supported by the human fortune. Even that endless merit was because she created the human race. Nuwa felt a chill run down her spine, her entire body cold. What would happen if the human race truly reclaimed the fortune and stripped her of her position as the Holy Mother? She dared not think about it. No wonder Shinnong dared to push me aside. Nuwa's voice trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. No, the human race is what I created, and the innate supreme treasure of the human race should be under my control. Yes, I am the Holy Mother, the highest authority, and the things of the human race are mine. At this moment, Nuwa nearly forgot that she was still fighting with Yuanshi. Perfect. I happen to lack a defensive innate supreme treasure. A bell-type treasure can both attack and defend. Haha. Boom. Yuanshi let out a deafening roar, his hair exploding wildly, each strand like it was ignited by flames. The chaotic light was so dense that it could not disperse, pressing heavily around. He wielded the Panga banner and slashed forward, the surging chaotic power behind him roaring out as if it aimed to annihilate everything. The map of mountains and rivers was still evolving, heaven and earth supporting endless power, but without Nuwa personally urging it, it was like a tree severed from its roots. No matter how tall it appeared, it was futile. Swish. A piercing, tearing sound spread through heaven and earth. The map of mountains and rivers, a top-quality, innate spirit treasure, was directly torn in half by the Panga banner. Bitch, come and die. Yuanshi's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone mad. His hair whipped wildly, his movements both sinister and wild, transforming into a bolt of chaotic lightning. The Panga banner aimed straight at Nuwa's neck. The sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the world was engulfed in chaos. The chaotic power surged like a flood. If it truly struck Nuwa's head, even with her high level of cultivation, she could not escape severe injury. Nuwa, you are utterly foolish. Huda's furious curse echoed throughout heaven and earth. She stood tall, her body enveloped in thick yellow light, her great hand tearing through the chaotic air, rushing swiftly towards Yuanshi. Nuwa spat out blood. The map of mountains and rivers was torn apart, causing her to suffer backlash, shaking her body. Turning to look, Yuanshi's blade-like attack was already slashing towards her face. She was so frightened that her soul nearly flew away, desperately casting spells to resist, while frantically calling back the red embroidered ball. But distant water could not quench a nearby fire. Clang. Suddenly a bell sounded throughout the heavens. The entire chaotic sea seemed to have been paused. Yuanshi, if you want to harm our human race's Holy Mother, first ask me and the Ziyi clan whether we agree. Two proud and furious roars erupted in the heavens. Shinnong and Ziyi stood atop the Wushi bell, their great hands striking down, their magical power flooding into the bell. Wushi bell, reveal your power. It is time for the wilderness to see your might. Ziyi shouted, trembling all over, her hair flailing wildly, the Wushi scripture operating at its peak, resonating with the Wushi bell. This battle was his debut in the wilderness. Clang, clang, clang. The Wushi bell rang out continuously, shaking the myriad realms. Heaven and earth exploded out of their frozen state, the rolling bell waves resembling waves crashing against the chaotic sea, scattering countless chaotic powers. In the next second, Shinnong and Ziyi simultaneously summoned their powers to manifest the heavens and earth, transforming into towering giants, each lifting one side, swinging the Wushi bell fiercely down at Yuanshi. On this side of the valley, Ming wore a blank expression, gently flicking his right index finger. Clang. The bell waves spread out, causing heaven and earth to shatter like bubbles falling into an endless state. Countless worlds appeared in succession within the sound of the bell, reaching their peaks before being completely destroyed. Wuxia means no end, condensing the essence of endless annihilation. The bell waves crashed against the Panga banner. Yuanqi's body shook violently. A horrifyingly explosive power surged over, causing his expression to change drastically. He could no longer afford to kill Niwa and desperately retreated. Trying to run. Dream on. Shenong and Ziyi shouted in unison, their eyes filled with overwhelming might, their hair whipping like the wind as they swung the Wuxia bell fiercely down. The sky shattered into fragments. The enormous Wuxia bell became the only existence between heaven and earth, aiming to annihilate everything. On the human race's side, besides Shenong, there was even a quasi-saint hidden. How much more did this group have yet to reveal? Those lofty existences were all left dumbfounded. Huta charged forward with a furious roar, the power of the earth surging wildly into her fists. With a single blow, it felt as though the heavens would collapse. Yuan, today you are doomed. Niwa was not to be outdone either, summoning the red embroidered ball into her hands, pouring her magical power into it without restraint. Flames blazed like the sun, and the blinding light erupted, crashing directly toward Yuan. Three forces struck simultaneously, darkening the sky and earth, as if this one attack could annihilate Yuan on the spot. The tide of battle had turned. Two quasi-sages from the human race rushed into the battlefield carrying the Wuxia bell. Yuan was suddenly pushed to the brink. How could the situation change so quickly? That innate treasure's power is outrageous. Yuan is about to fall. The powerful beings watched with wide eyes. No one noticed that in the shadows there was another presence equal to theirs, secretly pushing the Wuxia bell. Who would have thought the human race had such a trump card? Yuan went mad. He roared, chaos mist erupting around him as he swung the Pangu flag, unleashing countless knife-like rays. The killing intent broke through the heavens, threatening to shatter the universe. Those knife rays collided with the red embroidered ball, the Wuxia bell, and Huta's fists, unexpectedly turning the tide back slightly. Yuan, listen well. My name is Ziyi clan from the human race. Ziyi clan shouted fiercely, propping up the Wuxia bell with one hand while slamming the other onto its body. Well done. Ming smirked, flicking his middle and index fingers thousands of times, causing the space to explode, the sound piercing. The brilliance of the Wuxia bell erupted, its ringing surging like a tsunami. The bell waves oscillated billions of times like a flood, crushing all those knife rays. Yuan not only had to withstand the Wuxia bell, but also had to allocate a large portion of his strength to block the attacks from Niwa and Hutu. Yuan is in danger. The powerful beings trembled. Human race. Yuan roared, trying to retract his strength and retreat to gather more power for another strike. But Niwa and Huta gave him no chance. The two clung to him, relentlessly unleashing deadly strikes one after another, forcing him to not retreat an inch. Niwa, Huta, just wait. Yuan roared, chaotic light piercing through the heavens, his entire being going mad. But waiting for him was the Wuxia bell swung by Shenong and Ziyi clan. Boom. The bell, nearly a billion zhang high, reached to the heavens and the earth. It slammed heavily onto Yuan. The force poured in like a flood, causing his entire body to shake violently, blood mist erupting. Yuan was drenched in blood, losing his sanity. His wounds open one after another, bones broken beyond count, yet he did not retreat, stubbornly standing there. This scene stunned the entire wilderness. The hatred in Yuan's heart, I fear he cannot swallow it down. With his temperament, the grudge against the human race is solidified. This will become his inner demon on the path of enlightenment. The defeat is already set, and no matter how much struggle, it is futile. The sound of the Wuxia bell shook the heavens and earth. Shenong and Ziyi clan rolled up their sleeves, striking down on Yuan one after another. Hutu was not idle either, her earthy fists crashing down, using earth-based divine powers to pin Yuan firmly in place, unable to move. The red embroidered ball hovered in midair, burning like a sun, casting bright flames all around, waves of heat crashing over. Huffed. Yuan's madness and howls were useless as he was struck to the point of spitting blood, his robe already torn to shreds, his hair disheveled like a ghost. His body was riddled with frightening cracks, ready to explode at any moment, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Rebellion. Useless. Yuan. Ming shouted coldly, his hand forcefully pushing down. The Wuxia bell immediately trembled, the billion zhang tall bell shaking violently, the killing intent erupting. Ziyi clan also roared, the imperial might spreading across the sky, unleashing the full momentum of a quasi-sage. She seemed to merge with the Wuxia bell as the bell's sounds surged one after another, completely drowning Yuan. This treasure is defying the heavens. With both quasi-sages fully exerting themselves, they can actually unleash such an offensive. Know that newly emerged Ziyi clan's cultivation technique resonates perfectly with the bell. The resonance is absurdly strong. This person is a prodigy. This bell must be her innate treasure, just like Tai Yi with the Dongwang bell. This clan is incredibly defiant. Their potential is terrifyingly deep. The distant powerful beings watched with eyes nearly popping out, each one in awe. This offensive was already on par with a peak quasi-sage wielding an innate treasure. Buffed. The bell waves blanketed the area, and Yuan sure could no longer withstand it. Every second he faced strikes, his body being torn open, blood mist bursting out in clusters. The red embroidered ball heavily smashed down the flames, illuminating the entire sky. As the blood mist erupted, it was instantly burned dry, the large ball crashing down heavily onto Yuan Shi. This strike was a culmination of all the resentment Yuan had bottled up. A peak Great Golden Immortal unleashed their wrath with power capable of destroying the heavens and obliterating the earth. On the other side, Hodu also unleashed her full strength in a punch. The earthy light spread out, her fist filling the entire sky. Boom! The three forces collided, shattering the void directly. The destructive torrent engulfed Yuan Shi. The distant powerful beings felt chills run down their spines, their scalps tingling. Just looking at it made them realize that if this fell upon them, they would not endure. Mountains crumbled, rivers dried, all turned into nothingness. The scene was terrifyingly chaotic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The stars fell like mad. Separated by countless light years, they were torn to shreds by that force crashing down like rain. While it was stunning to behold, it was also deadly. The wilderness was smashed open with huge holes shockingly deep. The entire wilderness trembled. Human race. Nuwa. Hodu. I will not let this go. Yuan Shi's voice exploded, but everyone could hear the weakness hidden within. The Pango flag wrapped around him, and he dove directly into the void to escape. Who would have thought he would use an innate treasure to wrap himself to flee? What kind of beating did he take to resort to such a thing? His previous madness was clearly a sign of being on the verge of collapse. He would never have run otherwise. With this injury, I fear he has shattered his foundation. It will take dozens or even hundreds of yuan meetings to recover. 100 yuan meetings. That's a low estimate. Want to achieve 100 yuan. Dream on. Ha ha, with one less obstacle the human race has done well. Several voices in the void laughed heartily. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, showing no signs of stopping. He turned to focus on the battlefield of Hongjun. You're not hurt enough, let me help you with another blow. Shenong Ziyi, block the void for me and eliminate this avatar. The wilderness fell into an eerie silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Since the day of their emergence, the three pure ones have been favored by the Tao with unbelievable luck, swiftly advancing in cultivation, gaining respect from all, never encountering setbacks. Who would have thought that among the three pure ones the proudest Yuan Shi would actually run away? In the demon court, Dijun fell silent for a long time, suddenly turning to Tai with a serious tone. Tai, we must keep this human race in our grasp. We absolutely cannot let them side with Nuwa or the Witch Clan. He realized it clearly. Previously he looked down on the human race, thinking that sealing a demon god with a lower heavenly command would suffice, not taking it seriously at all. But the old fox Dijiang directly sent Hutu to the human race. This insight was sharp. This step was where he fell behind. Mainly because the human race was nominally still under the control of the demon race, leading him to believe they would obediently listen. Once he issued a command, the human race would surely follow. He was mistaken. But it is not too late to change now. The human race possesses an innate treasure and has the support of Laozi behind them, already having the confidence to stand against the demon race. Such a tempting opportunity, which powerful being wouldn't want to seize? Which major force wouldn't want to court them? The conditions can be casually offered. Understood, big brother. Tai casually replied, still wearing that indifferent expression. However, the large bell of the human race looked familiar to him, somewhat resembling his Dongwang bell. He needed to find an opportunity to play with it. Dijun's brow furrowed, his voice low. In this battle we did not lend a hand to the human race, which is unacceptable. He didn't even notice Tai-Yi's already changing expression, continuing to mutter. Therefore we must show more sincerity than the Witch Clan. How about this? After the battle you personally go to the human race and find Shinnong. Tell them to propose any conditions they want, even the position of the 5 emperors is negotiable. Tai gasped sharply, his eyes widening, staring fixedly at Dijun, the veins on his forehead pulsing. Big brother, what status do the 5 emperors have? Can they be casually promised? The 5 emperors of the demon court have long been determined. If one is given up, someone must roll out. Tai was so anxious that his voice cracked, spitting words like a machine gun. Even if the human race has obtained innate treasures, so what? Do they have any merits for the demon race? On what basis do they sit in the position of the 5 emperors? No way. Absolutely not. If this gets out, the demon race will be in an uproar. Tai shook his head, completely opposing Di Jun's idea. The position of the 5 emperors is only second to him, and Di Jun, with immense fortune, those who sit there are all formidable characters. The human race, on the other hand, only has 2 in the early quasi-sage stage. Even if they possess treasures, they are not at that level. Di Jun waved his hand, directly cutting off Tai's words. No need for nonsense, do as I say. His eyes narrowed, gazing through the void towards the direction of the human race, silently calculating even if the 5 emperors cannot be granted sincerity, must be shown to first stabilize the human race, and never let them turn to Youchao or the Witch Clan. Meanwhile, the eyes of those powerful beings suddenly twitched. They saw that after Yuan Shi fled, the 2 quasi-sages of the human race not only did not stop, but instead shouted in unison, their magical powers erupting like a boiling pot, illuminating the sky, with blinding light, all pouring into that large bell. The chaotic bell emanated an overwhelming radiance, soaring into the sky, sealing off the entire void, causing even heaven and earth to tremble. What do the human race intend to do? Could they possibly want to slay the Primordial? No, they wouldn't dare to be so bold. The Primordial possesses the merits of creating the heavens, to kill him is akin to seeking death. The Primordial is too severely injured to cause any waves in the short term. So they must be thinking. A chilling thought suddenly pierced everyone's mind. Countless gazes turned sharply towards Hong Jun and Laozi's direction. The voice of Jin Yuanzi was low yet filled with undeniable shock. Heavens, could the human race want to kill the avatar of the Tao ancestor? This human race has gone completely insane. A group of powerful beings were terrified, nearly losing their sanity, unable to believe the answer they had. Indeed, in their minds, Hong Jun was an exalted existence, and no one dared to even think in that direction, which is why it took them a moment to react. The boundless sea of blood surged, and the laughter of the ancestor of the underworld shook the waves apart. The Tao ancestor has never proactively provoked the human race, yet these ants dare to challenge him. He licked his lips, a glint of bloodlust shining in his eyes. Such madness, I like this temperament. One day, I must personally visit the human race to discuss the Tao with the one making the decisions, and perhaps become friends. As soon as the words fell, the actions of Shinnong and Ziyi provided the answer. Ding! The chaotic bell sealed off the entire world, its chime resonating, shaking all realms. The sound converged, forming a long spear, its body shimmering with chaotic hues stretching across the heavens, seemingly piercing from one end to the other, the murderous intent chilling the entire Primordial. Su Ming squinted, uttering 2 words, Hong Jun. His fingertips flicked, moving at a speed that seemed to reach billions of times in an instant. The power of the great Tao, still in gestation, was forcefully poured into the Primordial bell, causing its radiance to surge. He could not miss this opportunity. Hong Jun was severely injured by the backlash of the heavenly Tao, requiring healing. Yet unable to suppress his fury, he sent a strand of his primordial spirit to transform into an avatar, arriving in the Primordial. As long as they could grind away this part of the primordial spirit, they might be able to make Hong Jun fall into a deep slumber. Once Hong Jun sleeps, the blade above the human race would be withdrawn. Su Ming understood better than anyone that Hong Jun possessed the creation jade plate and was thoroughly aware of the intricacies of the primordial. Thus he was willing to risk exposure to eliminate this avatar. The chaotic divine spear hung in the sky, yet to be fired, but the great beings lurking in the shadows were already filled with dread, their hairs standing on end. The murderous intent surged like a tide across heaven and earth. The sun and moon lost their colors, and the universe cracked open. This human race, are they determined to kill the avatar of the Tao ancestor? Voices trembled. Shinnong's blood-red hair floated, demonic energy surged his entire being, resembling a burning ball of blood, frantically igniting himself, using his life to urge the Eastern Emperor bell. Ziyi roared, his hair exploding, pushing the primordial bell to its limits. He raised his hand and slapped his chest, spitting mouthfuls of blood onto the bell. They displayed this desperate stance because they were aware of the determination of the ancestor to kill Hong Jun. Even if over 90% of the power of the chaotic divine spear was driven from afar by the ancestor, with its many flaws, the 2 of them were still willing to bear the brunt. The human race from top to bottom is filled with madmen. Jin Yuanzi gasped, I've never seen such madness. He couldn't comprehend what enmity the human race had with the Tao ancestor to hate him to this extent. Dong Wang Gong glanced at Shi Wang Mu, his tone laced with mockery. The primordial should be thankful. Shi Wang Mu's expression turned icy, standing in the heavens, her voice devoid of warmth. If the human race had done this before, the primordial would have long been dead. All the mighty beings simultaneously harbored a thought. The Tao ancestor was likely to fall. The chaotic divine spear hovered midair, the murderous intent overwhelming the sky appeared torn asunder, and the sunlight and moonlight dimmed. Even if the great Great Golden Immortal approached, they would be shredded to pieces in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a soul. On the land of the primordial, ferocious beasts fled in madness, frightened to the core. Countless clans were devastated, directly wiped out, and driven to extinction. The entire primordial was thrown into chaos. Human race. Hong Jun's eyes turned blood red, and he roared, "If you dare to strike at me, I will slaughter your 10 clans, ensuring you can never rise again." He had underestimated the situation, truly underestimated it. He had thought that even if an avatar appeared, it would be sufficient to dominate the primordial. Those great figures absolutely could not harm him. At worst, they would merely cause a ruckus and leave. However, the ruthlessness and hidden cards of the human race were far beyond his expectations. Hong Jun sensed something was wrong and immediately wanted to retreat. His true form was heavily injured, dragging the Youchao palace into the endless chaos, completely unable to act across the chaos. If this avatar falls here, it might sleep for a long time. Hong Jun's heart tightened. With the current situation in the primordial, if he were to sleep for 10 yuan meetings, who knows what chaos would ensue. He still wanted to strategize and regain control of the situation. But if he were to sleep, 10 yuan meetings would be merely a beginning. Hong Jun could not accept this reality. Yet the reality was before him. After he roared, those 2 human beings burned even more fierce. Magic power, primordial spirit, blood energy, and Tao achievement were all poured into the attack. The chaotic divine spear shimmered with cold light, the murderous intent twisting the universe, as if it were reaching its limit, just a moment away from being fired. Laozi and Tongtian showed no expression, desperately urging the yin-yang taiji diagram, and the 4 swords of extermination pressing Hong Jun until he could barely breathe. The yin-yang energies surged, sword light soaring to the heavens, turning the vast world into a chaos. The yin-yang energies surged, sword light soaring to the heavens, turning the vast world into a chaotic porridge. Even the Buzhou mountain shook as if it would collapse at any moment. The rolling Tao essence seeped from the mountain, barely holding the fractured heavens and earth together. The scene of the battle between the witches and the demons was about to repeat. Laozi, Tongtian, you 2 disciples truly wish to betray your master. Hong Jun shouted while defending, his eyes blood red, his voice cracking. From an emotional standpoint, what Laozi and Tongtian did was indeed unscrupulous. Hong Jun had never wronged the Sanqing. Preaching the Tao, accepting disciples, and rewarding the 3 great treasures, he had fulfilled it all. Yet Laozi and Tongtian remained silent, their actions growing increasingly ruthless, pinning Hong Jun firmly in place. The red embroidered ball struck without warning, hitting Hong Jun squarely in the chest. Blood mist erupted, and his body was nearly shattered. Hong Jun completely went mad. Ignoring the attacks from Laozi and Tongtian, he slapped directly at Nuwa's head, his killing intent overwhelming. "Do you still think I can be bullied?" Nuwa felt her blood surging, her head swelling, her eyes turning red. This was humiliation. Having reached this point, Hong Jun still thought she was the softest target. The chaos divine spear pierced through the void, stabbing through Hong Jun's body. He was completely unprepared, and his whole body burst into a blood mist. Shock. Silence. The cataclysmic turbulence in the world finally settled. Yet the entire primordial chaos remained eerily silent, as if someone had gripped its throat. Laozi and Tongtian, having obtained the treasure, stood still without speaking. Perhaps since the day they became disciples, they never imagined there would come a day they would personally kill Hong Jun. Buzz. A streak of purple primordial spirit slowly coalesced at the sight of Hong Jun's fall. The shadow was blurry, but it could still be recognized as Hong Jun. Hiss. Saints are immortal and indestructible. As long as there is a trace of primordial spirit, one will never perish and will eventually revive. Those powerful beings all gasped in shock, fully awakened. Just a remnant soul had withstood such a terrifying blow without dissipating. The power of a saint was simply unimaginable. If it were one of them standing there, they would have died instantly without a single chance. Tongtian looked up at Laozi, grinning. "Senior brother, we will meet again. We are now rivals on the Tao." After saying this, he turned and left, not even glancing at Hong Jun's primordial spirit. His promise had already been fulfilled. How to deal with this remnant soul of Hong Jun was left for Laozi to decide. Laozi sighed inwardly. "Third junior brother, I am not as carefree as you." He stared at the coalescing primordial spirit of Hong Jun for a while, then turned to look at Shinnong. Shinnong understood clearly that the human emperor had always had contact with Nuwa. The decision to slay Hong Jun was entirely made by the human emperor. "This primordial spirit belongs to our human race for safekeeping." Shinnong nodded expressionlessly, having received Su Ming's hint, and waved his hand. The primordial bell suddenly shook, emitting a tremendous pulling force that forcibly drew Hong Jun's primordial spirit, which was about to drift into chaos, into the bell. Zenyuanzi sighed, muttering softly, "This primordial bell is a headache in anyone's hands." He had originally been thinking about this bell, but now that thought had completely cooled. All the gods and demons present had heard Hong Jun preach. Just thinking of that fellows might send chills down their spines. Even if they seized the primordial bell, how would they handle Hong Jun's primordial spirit inside? Hongjun was not completely dead. At most he had just fallen asleep and would awaken sooner or later. This leader of the human race is truly cunning. Dijun's eyes were filled with admiration as he turned to Tai and said, "Second brother, go to the human race immediately. Don't let Niwa and Hutu get ahead." Understood. Tai replied reluctantly, rising to fly towards the human race. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I want to see if this human race truly has the courage to take on the position of the 5 emperors." After the battle ended, countless clans in the primordial chaos were still in a daze, unable to regain their senses. Human race. Countless clans murmured these 2 words. From today on, this clan was officially targeted by various powerful beings and great forces. This is a clan that is bottomless, with secrets emerging one after another, and is capable of doing anything. If they dared to strike against Hongjuan, what else would they not dare to touch? Laozi nodded at Shinnong, signaling a greeting to the human emperor. He ignored Niwa and directly flew away. What he wanted had already been obtained. Next, he needed to establish the human teachings, gather fortune, and prove the Tao of the primordial. Laozi understood that after this battle, he had initially gained the recognition of the human race. It was not difficult to gather a few disciples. The most pressing matter now was to establish the mountain gate of the human teachings. Laozi knew Niwa very well. He could even guess that if Niwa overstepped, she would face dire consequences among the human race. He had seen through it all. The human emperor, while appearing young and inexperienced, was fundamentally a ruthless character, calculating everything meticulously. "Let's go." Shinnong spoke, his gaze falling on the Ziyi clan. Ziyi's face was as white as paper. The previous frenzy of urging blood could not be borne even by a Kwasa saint. If she did not hurry to heal, her foundation would be damaged, and it would cause great trouble, possibly leaving her to fall into a deep sleep and recuperate. "I will withdraw first." Ziyi nodded, fully aware of the consequences. As soon as the words fell, her figure vanished into the horizon. Shinnong was the appointed spokesperson for the human emperor. Shinnong. Hutu, who had been standing aside observing, approached at this moment and smiled at Shinnong. Shinnong nodded. "Ancestor Hutu is a valued guest of our human race. Of course, it's no problem. Let's go in and talk slowly." After saying this, he led Hutu towards the human territory. Throughout the valley, Shinnong did not even glance at Niwa once. That attitude was clear. He treated her like air. Even when Ziyi was about to leave, she did not raise her eyelids in her direction. Su Ming did not issue such an order. It was Shinnong and Ziyi who had conspired to give this saint mother a lesson to suppress her arrogance. In other words, it was a good intention, fearing that she would confront the human emperor. But these 2 completely underestimated Niwa's temper. Niwa's eyelids twitched violently, her fingers clenched tightly, and her mind raced with one thought. These 2 leaders of the human race were intentionally making her difficult. She was the saint mother of the human race. Which being in this world could not bow their head in her presence? Now, with countless eyes watching, these 2 dared to treat her this way. It was as if they were publicly slapping her face. With Hongjun already incapacitated and lying there oblivious, Niwa was clear in her heart that there was nothing in this world that could restrain her anymore. How could she endure this humiliation? "Shinnong, kneel before me." Niwa's voice echoed throughout the primordial chaos, shaking the hearts of those powerful beings. "I am the saint mother of the human race, and your entire clan was created by me. Are you plotting rebellion? After the battle, you dare not even bend your knees before me." Hutu frowned. Even she had always stood on equal footing with Shinnong. Niwa's posture was excessive. "You claim to be the saint mother of the human race. Fine, the human race should indeed respect you. But you have not shown your face for tens of thousands of years, while the human race has worked hard to reach this position, with 2 Kwasa saints holding the fort and possessing innate treasures. Now you jump out and demand the leader of the human race to kneel before you in public. You think too highly of yourself." But Hutu did not intend to interfere. She understood very well that the human race was proud. Any outsider intervening would only provoke annoyance. Hiss, did this woman take the wrong medicine? Even if you want to pick fruit, at least put on an act. The powerful beings watched in shock. Su Ming sighed, his heart clear as a mirror. Shinnong and Ziyi had good intentions. But these 2 just did not understand. They did not understand that Niwa at her core was filled with pride and could not tolerate the slightest grievance. Doing this would only provoke her anger. Ignore her, come back directly. Su Ming's voice was calm and unyielding. "Does she dare to move against you?" The tone was resolute, without a trace of hesitation. "Yes." A cold light flickered in Shinnong's eyes. He glanced at Niwa. To have him kneel before the heavens in front of the entire human race. Dream on. That would only elevate the title of Saint Mother and trample down the hard-earned prestige of the human race. "Saint Mother, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. If you are willing, please come with me into the human race for a discussion." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinnong did not give her a second glance and turned to fly into the human race. "You." Niwa felt a lump in her throat, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her knuckles turned white and her teeth ground together in frustration. They just left her here. Not even a proper glance. This was rebellion. Huta glanced at Niwa, her tone indifferent. Mind yourself, the human race is not as soft as you think. After saying this, she directly stepped towards the crowd. Niwa ground her teeth, but had to admit that Huta's words contained some truth. She slowly suppressed the rising killing intent and followed in Huta's footsteps into the territory of the human race. Xuandu had already received orders to invite the two into the core area where the great array had been set up. The display was not small. Various spiritual fruits were served in plate after plate along with carefully roasted meat glistening with oil, making one crave for it. Is this all? Niwa swept a glance at the spiritual fruits on the table, her disdain clearly visible. You can't even produce a single innate spiritual fruit, truly a small clan. Huta next to her completely ignored her remarks. She tore off a leg of a beast roasted to a golden brown, and with the other hand grabbed a spiritual fruit and stuffed it into her mouth, juices running down her chin, eating wildly and joyfully. She pondered about how Niwa's mind worked. The human race, even disregarding the demon god position given by the heavenly emperor Dijun, how could a saint mother like her have the face to act on their behalf? Huta was enjoying her meal, too lazy to glance at Niwa. With such character, no matter how large the clan, she would only end up causing chaos. To have reached this point was purely due to luck. Huta, what are you doing in the human race? Niwa frowned, her tone already impatient. She hated Huta's dismissive demeanor the most. The human race was her territory. Just speak directly to me. Her voice carried a condescending tone, as if the human race was already something she held in her pocket. Huta finally turned to look at her. Then she burst into laughter 3 times. The laughter was loud and sincere. After laughing, she continued to eat. Niwa's face turned dark instantly. She felt a surge of anger rise in her chest. With a glare, a wave of pressure erupted around her, overturning the table of spiritual fruits and roasted meat juices splattering everywhere. Huta, you are not welcome here, get out. Niwa's voice had turned cold and hard, almost biting through her words. Do not forget my identity. Empress of the Demon Court, one of the 5 emperors. What enmity do the Witch Clan and our Demon Court have? Don't you know in your heart? She paused, her murderous intent barely contained. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being ruthless and crushing you to death here. Even if Huta's temper is good, she is ultimately of the ancestral witch lineage. The Witch Clan is born with a temper that is fierce. I provoke them, and that bloodthirst will immediately surge up. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes swirling with chaotic malice, locking onto Niwa. What do you think you are? Her tone held no warmth. When have we, the Witch Clan, ever feared your demon clan? Get lost. This is human territory. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I am giving face to the human race, not to you. If you force me again. Huta's gaze had solidified into a tangible malice, her beautiful face shrouded in murderous intent, each word hammered out. Don't blame me for flipping the table. Ming had been in the wilderness for many years and had fought countless battles with the Witch Clan and various deities, yet he had never seen such a brainless existence. In the valley, Ming frowned. What a fool. He initially intended to see what Niwa and Huta could discuss, wanting to understand what schemes these two were truly plotting. But if this continued, Niwa and Huta would inevitably come to blows. Suddenly Shinnong appeared, his gaze as cold as a blade, first locking onto Niwa, his tone heavy. Holy Mother, please step aside. I have important matters to discuss with ancestral witch Huta. Shinnong. Niwa scolded sharply, not retreating, an inch, her voice cold. I command you in the capacity of the Holy Mother of the human race, do not engage with the Witch Clan. Do not forget what you are. You were created by me. The Human Ape Clan is a branch of the Demon Clan. Niwa, as one of the 5 emperors, bore the fate of the Demon Clan. She wanted to keep the human race in her palm, naturally not allowing any connections between them and the Witch Clan, which would ruin her standing among the Demon Clan. You. Shinnong's fists clenched, a flicker of dark light crossing his eyes, his hair faintly reddening. Even the ancestors had never yelled at him like this. The Witch Clan and the Demon Clan both referred to them as the human race, yet this Holy Mother of the human race stubbornly insisted on calling them the Human Ape Clan. Kneel. Niwa suddenly stood up, her aura erupting like a thunderclap. Who? Shinnong's breathing grew heavier, the black mist in his eyes surging, nearly overwhelming him. But in the end, the identity of the Holy Mother still suppressed the demons in his heart. He planned to kneel, hoping to please Niwa, and then leave quickly. The ancestor had instructed him to preserve Niwa's status among the human race. As long as the entire human race was not harmed, Shinnong felt that kneeling was no big deal. With a Holy Mother like you in the human race, it's truly a stroke of bad luck. With such a powerful clan, you will eventually bring ruin to it. Huta watched as Shinnong's knees slowly bent, coldly remarking. Niwa's eyes flashed with triumph, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of her mouth, even too lazy to retort Huta's words. No one understood better than her how prosperous the human race's fate was. This human race she had to claim. Forcing Shenong to kneel was merely an appetizer. Suddenly a thunderclap exploded in Yua's mind. Yua, a voice as cold as bone carrying overwhelming authority, directly smashed into Yua's mind, leaving her numb all over. In the valley, Su Ming's gaze was icy, his royal aura surging like tides as he stepped out of the valley. At that moment Shenong straightened up, giving Hutu a glance. Ancestral, which Hutu, it's too noisy here, and let's find another place to talk. Yua stood frozen in place. In the void a pair of eyes was fixed on her. The presence hidden in that gaze sent chills through her bones. Who? What is happening? She roared inwardly, wanting to chase after Shenong and curse that bastard. But the pressure felt like a knife against her throat, her fingertips icy. She had a gut feeling. If she dared to move even a finger, she would be obliterated in the next moment. That feeling was not much weaker than when she faced Hanjun. Could it be that the human race still hid a saint? Her mind told her it was impossible. In the vast wilderness, there was no longer any existence capable of killing her. Yet she could not move a single step, nor could she part her lips. All she could do was stare, watching Shenong lead Hutu away. What is going on? Hutu glanced back at Yua, her brows furrowed. She had just been so arrogant, acting as if she were the top of the world, but now she was actually frozen in place. Her pupils had constricted. Shenong had not knelt yet, took someone away, and she hadn't even let out a peep. This was too strange. Hutu scanned the surroundings, finding nothing. In the end, she could only look up at Shenong, her face full of questions. Ancestral, which Hutu this way? Shenong smiled, gesturing to lead the way. Our Holy Mother has a hasty temper. When upset, she speaks without thinking. Please do not take it to heart. I have arranged for someone to persuade her later. This statement was seamless, taking all the internal affairs of the human race onto himself. The existence of the ancestor was the greatest trump card of the human race, and it could never be revealed to outsiders. Fine Hutu shook her head, suppressing her doubts, and followed Shenong. But her wariness was at an all-time high. The human race was definitely not limited to what was on the surface. Two quasi-saints, a bunch of terrifyingly talented geniuses, and even innate treasures. What could allow Shenong to hide so deeply? What could even suppress Yua? An interesting race, Hutu. Once Hutu left, the invisible void above the human race unfolded with the Chitian formation patterns. The area where Yua stood was completely sealed off. No one outside could hope to spy on it. Only then did the gaze fixated on her finally withdraw. Yua sighed with relief. But in the next moment, a surge of fire shot up to her head. She was actually suppressed by the human race. A humiliation. Shenong. She opened her mouth to shout angrily, raising her foot to chase. She would never allow the human race to mix with the witch clan. A sound came from behind, light, and airy, not loud. Yua froze on the spot, her scalp prickling, her hair standing on end, as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Someone stood behind her, and she had not noticed at all. What level of person could this be? If the other party had wanted to strike just now, then she didn't dare to continue that thought. Who? Yua shouted violently, the map of mountains and rivers spreading open above her head, her red embroidered ball tightly clenched in her hand. Killing intent surged forth as she turned to strike. But as she turned, she was stunned. The image in her eyes directly impacted her mind. A young man in a white robe sat leisurely on a stone chair, his posture relaxed. His black hair fell behind him, his expression calm. He looked ordinary, yet the aura emanating from him made it hard for her to breathe. It was as if with a mere flick of his finger her life would no longer belong to her. In Yua's eyes, Su Ming was an impenetrable fog. He was right in front of her, yet she could not grasp his depth. Within him seemed to hide a destructive power that instinctively terrified her. Once unleashed, she would be reduced to nothing. The feeling Hanjun gave her was lofty, noble, and unapproachable. But what Su Ming gave her was power. Boundless power. The kind that could grasp her fate. It sent chills down her spine, frost creeping through her bones. This feeling was identical to the gaze that had previously lingered on her. But what truly shocked her was not this. There was an aura about Su Ming that felt eerily familiar to her. It was as if she had encountered this essence long, long ago. Yua's pupils suddenly constricted, almost jumping up, exclaiming, the first generation of the human race. Indeed, the aura emanating from this man was exactly the same as the first batch of 3,000 humans she had created beneath Buzhou Mountain, indistinguishable in the slightest. This can't be possible. Yua was completely dumbfounded. This man who exuded such overwhelming authority and was unfathomable was actually one she had created with her own hands. It was incomprehensible. The shock was too great, leaving Yua standing there in a daze. Su Ming did not rush to speak, simply watching her, waiting for her to digest this shock. I must say Yua was incredibly beautiful. Beautiful to an absurd degree. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a neck that was white and slender, her skin so tender it seemed to glisten with water, more radiant than ivory. Her eyes sparkled like stars, hiding an innate nobility. Her complexion was smooth, her teeth pristine, and her features were exquisitely perfect. Dressed in a light red palace gown, her skirt trailed several meters, accentuating her already regal aura. The garment was a bit tight, outlining her figure with distinct curves, neither too fat nor too thin. Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perfect noble. The wilderness truly is a land that produces beautiful women, and that statement is absolutely true. Nuwa's beauty could rival change, of course excluding her temperament. In terms of temperament, change could easily leave Nuwa far behind. To change, Ming could still muster a smile with a hint of pity in his heart. But when it came to Nuwa, even though she possessed an unparalleled appearance, Ming still felt the veins on his forehead throb, his palm itching uncontrollably, wanting nothing more than to slap her into the ground. In his previous life he had seen quite a lot, but he had never encountered anyone so self-righteous. It made him want to grasp her slender neck and gently twist it just a bit. What gave you the confidence to think you could rise above everything? Lady Nuwa, relax a bit. After a long while, with a faint smile on his lips, Ming gestured for Nuwa to put away her spiritual treasure in the territory of the entire human race. If I truly wanted to harm you, having an innate treasure in your hands would be of no use at all. Ming spoke sincerely, his words carrying an admonitory tone. If it were an enormous being like Emperor Jun or Tai, he wouldn't dare to make any guarantees. But the person before him was Nuwa, and if she truly decided to act, he was confident he could handle it. This was because Nuwa's power at this moment was entirely tied to the human race, bound to her identity as a goddess. And Ming was the true emperor of humanity. However, hearing this from Ming's lips was more painful than a slap in the face for Nuwa. By the way, let me introduce myself. Ming chuckled, yet his eyes brimmed with overwhelming authority, golden mist swirling around him. I am the true emperor of the human race. You are the second person outside to know of my existence. You guessed correctly, I am the first generation of humanity. Back when you created me, I was bare, standing at the foot of Mount Buzhou, looking up at you, absorbing endless virtues and witnessing your supreme grandeur as you attained sainthood. Unfortunately, you were completely immersed in the emotions of deification at that time, probably not even noticing my existence, and casually. You are the first generation of humanity, a clay figure personally molded by me, and you dare to speak to me in such a tone, even daring to threaten me. Nuwa ground her silver teeth, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, her disdain for Ming reaching its peak. Yet even with such intense killing intent, she did not truly dare to act. The sudden emergence of this emperor of humanity imposed an overwhelming pressure on her. Speak to you. Ming's expression turned cold as he began to get to the point. Nuwa, I've already given you enough face. I don't want to waste time with useless talk. He continued, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. You should understand that I am the sovereign ruler of the human race, holding the innate supreme treasure capable of mobilizing the entire fortune of humanity. I could easily strip you of your position as the goddess and reclaim all that fortune of humanity. Emperor Yu. Nuwa was furious, but her momentum instantly diminished. She gasped for breath, desperately suppressing the fury in her heart, her mind racing as she calculated how to obtain the greatest advantage. The existence of this emperor of humanity made it impossible for her to fully control the human race. She understood the implications of Ming's words. If her position as the goddess were stripped away, all the countless virtues she had accumulated would flow away, causing her realm to plummet. Once the fortune was lost, her strength would fall drastically. At that point, if he wanted to kill her, it would merely be a matter of lifting his hand. You are threatening me. Nuwa's expression turned cold, yet the fear within her could not be suppressed. She maintained her stance, her voice flat, without fluctuation. I am the mother of humanity, having contributed greatly to the human race. Are you not afraid that this will spread, causing chaos among humanity? You know exactly what you have done. I have no interest in arguing with you. Ming sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping over her. As for whether it spreads or not, you can certainly try. Just be wary that you may lack the courage to do so. You savage. Nuwa was infuriated, her entire being trembling with rage, her long hair flailing wildly. The race she had personally created dared to speak to her in such a manner, openly threatening her and mocking her courage. Ming stood up. His golden eyes gleamed fiercely as he stepped forward to stand before the woman whose height barely reached his shoulder, his voice cold as steel. I won't waste more words with you. 3 rules, listen closely. First, I still recognize you as the goddess of humanity, granting you a fraction of fortune. You should behave at your station. Second, do not interfere in the matters of humanity. Do not flaunt the name of humanity. Third, he paused, the golden light in his pupils suddenly bursting forth, a destructive aura surging violently. Nuwa's expression changed drastically as she retreated 3 steps, her face filled with horror. Third, I do not wish to hear the word savage from your mouth again. Remember, you are the goddess of humanity, not the savage goddess. Ming shot a cold glance at her pale face, turned and left. His figure quickly vanished from view, only his cold and authoritative voice descending from the void. Nuwa, I have a message for you. Return to your palace and act as a good auspicious symbol. Do not stir up trouble. Take care of yourself. Nuwa stared in the direction he had vanished, her face devoid of color for a long time. She was filled with shock. That last sentence told her that if she did not behave, the consequences would be beyond her bearing. Too overbearing. She murmured to herself, her lips turning pale. That kind of pressure had never been bestowed upon her, even by Hongjun. That emperor could truly take her life. She felt completely crushed. From beginning to end, she hadn't been able to utter a complete sentence. It was all the emperor lecturing her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. She wanted to reassert her position as the goddess of humanity, even to confront the emperor. But she did not dare. She truly did not dare. The intimidation left by that man was too profound. She did not dare to wager everything on whether he would dare to strip her of her position or even kill her. Am I truly just a decorative piece? Hongjun said so, and now the emperor says the same. Nuwa swayed slightly, the color draining from her face, as if her soul had been lost. She staggered into the sky, flying towards the end of the firmament. She needed to return to her palace and think carefully about what had transpired. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly stopped in front of Nuwa. As the light dissipated, a tall figure appeared, exuding an imposing authority. It was Donglong Tai, who was on his way to the human race. Nuwa, wait, I have something to ask. Seeing Nuwa's dazed expression, Tai frowned and called out to her, intending to inquire about the recent situation of the human race or invite her to visit. But Nuwa seemed not to have heard, not even lifting her eyelids, as she flew straight towards the heavens. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from Tai's sight. Something's wrong. Tai's frown deepened, feeling that something was amiss. This was not the Nuwa he knew. He had never seen Nuwa in such a state. What on earth had happened? Tai looked down, glancing at the nearby human. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. This tribe was becoming increasingly interesting. He stepped forward, entering the skies above the human race. His gaze swept across the land, and an overwhelming, terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The might of the sovereign was like a raging tide, sweeping in all directions, freezing the entire firmament. Being polite to the human race. Tai had never even considered that possibility. Even if Emperor Jun had sent him, he did not intend to show any good face. In his view, personally visiting the human race as the great demon emperor was already giving the humans ample face. The leaders of the human race should come out to welcome him. I am Donglong Tai of the demon race, sent by the demon emperor to bestow gifts upon the human race. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing for miles. Su Ming had just stepped into the valley when he heard this voice and furrowed his brow. Looking towards the source of the voice, he saw a man standing in the sky. Dressed in a dark dragon robe, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor, tall and radiating an air of invincibility. Donglong Tai, Su Ming muttered to himself. This figure's reputation was not inferior to that of the six saints. His combat power was unmatched, the first among those below the saints. A divine beast born from the sun, cradling the Donglong bell since birth. A natural prodigy, a living legend. A plethora of words flashed through Su Ming's mind. The meat of the golden crow must be delicious. He smacked his lips, recalling that flavor, feeling quite tempted. Luya was merely Tai's nephew. How could the meat be that delicious? If he could capture Tai and roast him with divine fire, that flavor would surely be unparalleled. But that's thinking too much. Even in later generations, none of the six saints dared to speak of turning Donglong Tai into a dish. The title of the first among those below the saints was not given lightly. Come to bestow gifts upon the human race. Su Ming came back to his senses and couldn't help but chuckle. This Tai truly carried himself with an air of superiority. Did he still think of the human race as the easily manipulated entity of the past? He shook his head, feeling speechless towards these top beings of the primordial era. Each one regarded themselves with such importance. All right, then you go ahead and flaunt your authority. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, not even glancing at Tai. He directly signaled the top cultivators of the human race to ignore the imposing demon emperor, turning his gaze to Shinnong and Hutu. He hadn't spoken with Nuwa for long. It was entirely him delivering some harsh words. The conversation with Hutu and Shinnong had only just begun. Su Ming stared at Hutu for a few moments, unable to refrain from muttering again. There were too many beauties in this primordial world. Just casually one could find a stunning beauty, all exuding captivating grace. Another beauty that rivals change. Su Ming smacked his lips. Empress Hutu, this title was well-deserved. Hutu's long hair spread freely, wrapped in two pieces of animal hide at her chest and waist, radiating a wildness. Yet her skin was as pale as a peeled egg, her brows and eyes carrying a hint of heroism that evoked an impulse to pin her down. What a pity. Su Ming sighed inwardly. Such a face will soon be subjected to the cycle of reincarnation. He collected his thoughts and sent a message to Shinnong. Shinnong, it's time to act. Shinnong had been sitting beside Hutu, pretending to be profound. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, his expression straightened, and he spoke directly. Ancestral, Which Hudu, I have matters to attend to, so I won't say much. You came here to bring the human race under the control of the witch race, correct? What I discussed with Grand Witch Hoi previously still holds true. The human race would not serve anyone as an attendant, but they were willing to intermarry with the witch race, fostering mutual connections and signing a defensive alliance. When discussing serious matters, Huda's gaze became both heavy and bright. This time the great ancestor of the witch clan, Di Jiang, personally sent me here to demonstrate the sincerity of our clan. Our witch clan comes with utmost sincerity, yet the conditions you propose are rather excessive. Huda's expression turned cold, and a chaotic aura surged in her eyes, her presence suddenly elevating. She stood up, her voice carrying an oppressive weight. The witch clan can intermarry and communicate with the human race. If the humans face trouble, the witch clan can lend a helping hand. However, for the human race to seek equality with the witch clan and propose some alliance of defense, isn't that a bit too self-important? Huda's aura was meant to give Shinnong a stern warning, making him realize the vast distance between the two sides. Hutu ancestor witch. Shinnong remained motionless, his gaze as cold as ice shards. He flipped his hand, revealing a primordial bell in his palm. Ding ding ding. The bell's sound waves spread out, the pressure of the treasure overwhelming directly, pushing Huda's aura back. Shinnong said not a word, yet his meaning was clear. The human race possesses the primordial bell. Leader Shinnong. Huda's brows furrowed tighter. You should think carefully about the current situation of the human race. Submitting to the witch clan offers countless benefits to the human race. Joining the witch clan has no interest in the primordial treasure. But if you ally with the demon clan, this was an overt threat. Living between the witch and demon clans, the human race's situation was already troublesome. Moreover, given their identity, it was impossible to remain uninvolved. Allying with the demon clan, the primordial treasure would likely not be handed over. Hutu ancestor witch. Shinnong stood up, black mist swirling in his pupils, his voice as cold as a blade. The witch clan's intentions are understood by us humans. But one thing must be made clear, threats are unacceptable. If you want to engage, you must speak from an equal. That's all for today. Oh, I have other matters to attend to. If Hutu ancestor which is not in a hurry to leave, feel free to stay with the human race for a few more days and explore around. After saying this, Shinnong turned and left. Continuing this discussion would be pointless. Hutu muttered softly, the human race is indeed tough, but they are too self-important. She could see that the human race was also under pressure from the demon clan and wanted to find an alliance. Yet the pride ingrained in the human race, simply put their arrogance, prevented them from even softening their words, unwilling to acknowledge themselves as vassals of the witch clan. The witch clan actually needed the human race as an ally, even offering treatment never given to any other clan, including conditions for intermarriage, which many great clans in the wilderness could not qualify for. But for the witch clan to stand on equal footing with the human race, that was impossible. The witch clan was the true lineage of Pangu. However, Hutu had no intention of leaving immediately. The stakes she offered were substantial, perhaps in a few days the human race would come to terms with it. This is a good opportunity to thoroughly gauge this clan's foundation. Without hesitation, she began to wander through the territory of the human race, wanting to understand how they had risen so rapidly. But her plans might come to naught. What she could see was merely the superficial facade. Su Ming allowed her to roam freely, clearly having made preparations. Too self-important. Su Ming observed everything with a slightly cold gaze. He lifted his head, glancing at the heavens where Tai Yi's expression had darkened to the extreme. Too self-important. Su Ming observed everything with a slightly cold gaze. He lifted his head, Su Ming smirked, his gaze returning to the waiting Tai Yi in the sky, who had grown increasingly impatient, his countenance dark and ready to explode. All right, having left you hanging for so long, it's time to pay attention to you. By the way, let's give the human race a bit of favor too. Shinnong, go meet that legendary Tai Yi. Su Ming transmitted his voice. In the heavens, Tai Yi's expression was so dark it seemed to drip water. The human race remained silent, akin to a slap across his face, silent, yet stinging. He did not believe that the leader of the human race was unaware of his presence. This was clearly a deliberate disrespect. He had traversed the wilderness for so many years, when had he ever received such treatment? This was blatant contempt. Buzz, Tai Yi's aura suddenly erupted. The murderous intent in his eyes seeped out little by little. He truly found it laughable. Relying on an old one and a piece of primordial treasure, did they really dare to act so arrogantly before him? The human race needed to understand who was the master and who was the guest. Just when Tai Yi was about to lose his temper, a hearty laugh rolled in from the horizon. Ha ha ha, Tai Yi, the emperor has arrived at the human race, and Shinnong has been negligent. He should be punished. Shinnong appeared in the air, his face filled with smiles. He repeatedly bowed to Tai Yi, lowering his posture significantly. Having just finished a great battle, I was in seclusion for healing, and could not welcome you in time. Please do not blame me, Emperor. Shinnong. Tai stood frozen in place. The breath lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall, feeling as if he had swallowed an iron lump whole. He knew very well that the human race was intentional. Yet faced with this smiling face and the explanation of healing and seclusion, he was at a loss for how to respond. One does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, they had spoken so smoothly. Besides, he had not come to the human race to fight. Furthermore, Hutu was right within the human territory. Who in the wilderness did not know this? What a deception. I am here on the command of the Demon Emperor to confer honors upon the human race. Tai coldly spat out a sentence. His murderous intent still could not be contained, leaking out in waves. One can imagine how furious he was. Shenong maintained his smile, unusually bowing to Tai. Leader of the human race, Shenong, thanks. In the valley, Su Ming smirked. He shifted his gaze towards Hutu. This action was intentionally done for her to see. As expected, Hutu was taken aback, staring blankly in the direction of Shenong. What's going on? She mumbled, her mind struggling to keep up. She had watched the grand spectacle of Tai being slighted by the human race. She had secretly reveled in it for quite a while. The dignified Tai actually had moments of being disregarded. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? Hutu scratched her head. The cheerful Shenong before her was completely unlike the domineering figure from. He was completely unrecognizable. Hutu suddenly trembled all over. A thought sprang into her mind. Could it be that the human race has always leaned towards the demon clan? Only because the demon clan has never taken it seriously, continuously disappointing the human race, did Shenong choose the witch clan? Hutu was stunned. This was not impossible. The human race was fundamentally closer to the demon clan. And after her encounter with Shenong, he must have felt disheartened. Now that Tai had personally arrived, it clearly indicated the demon clan's importance. Moreover, since the previous discussion did not reach a conclusion, Shenong's attitude towards Dijun had naturally shifted. Did I push the human race to the side of the demon clan? Hutu's body tensed, and she took a deep breath, murmuring, it shouldn't be that bad with the tempers of Dijun and Tai. It's unlikely they will come to an agreement with the human race. The human race has always held their heads high. This is merely an initial interaction. Shenong's personality is notoriously domineering and strong-willed. How could he easily bow to the demon clan? After all, the human race and Shenong appeared strong in the eyes of outsiders, but their intellect was not very sharp. Su Ming observed this turn of events, his smile deepening. Hutu had lived for so many years, yet she was still a bit naive in playing mind games. Shenong's rapid change of attitude certainly had its tricks behind it, but one could not entirely blame Hutu. In the wilderness, strength had always spoken, or it was rare for two large clans to confront each other without directly engaging in battle. In the past, even a few words of disagreement would lead to rivers of blood. How could she have such experience? Meanwhile, Tai was momentarily stunned by Shenong's show of respect. The attitude of this human leader indeed presented a stark contrast. However, Tai quickly realized. Personally visiting the human race, how significant was this gesture? Oh, would they not welcome him with smiles? With his status, visiting any clan would be enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Tai's expression softened. The human race indeed understood the situation well. He stepped forward and patted Shenong's shoulder. His tone was not heavy, but it carried an air of authority. This emperor and the demon emperor have always been concerned for the human race, but there were too many matters at hand, and I have been unable to come by. Shenong thanks the Eastern Emperor. Shenong also smiled, then his expression turned serious as he bowed towards the direction of the 33 heavens. Shenong thanking the demon emperor for his kindness. Hutu was even more confused, her unease growing stronger. The human race would not truly consider getting involved with the demon clan, would they? This was her greatest fear. The human race was not weak, with the support of a strong backing, many talented individuals, and great potential, not to mention that piece of primordial treasure in their possession. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shenong so agreeable, Tai could not help but laugh, patting Shenong's shoulder heavily twice. Get up. There will be plenty of opportunities to pay respects to the demon emperor in the future. There's no need to rush this time. This emperor comes bearing the intentions of the demon emperor. Tai's smile faded, replacing it with an imposing demeanor, his voice cooling down. Leader of the human race, Shenong received the decree of the demon emperor. Shenong listens to the decree. Shenong cupped his hands, his expression becoming solemn. Tai's voice carried authority. The human race is the pillar of the demon clan with great potential. I had previously overlooked this, and I feel remorse. Currently, I confer the title of the 5 emperors upon you. Leader of the human race, Shenong, choose a date to receive the imperial title at the demon court. After speaking, Tai's gaze turned cold, fixing on Shenong, who was bowing. Though Shenong was quite perceptive, he still felt that the human race was unworthy of ascending to the position of the 5 emperors. If Shenong could refuse it himself, that would be best. The voice was as cold as a knife, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Ho-Tu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. The position of the 5 emperors. Has Dijun lost his mind? The position of the 5 emperors is hardly inferior to that of their ancestral. Those who can ascend to such heights can share the luck and power of the demon court, holding a status that is terrifyingly lofty, not needing to bow in obeisance before Dijun or Tai. This glory is unparalleled. In plain terms, they would be on par with Dijun and Tai, almost equal in status. Dijun must be mad. Ho-Tu's expression changed several times. She had considered countless possibilities of what Dijun and Tai might offer, but never expected the other party to be willing to put forth a position among the 5 emperors. This move was worth significantly more than the price she had offered to the human race. At this moment, the Shinnong clan still maintained their posture of bowing in deference, remaining still for quite some time. Their body even trembled slightly as if shaken by a tremendous impact, unable to stand steadily, due to excitement, appearing utterly flabbergasted and unable to regain their composure. To be honest, if Shinnong said he wasn't moved by Tai's condition, it would definitely be a lie. The 5 emperors, the pinnacle of positions in the wild, who among them isn't a giant? Even Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race, who was once a sage among the demon race, was merely one of the 5 emperors. Ancestor, should we nod in agreement if the demon race offers the position of the 5 emperors? Shinnong quietly transmitted a message to Su Ming. Su Ming furrowed his brows, his gaze turning icy. To be honest, he was truly surprised that Dijun could offer such a price. When did Dijun become so decisive? The position of the 5 emperors, just like that. One must know, following the previous ways of the wild, even if Kunping fled the demon race back to the northern sea, Dijun never revoked his position as a demon master. Simply because within the demon race Kunping's influence was too great, disturbing him would certainly cause chaos within the demon race. There is a problem. Su Ming shook his head, immediately making a judgment. This is likely a smokescreen set by Dijun, fearing that the human race would lean towards the witch race. From Tai's attitude and expression, he could sense that Tai also did not agree to grant the human race the position of the 5 emperors. Not even Tai reached an agreement with Dijun. Dijun is fooling people. Su Ming's gaze darkened as he transmitted to Shinnong. Dijun's power within the demon race isn't substantial enough to arbitrarily abolish or appoint the 5 emperors. Should I refuse him outright? Shinnong immediately responded without a second thought. Su Ming's words were like ironclad rules to him. Don't be hasty. Su Ming turned to look at the still-dazed Ho-Tu, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dijun wants to stall us, but instead he has done us a great favor. First, let's go along with Tai's intentions and deal with him. Understood. Shinnong took a deep breath, raised his head to look at Tai, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement, his face showing a conflicted expression that was performed flawlessly. Having dealt with those big figures frequently, he had long since honed the skill of hiding his thoughts, revealing not a single crack in his expression. Donghuang, this. Shinnong stammered, his face flushed crimson, his tongue seeming to tangle. The gift you provided is truly too great, I am a bit. The position of the 5 emperors is of such high esteem, it is only normal for you to be so excited. Tai spoke with a hint of authority, his voice suddenly deepening. This respect given by me and the demon emperor to the human race is substantial. I hope you can make an appropriate choice. The word appropriate was deliberately emphasized by Tai. The meaning in his words was clear. He and Dijun had already given the human race a ladder to climb, and if they were wise, they would quickly accept it, ascend to the position of the 5 emperors, and benefits would follow. Refuse. Then consider the consequences yourself. This implication was clear to all. What a pretend! Shinnong sneered inwardly, but his face became even more animated, as if he had just been struck dumb by 2 demon emperors, his skin turning purple. Shinnong understands the esteem of Donghuang and the demon emperor. However, this matter is too significant. I must return and discuss it with the clan members. Can we provide a response to the demon emperor in a few days? After speaking, fearing that Tai would be displeased, he deeply bowed and solemnly said, Rest assured, Donghuang, Shinnong will certainly provide an appropriate reply. The word appropriate was also pronounced with particular emphasis, as if responding to Tai's words. Rest assured, I understand your meaning and will ensure it is handled beautifully. Ha ha ha. Tai laughed heartily, extremely pleased with this response. He stepped forward and heavily patted Shinnong's shoulder. Well done, very good, I am quite satisfied with you. In the future, the human race will enjoy benefits, and I will wait for you and the demon emperor in the Lingxiao Hall. Shinnong trembled all over as if stunned by this acknowledgement, quickly saying, Shinnong bids farewell to Donghuang. Ha ha ha. Before Tai's laughter had faded, he turned and transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. He thought to himself, the human race isn't as tough as they appear on the surface. They soften with just a little respect. As expected, as long as enough face is given, any stance can be negotiated. After a long while, Shinnong finally straightened up. The expression of excitement on his face quickly faded, leaving only anger and dark clouds swirling in his gaze. He sneered coldly and turned to fly toward the direction of the human race. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Ho-Tu. She was completely stunned, her mind buzzing, and her ominous premonition grew stronger. She clearly saw the hidden blade in Tai Yi's words. The position of the five emperors was merely a hollow title, a nominal honor. But Shenong's reaction left her utterly bewildered. To be honest, if only a position of demon god was offered, then the price the demon race was offering was hardly different from that of the witch race. It's innate, the human race is indeed closer to the demon race than to the witch race. Ho-Tu murmured to herself, constantly placing herself in Shenong's position, pondering back and forth. Shenong was clear in his heart. If it were her, she would also choose the demon race over the witch race. Demons live freely after all. Ho-Tu gritted her teeth and shook her head, murmuring, the human race must not mix with the demon race, otherwise the witch race will not withstand it. Inherent supreme treasures hold little utility in the hands of the witch race, as they lack a primordial spirit. But if the demon race gains even one, it would not simply be 1 + 1 = 2. The involvement of the human race might help Dijun stabilize internal strife. Moreover, the human race has the support of Laozi behind them. If the human race aligns with the demon race, it would mean Laozi stands with the demon race. Laozi is a formidable being who severed the three corpses holding the Tai Chi diagram. If the human race truly establishes a connection with the demon race would undoubtedly experience a surge in power, while the witch race would find itself in dire straits. Upon contemplating this, it seems that agreeing to Shenong isn't such a big deal. With that thought, Ho-Tu shivered all over, no longer in the mood to admire the scenery of the human race. She turned to find Shenong, needing to stop him from hastily making a decision, insisting that they return to consult all the ancestral witches together. But after searching around, she found no trace of him. Ho-Tu felt even more anxious. Seeing Shenong's attitude, she guessed he was currently in a meeting with another potential sage of the human race, and those great Great Golden Immortals. After searching for 2 days without finding him, Ho-Tu grew exasperated, taking a deep breath. Can't wait any longer. I must find Brother Dijong immediately to discuss this. Ho-Tu revealed her true form as an ancestral witch and rushed towards the Pango Hall at lightning speed, shattering mountains along the way, heedless of the commotion she caused. In the valley of the human race, the commotion stirred up by Ho-Tu was fully observed by Su Ming. A smile adorned Su Ming's face as he turned to Shenong and Youchao. Given this momentum, Ho-Tu is likely to bring us good news. Youchao chuckled. Tai Yi and Dijun probably never imagined that we never intended to side with the demon race from the beginning. Shenong felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. At the time when Tai Yi offered the position of the 5 emperors, my heart did skip a beat. The ancestor truly sees through it all, immediately discerning what Dijun and Tai Yi were scheming. Shenong, Youchao. Su Ming's gaze turned serious, an icy glint in his eyes as he stared at the 33 heavens, as if he could see the happenings in the Lingshao Palace. Remember, no matter what conditions the demon race offers, do not trust them. Understood. Su Ming's eyes were filled with coldness, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. The demon race will eventually realize that swallowing the human race will greatly enhance their strength. Moreover, the malevolent energy and essence blood of the human race caused significant harm to the bodies of the witch race. This was also the reason Su Ming had always wanted to ally with the witch race. The demon race cannot be trusted. Su Ming's voice was cold, each word seeming to be hammered out. The demon race and the witch race are mortal enemies. Once Dijun learns the truth, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly go all out against the human race. Even if the human race has already assumed the position of the 5 emperors within the demon race, it would still be the same. How is Ziyi's injury? Su Ming recalled his thoughts and turned to ask Youchao. The battle has ended and matters have surged in like a tide. He hardly had a moment to catch his breath. Returning to the ancestor with the Chaos Wuxia Sutra you bestowed upon him, he has also been permitted to cultivate beside the Wuxia bell, and his injuries are recovering rapidly. Youchao's voice carried an unmistakable envy as he spoke, lowering his head. Given that momentum, he might reach the threshold for a breakthrough with the Chaos Wuxia Sutra. When will he get the chance to fight? Shenong and Ziyi have received the methods granted by the ancestor, the Chaos Celestial Demon Sutra and the Chaos Wuxia Sutra, while he is left empty-handed. Indeed. Su Ming nodded. For this occasion, Ziyi burned his essence blood and primordial spirit clean to protect this emperor. His vitality nearly collapsed, and this is what he deserves. After speaking, Su Ming patted Youchao's shoulder, seeing through his thoughts and smiling. Don't rush, the day when you will get to fight for merit is just around the corner. Focus on your training and elevate your strength. Youchao trembled all over, immediately responding, Youchao understands. Su Ming acknowledged, his gaze turning cold as he looked up at the sky. Day by day, he was becoming more like a human emperor. Soon, the witch clan within the Pango Hall was shrouded in darkness. The chaotic malevolence flowed like a great river crashing down from the endless void, surging endlessly. Ho-Tu returned to the clan and entered the Pango Hall without pausing. She conveyed everything she had witnessed among the human clan to Di Jiang without omitting a word. Elder brother, this is how it is. The Shinnong clan may agree to Taiyi's proposal at any moment. We must make a decision quickly, or it will be too late. Ho-Tu's expression turned grave as she turned to the nearby silent ancestors, each with varying expressions, and said, I must remind everyone. Those talented individuals from the human clan possess tremendous potential, growing at an astonishing pace. Their power is ascending rapidly. Most importantly, they have Laozi backing them, holding two innate supreme treasures. Before long, this force will become crucial, even capable of shattering the delicate balance we have with the demon clan. Di Jiang sat at the highest point, his gaze cold as steel, murmuring to himself, that Di Jun fellow actually offered the human clan a position among the 5 emperors. Truly worthy of being a contender for the world. His response is quick and his actions ruthless. However, he did not immediately respond to Ho-Tu, instead asking, Ho-Tu, what are your thoughts? He then scanned the other ancestors and laughed. Why is everyone suddenly mute? Isn't it just a position among the 5 emperors? Speak your minds, let out what you truly think. To be honest, the news Ho-Tu brought back had turned many ancestors' thoughts upside down. After that battle, the human clan's performance had indeed impressed the witch clan. Yet they never expected Di Jun to give the human clan such a significant concession. The position among the 5 emperors is not something that can be casually promised. Its weight is far too heavy. Since Di Jun has made such a statement, even if he cannot fulfill it at the moment, it at least indicates that he believes the human clan is worthy of that seat. Once an opportunity arises, he will undoubtedly make room for the human clan among the 5 emperors. Who among those who can sit in such a position is not a fierce character capable of standing firm against the ancestors? Nuwa Fushi Emperor, Gaochen Emperor, Ziyi Emperor Beidou. Any one of them is an old god or demon that has dominated the wilderness for tens of thousands of years, their foundations frighteningly deep. Elder brother, let me say a few words first. Seeing the ancestors remaining silent like stuffed gourds, Ho-Tu grew anxious. She stepped forward saying, I believe we should immediately agree to Shinnong's request. The human clan and the witch clan intermarrying, engaging in equal exchanges, and publicly announcing an alliance between the witch clan and the human clan to support each other. We may not gain much from this, but at least we can cut off the path for the demon clan. They wish to rely on the human clan to rise. Not a chance. This is a big deal in itself. I disagree. Jijiu spoke up, his tone indifferent. My witch clan is the true lineage of Pangu. Our bloodline status is inherently noble. To place ourselves on equal footing with the human clan. What will that say about our witch clan's dignity? That's right. Gong Gong with his explosive temper thundered. When has my witch clan ever feared anyone? In battle against heaven and earth, witch clan does not steer clear of us. Just for a mere human clan should we bow our heads. Boom. Zhu Rong stepped forward, the flames on his body crackling loudly. He glared at Ho-Tu, filled with dissatisfaction. Sister Ho-Tu, I see you've been bewitched by the human clan. Just a mere human clan. Even if they truly aligned with the demon clan, so what? Even if they brought 10 more human clan members, my witch clan could still slap them dead with a single blow. Zhu Rong, what do you mean by that? Ho-Tu was furious. Are you calling me timid? Zhu Rong sneered. Is your hearing bad, or do you not understand human speech? If I went to the human clan and Shinnong spoke to me in that tone, I would instantly slap him and send him on his way. His explosive temper could not tolerate Ho-Tu's weakness in front of the human clan. In Zhu Rong's heart, the witch clan would eventually claim dominance over the entire wilderness. That was the status befitting the true lineage of Pangu. Why should we allow the human clan to speak to us like that? Ho-Tu is an ancestor. Her every action represents the dignity of the entire witch clan. Zhu Rong, don't go too far. Ming, his face cold, interjected. Going to the human clan was a decision made by all of us together. What does it have to do with Sister Ho-Tu? If you really have that ability, take your Zhu Rong tribe to wipe out the human clan right now. You? Zhu Rong's anger flared up completely, his red hair standing up like a rooster's comb. It's just a mere human clan. Oh, I could wipe them out right now. Zhu Rong. Di Jiang's low shout silenced the scene. If we are to discuss, let us discuss properly. You do not act on impulse. Within the witch clan, Di Jiang's words were law, and no one dared to oppose him. Among the 12 ancestors, his words carried the most weight. Zhu Rong did not dare to argue with the leader, only grumbling back. Understood, elder brother. Continue speaking. Di Jiang raised his hand, a deep intensity in his eyes. The Pango Hall erupted in chaos. To discuss cooperation on equal footing with the human clan. This had never been heard of in the witch clan for many years. The impact was immense. The ancestors all understood how crucial the human clan was. yet who was willing to let go of their inherent pride. Ultimately, amidst the chaos, no one could make a decision. Dijiang simply ordered that all the great shamans from the 12 tribes be summoned to hear their opinions. The Pango Hall was in uproar. Nearly 1,000 great shamans were flushed and red in the face on the verge of fighting. By this time it had been exactly 5 days since Ho2 left the human clan. Enough! Dijiang's voice carried an oppressive weight, silencing all noise. No one dared to speak. With Dijiang's status, the Pango Hall fell silent. After 5 days of chaos, I have understood your thoughts. Dijiang's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke calmly. It is now evident that the importance of the human clan is great enough to influence the balance between the witch and demon clans. You are all reluctant because you fear losing the witch clan's prestige. But the prestige of the witch clan was earned by the fists and lives of countless clansmen. How could it be shaken by a mere human clan? Ho-Tu's eyes lit up, sensing the implication in his words. Elder brother, Gong Gong, and Zhu Rong both shouted simultaneously. Enough, do not speak further. Dijiang frowned, raising his hand to interrupt them. I hope you all understand that the current wilderness is not the same as it used to be. With the emergence of the 3,000 celestial beings, this power is terrifying, stirring the entire situation into flux. The witch clan must tread carefully or face utter destruction. We must bring all the forces we can gather to our side. The human clan holds innate supreme treasures, possesses boundless potential, and has lousy behind them. It is worth my witch clan making a gamble. Understood. Nearly 1,000 great shamans responded in unison. Dijiang declared decisively, agree to all the conditions of the human clan. Sister Ho2, you did well this time. Your response was swift. You shall go to the human clan once more. Ho2 was overjoyed, immediately nodding. Great elder brother, there is no time to lose. I will leave right away. With that, she transformed into her ancestor form and dashed towards the direction of the human clan. The land of the wilderness was trampled into disarray. Countless beings turned into meat paste underfoot. Of course, those were merely ants without any intelligence, and no one cared. Ho-Tu's commotion naturally attracted the attention of many great clans. They watched in astonishment as she rushed into the territory of the human clan, all with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend the situation. What could compel the esteemed ancestor Ho2 to rush so desperately? Moreover, it was closely tied to the human clan. In the demon palace Lingxiao Hall, Dijun's eyelids twitched. The commotion from Ho2 was too great. Her ancestral form was so powerful that even walking caused the ground to shake and the heavens to tremble. It was hard not to notice. Second brother, you mentioned that Shinnong would soon come to the demon palace to pay his respects. Is that reliable? Dijun's brow tightened again, his previously relaxed mind now anxious due to Ho-Tu's disturbance. Elder brother, you are overestimating the human clan. Tai recalled Shinnong's demeanor at the time and couldn't help but laugh. The foundation of the human clan is no different from those ordinary demon clans. As long as we give them enough face, they will naturally bow their heads. You should have seen Shinnong's expression when I said, give them a position among the 5 emperors. He was so shocked that he could hardly speak. It has been 10 days since then. Tai patted his chest, his tone extremely confident. Wait another 5 days, at most 5 days. Shinnong will definitely come with the top experts of the human clan to kneel before Lingxiao Hall to pay their respects. The little moves of the witch clan were nothing but a bunch of muscle-headed fools. Dijun, seeing Tai's confident demeanor, finally relaxed his anxious heart. He smirked. Perhaps I was too impatient, not as steady as you, second brother. One couldn't blame Dijun for being impatient. The human clan was far too crucial to him. Otherwise, why would he risk offending the 5 emperors and force a position among the 5 emperors upon the human clan? Dijun had plans far ahead. Once the human clan entered the ranks of the demon clan, given this promise, they would undoubtedly be tied to his ship. At that time, to stabilize the internal strife of the demon clan, the human clan would be the most useful weapon. Furthermore, with the arrival of the human clan, Yuhua and Fushi might also side with them. The internal mess of the demon clan would not take long to settle. In the territory of the human clan, Shinnong sat at the center, his face expressionless, his gaze as sharp as behind him stood Change and Xuandu, while facing him was Ho2 with Ho-E behind her. Change. Ho-E mulled over these 2 characters in his mind, his eyes nearly glued to her. Lady Ho2, the primordial, which my previous reply to you was already unequivocal. What urgent matter brings you here once more? His brow furrowed faintly, his tone edged with growing impatience. If there is nothing of true consequence, I have pressing matters to attend to, and must respectfully take my leave. Ho2's heart tightened.